on Schelling and related mners. Slavoj Zizek. As a Slovene, I have always been attentive to those few places in his writings and letters in which Freud mentions a Slovene or Slovenia. Since Slovenia was part of the Austrian Empire in his time, it is surprising that these mentions are so rare. Apart from the dismissive but nonetheless enigmatic reference to an unanalyzable Slovene patient in a letter to the Italian analyst Eduardo Weiss, there is another, perhaps even more significant case. During one of his summer vacations, Freud visited Schelling caves, a magnificent subterranean cave system in southern Slovenia. The extent to which descending into subterranean caves served him as a metaphor for entering the netherworld of the unconscious is well known. So, in the midst of his walk in this fascinating dark universe, Freud suddenly turned pale, faced with an unpleasant surprise. There, standing in front of him in these twilight depths, was another visitor to the caves, Dr. Karl Lueger, mayor of Vienna, a right-wing Christian demagogic populist and notorious anti-Semite. What we must be careful not to miss here is the wordplay with Lueger, which, of course, in German immediately associates with Liege, a lie. It was as if this contingent encounter staged for Freud the fundamental truth of his teaching, the truth concealed by the obscurantist New Age approach according to which, upon penetrating the ultimate depth of our personality, we discover there our true self, to whom we must then open ourselves, that is, allow him or her free expression. Quite to the contrary, however, what we discover in the deepest kernel of our personality is a fundamental, constitutive, primordial lie, the proton pseudos. The phantasmic construction by means of which we endeavor to conceal the inconsistency of the symbolic order in which we dwell. One can see here how Lacan, and, indeed, Freud belies Foucault's insertion of psychoanalysis in the line of development that begins with the Christian practice of confession, his assumption that in the course of the psychoanalytic cure the subject analyses and discloses, probes into, brings to light, the truth about himself hidden deep in his unconscious. What the subject encounters in the unfathomed depths of him or herself is, on the contrary, a primordial lie. Psychoanalysis therefore emphasizes the obverse of Václav Havel's famous dissident motto, life in truth. The natural state of the human animal is to live in a lie. Freud's uncanny encounter condenses, as it were, two closely connected Lacanian theses: the master is unconscious, hidden in the infernal world, and he is an obscene impostor. The version of the Father is always a perversion. In short, the lesson for the ideology critique is that there is no Herrschaft which is not supported by some phantasmic enjoyment. A personal experience revealed this inherent obscenity of power to me in a most distastefully enjoyable way. In the S I did my obligatory military service in the old Yugoslav People's Army, in a small barracks with no proper medical facilities. In a room which also served as sleeping quarters for a private trained as a medical assistant, a doctor from the nearby military hospital held his clinic once a week. On the frame PF, the large mirror above the wash basin in this room, the soldier had stuck a couple of postcards of half-naked girls, a standard resource for masturbation in those pre-pornography times, to be sure. When the doctor paid us his weekly visit, all of us who had reported for medical examination sat on a long bench alongside the wall opposite the wash basin, and were examined in turn. One day, while I was waiting to be examined, it was the turn of a young, half-illiterate soldier who complained of pains in his penis, which, of course, was in itself sufficient to trigger obscene giggles from all of us, the doctor included. The skin on its head was too tight, so he was unable to draw it back normally. The doctor ordered him to pull down his trousers and demonstrate his trouble. The soldier did so and the skin slid down the head smoothly, though the soldier was quick to add that his trouble occurred only during erection. The doctor then said, "Okay, then, masturbate, get an erection, so that we can check it." Deeply embarrassed and red in the face, the soldier began to masturbate in front of all of us but, of course, failed to produce an erection. The doctor then took one of the postcards of half-naked girls from the mirror, held it close to the soldier's head and started to shout at him, "Look! What breasts, what a cunt! Masturbate! How is it that you don't get an erection?" What kind of a man are you? Go on, masturbate. All of us in the room, including the doctor himself, accompanied this spectacle with obscene laughter. The unfortunate soldier himself soon joined us with an embarrassed giggle, exchanging looks of solidarity with us while he continued to masturbate. This scene brought about in me an experience of quasi-epiphany. In news, there was everything in it, the entire panoply of power, the uncanny mixture of imposed enjoyment and the humiliating exercise of power, the agency of power which shouts severe orders but simultaneously shares with us, his subordinates, obscene laughter bearing witness to a deep solidarity. One could also say that the scene exemplifies the symptom of power, the grotesque excess by means of which, in a unique short circuit, attitudes which are officially opposed and mutually exclusive reveal their uncanny complicity, where the solemn agent of power suddenly starts to wink at us across the table in a gesture of obscene solidarity, letting us know that the thing, i.e. his orders, is not to be taken too seriously, and thereby consolidating his power. The aim of the critique of ideology, the analysis of an ideological edifice, is to extract this symptomal kernel which the official, public ideological text simultaneously disavows and needs for its undisturbed functioning. One is tempted to say that each of the three main politico-ideological positions, right, center, left, relies on such an unacknowledged yet unavoidable supplement. The right finds it difficult to conceal its fascination with the myth of a primordial act of violence supposed to ground the legal order. The center counts on innate human egotism. Between the lines, liberalism as a rule addresses the individual's egotistic indifference to other people's plight. The left, as has long been discerned by perspicacious conservative critics from Nietzsche onwards, manipulates with ressentiment and the promise of revenge. Now it's our turn to. The conclusion to be drawn from this, however, is not that there is no escape, that every subversion of the existing power structure is false, illusory, caught in advance in the network of what it endeavors to undermine, but the exact opposite. Every power structure is necessarily split, inconsistent. There is a crack in the very foundation of its edifice, and this crack can be used as a lever for the effective subversion of the power structure. In short, the foundations of power can be shaken because the very stability of its mighty edifice hinges on an inconsistent, fragile balance. The other conclusion to be drawn is deeply solidary with the preceding one, although it may give rise to the false impression of contradicting it. Perhaps the moment has come to leave behind the old leftist obsession with ways and means to subvert or undermine the order, and to focus on the opposite question, on what, following Eco Beto Lacka, we can call the ordering of the order. Not how can we undermine the existing order, but how does an order emerge out of disorder in the first place? Which inconsistencies and splittings allow the edifice of order to maintain itself? The philosopher who came closest to this obscene shadowy double of public power was F.W.J. Schelling. There is no Geist without Geisteswelt, no pure spirituality of logos without the obscene spectral spiritual corporeality of the living dead, and so on. This perversion of spirituality and ideality is not something that accidentally befalls them, its possibility is contained in the very notion of spirituality. This Schellingian notion of spiritual corporeality enables us to establish an unexpected link with Marx. Today, it is clearly established that Schelling prefigures a series of key Marxian motifs, up to Marx's revolutionary reproach to Hegel's dialectics, according to which the speculative dialectical resolution of the contradiction leaves the actual social antagonism intact, Hegel's speculative positivism. The roots of the Marxian problematic of commodity fetishism in Schelling provide another link to the series. That is to say, why, precisely, did Marx choose the term fetishism in order to designate the theological whimsy of the universe of commodities? What one should bear in mind here is that fetishism is a religious term for previous false idolatry as opposed to present true belief. For the Jews, the fetish is the golden calf. For a partisan of pure spirituality, fetishism designates primitive superstition, the fear of ghosts and other spectral apparitions, and so forth. And the point of Marx is that the commodity universe provides the necessary fetishistic supplement to official spirituality. It may well be that the official ideology of our society is Christian spirituality, but its actual foundation is nonetheless the idolatry of the golden calf, money. In short, Marx's point here is deeply Schellingian: there is no spirit without spirit's ghosts, no pure spirituality without the obscene specter of spiritualized matter. The first to accomplish the step from spirit to spirits in the guise of the critique of pure spiritual idealism, of its lifeless negative nihilism, was precisely Schelling, who, in the dialogue Clara, drove a wedge into the simple complementary mirror relationship of inside and outside between spirit and body, between the ideal element and the real element, which together form the living totality of the organism, by drawing our attention to the double surplus that sticks out. On the one hand, there is the spiritual element of corporeality, the presence, in matter itself, of a non-material but physical element, of a subtle corpse, relatively independent of time and space, which provides the material base of our free will, animal magnetism, etc. On the other hand, there is the corporeal element of spirituality, the materialization of the spirit in a kind of pseudo-stuff, in substanceless apparitions, ghosts, living dead. It is clear how these two surpluses comprise in nous the logic of the opposition of commodity fetishism and of the Althusserian ideological state apparatuses, ISAs. Commodity fetishism involves the uncanny spiritualization of the commodity body, whereas ISAs materialize the spiritual, substanceless big other of ideology. However, are not Schelling's obscure ruminations about the absolute, prior to the creation of the world, simply out of touch with our post-enlightened pragmatic universe? Among the numerous platitudes proposed by Karl Popper, one idea stands out as more inane than the rest, that of an inherent link between philosophical totalism, strong philosophy striving to grasp the absolute, and political totalitarianism, the idea that a thought which aims at the absolute thereby lays the foundation for totalitarian domination. It is easy to mock this idea as an exemplary case of the inherent imbecility of analytical philosophy, of its inferiority to the dialectical, and/or hermeneutical tradition. However, do not Adorno and Horkheimer, the two great opponents of the Popperian orientation, put forward what ultimately amounts to the same claim in their dialectics of enlightenment? To begin with, one is tempted to venture an empirical refutation of this notion of an inherent link between philosophical totalism and political totalitarianism. On the one hand, the philosophy that legitimizes a totalitarian political regime is generally some kind of evolutionary or vitalist relativism. On the other hand, the very claim to a contact with the absolute can legitimize an individual's resistance to a terrestrial political power. The link is thus far from necessary and self-evident. Rather, the opposite. Is not the ultimate argument against this link provided by Schelling, who advocates the strongest version of the philosophy of the absolute? In part I of Weltalter he attempts to present the past as the age of God himself prior to creation, yet who, in the name of this very reference to the absolute, relativizes the state, that is, conceives it as something contingent, unachieved, incomplete in its very notion? How, then, do we stand with regard to Schelling today? The coordinates of the contemporary philosophico-ideological scene are provided by two orientations: postmodern relativist new sophists, from neopragmatists to deconstructionists and New Age obscurantists. For both these orientations the reference to Schelling, to his critique of Hegel and of modern idealism in general, is of crucial importance. The new sophists emphasize how Schelling was the first to introduce a crack into Hegel's panlogicist edifice by asserting the motifs of contingency and finitude. The New Age obscurantists perceive Schelling as the philosopher who accomplished the Jungian turn by asserting the notions of Weltseele, primordial wisdom, sexualized cosmology, and so on. Again, the relationship between Schelling and Hegel is the knot, the junction at which everything is decided. According to the predominant Dasein, in Hegel's absolute idealism and panlogicism, the self-movement of the idea generates its own content and retroactively grounds its own presuppositions, whereas Schelling introduced a gap which opens a way for the post-Hegelian problematic of finitude. The Hegelian idea can comprehend only the ideal necessity of a thing, what a thing is, the thing in its conceptual determination, in its notional possibility, what is out of its reach is the contingent fact that something exists at all, a fact which depends on a free act of creation. This surplus which eludes notional self-mediation can be discerned exemplarily apropos of the problematic of evil. Hegel reduces evil to the subordinated moment in the self-mediation of idea qua supreme good, whereas in Schelling evil remains a permanent possibility which can never be fully sublated aufgehoben in and by the good. A Dasein cliché, even on Schelling, is that in his philosophy the subject can assert its self-presence only against the background of an obscure, dense, impenetrable Grund which withdraws into self the moment it is illuminated by the light of reason. Logos can never fully mediate/internalize this otherness of the ground in its elementary dimension. Grund is nothing but the impediment of an otherness which maintains forever its externality. Is this comprehension of the Hegelian dialectical process as the self-mediation of the notion which externalizes itself, posits its content in its independence and actuality, and then internalizes it, recognizes itself in it, adequate? Our premise, of course, is that it is not. Our aim, however, is not simply to defend Hegel against Schelling's critique by demonstrating how Schelling misses his target and ultimately fights a straw man. This would be a rather boring, purely academic exercise. Our thesis is more complex, in the case of Schelling, as well as that of Hegel, what we may call a formal envelope of error, the standard misleading image of Schelling as the philosopher of irrational ground, of Weltziel, etc., the standard misleading image of Hegel as the philosopher of absolute idealism, of the accomplished self-mediation of the notion, etc., conceals, and simultaneously contains, an unheard-of subversive gesture which herein resides. Our ultimate premise is the same in both cases. What is effectively at stake in our endeavor, therefore, is not to pit Hegel's wits against Schelling but to discern the contours of this gesture with regard to which the standard readings of Schelling and Hegel, these two formal envelopes of error, are simply two modalities to avoid it, to render it invisible. Our second premise, of course, is that it is Lacan's psychoanalytic theory which enables us to approach this gesture, the only true Sachgedankens. So why, exactly, do we focus on the Weltalter drafts? Jean-Claude Milner recently attempted to enumerate the features which distinguish great works of materialist thought, from Lucretius de Rerum Natura through Marx's Capital to the work of Lacan. The main feature is their unfinished character. These works seem to tackle the same nodal problem. Again and again, the genesis of the commodity fetishism in Marx, the knot that links the real, the symbolic, and the imaginary in Lacan, although they ultimately fail, although their work remains a fragment, their very failure is theoretically extremely productive. Our point, of course, is that Schelling's Weltalter drafts belong to this same series, with their repeated failure to provide the definitive formulation of the beginning of the world, of the passage from the pre-symbolic chaos of the real to the universe of logos. What is of special interest here is that Schelling has no problem with penetrating the obscure netherworld of pre-symbolic drives. God prior to the creation of the world, where he fails again and again, is in his return from this dark continent to our common universe of language. This book was written in the hope that it will contribute to our perception of Schelling's Weltalter drafts as one of the seminal works of materialism. This claim cannot but provoke an immediate response: Schelling a materialist? Isn't he, rather, the last great representative of anthropomorphic, pre-scientific theosophy? In his introduction to the first French translation of Schelling's philosophical investigations into the essence of human freedom, Henry Lefebvre wrote that this treatise is certainly not true, but is nonetheless very important for the truth. This statement can also serve as our guideline on condition that we do not miss its paradox. The point is not to reject what is not true in Schelling, the false, obscurantist, theosophico-mythologican shell of his system, in order to attain its kernel of truth. Its truth, rather, is inextricably linked to what, from our contemporary perspective, cannot but appear as blatantly not true, so that every attempt to discard the part or aspect considered not true inevitably entails the loss of the truth itself. There is no way of throwing out the dirty bath water without losing the baby. That is to say, how does one usually interpret this intermingling of the untrue with truth in Schelling? One of the commonplaces about Schelling is that he is a philosopher of transition, located in the break between two epochs, one foot still within the universe of speculative idealism whose theme is the immanent self-deployment of the eternal absolute, his other foot already encroaching into the post-Hegelian universe of finitude contingency temporality. Although Schelling's Weltalter drafts, to contain all the ingredients for an analytics of finitude founded on the structure of temporality, he maintains that the three temporal dimensions of past, present, and future are not simply the horizon of human finite temporality but designate the three ages of the absolute itself. The implicit presupposition of such a reading, of course, is that one has to reject the absolute, the system, and so on, and to assert all that prefigures the subsequent development, Marx's critique of Hegel, Heidegger's analysis of temporality, etc. Heidegger himself provided the most concise formula of such a reading with his claim that Schelling's philosophy, the system of freedom, is characterized by an implacable and unsolvable tension between its two constitutive terms, freedom and system. According to Heidegger, of course, the fatal limitation of Schelling resides in his adherence to system, that is to say, it is the framework of system which condemns Schelling's endeavor to comprehend adequately the essence of freedom to failure. In short, as Mark Ricker, a commentator otherwise favorable to Heidegger, ironically summarizes Heidegger's position, the frame of the system prevents Schelling from already becoming Heidegger, and developing the analytics of finitude. Our reading is radically opposed to such a reduction of Schelling to an intermediate phenomenon whereby, in order to obtain the analytics of finitude, one has only to cast off the form of the absolute. We are as far as possible from dismissing Schelling's narrative of the absolute as an incoherent short circuit between the post-metaphysical problematic of contingency temporality finitude and the metaphysical problematic of the absolute. Schelling's place is indeed intermediate, yet it is precisely as such, as a kind of vanishing mediator between the idealism of the absolute and the post-Hegelian universe of finitude temporality contingency, that his thought for a brief moment, as it were in a flash, renders visible something that was invisible beforehand and withdrew into invisibility thereafter. Therein consists the unique intermediate position of Schelling, his double non-contemporaneity to his own time. He belongs to three discursive domains. He simultaneously, as it were, speaks three languages: the language of speculative idealism, the language of anthropomorphic mystical theosophy, the post-idealist language of contingency and finitude. The paradox, of course, is that it was his very regression from pure philosophical idealism to pre-modern theosophical problematic which enabled him to overtake modernity itself. That is to say, on the one hand, Schelling is the last great representative of the pre-modern anthropomorphic sexualized vision of the universe. Some of his pupils carried this notion to extremes. J.J. Goers, for example, in his voluminous sexual system of ontology. On the other hand, only a thin invisible line separates him from openly asserting, in a thoroughly postmodern vein, the impossibility of the sexual relationship, that is, a fundamental out of joint, a disturbed balance as the positive ontological constituent of the universe. In dealing with Schelling's Weltalter, one should always bear in mind the precise discursive context of his endeavor. His ultimate aim was to realize the so-called oldest systematic program of German idealism from his youth, and to deliver the system of rational mythology which would present the highest insights into the nature of the absolute in a popular mythological form, thereby setting in motion a total spiritual political renovation of the German nation via the surmounting of the deadlocks of modernity. How are we to account for this step from logical presentation to mythical narrative today, in our discursive context? Does not this step involve regression to a version of New Age mythology? When, at the key points of their theoretical edifice, Freud and Lacan also resorted to a mythical narrative, Freud's myth of the primordial father in Totem and Taboo, his reference to Plato's myth of androgynous primordial man in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, Lacan's myth of Lamella in his four fundamental concepts of psychoanalysis, they were driven by the same necessity as Schelling. The need for the form of mythical narrative arises when one endeavors to break the circle of the symbolic order and to give an account of its genesis, origins from the real and its pre-symbolic antagonism. In short, Schelling's Weltalter is to be read as a metapsychological work in the strict Freudian sense of the term. Part I. F.W.J. Schelling, or At the Origins of Dialectical Materialism. Schelling in itself. The orgasm of forces. Before the beginning. How, then, should one begin an essay on Schelling? Perhaps the most appropriate way is by focusing on the problem of beginning itself, the crucial problem of German idealism. Suffice it to recall Hegel's detailed elaboration of this problem and all its implications in his Science of Logic. Schelling's materialist contribution is best epitomized by his fundamental thesis, according to which, to put it bluntly, the true beginning is not at the beginning. There is something that precedes the beginning itself, a rotary motion whose vicious cycle is broken, in a gesture analogous to the cutting of the Gordian knot, by the beginning proper, that is, the primordial act of decision. The beginning of all beginnings, the beginning kataxoon, the mother of all beginnings, as one would say today, is, of course, the in the beginning was the word from the Gospel according to St. John. Prior to it, there was nothing, that is, the void of divine eternity. According to Schelling, however, eternity is not a nondescript mass. A lot of things take place in it. Prior to the word there is the chaotic psychotic universe of blind drives, their rotary motion, their undifferentiated pulsating, and the beginning occurs when the word is pronounced, which represses, rejects into the eternal past, this self-enclosed circuit of drives. In short, at the beginning proper stands a resolution, an act of decision which, by differentiating between past and present, resolves the preceding unbearable tension of the rotary motion of drives. The true beginning is the passage from the closed rotary motion to open progress, from drive to desire, or, in Lacanian terms, from the real to the symbolic. One is tempted to evoke here The Soul Solution, a thoroughly Schellingian science fiction story by Eric Frank Russell, which describes the inner feelings of someone filled with doubt, someone who turns around in a futile circle and cannot reach a decision, who makes all kind of plans which are then immediately aborted. Finally, he makes up his mind and says, "Let there be light." In short, what we took, all through the story, for the groaning of some confused idiot turns out to be the hesitation of God immediately before the act of creation. The beginning thus occurs when one finds the word which breaks the deadlock, the vicious cycle, of empty and confused ruminations. In this precise sense, the problem of the beginning is the problem of phenomenalization. How does it happen that God pronounces the word and thereby discloses himself, appears to himself? We must be careful not to miss this crucial point. As with Hegel, the problem is not how to attain the noumenal in itself beyond phenomena. The true problem is how and why does this in itself split itself from itself at all. How does it acquire a distance towards itself and thus clear the space in which it can appear to itself? How, then, can this phenomenalization of God, this pronunciation of the word in him which magically, in an unfathomable way, dispels the impenetrable darkness of drives, occur? It can occur only on condition that the rotary motion of drives which precedes the beginning is itself not the primordial, unsurpassable fact. That is to say, the notion of the vortex of drives as the ultimate foundation, the origin of all things, renders inconceivable the fact of freedom. How can a word emerge out of this vortex and dominate it, confer on it its shape, discipline it? Consequently, this ultimate grund of reality, the primordial vortex of drives, this will of fate which sooner or later engulfs and destroys every determinate object, must be preceded by an unfathomable X which thereupon, in a way yet to be explained, contracts drives. Is not the primordial vortex of drives, however, the ultimate ground which nothing can precede? Schelling would be in entire agreement with this, adding only that the point in question is precisely the exact status of this nothing. Prior to Grund, there can be only an abyss on Grund, that is to say, far from being a mere nihil privativum, this nothing which precedes ground stands for the absolute indifference qua the abyss of pure freedom, which is not yet the predicate property of some subject but, rather, designates a pure impersonal willing Wallen, which wills nothing. How can we, finite, mortal humans, find access to this abyss of freedom which is the primordial origin of all things. Schelling's fundamental premise here is radically anthropocentric. Man is not merely an epiphenomenon in the universe, a negligible grain of dust among all created things, he is the only one to possess the power of the center, and stands as such in direct contact with the abyss of primordial freedom. One must allow to man a principle which is outside and above the world, for how could he alone of all creatures follow back the long path of developments from the present into the deepest night of the past, he alone ascend to the beginning of times, if there were not in him a principle before the beginning of times. Poured from the source of things and the same as the source, the human soul has a conscience/co-knowledge Mitwissenschaft of creation. Here, however, we have proceeded too hastily. What one should do is reconstruct all the steps which led Schelling to assert the identity between human freedom and the primordial abyss which is the source of things. Schelling was first and foremost a philosopher of freedom, a philosopher who tackled the impossible task of thinking freedom within the framework of a philosophical system, of elaborating a philosophical system that would not preclude freedom. What, precisely, is a system? Let us tackle this problem via a perhaps unexpected detour, taking as our starting point Robert Zemeckis's Flintstones. Apart from providing an exemplary lesson on the notion of the primitive, the anachronistic projection of today's features into the primitive Stone Age past renders visible the elementary structure of today's society in its distilled form, reduced to its bare essentials. The main interest of the film lies in its premise of establishing a perfect correlation between the two series, our contemporary late capitalist consumer life, the Stone Age, so that anxiety constantly gnaws at the spectator. Will the film succeed in finding a Stone Age counterpart to all the phenomena of our society? That is to say, will it succeed in transposing modern high-tech inventions into Stone Age conditions without cheating? Cars run by feet, planes flown by birds attached to their wings, a parrot serving as a dictaphone, etc. A professor of modern philosophy at Ljubljana University recently had an analogous experience. At an oral exam, a student invented for every question an excuse for not answering it. Spinoza's God? Sorry, I'm member of a religious sect which prohibits me from pronouncing God's name in public, so I can't answer the question. Leibniz's monads? Leibniz says monads are self-enclosed and have neither doors nor windows. I'm claustrophobic and cannot speak about them, it causes me too much anxiety. Again, we obtain a system when we accept the premise of completing the list and including the entire history of philosophy. Thales. Sorry, he claimed that the origin of all is water, and I can't swim, I'm afraid of drowning. Plato. According to Plato, ideas dwell in the air, far above earth, but I have a fear of heights, the mere thought of Plato's ideas makes me giddy, etc., etc. Schelling's point is a somewhat similar radical uncertainty. Will a philosopher succeed in containing everything within his system? Or will he, sooner or later, stumble upon an element which will unmask his vain pretense and reveal his impotence? Significantly, it is Hegel's system which most often gives rise to such an anxiety in the reader. According to the Dasein, Hegel is the philosopher who claims to account for everything, so at every dialectical turn one waits anxiously, will he again succeed in performing his trick and providing a convincing semblance of rational explanation, or will he finally be caught red-handed and forced to admit his imposture? The system always involves such a highly reckless premise that the two series, of experiential reality and of the conceptual network, will be fully correlated, and this permanent anxiety over the outcome of this enterprise is what Schelling relies on. The fact that the universe is rationally ordered, caught in a causal nexus, is not self-evident, but precisely something to be explained. The whole world is thoroughly caught in reason, but the question is, how did it get caught in the network of reason in the first place? Here Schelling inverts the standard perspective. The problem is not how, in an universe regulated by inexorable natural laws, freedom is possible, that is, where, in the determinist universe, there is a place for freedom which would not be a mere illusion based on our ignorance of the true causes, but, rather, how the world as a rational totality of causal interconnections made its appearance in the first place. As we shall see later, Schelling accomplishes a similar turn apropos of the ontological proof of God. The problem, for him, does not reside in the leap from the notion of God to God's reality. Reality is always already given, it pertains to the original ecstasis of our mind, so the true problem is, rather, how do we pass from the raw fact of God's, absolute's meaningless existence to his notion, that is, how does God give birth to Logos, how does he pronounce the word and posit himself as reason? For Schelling, then, the primordial, radically contingent fact, a fact which can in no way be accounted for, is freedom itself, a freedom bound by nothing, a freedom which, in a sense, is nothing, and the problem is, rather, how this nothing of the abyss of primordial freedom becomes entangled in the causal chains of reason. The unconscious act. It may seem that this notion of freedom has nothing whatsoever to do with what we usually, in our everyday life, understand by this word. What Schelling wants to accomplish, however, is precisely to undermine the abstract philosophical notion of freedom via a reference to our most concrete existential experience. For him, freedom is not, in the usual idealist vein, the full autonomy of the absolute, its power to deploy its content freely, to determine itself independently of any external limitations, to posit its limitations as its self-determinations. Rather, it concerns the most concrete experience of the tension within a living, acting and suffering person between good and evil. There is no actual freedom without an unbearable anxiety. So how does Schelling establish a link between freedom qua primordial void and the concrete experience of freedom? Let us tackle this problem in medias res, at the pathetic climax of Schelling's philosophical investigations into the essence of human freedom, where he endeavors to articulate the most radical dimension of human freedom. Schelling refers here to Kant, who, in his Religion within the Limits of Reason alone, had already drawn attention to the mysterious paradox of our ethical reasoning. When one encounters a truly evil person, one cannot avoid the impression that in accomplishing his horrifying acts he is merely following the necessity inscribed in his nature, that it is not in his power to act differently, he is simply made like that. The mystery resides in the fact that notwithstanding this impression, and in apparent contradiction to it, we hold him fully responsible for his acts, as if his evil nature itself is contingent on his free choice. Despite the undeniable necessity of all actions, and although every man must admit, if he is mindful of himself, that he is by no means accidentally or voluntarily evil or good, yet the evil man, for instance, seems to himself anything but compelled, since compulsion can be felt only in becoming, not in being, but acts willfully, not against his will. That Judas became a traitor to Christ, neither he nor any creature could alter, and yet he betrayed Christ not under compulsion, but willingly and with full freedom. How often it happens that from childhood on, from a time when, from an empirical point of view, we can scarcely credit someone with freedom and deliberation, a person shows a tendency towards evil from which can be foreseen that he will never yield to discipline and teaching, and who subsequently actually brings forth the bad fruit we foresaw in the bud. And yet no one doubts his responsibility. Everyone is as convinced of this person's guilt as would be possible only if each individual action had been in his control. Schelling bears witness here to his extraordinary ability to account for a very tangible ethical experience in the terms of a most audacious philosophical speculation. Like Kant, he is closest to our concrete life experience in his wildest speculations. Following in Kant's footsteps, he explains the paradox of freedom by invoking a noumenal, extratemporal act of self-positing by means of which a man creates himself, chooses his eternal character. The first thing to note here is the anti-Fichtian sting in the tale. This act of primordial decision by means of which I choose myself cannot be attributed to I qua subject of self-consciousness. The act which creates me as a subject conscious of itself, of its specific character, i.e. by means of which I posit myself as such, can only be unconscious. This general judgment of a tendency towards evil which in its origin is entirely unconscious and even irresistible as being an act of freedom, points to a deed and thus to a life prior to this life, except that it is not thought of as preceding in time, since the intelligible is outside of time altogether. There is greatest harmony in creation, and nothing is as separate and successive as we must portray it to be, but in the prior the subsequent, too, is already co-acting, and everything happens at once in one magical stroke. Thus man, who now appears determined and definite, apprehended himself in the first creation in a determined form, and is born as the one he is from eternity, since by this deed even the nature and constitution of his corporealization are determined. Anti-Fichtian here is Schelling's assertion of a radical split and ontological incompatibility, even between consciousness and freedom, in clear contrast not only to Fichte but also to the commonplace association of freedom with consciousness. I decide freely when I make a conscious choice, whereas an unconscious decision is by definition no decision at all, but something blindly imposed. In a sense Schelling is more Fichtian than Fichte himself, while he fully endorses Fichte's thesis according to which the very essence of man is his own act. He does not confine this act to self-consciousness but situates it in terms of the real kernel of man's being which precedes consciousness. Man contracts his very being, his eternal character, in the double meaning of the verb which is crucial for Schelling, to harden, condense, concentrate into a consistent form of being and to get infected with being by means of an unconscious primordial act of decision. Schelling reinterprets along these lines the theological problematic of predestination. Predestination no longer refers to God's arbitrary decision concerning my damnation or salvation, rather, the subject predestines himself produces the cipher of his destiny, as Lacan would have put it when, in an extratemporal, eternally past, always already accomplished unconscious free act, he chooses the eternal character of his temporal existence. Within his temporal self-experience, of course, this free decision appears to him in the guise of its opposite, as an inexorable necessity. Here Schelling activates the opposition of being and becoming. From the standpoint of temporal becoming, man is caught in, conditioned by, the necessary chain of causes and effects. His emergence is conditional upon results from a complex causal network. From the standpoint of eternal being, he is free, he is an entity which posits itself, starts out of itself in the abyss of freedom in the temporal process of becoming. He merely becomes what he always already was. The common-sense evolutionary view subordinates being to becoming. Becoming is the truth of being. The genesis of a thing provides the key to what this thing is. One knows what a thing is when one is able to explain how it arose, where it proceeded from. Schelling, however, in accordance not only with Hegel but also with Marx, for whom, as he put it in the introduction to Grundrisse, the anatomy of man is the key to the anatomy of ape, inverts the relationship between the terms. Becoming designates a mere temporal realization of what a thing, in its eternal essence, always already is. In the order of finite unfree entities, becoming effectively has the advantage over being. Finite entities are not self-centered, they do not possess what Schelling calls the power of the center, their essence lies elsewhere, outside themselves, which is why one can explain a finite entity by rendering visible the causal network upon which its existence is conditional. Man qua free being, on the contrary, has the power of the center, which is why one can understand man's temporal becoming, his life story, only by means of a reference to his eternal being, timeless character. In the psychoanalytic perspective, of course, this primordial act of free self-positing cannot but appear as the real of a fantasy construction. The status of the primordial act is analogous to that of the Freudian parricide. Although it never effectively took place within temporal reality, one has to presuppose it hypothetically in order to account for the consistency of the temporal process. The paradox of this primordial act is the same as that of Baron Munchausen pulling himself out of the swamp by lifting himself by the hair. In both cases, the subject is somehow already here prior to his existence and then, by way of a free act, posits himself, his own being. What we encounter here is the temporal loop which defines the structure of a fantasy. Prior to his very being, the subject is miraculously present as a pure gaze observing his own non-existence. Apropos of this primordial noumenal act of self-predestination in which freedom and necessity coincide, Schelling ventures a crucial step further than Kant. He relates it to the absolute itself, a step which is strictly prohibited within the Kantian perspective. That is to say, according to Schelling, in this act of free self-positing by means of which man tears the chain of causal necessity asunder, he touches the absolute itself as the primordial abyss origin of all things. This differentiation cannot occur in time, it occurs outside all time and hence is concurrent with the first creation, though as an act distinct from it. Although man is born in time, he is created in the beginning of creation, the center. The act by which his life in time is determined does not itself belong to time, but to eternity, nor does it precede time, but moves through time, untouched by it as an act by its nature eternal. Through this act man's life extends to the beginning of creation, thus through it he is beyond creation as well, free and himself eternal beginning. Consequently, when Schelling conceives freedom as the suspension of the ground, the term ground is to be comprehended here in both its principal senses, ground as the firm ground, the only foundation out of which the spiritual edifice can grow, and ground as reason cause, in the sense of the principle of sufficient ground. The emergence of freedom means that spirit has posited itself as such in opposition to its impenetrable inert ground, that it has acquired a distance towards its ground and can now make free with it, and that the chain of being is broken, that is to say, spirit is no longer determined by the network of causality. Freedom is thus stricto sensu the moment of eternity. It stands for the suspension of the temporal chain of sufficient reasons causes, for the leap from the enchainment Verketungi of finite, determinate entities into the abyss of their primordial origin, of the source of things. In the experience of freedom, in the vortex we perceive for a brief moment when we confront a groundless act of freedom, we rejoin the absolute, that is, we re-establish contact, our identity, even with the primordial origin outside temporal reality, with the abyss of eternity prior to the fall into the world of creatures. Man is directly linked to the absolute in so far as he occupies a unique place among created things, what re-emerges in him, and in him only a possibility potentiality of being sane keenan, which does not immediately collapse into actuality. Other actually existing entities do not relate to possibility as such, in them, a possibility is simply realized, man only relates to possibility as such. For him, a possibility is in a sense more than actuality, as if the realization of a possibility somehow already betrays or devalues it. This opposition, of course, coincides with the opposition between necessity and freedom. An unfree entity simply is, it coincides with its positive actuality, whereas, as Schelling asserts, announcing thereby the existentialist problematic, a free being can never be reduced to what it is, to its actual, positive presence, its project, the undecidable opening of what it might do or become, its want to be, is the kernel of its very existence. Here Schelling goes even a step further. The primordial act of free decision is not only man's direct contact with the primordial freedom as the abyss out of which all things originate, that is, a kind of short circuit, of direct overlapping, between man and the absolute. This act of contracting being, of choosing one's eternal nature, has to be a repetition of the same act of the absolute itself, in opposition to Kant, who conceives the primordial act of decision as the founding gesture of a free, human subject, and with the speculative audacity which characterizes his thought, Schelling thus ventures to ascribe this act to the absolute itself. Why? With the emergence of man, the first cycle of creation is concluded, since in man, as we have just seen, freedom is posited as such. We are thereby again at the origins, in the absolute indifference, that is, the deepest essence of man is the abyss of freedom as pure indifference, as a willing which wants nothing. This means that in so far as the universe qua multitude of entities effectively exists, the absolute, God himself had to accomplish an analogous act on himself. He had to disengage himself from the primordial indifference and to posit the universe, reality. Man's act of decision, his step from the pure potentiality essentiality of a will which wants nothing to an actual will, is therefore a repetition of God's act. In a primordial act, God himself had to choose himself, his eternal character, to contract existence, to reveal himself. In the same sense in which history is man's ordeal, the terrain in which humanity has to prove its creativity, to actualize its potential nature itself, is God's ordeal, the terrain in which he has to disclose himself, to put his creativity to the test. Schelling delineates the contours of this unheard of primordial act of God himself in the last pages of the second draft of Weltalter. The deed, once accomplished, sinks immediately into the unfathomable depth, thereby acquiring its lasting character. It is the same with the will which, once posited at the beginning and led into the outside, immediately has to sink into the unconscious. This is the only way the beginning that does not cease to be one, the truly eternal beginning, is possible. For here also it holds that the beginning should not know itself. Once done, the deed is eternally done. The decision that is in any way the true beginning should not appear before consciousness, it should not be recalled to mind, since this, precisely, would amount to its recall. He who, apropos of a decision, reserves for himself the right to drag it again to light, will never accomplish the beginnings. The key to this enigma of the primordial deed is that it is done eternally for all time, i.e. it is eternally at any time already done, therefore past. What is thereby resolved is the tension between eternity and the singularity of the act. How can an act, unique by definition, a happenstance, be eternal? What is done eternally, in the sense of remaining, in its very withdrawal, the eternal foundation of the present, not just something disappearing in the recess of the past, must be eternally, at any time always already done, and is therefore inherently past, that is, it has to belong to a past which was never present. This is what the predicate unconscious designates, a past which, although it never existed, persists as a durable foundation of the present. The paradox of such an eternal past is constitutive of time. There is no time without reference to a past which was never present, that is to say, temporality, in its original dimension, is not a single line of events that runs from the past through the present to the future, but involves the tension of a relationship to an act which, precisely in so far as it was never present, in its very withdrawal, is always here as the past foundation of the present. The contraction of being. As we have already indicated, however, this eternal act of decision which, by separating past from present, opens up temporality is not what comes first, at the outset of the ages of the world. First, at the outset of his prehistory, prior to the beginning itself, God unavoidably, of the blind necessity which characterizes the workings of fate, according to the first draft of Weltalter, contracts being, that is, a firm, impenetrable ground. Schelling, of course, plays upon the double meaning of the term contraction, to tighten, compress, condense, and to catch, to be afflicted with, to go down with an illness. The primordial freedom contracts being as a painful burden which ties it down. Degree prior to this primordial contraction, to this act of engendering ejecting one's ground, God is, as Schelling inimitably puts it in the second draft of Weltalter, a pure nothingness which enjoys its own non-being. Significantly, Schelling resorts to the same formulation when, in his letters on dogmatism and criticism, he describes the falsehood of a person entertaining the notion of his own death. When one indulges in fantasies about one's own death, one always imagines oneself as miraculously surviving it and being present at one's own funeral in the guise of a pure gaze which observes the universe from which one is already absent, relishing the imagined pathetic reactions of relatives, and so on. We are thereby again at the fundamental time loop of the fantasy, to be present as a pure gaze prior to one's own conception. Is not the God prior to the primordial contraction, this pure gaze which finds enjoyment in contemplating its own non-being, also therefore a fantasy formation at its purest? Schelling emphasizes again and again that the passage of the pure Seinkeinen of the primordial abyss into the contracted ground cannot be accounted for or deduced, it can be described, narrated only post festum, after it has already taken place. Since we are dealing not with a necessary act but with a free act which could also not have happened, however, does this not amount to an implicit admission of the fact that its status is that of a retroactive fantasy? God qua pure freedom which has not yet contracted being, thus, stricto sensu, does not exist. The spontaneous, self-generated breach of symmetry, we are tempted to say, the primordial vacuum fluctuation which sets in motion the development of the absolute is the primordial contraction by means of which God acquires being. This contraction of / into being is necessarily followed by a counterstroke of expansion y. Let us step back for a moment and reformulate the primordial contraction in terms of the passage from a self-contented will which wants nothing to an actual will which effectively wants something, the pure potentiality of the primordial freedom, this blissful tranquility, this pure enjoyment, of an unassertive, neutral will which wants nothing actualizes itself in the guise of a will which actively, effectively, wants this nothing, that is, the annihilation of every positive, determinate content. By means of this purely formal conversion of potentiality into actuality, the blissful peace of primordial freedom thus changes into pure contraction, into the vortex of divine madness which threatens to swallow everything, into the highest affirmation of God's egotism which tolerates nothing outside itself. In other words, the blissful peace of primordial freedom and the all-destructive divine fury which sweeps away every determinate content are one and the same thing, only in a different modality, first in the mode of potentiality, then in the mode of actuality. The same principle carries and holds us in its ineffectiveness which would consume and destroy us in its effectiveness. Upon experiencing itself as negative and destructive, the will opposes itself to itself in the guise of its own inherent counterpole, the will which wants something, that is, the positive will to expansion. However, this positive will's effort to break through the bars of its self-imposed contraction is doomed to fail, since the antagonism of the two wills, the contract-active one and the expansive one, is here under the dominant. In the power of contraction, one can say that prior to the pronunciation of the word, God himself is in the power of being. He, as it were, repeatedly dashes against his own wall, unable to stay within. He follows his urge to break out, yet the more he strives to escape, the more he is caught in his own trap. Perhaps the best metaphor for this rotary motion is a trapped animal which desperately strives to disengage itself from a snare. Although every spring only tightens the snare, a blind compulsion leads it to make a dash for it again and again, so that it is condemned to an endless repetition of the same gesture. What we have here is Schelling's grandiose Wagnerian vision of God in the state of an endless pleasure in pain, agonizing and struggling with himself, affected by an unbearable anxiety, the vision of a psychotic, mad God who is absolutely alone, a one who is all since he tolerates nothing outside himself, a wild madness, tearing itself apart. The horror of this rotary motion resides in the fact that it is no longer impersonal. God already exists as one, as the subject who suffers and endures the antagonism of drives. Here Schelling provides a precise definition of anxiety. Anxiety arises when a subject experiences simultaneously the impossibility of closing itself up, of withdrawing fully into itself, and the impossibility of opening itself up, admitting an otherness, so that it is caught in a vicious cycle of pulsation. Every attempt at creation, expansion, externalization repeatedly aborts, collapses back into itself. This God is not yet the creator, since a proper act of creation posits the being, the contracted reality of an otherness which possesses a minimal self-consistency and exists outside its creator. This, however, is what God, in the fury of his egotism, is not inclined to tolerate. And, as Schelling emphasizes again and again, even today this all-destructive divine vortex remains the innermost base of all reality. If we were able to penetrate the exterior of things, we would see that the true stuff of all life and existence is the horrible. In this sense, all reality involves a fundamental antagonism and is therefore, sooner or later, destined to fall prey to divine fury, to disappear in the orgasm of forces. Reality is inherently fragile, the result of a temporary balance between contraction and expansion which can, at any moment, run amok and explode into one of the extremes. Haugerb resorts here to an analogy from cinema. If the projection of a film is to give rise to an impression of reality in the spectator, the reel has to run at the proper speed. If it runs too quickly, the movement on the screen is blurred and we can no longer discern different objects. If it is too slow, we perceive individual pictures and the effect of continuity which accounts for the impression that we are watching real life is lost. Therein resides Schelling's fundamental motif. what we experience as reality is constituted and maintains itself through a proper balance in the tension between the two antagonist forces, with the ever-present danger that one of the two sides will be cracked, run out of control and thus destroy the impression of reality. Is not this speculation confirmed by the basic premise of contemporary cosmology, according to which the reality of our universe hangs in the balance, hinges on the fragile balance between expansion and gravitation? If the expansion were just a little stronger, the universe would explode, dissipate, no firm, stable object would form. If, on the contrary, it were just a little weaker, or gravitation a little stronger, it would long ago have collapsed, fallen in. In the domain of intersubjectivity, one often encounters a child who, in order to impress his peers, is ready to go to extremes and to accomplish a crazy suicidal act regardless of its self-destructive consequences, say, to finish a bottle of whiskey in 1 minute. This fanatical disposition, this propensity to go to extremes, has to be contained, normalized, by activating the counter-tendency, as in quantum physics, where one arrives at a stable finite situation through the renormalization of two opposed infinities. Let us refer again to Hagerb, who evokes another nice analogy from athletics. Just before the start, the runner has to concentrate himself, to immobilize himself, to turn himself into a statue, so that he can then, at the sound of the pistol, spring up and run as fast as possible, or, as Lenin would have put it, 1 step backwards, 2 steps forward. In this precise sense, the beginning is the opposite of the process itself, the preparatory contractive step back, the setting up of a foundation which then serves as the springboard for taking off and rushing forward. In short, the denial Vernianung of what follows, of what is the beginning. Only in the denial is there a beginning. On a somewhat higher, more spiritual level, one usually fails to take note of how a free play of our theoretical imagination is possible only against the background of a firmly established set of dogmatic conceptual constraints. Our intellectual creativity can be set free only within the confines of some imposed notional framework in which, precisely, we are able to move freely. The lack of this imposed framework is necessarily experienced as an unbearable burden, since it compels us to focus constantly on how to respond to every particular empirical situation in which we find ourselves. Suffice it to recall the paradoxical lesson of so-called closed societies. When an ideological edifice is imposed as the obligatory frame of reference, as it was with Marxism in actually existing socialism, the subject is relieved of the pressure to ponder all the time upon the basic conceptual schema. The rules of the game are clearly defined, so one can devote one's intellectual energy to the game itself. On a rather different plane, the same experience is regularly reported by Japanese scientists, questioned by their Western colleagues on how they can stand the stiff hierarchy and the rules of ritualized courtesy which regulate intersubjective relations even in scientific communities. Openly to contradict a higher authority is considered extremely coarse behavior, etc. They claim that these imposed rules of proper conduct enable them to dismiss from their mind any concern about intersubjective tensions, and to concentrate wholly on scientific work and inventions. The most acute philosophical formulation of this motif of discipline as the condition of freedom is found in Hegel, who, in Anthropology, subsection A of Part I of his Philosophy of Mind, emphasized the liberating aspect of habit. It enables us to dispense with continuous, time-consuming worries about how to react to the multitude of new empirical situations surrounding us. Habit provides ready-made answers which can be applied blindly, without reflection. When a habit becomes our second nature which we follow spontaneously, this very unawareness of the rules which regulate our activity sets our mind free for higher spiritual matters. In short, what effectively sets us free is the mechanical contraction of our dealing with immediate surroundings in the network of habits which forms our second nature. The supreme example, of course, is language itself as the paradigm of all institutions. One is effectively able to think freely only when one is fully accustomed to the language in which one thinks. When one loses awareness of its rules and learns to follow them blindly. The moment one has to pay attention to rules of grammar, and so on, one's thought no longer moves freely, but begins to drag. The free expansion of thinking has its ground in the contraction of grammatical and other rules. The example of custom clearly demonstrates that contraction is not the external opposite to free expansion. The free activity of thinking does not assert itself against custom, rather, it takes place in the very medium of linguistic custom. We think freely only when we follow the rules of language without being aware of them. Finally, when all is said and done, this is what self-identity is about. A self-identity is never fully transparent. The more it is self, the more it implies a minimum of opaque contraction which holds it together and thus prevents it from dispersing. When Derrida says that the identity of Kafka's text is achieved not within an assured specular reflection of some self-referential transparency, and I must stress this point, but in the unreadability of the text, if one understands by this the impossibility of acceding to its proper significance and its possibly inconsistent content, which it jealously keeps back, he is yet again closer to Schelling and Hegel than may appear. The kernel of unreadability that resists and belies every interpretative appropriation, that is, the very feature which makes a text forever non-identical to itself, the unappropriable foreign ingredient body on account of which a text always eludes and defers its being comprehended, is the ultimate guarantee of its identity. Without this unassimilable kernel, the text would lack any proper consistency, it would be a transparent medium, a mere appearance of another essential identity. This codependence of expansion and contraction is best expressed by means of Lacan's formula of fantasy $A. There can be no void of expansion, of self-overtaking and giving away, without a minimal contraction into an element in which the subject's positive support is condensed. Without the glue of this object, the subject would simply give itself away and lose the minimum of consistency on account of which one can speak of a subject. Perhaps the supreme ideologico-political example of contraction is provided by today's religious and ethnic fundamentalisms, which are emerging as a reaction to the withering away of the nation-state. The key fact of today's world is the unheard of expansion of capitalism, which is less and less bound by the form of the nation-state, capitalism's hitherto fundamental unit of contraction, and asserts itself more and more in direct transnational form. The reaction to this boundless expansion, which threatens to sweep away every particular self-identity, are postmodern fundamentalisms as the violent contraction of social life into its religious ethnic roots. Is not this contraction a kind of mocking imitation of the Schellingian primordial act of choosing one's own eternal character? In rediscovering one's ethnic roots or religious tradition, all of which, of course, are faked retroactive projections, a social group as it were chooses its eternal nature, that is, freely decides what it always already was. Drives and their rotary motion. It is easy to demonstrate how Jan de Bont's speed varies the well-known Hollywood formula of the production of a couple. One needs the extremely stressful situation of a bus full of hostages in order to engage Keanu Reeves, whose gay proclivities are well known in a normal heterosexual relationship. The film ends in accordance with the most traditional Oedipal scenario. The killing of the obscene paternal figure Dennis Hopper consolidates the love couple of Reeves and Sandra Bullock. The fact that one needs such extreme stress to produce a couple is definitely an index of today's perturbations in the relationships between the sexes. There is, however, another, deeper way, or rather, closer to the surface, and for that very reason more pertinent. At first, the wild driving of the bus, its speed has to remain above miles per hour. The moment it falls lower, the bomb will explode is experienced as a permanent state of suspense, a stressful endless nightmare. Our only wish is for the state to end as soon as possible. Sooner or later, however, the spectator becomes aware that the wild driving of the bus is a metaphor for life itself. Insofar as life is also a permanent state of tension, a run whose speed, the heartbeat, must not fall beneath a certain pace if we are to remain alive, the longed-for end of the wild run is simply death itself. In short, what is at first experienced as a threat to life reveals itself as the ultimate metaphor of life itself. This mad driving of the bus in speed, its agitated, nervous, jumpy, unbalanced character provides an accurate metaphor of what Schelling has in mind with the rotary motion of drives. The attitude towards the universe implied in the notion of rotary motion is the very opposite of what one usually perceives as wisdom. the rotary motion of drives does not offer a pacifying view of totality which calmly rotates around itself and follows its own course, blessedly indifferent towards, and elevated beyond our petty worries and anxieties, but, rather, a kind of crazy merry-go-round whose run has to be discontinued. This logic of pre-symbolic antagonism, of the rotary motion of drives, should not be confused with the Lebensphilosophie problematic of the pre-logical life substance of irrational drives. The status of rotary motion prior to the beginning is thoroughly logical, since we are dealing with a failed logic, with an endlessly repeated effort to begin, that is, to posit the identity and difference between the logical subject and predicate. Prior to the beginning, there is in a sense only the failed beginning, failed attempts at the beginning, a sterile repetition caught in its own vicious cycle, a faltering effort which repeatedly collapses back into itself, unable to take off properly. As Haugerb conclusively demonstrated, the endless oscillation between contraction and expansion is propelled by the impossibility of formulating the stable relationship between S and P that forms the structure of a propositional judgment. The subject, also and above all in the logical sense of the term, contracts itself, withdraws into itself and annihilates its predicative content, whereas in the ensuing gesture of expansion, it passes over into the predicate and thereby loses the firm ground of its self-consistency. Another confusion to be avoided here is with the common sense notion, to which, from time to time, all great theoreticians of antagonism succumb, not only Schelling, but also Freud in Civilization and its discontents, for example of eros and then eidos, or expansion and contraction, as the two opposed forces engaged in an unending and unrelenting battle for domination. The codependence of the two antagonistic forces does not reside in the fact that one force needs the other as the only ground against which it can assert itself. No light without darkness, no love without hate. The logic at work here is much closer to what Marx had in mind apropos of his crucial concept of a tendency which can lead to counter-effects. The long-term tendency of the profit rate to fall, for example, can set in motion the defense mechanisms of capital which in the short term, at least, raise the profit rate. As Jacqueline Rose has demonstrated, Melanie Klein's depiction of the pre-symbolic antagonisms of psychic life involves an analogous mechanism. One and the same cause can bring about opposite effects, that is, it sets in motion a process whose outcome is radically undecidable. Excessive aggression can be counteracted by a suppression of aggression, or trigger an upward spiral of more and more aggression. Homosexuality can arise out of the very anxieties generated by too strong heterosexual fantasies. At times anxiety and guilt check libidinal development, at other times they enhance it, since the subject, as a reaction to anxiety and guilt, is pushed towards the integrative work of restitution. One should not miss the crucial point here. Homosexuality emerges not as the revolt of the suppressed polymorphous perversity, or whatever, against the heterosexual phallic economy, but as a reaction to the very excessive strength of heterosexual fantasies. It was Freud who, in The Ego and the ID, indicated this paradoxical logic when he emphasized how the progress of culture is founded upon a libidinal regression or regressive fixation. One cannot escape this paradox by recourse to the infamous distinction between the two aspects or levels. The point is not that what, at the level of culture, stands for a form of progress is, at the level of biological maturation, a regressive fixation. The problem is that libidinal progress itself can take place only as a reaction to an excessively regressive libidinal fixation, just as a highly developed moral sensitivity can emerge only as a reaction to an excessive propensity to evil. Or to take a further example from Klein, the very precocious formation of an overdeveloped ego can start to function as an obstacle to its further development, and vice versa. Two characteristics of this paradoxical causality should be retained. A cause is inherently undecidable, it can enhance either the feature it stands for or its opposite, and, above all, there is no proper measure in the relationship between a cause and its effect. The effect is always in excess with regard to its cause, either in the guise of the excessive upward spiral, aggression leads to more and more aggression, or in the guise of the excessive counteraction, awareness of aggression brings forth a fear of overreacting which deprives the subject of the normal measure of aggressive self-assertion. This undecidability in the cause should not, therefore, be confused with symbolic retroactivity, in which the intervention of a quilting point decapitant retroactively stabilizes totalizes the field and specifies the efficiency of the causes, that is, the way the causes will act. The common sense logic of complementary couples of opposites, to which Schelling often succumbs, and which forms the very core of the formal envelope of error in his thought: one needs evil, since good can assert itself only in the guise of the unrelenting effort to overcome evil; light can emerge only by overcoming the resistance of darkness, by penetrating the darkness and illuminating it, etc. Obfuscates the properly perverse economy in which evil is not merely the background of good, the opposite principle which the good needs in order to assert itself, but maintains and supports the good in a much more direct and uncanny way. Let us recall the proverbial Catholic attitude towards adultery. In principle the Church is opposed to pornography, adultery, perversities, and so on. If, however, a moderate dose of it, an occasional visit to a brothel, talk peppered with perverse fantasies, or a recourse to pornography destined to enliven the stale sexuality of the consorts can save a marriage, it is not only tolerated but even actively recommended, an exemplary case of Lacan's thesis, according to which perversion, far from being subversive, is a socially constructive posture. During the shooting of Fitzcarraldo in the Amazon jungle, a Catholic priest implored Werner Herzog to engage prostitutes from a nearby town as the only way to prevent the white members of his crew raping the Indian women. One should not be surprised by the current regular outbursts of sexual scandals, usually of a perverse nature, in precisely those political parties or movements which advocate rigid conservative morality, from the British Conservative Party, where a series of scandals rendered ridiculous the motto of its moral majority campaign, back to basics. The MP who thundered threats against single mothers fathered 2 illegitimate children, another fighting unnatural sexual practices on behalf of Christian values was revealed to be gay, a third died of self-suffocation during masturbation to American TV preachers, Jim Bakker's encounter with a prostitute and his financial manipulations, Jimmy Swaggart's weird sexual practices with prostitutes. There is no contradiction here. The pervert's transgression is inherent to the moral order, it serves as its main support. When Jimmy Swaggart claimed that although he is a sinner, his permanent fight against the temptations of sin, i.e. against his perverse inclinations, gives him the right to preach, he thoroughly obfuscated the true state of things. His perversions were not merely the obstacle he had to fight and to surmount again and again in order to assert his faith, they were a direct support of his faith. The occasional detour through sin enabled him to sustain the burden of faith. Therein resides the Hegelian reversal of the reversal by means of which we surpass the external codependence of opposites. Sin is not simply the obverse of faith but its inherent constituent, that is to say, one can maintain one's faith against the threat of the complete predominance of sin only by resorting to a regulated, contained, yet unavoidable minimal amount of sin itself. Sometimes, a marriage in deep crisis can be saved from the threat of divorce and a fall into common debauchery only by applying the necessary minimum of pornography, adultery, and so on. In other words, the contraction of sin provides the minimum of firm ground on which faith can arise, so that if we subtract sin, faith dissipates in boundless expansion. So the point is not that the ethical domain is the field of the eternal struggle between virtue and sin, the point is, rather, that virtue itself can get the upper hand over sin only by resorting to a moderate, controlled measure of sin. One more thing should be noted about the blind rotary motion of God prior to the pronouncement of the word. This motion is not yet temporal, it does not occur in time, since time already presupposes that God has broken free from the closed psychotic circle. The common expression "from the beginning of time" is to be taken literally. It is the beginning, the primordial act of decision/resolution, which constitutes time. The repression of the rotary motion into the eternal past establishes the minimal distance between past and present which allows for the linear succession of time. Here we encounter the first of Schelling's many anti-Platonic stings. Eternity prior to the word is the timeless rotary motion, the divine madness, which is beneath time, less than time. However, in contrast to those who emphasize Schelling's affinity with Heidegger's assertion of temporality as the ultimate, unsurpassable horizon of being, it should be said that nowhere is Schelling farther from Heidegger, from his analytics of finitude, than in his conception of the relationship between time and eternity. For Schelling, eternity is not a modality of time, rather, it is time itself which is a specific mode, or rather, modification of eternity. Schelling's supreme effort is to deduce time itself from the deadlock of eternity. The absolute opens up time, it represses the rotary motion into the past, in order to get rid of the antagonism in its heart which threatens to drag it into the abyss of madness. On the other hand, and, again, in clear contrast to Heidegger, freedom for Schelling is the moment of eternity in time, the point of groundless decision by means of which a free creature, man, breaks up, suspends, the temporal chain of reasons and, as it were, directly connects with the ungrund of the absolute. This Schellingian notion of eternity and time, or, to put it in more contemporary terms, of synchrony and diachrony, is therefore to be opposed to the standard notion of time as the finite/distorted reflection of the eternal order, as well as the modern notion of eternity as a specific mode of temporality. Eternity itself begets time in order to resolve the deadlock it became entangled in. For that reason, it is deeply misleading and inadequate to speak about eternity's fall into time. The beginning of time is, on the contrary, a triumphant ascent, the act of decision/differentiation by means of which the absolute resolves the agonizing rotary motion of drives, and breaks out of its vicious cycle into temporal succession. Schelling's achievement here is a theory of time whose unique feature is that it is not formal but qualitative, in contrast to the standard notion of time that conceives the three temporal dimensions as purely formal determinations. The same content travels, as it were, from the past through the present to the future. Schelling provides a minimal qualitative determination of each temporal dimension. The rotary motion of drives is in itself past, it was not once present and is now past, but is past from the beginning of time. The split as such is present, that is, the present stands for the moment of division, of the transformation of drives' undifferentiated pulsation into symbolic difference, whereas the future designates the reconciliation to come. The target of Schelling's critique here is not only the formalism of the standard notion of time but also, perhaps even primarily, the unavowed, hidden prerogative of the present involved in it. For Schelling, this prerogative equals the primacy of mechanical necessity over freedom, of actuality over possibility. From freedom to a free subject. Schelling's dialectical materialism is therefore encapsulated in his persistent claim that one should presuppose an eternally past moment when God himself was in the power, exponent of B, at the mercy of the antagonism of matter, without any guarantee that A, the spiritual principle of light, would eventually prevail over B, the obscure principle of ground. Since there is nothing outside God, this crazy God, the antagonistic rotary motion of contracted matter, has to beget out of himself a son, that is, the word which will resolve the unbearable tension. The undifferentiated pulsation of drives is thus supplanted by the stable network of differences which sustains the self-identity of the differentiated entities. In its most elementary dimension, the word is the medium of differentiation. Here we encounter what is perhaps the fundamental conceptual opposition of Schelling's entire philosophical edifice, the opposition between the atemporal closed rotary motion of drives and the open linear progression of time. The act of primordial repression by means of which God ejects the rotary motion of drives into the eternal past, and thereby creates time, opens up the difference between past and present is his first deed as a free subject. In accomplishing it, he suspends the crippling alternative of the subjectless abyss of freedom and the subject who is unfree, caught in the vicious cycle of rotary motion. Here God is in exactly the same position as man, on the verge of his timeless act of choosing his eternal character. It is only via this act of primordial decision that God's freedom becomes the actual freedom to do good or evil, that is to say, he has to choose between self-withdrawal and opening up, between psychotic madness and the Word. The difference between God and man, of course, is that God inevitably chooses the good, pronounces the Word, creates order out of chaos, whereas man no less inevitably incurs the fall. In both cases, the choice is simultaneously free and forced. This notion of God's primordial act of decision also enables Schelling to answer the standard reproach to theodicy: why did God create the universe with so much evil and suffering in it? Does this not confront a believer with the embarrassing alternative: either God is evil, or he is not omnipotent? Schelling in no way contests the amount of evil in the world. He never resorts to the old excuse from the theological bag according to which what we misperceive as evil is merely a tiny part of a larger divine plan above the reach of the human mind. Quite to the contrary, Schelling's great conservative motif is that our universe, the earth, is the domain of unspeakable horrors which sprang up as God's excrement left to its own resources. Without God's intervention, humanity is lost. His point, however, is that creation, the pronunciation of the word in God, was, as such, a victory of good over evil. In opting for creation, God shifted from the contract active power B to the expansive power A. This primordial act of repression, which opens up the dimension of temporality, is itself eternal, atemporal, in strict analogy with the primordial act of decision by means of which man chooses his eternal character. That is to say, apropos of Schelling's claim that man's consciousness arises from the primordial act which separates present actual consciousness from the spectral, shadowy realm of the unconscious, one has to ask a seemingly naive but crucial question: what, precisely, is the unconscious here? Schelling's answer is unambiguous: the unconscious is not primarily the rotary motion of drives ejected into the eternal past, rather, the unconscious is the very act of Entscheidung by means of which drives were ejected into the past. Or to put it in slightly different terms, what is truly unconscious in man is not the immediate opposite of consciousness, the obscure and confused irrational vortex of drives, but the very founding gesture of consciousness, the act of decision by means of which I choose myself, that is, combine this multitude of drives into the unity of myself. The unconscious is not the passive stuff of inert drives to be used by the creative synthetic activity of the conscious ego. The unconscious in its most radical dimension is, rather, the highest deed of my self-positing, or to resort to later existentialist terms, the choice of my fundamental project, which, in order to remain operative, must be repressed, kept unconscious, out of the light of day, or, to quote again from the admirable last pages of the second draft of Welt Alter, the decision that is in any way the true beginning should not appear before consciousness, it should not be recalled to mind, since this, precisely, would amount to its recall. He who, apropos of a decision, reserves for himself the right to drag it again to light, will never accomplish the beginning. What we encounter here, of course, is the logic of the vanishing mediator, of the founding gesture of differentiation which must sink into invisibility once the difference between the irrational vortex of drives and the universe of logos is in place. In Schelling's late philosophy, this figure of the vanishing mediator is conceptualized as Satan. His role is to mediate between the initial state of balanced unarticulated potentiality in which God is not yet posited as such, in a determinate content, and the actualization of the true one God who asserts himself through the exclusion and annihilation of false gods. Satan thus stands for the paradoxical unity of actuality and potentiality. On the one hand, he is the pure potentiality, the eternal lure of temptation which can never fully win, actualize itself. On the other hand, in this very capacity of temptation, Satan compels us to act and effectively to affirm the true God via the rejection of false idols. The figure of Satan thus bears witness to the fact that God himself needs deviations in order to arrive at his full actuality via their vanquishing. This passage from pure freedom to a free subject relies on the opposition between being and becoming, between the principle of identity and the principle of sufficient reason ground. Freedom involves the principle of identity. It designates the abyss of an act of decision which breaks up the causal chain, since it is grounded only in itself. When I accomplish a truly free act, I do it for no determinate reason, simply because I wanted to do it. Ground designates the existing reality as the network of causes and effects where nothing happens without a reason ground. This opposition between identity and ground overlaps with that between eternity and time. When things are conceived in the mode of identity, they appear sub specie aeternitatis, in their absolute contemporaneity the way they are according to their eternal essence. When they are conceived in the mode of ground, they appear in their temporal becoming as passing moments of the complex causal network where the past grounds the present. In this precise sense, freedom is atemporal, a flash of eternity in time. The problem Schelling is struggling with, however, is that necessity and freedom are also opposed as atemporal logic and temporal narrative. Identity also stands for the Eleatic universe of atemporal logical necessity in which there is no free development, in which everything coexists in absolute contemporaneity, whereas actual freedom is possible only in time, as a contingent free decision of an actual entity in its becoming. Schelling's effort here is to think freedom as the atemporal abyss of identity, the miracle of an act which is its own beginning, grounded only in itself and as the predicate of a free subject who decides in time. In short, he endeavors to accomplish the passage from freedom to a free subject, from the impersonal es of there is freedom to him, a God who is free. This passage of freedom from subject to predicate involves a reversal which is strictly analogous to the paradigmatic Hegelian reversal of subject and predicate, from determining reflection to reflective determination, etc. From freedom's self-limitation/contraction we pass to a self-limited/contracted, i.e. actually existing entity which is free. That is the ultimate mystery of Schelling's Weltalter, as well as of the Hegelian dialectical reversal. Freedom in itself is a movement of boundless expansion which cannot be constrained to any limited entity, so how can it become the predicate of precisely such a limited entity? Schelling's answer is that freedom can become the predicate of a subject only in so far as the subject accomplishes the act of self-differentiation by means of which it posits itself as grounded in and simultaneously different from its contracted substance. A free subject has to have a ground which is not himself. He has first to contract this ground and then to assume a free distance towards it via the act of primordial decision which opens up time. The divine madness. There is a subtle difference between the Weltalter drafts and the Stuttgart seminars with respect to the divine contraction of being. In the Weltalter drafts, the contraction of be, the lowest power, raw, formless matter, precedes God's self-assertion as an actual free subject. God becomes a free subject only later, with the emergence of the Word, so that we are compelled to surmise an age when God was not yet self-illuminated, when he existed not as himself but only in the power, exponent of be, as the blind raging of unconscious drives. In implicit but clear contrast, the Stuttgart seminars conceive the primordial contraction as an act which coincides with God's Entscheidung, self-differentiation. That is, with the act by means of which God deposits the object in himself, gets rid of it, and thus constitutes himself as free. Contraction is thus no longer the act of catching a disease but its exact opposite, the act of healing, of expelling the foreign body in the midst of God. It now stands for the act by means of which God disturbs his original indifference, throws off that which in him is not himself, and thereby becomes what he truly is. It is what Kristeva would have called abject. The creation proper which follows is God's endeavor to mold this formless abject into the multitude of well-shaped objects. There is effectively an abundance of anal, excremental innuendo in Schelling. God secretes the abject and then pronounces the word in order to pull himself out of the shit he has got into. This structure of abjection clearly shows the inadequacy of the problematic of projective identification. Its implication is that the subject originally possesses, has within himself, the entire content, then, in a second phase, he expels, projects into the other, the part of himself with which he cannot come to terms. What lurks in the background is, of course, the old pseudo-Hegelian notion of disalienation or reappropriation. The subject should fully assume the repressed content projected into the other, recognizing it as his own. In anti-Semitism, for example, the subject is supposed to project into the figure of the Jew all the aggressive, etc., drives which he is unable to acknowledge. Schelling's position is far more refined and postmodern. It is not enough to say that the subject projects into the Jew the disavowed part of himself, since it is only through this expulsion that a consistent self constitutes itself. In the first place, the rejection of the unacceptable content, of a traumatic foreign body which cannot be integrated into the subject's symbolic universe, is constitutive of the subject. This key feature distinguishes Lacan's concept of alienation from its standard pseudo-Hegelian counterpart. There is no subject without some external prothetic supplement which provides the minimum of his phantasmic identity, that is to say, the subject emerges via the externalization of the most intimate kernel of his being, his fundamental fantasy. The moment he gets too close to this dramatic content and internalizes it, his very self-identity dissolves. For that reason, the assuming of fundamental fantasy and subjective destitution are strictly correlative, two aspects of the same operation. The fundamental problem of the Stuttgart seminars, therefore, is that the absolute as indifference as the abyss of primordial freedom is not yet a personal God. In it, freedom coincides with blind necessity, since it is not yet explicated, posited as such, turned into a predicate of a free entity. In order to posit itself as an actual free entity disengaged from blind necessity, in short, as a person, the absolute has to get things straightened out, to clear up the confusion in itself, by way of acquiring a distance towards what in it is not God himself but merely the ground of his existence, that is, by ejecting the ground from himself. This process of contraction and creation is necessary if God is to clear up his own status and to positactualize himself as a free entity which is not immediately coalesced with his ground but maintains a free distance towards it, like man who, although he is grounded in nature and can survive only in his biological body, is not his body but as it relates freely to it and can use it as an instrument for higher purposes. What is accomplished thereby is the first step towards the idealist recuperation of Schelling's dialectical materialist breakthrough. By reinterpreting the primordial contraction as the expelling of the object, Schelling can dispense with the divine age in which egotistic madness rages without constraint. However, the gap that separates the Stuttgart seminars from Schelling's late positive philosophy remains unbridgeable. In late Schelling, God possesses his being in advance. The process of creation therefore concerns another being, not the being of God himself. As such, creation is no longer the painful process of self-clarification and self-differentiation, one is even tempted to say, self-castration God had to endure, but involves an activity performed from a safe distance. The critical point of Weltalter, and at the same time the ultimate source of its breathtaking magnitude, the sign of the absolute integrity of Schelling's thought and the feature which makes the Weltalter fragments the founding text of dialectical materialism, resides in the repeated failure of Schelling's desperate endeavor to avoid the terrifying intermediate stage between the pure, blissful indifference of the primordial freedom and God as a free creator. What comes in between the primordial freedom and God qua free subject is a stage at which God is already a subject. He becomes a subject when, by means of contraction, he acquires reality, but not yet a free one. At this stage, after contracting being, God is submitted to the blind necessity of a constricted rotary motion, like an animal caught in a trap of its own making and destined endlessly to repeat the same meaningless motions. The problem is that God's reason, his awareness of what goes on, in a sense comes too late, is behind this blind process, so that later, when he pronounces the word and thereby attains actual freedom, he can in a sense acknowledge, accept, only what he contracted, not even unwillingly but in the course of a blindly spontaneous process in which his free will simply played no part. In other words, the problem is that one has to admit a moment of blindness, even of madness, in the divine life, on account of which creation appears as a process in which God was engaged at his own risk, if one may put it this way. In the 3 consecutive drafts of Weltalter, Schelling proposes 3 different versions of this dramatic moment of short circuit between freedom and existence, that is, of the primordial contraction which disturbs the beatitude and peace of pure freedom, or, in terms of quantum physics, breaks the original symmetry. In the first draft, the primordial freedom qua will which wants nothing contracts being, condenses itself into a contracted point of material density of necessity, not through an act of free decision. The primordial contraction cannot not happen, since it derives from primordial freedom in an absolutely immediate, blind, non-reflected, unaccountable way. The first inner tension of the absolute here is the tension between expansive freedom and the blind necessity of contraction. The second draft, which goes farthest in the direction of freedom, endeavors to conceive the primordial contraction itself as a free act as soon as the primordial freedom actualizes itself. As soon as it turns into an actual will, it splits into two opposed wills, so that the tension is strictly internal to freedom. It appears as the tension between the will to contraction and the will to expansion. The third draft already delineates the solution adopted by Schelling's late positive philosophy. In it, Schelling avoids the problem of freedom's passage to existence by conceiving the starting point of the entire process, the primordial freedom, as a synthetic principle, as the simultaneity of freedom and necessary existence. God is an entity which exists necessarily, his existence is guaranteed in advance, and for that very reason the creation of the universe outside God is a contingent, truly free act, that is, an act which could also not have happened. God is not engaged in it, it is not his own being which is at stake in it. The shift, the displacement, with regard to the first two drafts is enormous, from a God who is implicated in the process of creation, to whom this process is his own way of the cross, we pass to a God who creates the universe from a safe distance of meta-language. In a somewhat risky interpretative gesture, one is tempted to assert that the three consecutive drafts of Weltalter provide a condensed mirror image of the three main stages of Schelling's entire philosophical development. Schelling, his philosophy of identity is in the power, exponent of being, that is, in it, necessity encompasses freedom, and freedom can reside only in the comprehended necessity, in our awareness of the eternal order of rational necessity in which we participate. In short, here Schelling is a Spinozist for whom the notion of the absolute involves the absolute contemporaneity, co-presence, of its entire content. Consequently, the absolute can be conceived only in the mode of logical deduction, which renders its eternal inner articulation. Temporal succession is merely an illusion of our finite point of view. In contrast, Schelling, of philosophical investigations and Weltalter is in the power, exponent of freedom, which is why his crucial problem is that of contraction. How did the abyss of primordial freedom contract being? Consequently, with regard to the mode of the presentation of the absolute, logical deduction has to give way to mythical narrative. Finally, the notion of God in Schelling's unites freedom and necessary existence, but the price is the split of philosophy into positive and negative. Negative philosophy provides the a priori deduction of the notional necessity of what God and the universe are. However, this whatness was sen can never account for the fact that God and the universe are. It is the task of positive philosophy to function as a kind of transcendental empiricism, and to test the truth of rational constructions in actual life. Schellingian politics. This distinction between the three stages of Schelling's thought, especially between the second and the third stage, the stage dominated by the Weltalter project and his late positive philosophy, is of crucial importance if we are to comprehend Schelling's political dimension properly. What takes place in the passage from the second stage to the third, that is, in the aftermath of the breakdown of the Weltalter project, is a regression to traditional ontology. In order to avoid the deadlock in which he has become enmeshed, Schelling has recourse to the Aristotelian notional apparatus. In the positive philosophy, his entire previous ontological edifice is thus reinterpreted to suit the frame of the traditional couples of form and stuff, essence and existence, possibility and actuality, and so on. The gigantic effort of the Weltalter fragments to supplant the negative speculative philosophy with the history of the absolute, with the narrative of the ages of divine development, makes way for a new division of labor between negative philosophy, meant to deal with the formal, logical dialectical aspect, with essences, notional truths, and positive philosophy, meant to deal with the material aspect, with what is positively given, to use a typical Schellingian pun, with what is literally out of mind, God qua actually existing, in opposition to the merely conceived God, to the notion of God. For example, one pretends to resolve the deadlock by simply keeping its two sides apart. One has to be especially attentive in reading the texts in which the passage from the problematic of Weltalter to positive philosophy takes place, since Schelling often continues to use the same terms with totally changed, sometimes even directly opposed, meanings. Existence, for example, in the Freedom Essay, God's existence is identified with logos. It is only through emitting a word that God comes to exist stricto sensu. The prelogical nature in God is merely the obscure ground of existence, whereas in positive philosophy, existence is the pre-rational being given of a thing which cannot be deduced from its notion. As such, it is opposed to essence, to logos, which defines the universal essence possibility of a thing, entirely in line with traditional ontology. From the unheard of couple ground/existence which undermines the very foundations of traditional metaphysics, we are thus back to the traditional couple essence/existence. It is the same with the couple of expansion and contraction. In Weltalter, expansion expresses God's love, his giving away of himself; contraction expresses his destructive rage, his egotistic withdrawal into self. In positive philosophy we again have an inversion. Expansion is now identified with the destructive rage which draws every finite, limited, firmly delineated being into its formless vortex, whereas the contractive force is conceived as creative, formative, as the activity of providing things with a stable form which alone guarantees their ontological consistency. This inversion is also clearly conditioned by the reinscription of Schelling's thought into the framework of traditional ontology, which operates with the notional couple of formless stuff and form as the inherent limit, the proper measure, of a thing, Plato's couple pyros/apeiron, Aristotle's entleche. Habermas has emphasized the political background of these three stages of Schelling's thought. The Schelling of the philosophy of identity is a classical bourgeois thinker who conceives the modern state and the legal order guaranteed by it as the only possible framework of human freedom. Far from constraining freedom, the legal order provides its only foundation, since without the rule of law, freedom inevitably degenerates into despotic self-will. In clear contrast, the late Schelling of positive philosophy is effectively reactionary. He fully acknowledges the repressive character of state power, that is, the irreducible and constitutive antagonism between the state and its subjects. He is fully aware of how state power in the end always runs counter to the freedom of its subjects, how it remains forever a foreign power which exerts pressure on subjects, how subjects will never truly internalize state power and experience it as their own, as an expression of their own innermost will. In short, to put it in traditional Marxist terms, Schelling fully acknowledges the alienated character of the state. However, the conclusion he draws is not the revolutionary idea of the need to abolish state power. He is thoroughly in favor of the state and of the inviolable, unconditional character of its authority. He reasons in the following way: man is a sinful being, our very existence bears the mark of the fall of the first man, who gave preference to pride over love, and the state is precisely the punishment for this false pride. State power is thus literally divine. God's punishment for man's egotistic pride and his rebellion against his authority. With the fall, man irreparably lost the ability to run his communal life in the spirit of humble love. If one is to prevent universal egotistic slaughter, a superior power is needed to discipline man, to bridle his egotism and false pride, and this agency is none other than the state. What we have here is a consequent theological apology for state power. The very existence of state power bears witness to the fact that man is a sinful creature. It bears witness to his inability to run his own affairs autonomously. Surprisingly, however, the middle Schelling draws from these same premises the opposite, revolutionary conclusion: far from acting as a pacifying agency bridling our egotism, the state is evil personified, materialized, an agency which terrorizes society, a foreign power, a parasite on the social body, which is why its abolition is a sine qua non of a free society. This Schelling, of course, is very close to Marx. The state is an externally imposed false unity which conceals the antagonistic splitting of society. It functions as a substitute for the lack of true social unity. In contrast to Hegel, for Schelling, even for the late Schelling, the state is not an actualization of reason but always a contingent, unauthentic substitute for the lost true unity. As Gerard Bensassan has pointed out, For Schelling, the entire problematic of politics and state stands under the double sign of inversion and non-achievement. With regard to true unity, the state is an inverted, even perverted, false, violently imposed, mechanical unity, at best an imperfect imitation of a true unity to come, never the accomplished unity itself. To see in the state the embodiment of rational necessity means to accept apologetically the actual order of things as necessary, and to remain blind to the fact that this order is contingent, something which could also have been different, or could not have been at all. This means that the late reactionary Schelling is also not to be easily dismissed. He clearly perceived how, owing to man's original fall, that is, to his constitutive out-of-jointedness, loss of the primordial organic unity, the state is a contingent substitute formation. Not a natural, authentic form of social unity, yet precisely as such, and for that very reason, it is unavoidable. Schelling thereby undermined the false alternative of either glorifying the state as ethical kingdom or endeavoring to abolish it as the instrument of oppression. The primordial dissonance. To recapitulate, the crux, the turning point, in the history of the Absolute is the divine act of Entscheidung, the resolution which, by rejecting the vortex of drives, their mad dance, into the darkness of the eternal past, establishes the universe of temporal progression dominated by Logos light desire. How does this act relate to human history? The relationship between the divine ages of the world and human history is that of a repetition. First, the rotary motion of contraction and expansion, this divine madness, is released by the intervention of the divine word, that is, the act of creation. However, on account of man's fall, this shift from the timeless eternal rotary motion to the progressive temporal line repeats itself within human history. Human history itself is thus divided into two great epochs: the pagan epoch of rotary motion, the eternal return of the same, the circular rise and fall of great pagan civilizations, clearly stands under the sign of pre-symbolic vortex of drives which sooner or later reduces every progressive formation to dust, and the Christian epoch of linear teleological progress, the continuous approach to the ideal of freedom regulated by the divine Logos which finally, in Christ's revelation, gets the upper hand over the destructive vortex of drives. Insofar as the same shift from the domination of rotary motion to the domination of linear progress repeats itself within Christian history in the guise of the passage from the medieval societies of the circular return of the same to the modern capitalist societies of incessant progress and expansion, one is tempted, in a reductionist historico-materialist vein, to anchor Schelling's meganarrative of the divine ages of the world to a very precise and constrained ontic event, the passage from the traditional, pre-modern community to the modern capitalist society. That is to say, what Schelling proposes is a narrative of the ages of the Absolute itself. This narrative, the most anti-Lyottardian, the largest possible, offers itself as the ideal testing ground for Frederick Jameson's provocative idea that all narratives are ultimately variations on one and the same theme, that of the passage from the closed organic community to modern capitalist society. Every narrative eventually endeavors to provide an answer to the enigma of how things got out of joint, how the old authentic ties disintegrated, how the organic balance of a circular movement that characterizes traditional societies passed over to the modern, alienated, unbalanced individualist society we live in. Is not the Schellingian passage from rotary motion to linear progress, therefore, this same story of the emergence of modern capitalist society elevated, or inflated to the level of the Absolute? How is the emergence of word connected with the pulsating rotation in God, that is to say, with the interchange of expansion and contraction, of externalization and internalization? How, precisely, does the word discharge the tension of the rotary motion? How does it mediate the antagonism between the contractive and the expansive force? The word is a contraction in the guise of its very opposite, of an expansion. That is to say, in pronouncing a word, the subject contracts his being outside himself, he coagulates the core of his being in an external sign. In the verbal sign, I, as it were, find myself outside myself, I posit my unity outside myself, in a signifier which represents me. It seems universal that every creature which cannot contain itself or draw itself together in its own fullness, draws itself together outside itself, whence, example the elevated miracle of the formation of the word in the mouth belongs, which is a true creation of the full inside when it can no longer remain in itself. This notion of symbolization, of the pronunciation of word as the contraction of the subject outside itself, i.e. in the form of its very opposite, of expansion, announces the structural/differential notion of signifier as an element whose identity stands for its very opposite. For pure difference, we enter the symbolic order the moment a feature functions as the index of its opposite, the moment the political leader's hatred, of the enemies, is perceived by his subjects as the very form of appearance of his unlimited love for the people, the moment the apathetic indifference of a femme fatale is perceived by her male admirers as the token of her intense passion, etc. For the very same reason, phallus is for Lacan the pure signifier, it stands for its own opposite, i.e. it functions as the signifier of castration. The transition from the real to the symbolic, from the realm of pre-symbolic antagonism, of contraction and expansion to the symbolic order in which the network of signifiers is correlated to the field of meaning, can only take place by means of a paradoxical pure signifier, a signifier without signified, in order for the field of meaning to emerge, i.e. in order for the series of signifiers to signify something, to have a determinate meaning, there must be a signifier, a something which stands for nothing, a signifying element whose very presence stands for the absence of meaning, or rather, for absence tout court. This nothing, of course, is the subject itself, the subject qua dollar, the empty set, the void which emerges as the result of the contraction in the form of expansion. When I contract myself outside myself, I deprive myself of my substantial content. The formation of the word is thus the exact opposite of the primordial contraction/abjection by means of which, according to the Stuttgart seminars, God expels, discharges, casts out, rejects out of himself his real side, the vortex of drives, and thus constitutes himself in his ideality, as a free subject. The primordial rejection is an act of supreme egotism, since in it God, as it were, gets rid of the shit in himself in order to purify and keep for himself the precious spiritual essence of his being, whereas in the formation of the word, he articulates outside himself, he discloses, surrenders, this very ideal spiritual essence of his being. In this precise sense, the formation of the word is the supreme act and the paradigmatic case of creation. Creation means that I reveal, hand over to the other, the innermost essence of my being. The problem, of course, is that this second contraction, this original act of creation, this drawing together outside itself, is ultimately always ill-fitting, contingent. It betrays the subject, represents him inadequately. Here, Schelling already announces the Lacanian problematic of a vel, a forced choice which is constitutive of the emergence of the subject. The subject either persists in himself, in his purity, and thereby loses himself in empty expansion, or he gets out of himself, externalizes himself, by contracting or putting on a signifying feature, and thereby alienates himself, that is no longer what he is, the void of pure dollar. The subject can never grasp itself as what it is, for precisely in attracting itself sihan it becomes an other. This is the basic contradiction, we can say the misfortune in all being, for either it leaves itself, then it is as nothing, or it attracts contracts itself, then it is an other and not identical with itself. No longer uninhibited by being as before, but that which has inhibited itself with being, it itself feels this being as alien zoogogenes and thus contingent. Therein resides Schelling's reformulation of the classical question, why is there something and not nothing? In the primordial vel, the subject has to decide between nothing, the unground/abyss of freedom that lacks all objective being in Lacanian mathemes, pure dollar, and something, but always irreducibly in the sense of something extra, something additional, something foreign/put on, in a certain respect something contingent. The dilemma is therefore the following. Either it remains still, remains as it is, thus pure subject, then there is no life and it is itself as nothing, or it wants itself, then it becomes an other, something not the same as itself, sui dissimile. It admittedly wants itself as such, but precisely this is impossible in an immediate way. In the very wanting itself it already becomes an other and distorts itself. Degree. Everything thus turns around the primordial act by means of which nothing becomes something, and Schelling's entire philosophical revolution is contained, condensed, in the assertion that this act which precedes and grounds every necessity is in itself radically contingent. For that very reason it cannot be deduced, inferred, but only retroactively presupposed. This act involves a primordial, radical, and irreducible alienation, a distortion of the original balance, a kind of constitutive out-of-jointedness. This whole construction therefore begins with the emergence of the first contingency, which is not identical with itself. It begins with a dissonance, and must begin this way. In order to emphasize the non-spontaneous, artificial, corrupted character of this act, Schelling plays on the multiple meanings of the German verb anziehen, being attracted, drawn to something, contracting a disease, putting on clothes, acting in a false, pretentious way. Apropos of this last feature, Schelling directly evokes what was later conceptualized by John Elster as states which are essentially byproducts. There are certain moral and other qualities that one has only precisely to the extent that one does not have them, as the German language splendidly expresses it, to the extent to which one does not put on sich and seat those qualities. E.g., true charm is possible only precisely if it does not know about itself, whereas a person who knows of his charm, who puts it on, immediately stops being charming, and if he conducts himself as being charming will instead become the opposite. The implications of this are very radical and far-reaching. Fake is original, that is, every positive feature, every something that we are, is ultimately put on. At this point, it is customary to oppose Schelling to Hegel, to the Hegelian logical necessity of the immanent self-deployment of the absolute idea. Before yielding to this commonplace, however, it would be worth pausing to consider the fact that Hegel develops an analogous vel in his phenomenology of spirit, apropos of the beautiful soul and the act. The choice that confronts the subject here is, either inactivity or an act which is by definition contingent, branded with a merely subjective content. This contingency of the act disturbs the balance of the social substance in which the subject is embedded. The reaction of the substance thereby set in motion inexorably leads to the failure of the subject's enterprise. The true critical materialist supplement to Schelling is to be sought elsewhere, in Marx, who, in his dialectics of the commodity form, also starts from the need of the abstract universal value to embody itself in a contingent use value, to put on a use value dress, to appear in the form of a use value, as he is quick to add. However, at least two use values, commodities are needed if a value is to express itself, so that the use value of the first commodity gives body to the value of the second. And Lacan's definition of the signifier as that which represents the subject for another signifier ultimately amounts to the same assertion of an irreducible duality. If a subject is to be represented by a signifier, there must be a minimal chain of two signifiers, one of which represents the subject for the other. Symbolic castration. The crucial point not to be missed here is that insofar as we are dealing with subject, the contraction in question is no longer the primordial contraction by means of which the original freedom catches being and thereby gets caught in the rotary motion of contraction and expansion, but the contraction of the subject outside himself, in an external sign, which resolves the tension, the inner dispute, of contraction and expansion. The paradox of the word is therefore that its emergence resolves the tension of the pre-symbolic antagonism, but at a price. The word, the contraction of the self outside the self, involves an irretrievable externalization alienation. With the emergence of the word, we pass from antagonism to the Hegelian contradiction between dollar and si, between the subject and its inadequate symbolic representation. This contingency of the contraction in the word points towards what, in good old structuralist terms, is called the arbitrary of the signifier. Schelling asserts the irreducible gap between the subject and a signifier which the subject has to contract if he is to acquire symbolic existence. the subject qua dollar is never adequately represented in a signifier. This contradiction between the subject and his, necessarily, constitutively inadequate symbolic representation provides the context for Schelling's Lacanian formulation according to which God absolute becomes inexpressible at the very moment he expresses himself, that is, pronounces a word. Prior to his symbolic externalization, the subject cannot be said to be inexpressible, since the medium of expression itself is not yet given or, to invoke Lacan's precise formulation, desire is non-articulable precisely as always already articulated in a signifying chain. In short, by means of the word, the subject finally finds himself. Comes to himself, he is no longer a mere obscure longing for himself since, in the word, he directly attains himself, posits himself as such. The price, however, is the irretrievable loss of the subject's self-identity, the verbal sign that stands for the subject in which the subject posits himself as self-identical bears the mark of an irreducible dissonance, it never fits the subject. This paradoxical necessity on account of which the act of returning to oneself, of finding oneself, immediately, in its very actualization, assumes the form of its opposite, of the radical loss of one's self-identity, displays the structure of what Lacan calls symbolic castration. This castration involved in the passage to the word can also be formulated as the redoubling, the splitting, of an element into itself and its place in the structure. Apropos of the word, Schelling refers to the medieval logic in which reduplicatio designated the operation by means of which a term is no longer conceived simpliciter but is posited as such. Reduplicatio points towards the minimal, constitutive gap that forever separates an element from its remarking in the symbolic network. Here Haugerb invokes the difference between an element and its place plats in an anonymous structure. Because of this structure of castration, spirit is supernatural or extranatural, although it grew out of nature. Nature has an ineradicable tendency to speak itself out, it is caught in the search for a speaker die such nach dem Sprecher whose word would posit it as such. This speaker, however, can only be an entity which is itself not natural, not part of nature, but nature's other. Or to put it in a slightly different way, nature is searching for itself, it strives for itself, but it can find itself, attain itself, only outside itself, in a medium which is itself not natural. The moment nature becomes ein Ausspruchliches, something that can be spoken of in meaningful propositions, it ceases to be the Aussprechens, that which is speaking. The speaking agency is the spirit qua dollar, the substanceless void of non-nature, nature's distance towards itself. In short, the fundamental paradox of symbolization, the paradox the term symbolic castration aims at recapturing, is that nature can attain itself, its self-identity, only at the price of radical decentrement. It can find itself only in a medium outside itself. A father becomes father as such, the bearer of symbolic authority, only in so far as he assumes his castration, the difference between himself in the immediate reality of his being and the place in the symbolic structure which guarantees his authority. The father's authority is radically decentered with regard to father qua flesh and blood person, that is, it is the anonymous structure of the symbolic law which speaks through him. This paradox, of course, can also be formulated in terms of the Hegelian opposition of in and for itself. In so far as an object is in itself, it is not yet fully itself, has not yet found itself, achieved its self-identity. However, it can become for itself only via a decent ring reduplicatio, that is to say, the price of achieving full self-identity is that the object in question is no longer just itself but itself plus a supplementary remark which is essential if self-identity is to be accomplished. The opposition in itself / for itself thus involves the paradoxical logic of a failed encounter, the splitting of identity into a not yet and a no longer. In order to elucidate this point, suffice it to recall the Derridean problematic of gift. The moment a gift is recognized by the other as such, as gift, it is no longer a pure gift but already caught in the logic of exchange, so gift is always in between. It is either not yet a gift only in itself, or no longer a gift, since this recognition, its positing as a gift for itself, as such makes it lose the status of gift. The same goes for the invention of something new. In order to be fully actualized as invention, the act of invention has to be acknowledged as such by the field of existing knowledge, integrated into it, recognized as invention. But the moment this occurs, invention is no longer pure invention but becomes part of established knowledge. This Schellingian distinction between the rotary motion of drives and the universe of logos, of symbolic identity and difference, also provides the proper background for Lacan's concept of identification. Identification takes place at the level of logos. It is always identification with a signifier. As such, it comes after the impossible relationship between a drive quarrel and its object, objet petit. A drive is doomed to circle forever around its object cause, that is to say, it can only encircle it, its place, without ever attaining it. In other words, symbolic identification, ultimately identification with the master signifier that represents the subject, compensates for the impossibility, the structural failure, of the subject's dramatic relationship towards objet. The subject who identifies with a signifying feature is always already in himself split in his relationship to a, and he identifies with a signifier in order to resolve, or at least obfuscate, the deadlock of the radically ambiguous attraction/repulsion of his relationship to a. The problem with identification is that this concept is usually conceived in too narrow a sense. That is to say, the discussion of identification in the political field is generally centered on what Freud defines in his group psychology as the first form of identification, the vertical identification with the object qua leader that constitutes the horizontal link between subjects. Yet the other two forms of identification, brought together by Lacan under a common concept, are perhaps far more interesting. Freud mentions a group of girls in a college who identify with the hysterical outbursts of their fellow student. In love, in this way, through this particular feature, they identify with being in love, with the love relationship. A similar metonymical mechanism is at work in the dream with the apparently sad content that Freud quotes in his interpretation of dreams. The dreamer dreams that he is at a funeral. The key to this dream, at the funeral, where the dreamer had actually been the previous day, he re-encountered, after a long time, his great love, who had married another man. What we find in this dream is therefore no masochism, no death drive, but a simple displacement from the true cause, the loved person. The same logic accounts for the great popularity of the problematic of alienation in developed capitalism, consumerism, the lack of authentic communication, etc. In late socialist societies, this particular detour, this compassion for the anxieties of those living in developed capitalism, enabled identification with them, like the poor man who is always willing to sympathize with the anxieties of a millionaire worried to death about the fate of his investments. Lacan's further point is that symbolic identification is always identification with le trait en air, the unary feature. Let us recall Lacan's own example from the seminar on identification, which actually originates in Saussure, the train from Paris to Lyon. Although, materially, the train is not the same, carriages and the locomotive probably change every couple of days, it is symbolically counted as the same, namely the to Lyon. And even when the train is late, when, say, due to a mechanical failure, it actually leaves at, it is still the same. To Lyon, which, unfortunately, is late. Le trait en air is therefore the ideal feature that enables us to identify the train as the same even if it does not fit the material features contained in its designation. As such, le trait en air dwells on the borderline between the imaginary and the symbolic. It is an image which, by being cut out of the continuity of reality, has started to function as a symbol. This borderline is perhaps best illustrated by the notion of insignia, an image that functions as a symbol. As a trademark it stands for its bearer, although he no longer possesses the property it designates. One must be very careful here not to miss the difference between this concept of trait en air and the standard idealist or gestaltist notion of ideal unity, which repeats itself as identical in the diversity of its empirical realizations. The point of Saussure's and Lacan's example of the train is that the feature to Lyon remains valid even when it is falsified when the train actually leaves, say, at The paradox of reflection. This Schellingian problematic of the primordial dissonance in the process of the subject's representation also enables us to avoid the fatal trap of accepting too hastily the so-called critique of the reflective model of consciousness. According to this Dasein, we cannot ground our direct, immediate experience of the sense of being in notional reflection. There is always some remainder which cannot be accounted for by means of reflection, so we have to presuppose an original pre-reflective opening to the world or self-acquaintance which precedes reflective self-consciousness. The first thing to note here is that Schelling himself, to whom this critique usually refers as its principal forerunner, in the very gesture of asserting, against Hegel, the primacy of being, that is, the necessary failure of every attempt to reduce being to reflection, emphasizes again and again that this primacy is thoroughly empty. As we have just seen, Schelling's point is that if the subject is effectively to attain itself, to posit itself as such and acquire a minimum of self-acquaintance, it has to alienate, externalize itself, to put on a contingent clothing. An even more important point, however, is that this critique of reflection inevitably becomes enmeshed in aporias which are none other than the good old Hegelian aporias of reflection. One usually tends to forget the key underlying claim of Hegel's logic of reflection: every attempt of reflection to accomplish the complete mediation of an immediate content fails in so far as it produces its own surplus of non-reflected immediacy. To prove this point, let us turn to Maurice Merleau-Ponty, who developed the critique of reflection with an unparalleled stringency decades ago, long before it became fashionable. The search for the conditions of possibility is in principle posterior to an actual experience, and from this it follows that even if subsequently one determines rigorously the sine qua non of that experience, it can never be washed of the original stain of having been discovered post festum, nor ever become what positively founds that experience. Never, therefore, will the philosophy of reflection be able to install itself in the mind it discloses, whence to see the world as its correlative. Precisely because it is reflection, return, reconquest, or recovery, it cannot flatter itself that it would simply coincide with the constitutive principle already at work in the spectacle of the world, that, starting with this spectacle, it would travel the very route that the constitutive principle had followed in the opposite direction. But this is what it would have to do if it is really a return, that is, if its point of arrival were also the starting point. Here we have the classic motif of a primordial pre-reflective world experience which can never be recuperated by reflection, or so it seems. That is to say, what, strictly speaking, eludes reflective recuperation? The philosophical rigor of Merleau-Ponty is attested by the fact that he avoided the temptation to refit this unrecuperable surplus into a positive pre-reflective in itself, and provided the only adequate answer: what ultimately eludes reflection is its own act. The movement of recovery, of recuperation, of return to self, the progression toward internal adequation, the very effort to coincide with the naturans which is already ourselves and which is supposed to unfold the things and the world before itself precisely inasmuch as they are a return of a reconquest, these operations of reconstitution or of re-establishment which come second, cannot by principle be the mirror image of its internal constitution and its establishment. The reflection recuperates everything except itself as an effort of recuperation, it clarifies everything except its own role. And again, this aporia, far from posing a threat to Hegel, as Merleau-Ponty tends to think, was explicitly formulated by Hegel himself in the guise of the opposition between external and positing reflection. In the passage from positing to external reflection, the locus of the immediacy which eludes reflective recuperation shifts from reflection itself to its external presupposition/starting point. As the term itself suggests, the premise of positing reflection is that every given positive content can be mediated, reduced to something posited, recuperated by reflective activity. There is something, however, that eludes the power of this universal reflection itself, its own act. When reflection becomes aware of this inherent limitation to its activity, we revert to immediacy, that is to say, reflection necessarily misperceives its own act in a reified form, as the in itself of an external presupposition. What is crucial for the impasse of reflection is this very oscillation of the locus of its unrecuperable kernel between the in itself which precedes reflective activity and the reflective activity itself, and the Hegelian trick, of course, consists in resolving the deadlock by simply assuming the identity of these two irrecuperable kernels. The in itself reflection endeavors vainly to catch up with, like Achilles with the tortoise, coincides with reflective activity itself. The unfathomable X of the immediate life experience reflection is after, as it were, its own tail. In other words, the way to break out of the vicious cycle of reflection is not to lay one's hands on some positive immediate pre-reflective support exempted from the reflective whirlpool, but, on the contrary, to call into question this very external starting point of reflection, the immediate life experience which allegedly eludes reflective recuperation. This immediate life experience is always already tainted by reflection. To repeat Hegel's precise formula from his great logic, the reflective recuperative return to the immediacy creates what it returns to. Or to put it in Schelling's terms, one should always bear in mind that the real, the indivisible remainder which resists its reflective idealization, is not a kind of external kernel which idealization/symbolization is unable to swallow, to internalize, but the irrationality, the unaccountable madness, of the very founding gesture of idealization/symbolization. The virtual reality of ideas. There is another strange, yet profoundly justified intermediate stage in the self-deployment of the Schellingian absolute. The shift from the rotary motion of drives to the universe of light, of spoken word, in short, of actual creation, does not occur directly, in between the two, prior to the pronouncement of the word, yet after the rotary motion. Schelling situates the ethereal universe of what he calls ideas. As early as his essay on freedom, Schelling claims that God, prior to the actual creation of the world, pronounces a word in himself. What, exactly, does he have in mind here? As is often the case with him, a reference to intimate personal experience instantly illuminates an otherwise obscure and weird notion. At the outset of a temptation, before I yield to it and actively will the object I am tempted with, that is, before I posit this willing as effectively mine, I experience it as a no man's willing, as a passive impersonal intention, neither mine nor somebody else's, which tempts me with its seductive images. In an analogous way, God, before creating actual things, plays in his mind with the possibility of things, with their ideas. Ideas are thus things in a state of indifference. When they are not yet posited as actual, their existence in ideas is timeless, but in the sense of a dream-like phantasmagoria, a spectral pseudo-existence. Here again we encounter Schelling's anti-Platonism. As to their ontological status, timeless ideas are less than things that belong to temporal reality. They can best be imagined as a kind of prenatal nightly glimmering which has not yet been brought to the light of day. One has to presuppose such a magical life of things which precedes their actual existence. Or if we are to venture into a risky comparison with quantum physics, ideas designate a kind of virtual reality of things in which multiple, incompatible possibilities coexist prior to the collapse of the wave function which brings about the actual existence of things. In Lacanian terms, we are dealing here with the free floating of a multitude of signifiers prior to their capitonage, that is, before a subjective resolution converts this multitude into a unified structured field of meaning, or, as Kant would have put it, actual existence takes place through the synthetic act of the subject. This notion of a phantasmic life of things prior to their actual creation, of course, refers to the Leibnizian notion of a multitude of possible worlds out of which God chooses and then realizes the best one. Schelling, however, gives a specific twist to this notion. In order to render this twist visible, suffice it to recall Groundhog Day, a film in which the hero, Bill Murray, gets stuck in time. Every consecutive morning he awakens on the same day, so that he lives this day again and again with his memory of the previous same days intact. He knows in advance whom he will encounter outside the hotel where he is staying, etc. When the initial shock is over, the hero, a slick and cynical TV reporter, takes advantage of the situation to get to know his love, Andie MacDowell, thoroughly, so that finally, after much trial and error, he is able to seduce her in one day, although at the beginning of that day she feels nothing but contempt for his superficial cynical attitude. The Schellingian dimension of the film resides in its anti-Platonic depreciation of eternity and immortality. As long as the hero knows that he is immortal, caught in the eternal return of the same that the same day will dawn again and again, his life bears the mark of the unbearable lightness of being, of an insipid and shallow game in which events have a kind of ethereal pseudo-existence. He falls back into temporal reality only and precisely when his attachment to the girl grows into true love. Eternity is a false, insipid game. An authentic encounter with the other in which things are for real necessarily entails a return to temporal reality. The ascent from eternity to time. It should be clear, then, from what we have said, why Schelling has to venture into speculations on the ungrund of the absolute qua primordial freedom. His fundamental problem is human freedom, its possibility. Without the abyss of primordial freedom which precedes the vortex of the real, it would be impossible to account for the emergence of human freedom in the heart of the realm of natural necessity. The chain of natural necessity can be torn asunder, the light of freedom can break out of the vicious cycle of natural drives and illuminate the obscure ground of being, only if natural necessity itself is not the original fact but results from the contraction of the primordial abyss of freedom, of a willing which wills nothing, that is to say, only if this primordial freedom which, by means of its contraction, gets entrapped into the vicious cycle of its own self-imposed chains, in man blows these chains asunder and regains itself. In other words, human freedom is actual, not just an illusion due to our ignorance of the necessity that effectively governs our lives, only if man is not a mere epiphenomenon of the universe but a being of the center, a being in whom the abyss of the primordial freedom breaks through in the midst of the created universe. In this way, Schelling is able to think human freedom as actual and man as a finite, mortal being, subordinated to the absolute. He is able, that is, to avoid both extremes, the notion of man as an epiphenomenon whose freedom is an illusion grounded in his ignorance, and the false elevation of man to the subject of all being with no absolute above him. In Schelling's philosophy of identity, freedom is still conceived in the classical idealist way, as the capacity of the absolute to deploy its content, to actualize its potential, according to its inherent necessity, unconstrained by any external impediment. From this standpoint of the absolute qua identity, it is not possible to provide a satisfactory solution to the key problem of how the infinite absolute passes to the finite multitude of temporal entities. It is only when Schelling breaks the constraints of the philosophy of identity with his specification of freedom as the concrete freedom of a living person that he can solve the problem of creation, of the descent from infinite to finite, this symptomatic point of failure of the philosophy of identity. That is to say, in his identity philosophy Schelling provides three incompatible versions of this descent, thereby becoming entangled in the paradoxical argumentation of the borrowed copper pen, of listing mutually exclusive arguments, evoked by Freud. I didn't borrow the pen from you, the pen was already broken when I borrowed it. The argumentation which, of course, indirectly confirms what it endeavors to deny, that I broke the pen I borrowed from you, or, in the case of Schelling, that God is fully responsible for the emergence of evil. The finite is itself responsible for its fall from the absolute. The positive cause of the finite is not God himself but the broken link between God and his creature, that is, the creature's fall from God, which is why finitude as such is evil. This position should not be confused with the classical position, advocated by St. Augustine and Leibniz, among others, according to which evil is merely negative, a lack, a deficiency of some positive feature. In clear contrast, Schelling emphasizes the active gesture of ontological apostasy, of egotistic assertion of one's autonomy in the face of God, of a deliberate falling away from the absolute, which provides the finite with its false freedom. The finite results indirectly from the divine positing of ideas. Ideas are posited in God as infinite, that is, as direct moments of his infinite being. It is only when an idea is reflected into self, comprehended in and for itself, as an autonomous entity and no longer as it is relatively, with respect to God, that it becomes finite. The finite is created by God so that it may become infinite through its own efforts. God did create the finite, but in order for a being to emerge in the midst of the finite which will be God's Gegenbild, that is, will participate in God's infinite freedom, the goal of creation is the emergence of man, in whom the finite returns to the infinite. What we have here is thus a gradual retreat from God's immaculateness. God has no responsibility for the finite qua evil, the responsibility falls on finite creatures themselves which have actively forsaken God. God is responsible for the finite, but only indirectly, by articulating ideas in himself. God is fully responsible for the finite, he created it, but with the purpose of giving birth to man as his Gegenbild. With Schelling's shift from the philosophy of identity to Weltalter, however, the status of the finite appears in a wholly new light. The emergence of the finite is now grounded in an antagonism which dwells in the midst of God himself. The passage from the infinite to the finite, from eternity to the temporal reality of finite entities, is no longer characterized as the fall or descent from the absolute. The creation of the universe of finite temporal entities is, on the contrary, conceived as ascent. It designates the process by means of which God endeavors to find himself, to regain his mind by curing himself of the rotary motion of drives, of this divine madness. This, then, is how Schelling solves the problem of the fall of eternity into time. This fall is actually not a fall at all but a beginning in the precise sense of relief from an unbearable tension, a resolution that is, the act of resolving an acute, debilitating deadlock. By means of positing finite temporal reality, God breaks out of the vicious cycle of drives. He accomplishes the passage from the drive self-enclosed pulsating which can never stabilize itself into firm reality to the actual world of differentiated objects, from presymbolic antagonism to symbolic difference. The enchainment. There, in this endeavor to think system and freedom together, resides Schelling's unique place in the history of philosophy. Man is a subordinated moment of the absolute, a link in the great chain of being. He emerged from nature, and nature remains forever the ground of his being, yet he is simultaneously a free being which, as such, is self-centered, an end in itself, directly rejoining the absolute. How, precisely, are we to think these two sides together? Schelling resorts here to his key notion of powers potenzen. In the hierarchically ordered great chain of being, the same structural formal relationship repeats itself in different powers. What is gravitation for inert matter? The striving to rejoin the outside center of gravity is melancholy for man qua finite, mortal being separated from the absolute and longing to rejoin it. A plant is to an animal what woman is to man, and so on. The crucial point not to be missed is the self-relating character of this repetition. When a given relationship between the two poles, between A and B, the ideal and the real pole, is raised to a higher power, one of the two poles is posited as the form, the neutral medium, of the new, higher polarity. The polarity of plant and animal, for example, has as its neutral medium life, i.e. the domain of life is structured along the polar axis of vegetable and animal life. Life raised to a higher power is animal life, and within the animal domain, the polarity of plant and animal is repeated in the guise of the polarity of female and male. It is because of this self-referentiality that we are dealing here not with the same form repeating itself in different material domains, but with an incessant interchange between form and content. Part of the content of a lower level becomes the formal principle of a higher level. We can now see why Schelling uses the term enchainment Verkettung to designate the hierarchical succession of polarities. These polarities are literally enchained insofar as one pole of the lower level becomes the global, formal principle encompassing both poles of the higher level. In short, this enchainment of powers displays the structure of Mies en Abîme. What, then, do we get at the two extremes of this process of self-relating elevation to a higher and higher power? At the lowest end, of course, das Ding, the ineffable real of the thing; at the opposite end, the substanceless void of dollar, the pure subject. What sets in motion this process in which one and the same polarity reappears in different powers again and again is the fact that at any given level, in any given power, the subordination of the real under the ideal pole, of darkness under light, of female under male never comes out without a remainder which, of course, is the Lacanian objet petit. This reference to Lacan enables us to interpret the Schellingian polar tension of A and B as the minimal signifying dyad of S and S, while the impossible relationship between $and A designates the strict correlation between the remainder, which eludes the signifying couple and the subject. For Lacan, as well as for Schelling, the subject qua dollar is neither a thing nor a state of things but an event which occurs when the symbolic enchainment fails in its endeavor to absorb the real of the thing without remainder. In short, the repetition of the dyad AB in ever new powers is stricto sensu the symbolic repetition which constitutes a signifying chain. And in so far as the relationship AB invokes the sexual difference between masculine and feminine principles, in Schelling, the sexual connotation of AB is explicit. Its repetition in higher and higher powers bears witness to the fact that there is no sexual relationship. Every formulation of AB entails produces a remainder which, of course, is the objet as asexual. How does this repetition of the antagonistic impossible relationship between A and B lead to the emergence of man? According to Schelling, man's position is radically problematic, marked by a maximum gap between possibility and actuality. As for his place in the enchainment of powers, man is in potentia the crown of creation, yet his actuality is that of a shattering fall, so that Schelling even characterizes the appearance of man as a blockage in development. In man, the development, the increase of powers is destined finally to reach a turning point and to bring about the crucial reversal in the relationship between A and B, the predominance of A, the ideal, spiritual principle of expansion over B, the real, bodily principle of contraction. That is to say, in nature, the relationship AB stands under the power of B, spirit gradually reveals itself, yet it remains constrained by the inertia of matter, enveloped in it. In man, on the contrary, B should subordinate itself to A, that is, spirit should get the upper hand and take control directly, while corporeality should get rid of its inertia and transform itself into an ethereal, transparent medium of the shining of spirit. It is thus easy to imagine the great chain of development as a continuous progression from lower, inorganic to higher, organic forms of nature, and finally to man, yet with man as the crown of creation. An unexpected complication arises. Instead of the simple shift from B to A as the predominant principle, B itself, the contract-active principle, profits from the illuminating power of A to gain full awareness of itself. It comes to light, is posited as such, emancipates itself and asserts itself as the egotistic evil spirit. This is what the fall is about. Therein resides the paradox of man. If the progression of nature were to continue unperturbed in him, a new angelic entity would appear dwelling in the power of A, an entity for whom matter would lose its inertia and turn into a transparent medium of A. On account of his fall, however, man is a radically split entity. On the one hand, he lacks his proper place, unable as he is to find a home in nature, that is to say, he is aware that he doesn't really belong here, that he is a stranger on earth, that his terrestrial life is a spectacle of horrors. On the other hand, the true world, the world of spirits, appears to him as a spectral, unattainable beyond, as the ultimate enigma, the radical uncertainty of what will happen after death. Instead of the subordination of natural life to spiritual life already in man's terrestrial existence, the two lives are kept apart by the barrier of death, so that one succeeds the other. For man, the true life can be imagined only in the guise of the afterlife. In short, here Schelling provides one of the most forceful formulations of the paradigmatic modern notion of man's radical, constitutive displacement, of the lack of his or her proper place. Selfhood as such is spirit. The paradox, therefore, is that spirit and matter, contrary to what one is led to expect, are harmoniously coordinated in nature, whereas the fall of man perverts their proper relationship and entails their irreducible discord. The true stumbling block to the idealization of the real is not in nature but in man. It is with man that the hierarchical scale of progression, of intensification of powers, stumbles. Nature is a picture of a harmonious progression of life forms, whereas the universe of man, of human history, offers the sad spectacle of a degenerate, poisoned nature, caught in a vicious cycle. Man's world is full of ruins. Significantly, Teleological descriptions refer as a rule to the purposefulness of nature. It is easy to present nature as a purposeful totality in which every organism unknowingly serves some higher end. Human history, on the contrary, is a place of horrors and misfortunes, of enterprises gone astray, a place where our gaze can discern nothing but ruins and traces of senseless suffering and destruction, with hardly any progress. Therein resides the ultimate paradox of teleology. It is easy to discover hidden purposes in nature, which acts blindly, as a purposeless mechanism, whereas man who, in his activity, consciously pursues goals gets involved in a meaningless expenditure of his potential. Man hampers the free circulation of nature, he is a kind of embolism in the upward flow of natural energies, and as Schelling puts it, with his unique naivete, it is as if nature possesses an obscure presentiment of this fact and takes its revenge by bringing upon man natural catastrophes, earthquakes, droughts, floods. The first task of the materialist reading of Schelling, of course, is to demonstrate how non-human nature appears as a meaningful, harmonious, purposeful totality only from the standpoint of man as the locus of senseless destruction and purposeless expenditure of forces. The point from which everything appears as meaningful must itself be the point of the suspension of meaning. The second task of such a reading is to acknowledge fully the structural necessity of the stagnation of natural progress in man. This stagnation is not an unfortunate accident, since the egotistic perversion of the spirit is constitutive of spirituality. That principle which is raised from the ground of nature, and by which man is divided from God, is man's selfhood, but this becomes spirit because of its unity with the ideal principle. Selfhood as such is spirit, or man as selfish, particular being, divided from God is spirit. It is precisely this combination which constitutes the personality. But by being spirit, selfhood is raised from the creaturely to the supercreaturely. It is will beholding itself in complete freedom, no longer the instrument of the universal will creating in nature, but above and outside all nature. Spirit is above light, just as in nature it raises itself above the unity of light and the dark principle. Thus by being spirit, selfhood is free from both principles se. In man as a living, actual spirit, his selfhood which, in an animal, is merely a blind egotistic striving comes to light. By means of this self-illumination, I become aware of myself, I posit myself in the radical exclusion of all otherness. That which, in me, resists the blissful submergence in the good is therefore not my inert biological nature but the very kernel of my spiritual selfhood, the awareness that, beyond all particular physical and psychical features, I am me, a unique person, an absolutely singular point of spiritual self-reference. In this precise sense, selfhood as such is spirit. The spirit in its actuality is the contraction of light itself against nature, above and outside all nature. In other words, if man were to dwell in the good, he would have to renounce that very unity which makes him an individual person, and be submerged in the universal medium of light. This contraction of the light itself, of the spiritual principle of love into a concrete living person is unthinkable for the standard idealism which is able to deal only with the impersonal kingdom of ideas, never with the actual, personal existence of the ideal principle. By means of this contraction into self, the spirit, although it is nothing but the self-illuminated ground, the unity of the two principles, A and B, disconnects/unties/uncouples the band of A and B, and thereby acquires a distance towards both of them. This distance, of course, is freedom as the predicate of an actual, living subject bound neither by his material, bodily environs, nor by the determinate spiritual content of his being, that is, he is able to transcend both. Neither in nature nor in God is this band disconnected. In nature, light remains entrapped, and chained within the ground, whereas in God, ground turns into an ethereal, non-resistant medium of light. Only man has the freedom of the actual choice between the two principles. We can see now how freedom hinges on man's finitude. Only a finite creature raised from the creaturely to the supercreaturely can disconnect the band of the two principles and behave freely towards them. Freedom qua the untied band is, of course, another name for the fall. If the band were not disconnected, we would have the harmonious great chain of being, the teleological order running from inanimate matter through animals to the ethereal angelic selfless spirits bathing in their bliss. The vision of a state of reconciliation in which the natural progress, the gradual spiritualization of nature would fulfill itself, reach its peak, find its completion in the full predominance of the ideal principle in which, that is, corporeality would get rid of its inertia and transform itself into an ethereal medium of the shining of spirit is thus a fantasy which obfuscates the fact that the world of spirits has to remain forever a spectral apparition, that the barrier which separates it from our terrestrial reality is insurmountable. The paradox lies in the fact that less is more. Man is free precisely and only in so far as he is out of joint, displaced, hampered, not at home in this world. The obstacle which prevents him from leaving the misery of his terrestrial life behind and entering the ethereal spiritual existence is the positive condition of his freedom. This structure of finitude also accounts for the possibility of the symbolic reduplicatio. Finitude is the very limit which prevents a thing from becoming fully itself, from attaining its self-identity, so that either a thing is not yet itself and dwells in the state of virtual proto-existence, or it becomes itself, is posited as such, but this positing is achieved by the supplement of the word that is, the thing is already remarked, no longer merely itself. No wonder, then, that we encounter here, apropos of the word, the inversion which characterizes the dislocation of man, that which should be more, the spiritual meaning of things, is experienced as less, as the transitory meaning of words, the pale copy shadow of actual things, in strict analogy to the fact that the true world, the world of spirits, appears to man as a spectral, unattainable beyond. It is therefore misleading to conceive the constitutive displacement of man as the division between the finitude of his bodily existence and the infinity of the spirit. The infinite becomes actual, living spirit only when it attains itself, when it becomes aware of itself, in a finite creature raised from the creaturely to the supercreaturely. That is to say, what is spirit? The domain of signification, of the symbolic. As such, it can emerge only in a creature which is neither constrained to its bodily finitude nor directly infinite, i.e. no longer anchored to terrestrial ground but in between, a finite entity in which the infinite resounds in the guise of a shadowy phantasmagoria, a presentiment of another world. The domain of the spirit is thus inherently anamorphic. It can exist only in the guise of an anticipation of itself. The moment we look it straight in the face its spell is broken, it dissolves into vulgar positivity. For that reason, only a finite entity can speak. God qua infinite does not speak, since in him no distance which separates words from things can occur. In other words, God's word necessarily implies his finitude, and perhaps Schelling was the only one fully to assume this uncanny consequence of the fact that God pronounces a word. Existence and its ground. This egotistic perversion of the spirit which is inherent to the very notion of actually existing spirit forms the core of Schelling's conception of evil, at which he arrived by the radicalization of Kant's notion of radical evil in religion within the limits of reason alone. Schelling's starting point is the repudiation of the traditional philosophical topos according to which the possibility of evil is grounded in man's finitude, in his deficiency in comparison to divine perfection, in the fact that he is split between the material and the spiritual world. Schelling literally turns this topos round and asserts that the root of evil, on the contrary, lies in man's perfection, his advantage over other finite creatures, and, on the other hand, in a certain split in God himself. That is to say, the central tenet of philosophical investigations is that if one is to account for the possibility of evil, one has to presuppose a split of the absolute itself into God in so far as he fully exists, and the obscure, impenetrable ground of his existence with the speculative audacity characteristic of his mode of thinking. Schelling locates the split which opens up the possibility of evil in God himself. This distinction between God's existence and its ground, between the absolute in so far as it fully exists in so far as it is posited as such, illuminated by the light of reason, and the absolute qua obscure longing sense such which strives for something outside itself without possessing a clear notion of what it actually strives for, means that God is not fully himself, that there is something in God which is not God. In philosophical investigations, this relationship between the obscure will of the ground and the illuminated, effectively existing will is not yet thought through, so that Schelling's position is, strictly speaking, contradictory. That is to say, his answer to the question what does the obscure will aspire to, is, it strives after illumination, it yearns for the word to be pronounced. If, however, the obscure will of the ground itself aspires to logos, in what precise sense is it then opposed to it? Alter resolves this contradiction by qualifying the first will as the divine Selbstheat, the contract active force which actively opposes the light of reason, and thereby serves as the necessary ground of the latter's expansion. As early as philosophical investigations, however, Schelling's position is more subtle than it may appear. This obscure impenetrable side of God, the ground of his existence, is not to be conceived as a positive base, the true foundation of being, with reason as its parasitic accident. The ground is in itself ontologically hindered, hampered, its status is, in a radical sense, pre-ontological. It is only suature, in the mode of its own withdrawal. The only true substance is the spirit, that is, God in his actual existence, and Grund is ultimately a name for God's self-deferral, for that elusive X which lacks any proper ontological consistency, yet on account of which God is never fully himself, can never attain full self-identity. God needs this foreign body at its heart, since without this minimum of contract active force he would not be himself. What, paradoxically, forever prevents God from attaining full self-identity is the very impenetrable kernel of his Selbstheat. This tension in the midst of the Absolute itself is, therefore, far more enigmatic than it may appear, since it is thoroughly incompatible with the oppositions which define the space of traditional ontology. The opposition between ground and existence does not overlap with the opposition between mere possibility and actuality. If it did, ground could not corrode the self-identity of actual existence from within. It is not simply a new name for the duality of the real and the ideal in Schelling's early philosophy, that is, for the symmetrical polarity of two ontological principles. The ground is less than existence, it lacks full ontological consistency. It definitely does not imply that ground is in any way the true substance or foundation of reason. The enigma resides in the fact that ground is ontologically non-accomplished, less than existence, but it is precisely as such that it corrodes the consistency of the ontological edifice of existence from within. In other words, Schelling first opposes existence, the fully actual God, and the mere ground of existence, the blind striving which lacks actuality, as the perfect and the imperfect, then goes on to treat the two as complementary, and to conceive the true completeness as the unity of the two, as if the perfect needs the imperfect in order to assert itself. This is why there is evil in the world, on account of the perfect's perverse need for the imperfect, as if the intersection of the perfect and the imperfect were more perfect than the perfect itself. Evil as the perverted unity of existence and ground. How, then, is the emergence of evil related to this distinction between ground and existence? Schelling's basic definition of evil as the Verkehrung, perversion, or, rather, distorting inversion of the proper relationship between ground and existence, is misleading insofar as it leaves open the door to two traditional misconceptions against which the thrust of his entire argumentation is directed: the notion of evil as the split itself, between existence and ground, between the infinite and the finite, as, that is, the fall of the finite from the infinite, in contrast to good as the unity of the finite and the infinite, and the notion of evil as the assertion of the ground to the detriment of existence, of the finite to the detriment of the infinite, that is to say, the predominance of ground over existence, in contrast to good as the predominance of existence over ground, of reason over obscure drives. Schelling's thesis here is much more subtle. Both good and evil are modes of the unity of ground and existence. In the case of evil, this unity is false, inverted. How? Suffice it to recall today's ecological crisis. Its possibility is opened up by man's split nature, by the fact that man is simultaneously a living organism, and, as such, part of nature and a spiritual entity, and, as such, elevated above nature. If man were only one of the two, the crisis could not occur, As part of nature, man would be an organism living in symbiosis with his environment, a predator exploiting other animals and plants, yet, for that very reason, included in nature's circuit and unable to pose a fundamental threat to it. As a spiritual being, man would entertain towards nature a relationship of contemplative comprehension with no need to intervene actively in it for the purpose of material exploitation. What renders man's existence so explosive is the combination of the two features, in man's striving to dominate nature, to put it to work for his purposes: normal animal egotism, the attitude of a natural living organism engaged in the struggle for survival in a hostile environment, is self-illuminated, posited as such, raised to the power of spirit, and thereby exacerbated, universalized into a propensity for absolute domination which no longer serves the end of survival but turns into an end in itself. This is the true perversion of evil. In it, normal animal egotism is spiritualized, it expresses itself in the medium of word. We are no longer dealing with an obscure drive but with a will which, finally, found itself. We can now see how far we are from the traditional notion of lack, privation, or imperfection as the ground of evil. As Schelling points out, the simple consideration that man, the most perfect of all visible creatures, is alone capable of evil, shows that the ground of evil could by no means lie in defect or privation. Evil does not reside in finitude as such. In its deficiency with regard to the infinite God, it can emerge only in a finite creature which again rejoins the infinite. That is, when the unity of finite and infinite is re-established in man qua finite, but free being. The problem of evil could then be restated as follows: how is the false unity of ground and existence possible? The first thing to emphasize here is the elementary dialectical point that man is the unity of ground and existence precisely in so far as it is only in him that their difference is finally explicated, posited as such. Only man is aware of being split between the obscure vortex of natural drives and the spiritual bliss of logos, that is to say, his psychical life is the battleground of two principles or wills, whereas in nature, the light of existence remains implicit, contained in the ground. Man is the only creature which can elevate itself to this duality and sustain it. He is the highest paradox of universal singularity, the point of utmost contraction, the all-exclusive one of self-consciousness, and the embracing all a singular being, the vanishing point of cogito which is able to comprehend/mirror the entire universe. In God prior to creation, the two principles are still in a state of indifference. In the realm of nature, the second principle, A, the spirit, can appear only under the domination or in the power of B, as the implicit, secret spiritual content of nature. This, again, means that their difference is not yet posited as such, that the two cannot yet come up against each other. When, however, with the emergence of man, the two principles, existence and its ground, are posited in their distinction, they are not merely opposed to each other, their unity also has to be posited. That is to say, each of them is in the same breath posited as united with its opposite, as its opposite's inherent constituent. In other words, from the previous indifference of the two principles we pass to their unity, and it is here that we encounter freedom as freedom for good and evil, since this unity can take two forms, the form of the true or of the perverted unity. On the one hand, nature can spiritualize itself, it can turn into the medium of spirit's self-manifestation. On the other hand, with the emergence of the Word, the obscure principle of ground and selfhood which hitherto acted as an anonymous, impersonal, blind force is itself spiritualized, illuminated, it becomes a person aware of itself, so that we are now dealing with an evil which, in full awareness of itself, wills itself as evil, which is not merely indifference towards the good but an active striving for evil. The domain of ideologico-political struggle exemplifies perfectly how evil is not particularity as such but its erroneous, perverted unity with the universal, not egotism as such, but egotism in the guise of its opposite. When a political agent, party, etc., claims to represent the universal interest of the state or nation in contrast to its opponents who, of course, are accused of pursuing only their narrow power-seeking goals, it thereby structures the discursive space so that every attack on it on this particular political subject is eo ipso an attack on the nation itself. Evil in its most elementary form is such a short circuit between the particular and the universal, such a presumption to believe that my words and deeds are directly words and deeds of the big other, nation, culture, state, God, a presumption which inverts the proper relationship between the particular and the universal. When I proclaim myself the immediate functionary of humanity, or nation or culture, I thereby effectively accomplish the exact opposite of what I claim to be doing. That is, I degrade the universal dimension to which I refer, humanity, nation, state, to my own particularity, since it is my own particular point of view which decides on the content of humanity. I am thereby caught in the infernal cycle of the purer you are, the dirtier you are, the more I refer to the universal in order to legitimate my acts, the more I effectively abase it to a means of my own self-assertion. We can see now why, according to Schelling, the status of the philosophy of nature is introductory, or, more precisely, preparatory, only in man, in whom both principles are finally posited as such. Things are for real, in man, for the first time, everything, the fate of the entire universe, the success or failure of creation is truly at stake. Here Schelling is radically anthropocentric. The whole of nature, the universe as such, was created in order to serve as the setting for man's ethical struggle, for the battle between good and evil. Consequently, Schelling can claim that God loves and wills nature, the universe, his entire creation, only on behalf of man and in man. In this way, he can also account for the strange feeling we have when we encounter an evil deed of enormous dimensions. It is as if this deed concerns not only human beings but the entire universe, as if, in it and through it, the universe as such has gone awry, been perverted, thrown off the rails. See, for example, the scenes of nature run amok: earthquakes, solar eclipse which accompanied the crucifixion. In this precise sense, man is for Schelling the being of the center. Perhaps the reference to a specific Hitchcockian technique can be of some help here. In a series of his films we have a shot which, on account of its connection with the preceding shots, is perceived by the spectators as a subjective, point of view shot. Then, while the camera remains immobile, the very subject whose point of view this shot was supposed to represent enters it, that is, enters, as it were, his own picture/frame. This is what the centrality of man is about. In a sense, man has his own center in himself, unlike natural material objects whose center of gravity is located outside themselves, which is why, precisely, matter is subordinated to the force of gravitation. To recapitulate, in human evil, the Selbsthete of the ground is self-illuminated, elevated to the spirit. It takes over as the spiritual principle of egotism which strives to instrumentalize and subordinate to itself every otherness. Pure evil is the egotism of spirit which cuts all its links with nature. As such, it is, as Schelling emphasizes again and again, far more spiritual than the good, since the true spiritual good does not aim to dominate nature, but lets it be in its otherness. In short, the true diabolical evil consists in the contraction of the spirit against nature. In it, the spirit, as it were, provides itself with a ground of its own, outside its natural surroundings, with a footing from which it can oppose itself to the world and set out to conquer it. For that reason it is misleading simply to assert that in good, ground is dominated by reason, whereas in evil, reason is dominated by ground. In evil, ground qua natural base of reason is brutally enslaved by the egotistically perverted reason light, by the principle of Selbsthete that wills itself in the full awareness of itself. The emergence of evil can also be accounted for by means of the Lacanian, symbolic castration, that is, the difference between a formal structure and the elements which fill out its places. The possibility of evil is opened up by the minimal distance between the structure, center, versus its inferior base or its periphery, and the elements, reason, ground. On account of this distance, reason is no longer automatically in the center, that is to say, it is possible that this natural situation is perverted, and that ground places itself in the center. The paradox is, of course, that reason is center. Center is simply reason itself in its reduplicatio, as remarked. The logic here is the same as that of the name of the Father. The moment Father becomes a symbolic title, it no longer immediately coincides with the empirical person of the Father, so that it is possible for a person who is not a real father effectively to function as one, and vice versa. For that precise reason, evil can occur only within the symbolic universe it designates, the gap between a real entity and its symbolic reduplicatio, so that it can best be defined as a perturbed tautology in evil. Father is no longer father, or center is no longer in the center. This inversion can occur only in man, since man is the only creature which has in itself the power of the center and can use it freely, by positing in the center either reason, the center itself, or ground. God also has in himself the power of the center, but since his nature is perfect, it is meaningless to define his freedom as the freedom to do good or evil in him. The formal structure of center directly overlaps with the reign of the light of reason qua the true center, that is to say, he, as it were, automatically uses his freedom to choose the good. Animal creatures, on the other hand, lack the power of the center, their will is not self-illuminated, they gravitate towards a center which is external to them. This imbalance between form and content accounts for the inherent instability of evil. For its self-destructive nature, the evil will wants it all, it strives to dominate the universe, but it inevitably collapses, since it is based on an unnatural inversion of the proper relationship between different elements and or powers. The unavoidable conclusion of philosophical investigations is therefore that God, in so far as he is himself engaged in the process of creation, becomes actual God only through man's free decision. For him it is not difficult to discern here the echoes of the old theosophical idea sustained by, among others, Meister Eckhart, according to which God himself is born through man. Man gives birth to the living God from within himself, that is to say, he accomplishes the passage of the impersonal, anonymous divinity into the personal God. This, of course, charges man with the burden of a terrible responsibility. The fate of the entire universe and, ultimately, of God himself depends on his acts. Every human victory over evil, every emergence of a community of believers, contributes to the formation of the mystical body of God himself, and, vice versa, man's choice of evil asserts God's Selbstheit. His contract active force. Schelling describes hell as the consuming fire of the divine egotism. Here he inscribes himself in the lineage of the revolutionary messianic theology, whose most outspoken representative in Marxism is Walter Benjamin. See his theses on the philosophy of history. History is an open process, a succession of empty signs, of traces which point towards the eschatological moment to come, in which all accounts will be settled, all symbolic debts will be set off, all signs will acquire their full meaning. The coming of this moment is not guaranteed in advance, but depends on our freedom. The outcome of the struggle for freedom will determine the meaning of the past itself. In it, it will be decided what things truly were. We can see how only a thin, barely perceptible line separates this messianic revolutionary logic from the most extreme fatalism, according to which everything has already happened and things, in their temporal process of becoming, merely become what they always already were. The past itself is not fixed, it will have been, that is to say, through the deliverance to come, it will become what it always already was. The three levels of freedom. To recapitulate again, in what consists, according to Schelling, the fall of man? When man emerges as self-consciousness, he posits himself as a self-centered being, as a subject who reduces all other entities to a medium of his self-assertion, to mere objects to be appropriated and exploited. The unthinkable paradox for this self-centered attitude is that my self-consciousness is not simply mine, the consciousness of myself as the subject as self-consciousness. I am always already decentered, a medium in which a transcendent object, the Absolute, attains consciousness, becomes aware of itself. It is not possible for me to comprehend this object, since it transcends me. I can apprehend its dimension only by means of ecstatic yielding. The price the active appropriative consciousness pays for its false pretense to be its own center is that the world it inhabits necessarily assumes the appearance of a foreign, hostile, superior power indifferent to its plight. Here we encounter an exemplary case of what Hegel calls reflective determination. In my perception of objective reality as the kingdom of Satan, as the place of misery and sorrow, I perceive my own egotistic, self-centered attitude towards the same reality in an objectivized, reified form, or, in Lacanese, I receive my own message in its inverted form. Therein resides the crucial political sting of Schelling. The more individuals experience themselves as self-responsible and self-centered subjects pursuing their autonomous, self-posited goals, the more the state opposes itself to them in the guise of a foreign, hostile agency which frustrates their projects, that is to say, the more they are unable to recognize themselves, their own spiritual substance, in the state. In a utopian perspective, utopian, since false pride is inherent in man, the state would be discarded in favor of a religious community founded in the ecstatic relationship to the transcendent other. This ecstatic relationship is the highest freedom accessible to man, that is to say, Schelling distinguishes three levels of freedom. The common notion of freedom conceives it as the freedom to choose, to decide freely after pondering the pro et contra, disregarding any external coercion. For dessert I've chosen apple pie rather than cherry pie because apple pie gives me more pleasure, not because I was forced to do so under the pressure of some authority, parents, peers. This is the level of utilitarianism. In his behavior, man follows the felicific calculus, so if one knows and is able to manipulate stimuli which arouse pleasure or pain, one can control his behavior, and thus dominate him. If this were all, however, man would act like the proverbial Buridan's ass and starve to death between two equal piles of hay. The next, higher level of freedom is therefore the fathomless, groundless decision, a decision based on no positive reasons but only in itself. The paradigmatic case, of course, is the primordial act by means of which I choose my eternal character. Such an act casts a horrifying spell on weak-willed people. What one encounters here is the terrifying persistence of the will on its own, irrespective of the reasons pro et contra, as if, for a brief moment, the chain of causal connections has been torn asunder. The paradigmatic case of freedom is not a person who, yielding to pathological temptations, forsakes his duty, but a person who, with irrational obstinacy, follows his path even if it clearly runs against his material interests. Suffice it to recall Orson Welles's favorite story about the scorpion who stung the frog on whose back he was crossing the river, although he knew that as a consequence of his act he would drown. This alone is evil qua spiritual, the demoniac, diabolical evil of which Schelling says that it is incomparably more spiritual, remote from sensual genus, than the good. The good always involves a harmonious unity of sensual and spiritual. It is a spirit which penetrates and illuminates nature from within and, without forcing itself upon it, renders it ethereal, deprives it of its impenetrable inertia, whereas true diabolical evil is a pale, bloodless, fanatical spiritualism which despises sensuality and is bent on violently dominating and exploiting it. This diabolical spiritualism, a perversion of the true spirituality, is the obscure ground which has attained itself, its selfhood, that is to say, has reached the light and posited itself as such. This freedom as the groundless act of decision, as the vertiginous obstinacy of an actual will which disregards reasons, is not yet, however, the highest. What stands even higher is my submerging myself in the primordial abyss ungrund of the absolute, in the primordial will which wills nothing, a state in which activity and passivity, being active and being acted upon, harmoniously overlap. The paradigmatic case, of course, is the mystical experience of love. Against this background, Schelling gives a specific twist to the distinction between Vermin, foot, and Verstand, reason and understanding, which plays a crucial role in German idealism. Vernunft is nothing but Verstand in its subordination to the highest, the soul. Verstand is man's intellect as active, as the power of active seizing and deciding by means of which man asserts himself as a fully autonomous subject. However, man reaches his acme when he turns his very subjectivity into the predicate of an ever higher power, in the mathematical sense of the term, when he, as it were, yields to the other, depersonalizes his most intense activity and performs it as if some other, higher power is acting through him, using him as its medium, like an artist who, in the highest frenzy of creativity, experiences himself as a medium through which some more substantial, impersonal power expresses itself. The materialist notion of subject. This tripartite categorization of freedom is founded upon the distinction between the abyss of pure freedom and God qua entity scenes, which is no longer freedom itself but is free. Pure freedom is not yet the personal God but the impersonal deity Gothid. Freedom can become a predicate only if we are already dealing with the duality of existence and its ground. God qua actual person who is free must possess a contracted ground of his being which is not directly accessible but can be inferred only from God's activity as its reclusive, withdrawing case. Reality as such, inclusive of the psychical reality of a person, involves contraction. Without contraction, it bursts asunder in unconstrained expansion. Haugerb is therefore right again. Schelling's crucial problem concerns the impossible relationship between subject and predicate. What takes place in this passage from freedom as subject to freedom as predicate to an entity which is not freedom itself but is a free being is the disciplining of freedom. The transformation of freedom into a predicate renders it bearable, neutralizes its dramatic impact, since as long as freedom remains its own subject, and not a predicate, it can effectuate itself only in the guise of a destructive vortex which devours every determinate content, a fire which dissolves every fixed shape. In the last pages of Liberté et Existence, Jean-François Marquet provides a clear outline of the enigma of freedom Schelling is trying to cope with. Schelling interprets Parmenid's thinking and being are the same as the unity of das Sein and was Sein. Everything which is must be something. It has to possess a notion which renders it thinkable in its was Sein. In what it is, what is at stake here is precisely the notion, not a mere name. However, as Schelling points out, when we are dealing with a person, the relationship between notion and name is the opposite of what it is with regard to a thing. The notion of a thing provides some minimal information about it, tells me what this thing is, whereas its name tells me nothing. In the case of a person, on the contrary, I cannot say that I really know her when I know that she exists and what she is. Her positive features I effectively know a person only when I conceive both her existence, the fact that she exists, and her notion, what she is, as the two predicates of the I, of the person as such, of the unfathomable kernel of her freedom. What I have to know about a person in order to claim that I know her is not merely what she is but, above all, who she is, what she wants as a free being. True freedom means not only that I am not fully determined by my surroundings but also that I am not fully determined by myself, by my own notion, by what I am, by my positive features. A person relates freely both to her existence and to her notion, that is to say, she is not fully determined by them but can transcend them. She can put at stake, risk, her existence as well as transform the bundle of features which make up her identity. The fact that another person is for me originally an enigma, an abyss beyond her positive features, accounts for the key role of the symbolic obligation and debt, of this desperate attempt to bind the other, in intersubjective relations, since I cannot take hold of the other, of the abyss which forms the elusive center of her being, directly. I can only take her at her word. And Schelling simply took seriously and literally the fact that God himself, this absolute other, is also a free person. As such, he also could become free only by gaining a distance towards the ground of his being, by relating freely to this ground, by not being wholly determined by it. The paradox, sacrilegious from the orthodox point of view, of course, is that this free relationship towards the ground presupposes, is the obverse of, dependency on the ground. God's light, the creative emanation of his logos, is, as Schelling puts it, a regulated madness which draws its energy from the vortex of drives, as with a human person who is truly free not by opposing his drives but by adroitly exploiting their energy, regulating their madness. Paradoxical as it may sound, with this specific notion of freedom as the subject's free relating to her existence and notion, Schelling was the first to delineate the contours of a materialist notion of subject. In the standard, idealist and materialist version of the philosophical opposition of subject and object, materiality is always on the side of the object. The object is dense, impenetrable, and inert, whereas the subject stands for the transparency of the thought to itself. Within this horizon, The only way to assert a materialist position is by trying to demonstrate how the subject is always already an object, like the Derridean endeavor to demonstrate that the voice is always already a writing, that it always already contains some material trace which introduces into it the minimum of self-deferral, of non-coincidence with itself. In clear contrast to this standard version, the materialist notion of subject outlined by Schelling, but also by Hegel, in his deservedly famous description of the struggle for recognition between the future master and servant, not to mention Lacan, of course focuses on the fundamental impenetrability, the inert density, which always pertains to our encounter with another subject, which distinguishes this encounter from the encounter with an ordinary object. Again, paradoxical as it may sound, ordinary objects are in this precise sense less material than another subject, since they lack the opacity characteristic of the other's desire, the eternal enigma of the vouloir, of what does the other want from me. One is led by this to assert that the Freudian Lacanian, and already Kantian Ding is originally the other subject, not a mere non-subjective thing. An ordinary material object is in the end always transparent, it lacks the enigma which would render it effectively opaque. This original violence of the other, the violence constitutive of what Heidegger called mit sen, are relating to another human being, is what gets completely lost in the Habermasian ideology of the free space of intersubjective dialogue. Perhaps even Heidegger's otherwise exemplary analysis of mit sen in being and time passes too quickly over this dramatic dimension. It is against the background of this materialist notion of subject that one can comprehend the limit of Schelling's philosophical enterprise, and thereby the cause of the failure of the Weltalter project. As we have already indicated, the criticism of Schelling which seems to impose itself from a Lacanian standpoint concerns his inability to traverse the fantasy. Does not Schelling remain caught in the phantasmic loop? Does not the Schellingian problematic of a timeless act which is always already accomplished and thereby precedes its own temporal genesis, that is present prior to its actual emergence, involve the structure of fantasy at its purest? And, furthermore, is not this presupposition of such an eternal act also the elementary matrix of ideology? So is not the most one can say about Schelling that he states openly the constitutive paradox, the temporal loop, the always already of ideology? Does he not thereby evade the true materialist question: how does a material temporal process retroactively engender its own phantasmic foundation? The answer is no. What, according to Schelling, precedes the material temporal process is not an eternal ideal order, and so on, but the pure void/abyss ungrund of freedom, and Schelling's point is precisely that if freedom is to actualize itself, that is, to become the predicate of a free entity, it has to contract the opaque ground. The problem is, rather, that Schelling formulates the out of jointedness, the imbalance involved in this primordial contraction, as the ontological condition of the universe. There is something and not nothing only through a primordial catastrophe, only in so far as things are out of joint, in the very terms of the pre-modern mythology of a sexualized universe, of the primordial balance to be re-established, etc. Here his ambiguity is radical and irreducible. The logic of his thought compels him to assert the inevitability of the out of jointedness and of man's fall at the very point at which A should prevail over B. Things have to go wrong, but the same logic leads him to maintain the dream of final reconciliation. It should be possible to heal the wound and to reinstate the lost balance, that is, the harmonious line of development of the great chain of being from the lower to the higher stages. See, for example, the dialogue Clara, contemporaneous with Weltalter, in which death is reduced to the passage from the lower, terrestrial life to the higher world of spirits Geistwelt. We are therefore back where we started. Error cannot simply be subtracted from truth, that is to say, it was possible for Schelling to accomplish the unheard of step to radical contingency only in the guise of a regression to the pre-modern mythology of a sexualized universe. This very regression enabled him to formulate the materialist concept of subject, the opaque enigmatic otherness of freedom, in contrast to the purely spiritual idealist subject, the materialist subject, as the point at which nature runs amok and goes off the rails. The absolute out of mind. One of the fundamental themes of Schelling's later thought is the original ecstasis, Außersichgesetztwerden, of the spirit. The predicative activity of understanding is founded upon a pre-predicative reference to a constitutive outside, that is to say, the spirit is constitutively outside itself, a kind of umbilical cord connects it to a traumatic kernel which is simultaneously its condition of possibility, the well from which the spirit draws its resources, and its condition of impossibility, the abyss whose all-destructive vortex continuously threatens to swallow the spirit. In the best tradition of Hegelian puns, Schelling reactivates here the literal meaning of out of one's mind, the standard expression for the state of madness. The constitutive madness of the human mind resides in the fact that it is originally out of mind, ecstatic with regard to itself. In this way he can provide a persuasive answer to the Kantian criticism according to which his ruminations about the absolute involve a regression to pre-critical metaphysics, an illegitimate foray into the noumenal domain, a forbidden leap from the mere notion of God to his actual existence. From Schelling's standpoint, the terms of the traditional problem of the ontological proof of God had to be inverted. What is truly problematic is not God's existence but his notion. Since the spirit itself is originally not within itself but outside itself, the true question is not how we can progress from the mere notion of God to God's actual existence, but the exact opposite. What comes first, what is always already here, is the experience of a senseless, pre-predicative, pre-semantic existence, and the true problem for philosophy is how we can accomplish the passage from this senseless existence to reason, that is, how did our universe get caught in the cobweb of reason in the first place? This is where Schelling parts with philosophical idealism, which is not ready to admit the dependence of logos on its ground. Idealism is fully justified in its claim that one cannot reduce culture, the domain of spiritual meanings, to a simple prolongation of nature to a more differentiated, intelligent, means of biological survival. Spirit is an end in itself for whom its physical and biological environ serves as its ground. The paradox one must sustain, however, is that the universe of spiritual products is none the less rooted in its ground. The present threat of a global ecological catastrophe provides the ultimate proof. The universe of human culture hinges on an unstable balance of our ecosphere. The slightest variation, the depletion of the ozone layer, global warming, not to mention the possibility of a giant comet hitting Earth, can sweep the ground from under the feet of the human race, and entail the end of civilization. The status of our spiritual universe is thus far more fragile than it may appear. The natural environment within which our civilization can thrive is the product of a radically contingent set of circumstances, so that at any moment, owing to the unforeseen consequences of man's industrial activity or to its own unforeseeable logic, nature can run amok and go off the rails. What is more, humanity itself lives off the debris of gigantic past catastrophes. Our main sources of energy, oil and coal, bear direct witness to global catastrophes of almost inconceivable proportions, and, to add insult to injury, the most probable hypothesis about the origins of man is that the stimulus which incited Homo sapiens to distinguish itself from the realm of animal life was again some global ecological turmoil. In short, the comet we are all afraid of has already hit Earth. We, humans, are the living proof. So, again, the loop is closed, that is to say, the structure of our fear of the ultimate catastrophe that awaits us in the future is clearly phantasmic. This catastrophe has already taken place. What we fear is our own eternally past origins. Here Schelling is the exact opposite of Kant. Reason is originally ecstatic, outside itself, it never begins in itself, its activity is never founded in itself, but always triggered by some traumatic encounter, some collision which provides the impulse to the thought. This collision, this encounter with the real, distinguishes an actual experience from the mere possibility of experience. On the contrary, Kant, like a good compulsive neurotic, proceeds in the opposite direction. He sets up the network of the conditions of possible experience in order to make sure that the actual experience of the real, the encounter with the thing, will never take place, so that everything the subject will effectively encounter will be the already gentrified domesticated reality of representations. This Schelling, of course, instantly gives rise to a series of postmodern associations, reason can thrive only on a foreign, irrational ground of the rotary motion of drives from which it draws its life force, but it has simultaneously to maintain a proper distance towards it. If it goes too close to the vortex of drives, it runs the danger of losing its identity and going mad. Following the eternal act of self-revelation, all is rule, order, and form in the world as we now see it. But the ruleless still lies in the ground as if it could break through once again, and nowhere does it appear as though order and form were original, but rather as if something initially ruleless had been brought to order. This is the incomprehensible basis of reality in things, the indivisible remainder, that which with the greatest exertion cannot be resolved in the understanding, but rather remains eternally in the ground. From this non-understanding is born understanding in the true sense. Without this preceding darkness there is no reality of the creature, the gloom is its necessary inheritance. This ground is rather like the figure of woman in David Lynch's films, the traumatic thing, the point of simultaneous attraction and repulsion, which stands for the vortex of life itself threatening to draw us into its depressive abyss. And does not this pre-predicative vortex of the real point directly towards the Lacanian jouissance? Does not Schelling himself determine the real dos reali as the circular movement of irrational, i.e. pre-logical, pre-symbolic drives which find satisfaction in the very meaningless repetition of their circular path, ss for Schelling, as well as for Lacan this real is the limit, the ultimate obstacle on account of which every semantic idealism, every attempt to deploy the absolute as a self-enclosed matrix generating all possible signification of being, is destined to fail. For both Schelling and Lacan, the most radical version of this semantic idealism is, of course, Hegel's system, which is therefore the principal target of their critique. The symbolic order can never achieve its full completion and close its circle, since its very constitution involves a point at which meaning stumbles upon its boundary and suspends itself in enjoyment jouissance. The formula of the world. Appealing as it may sound to our postmodern receptivity, such a reading is none the less off the mark. It falls short of the grundoperation of German idealism common to Schelling and Hegel, since it fails to bring the duality reason and its ground to the point of self-reference. That is to say, what has to fall is the last barrier which separates reason from its irrational ground, the most difficult task, the highest effort, of philosophical speculation is to bring to light the madness wanton of the very gesture of instituting the domain of sin. Every organization of sense, every universal conceptual scheme by means of which we endeavor to comprehend reality, is in itself at its most fundamental, for structural reasons and not merely due to contingent circumstances biased, out of balance, crazy, minimally paranoiac, as the early Lacan would have put it. Its imposition disturbs the natural order of things and throws the universe off balance. In other words, there is no neutral universality. Every attempt at all, at a global comprehension, bears the indelible mark of a pathological exclusiveness of one, that is, it hinges on the partiality of its position of enunciation. So, again, it is not sufficient to say that no conceptual structure is perfectly neutral, that it fails to comprehend reality in a truly impartial way. The point is, rather, that the status of this bias is a priori, structural. We are dealing here with the inherent constituent of the emergence of a formal structure, in short, with the condition of the structure's consistency. But for this exclusive base in a one, but for this partiality and distortion sustained by a minimum of egotism, the structure disintegrates, loses its consistency in the dispersed plurality. When we repeat after Schelling that every order arises on the basis of and has its roots in a general disorder, we are therefore not making the usual relativist point that man's ordering activity is limited to local attempts to introduce a minimum of order into the wide ocean of primordial chaos, to attempts which, as such, are ultimately doomed to fail. Our point is, rather, that the very imposition of an order is an act of supreme violence. Order is a violent imposition which throws the universe out of joint. Disorder is the condition of possibility of order, not only in the sense that the very notion of order is conceivable only against the background of general disorder, as a series of local attempts to limit the disorder. The highest violation of natural balance, is the very imposition of a biased order. So we are back at our starting point. The unconscious is not primarily the real in its opposition to the ideal. In its most radical dimension, the unconscious is, rather, the very act of decision/differentiation by means of which the ideal establishes itself in its opposition to the real and imposes its order onto the real, the act by means of which the present differs from the past, that is to say, by means of which the rotary motion of drives is repressed into the eternal past. Is this not clearly indicated in Schelling's formula of the world Weltformel from Weltalter? As A equals B. The ever-increasing sublation Auflebung of the real, B in the ideal, A, the progressive subordination of the real to the ideal, relies on the exception of AB which, as the excluded ground of the process of sublation, guarantees its consistency. This supplementary B which brackets/encloses the progressive sublation of B by A provides a minimal definition of dialectical materialism. The fundamental materialist thesis is that a universal can become for itself, be posited as such, only insofar as a kind of umbilical cord links it to a particular element which, in terms of its official place, is merely one species of the universal. In other words, the elementary idealist illusion resides in belief in the possibility of a purely neutral universal, a universal which is not anchored to a particular material locus, or, with regard to language, the belief in a pure enunciated which does not involve a particular/partial subjective position of enunciation. Högerb is thus fully justified in supplementing Hegel's Das War ist das Ganz into Das War ist so das Ganz bis auf eins, Dal entsteht das B neben dem Klammerausdruck, the true is the whole up to one, which is why B stands outside the brackets. Is not Hegel also, however, at a different level, aware of this? Is not this precisely the point of his theory of the monarch? In order to actualize itself as the structure of the universal rational mediation of all particular social content, the state has to be enclosed, grounded in an irrational exception, that is, in the monarch, who introduces the element of contingent personal whimsy and egotism and who, as such, clearly pertains to the power of B. Reason's condition of possibility is the condition of its impossibility, or, as Lacan would have put it, there's one why a consistent rational structure has to be anchored to an irrational exception of one which, in its very capacity as exception, guarantees the structure's consistency. For that reason, and again, everything hinges on this point, repression is always double. Not only is the real repressed, mediated, sublated, domesticated by the ideal, pressed into the service of the ideal, but the ideal order itself emerges only in so far as its own madness, the violent act of its imposition, or, in Kierkegaardian terms, its own becoming, is repressed. In short, the obscure ground is not merely the basis, the background, of the light of reason, but primarily the dark spot of the very gesture which gives rise to light as opposed to darkness. The unconscious act, the decision which breaks up the drive's irrational rotary motion, is itself radically contingent, groundless, in short, irrational. It is as if Schelling is caught here in a radical ambiguity. Again and again he succumbs to temptation and reduces the madness of the self-relating act by means of which the obscure ground imposes onto itself the network of reason to the external relationship of reason to its obscure ground from which it draws its life force, yet towards which it has to maintain a proper distance. In the last pages of Weltalter 3, which irradiate an almost horrifying poetic power, Schelling struggles to demonstrate how, on account of man's finitude, the split between ground and reason condemns him to Wahnsinn, what creeps in and inserts itself between the natural Unsinn, the senseless fact of physical existence, and the divine, blissful sin, is Wahnsinn, madness, or, literally, the delirious sense, the sense which goes astray and roams around. These pages instantly recall the famous fragment from Hegel's Generelle Philosophy on the pure self as the pre-symbolic night of the world in which horrifying apparitions haunt the mind. Here shoots a bloody head, there another white ghastly apparition, awaiting the dawn of the word to dispel them. Sin, true spiritual freedom, appears to man only in a flash, in the guise of a traumatic encounter whose sudden dazzle throws him off the rails, man is anchored to his egotistic ground to such an extent that he cannot endure the direct sight of the light of sin, but can only imitate sense, under the constant threat of slipping back into the rotary motion of ground. This is Schelling's way of asserting the fundamentally hysterical nature of human subjectivity. The hysterical feminine subject merely imitates morality, symbolic order, and so on. She merely puts on ancien morality without effectively identifying with it. Is it enough, however, to concede that this one sin is the eternal, constitutive supplement of sin, the ground from which sin draws its life force, the source of the perpetual renewal and discovery of new horizons of sin? Is not the notion of man's one sin which inserts itself between the natural unsin and the divine sin deficient and misleading, in so far as it renders invisible the wansinnig, crazy nature of the very gesture by means of which sin emerges out of unsin? So it is not sufficient to assert that reason is nothing but regulated madness. The very gesture of regulating madness is strict degree sensu mad. Or to put it in yet another way, it is not sufficient to assert that reason discerns the islands of necessity in the sea of chaos. The very gesture of instituting necessity is in itself radically contingent. To recapitulate, two things are worth bearing in mind apropos of Schelling's Weltformel. First, this formula enables us to draw the demarcation line which effectively separates dialectical materialism from idealism, the assertion that the progressive movement of sublation mediation of B by A is itself framed in B, that it can occur only in so far as it has a foothold in B, provides the minimal definition of dialectical materialism. In other words, the full sublation of B in A, the accomplished spiritualization of matter by means of which matter would lose its inert impenetrable character and turn into an ethereal medium of A, is nothing but an idealist phantasm in a way. Hegel was already aware of this, which is why he denounced the idea of another ethereal, spiritualized matter as an empty notion of understanding. Secondly, however, one should bear in mind a dangerous trap which lurks here. If we simply assert that A is always framed in B, do we not expose ourselves to the danger of espousing a version of Lebensphilosophy according to which reason is always at the service of passion? And, accordingly, does not our claim that there is no neutral universality, that every scheme of reason is a partial violent imposition, point towards Nietzschean perspectivism? This, however, is not Schelling's position. To put it in a somewhat simplified way, his main point is precisely that is not everything the vortex of the real is not the ultimate fact, since it is preceded by the abyss of pure freedom as the absolute indifference of A and B. Schelling's point is not, therefore, that A is ultimately bound to serve B, rather, it resides in the irreducible gap between pure freedom, and every symbolic scheme of reason, every determinate symbolic representation of the subject in A, in the ideal medium. The leap from S, pure freedom to A is possible only via a detour through B, in the medium of B. In other words, it is radically contingent. If the subject, dollar, is to express itself in A, it has to rely on B, on a contracted element which eludes idealization. In Lacanian terms, there is no symbolic representation without fantasy, that is, the subject, dollar, is constitutively split between S and A, it can represent itself in S, in a signifier, only in so far as the phantasmic consistency of the signifying network is guaranteed by a reference to objet petit A. Schelling for Hegel. The vanishing mediator. From subjectivization to subjective destitution. The notion of Schelling's Grundoperation, the vanishing mediation between the two poles, the real and the ideal, B and A, opens up the possibility of establishing a connection with Hegelian dialectics. The founding gesture repressed by the formal envelope of the panlogicize Hegel is the same as the gesture which is repressed by the formal envelope of the obscurantist Schelling, yet which simultaneously serves as its unacknowledged ground. What I have in mind, of course, is the gesture delineated by Schelling in the last pages of the second draft of Weltalter, where he dwells on how what is truly unconscious is not so much the rotary motion of drives repressed by the primordial act of decision but, rather, this act itself, that is, the act of assuming a distance towards the rotary motion, of distinguishing the past of the drives from the present of the word. One is tempted to go even a step further, is not this same gesture, or at least its structural place, forecast already in Kant, in his problematic notion of diabolical evil, of an evil which is accomplished out of principle, just for the sake of it, for no pathological gain, and is as such formally indistinguishable from the good. This diabolical evil effectively functions as the vanishing mediator, whose disappearance renders possible the establishment of the opposition between the good and normal, merely pathological evil. Does this gesture of vanishing mediation not point, therefore, towards what, following some German interpreters, one could call the Grundoperation des deutschen Idealismus, the fundamental, elementary operation of German idealism? It is our endeavor to articulate clearly the Grundoperation of German idealism, which necessitates reference to Lacan. That is to say, our premise is that the royal road to this Grundoperation involves reading German idealism through the prism of Lacanian psychoanalytic theory. However, in order to gain access to this Grundoperation, one has first to invalidate the predominant philosophical reading of Lacan, the notion of Lacan as the philosopher of language who emphasized the price the subject has to pay in order to gain access to the symbolic order, all the false poetry of castration, of some primordial act of sacrifice and renunciation, of jouissance as impossible, the notion that, at the end of the psychoanalytic cure, the analysand has to assume symbolic castration, to accept a fundamental, constitutive loss or lack, and so on. To such an approach one has to oppose its obverse, which is usually passed over in silence. The trouble with jouissance is not that it is unattainable, that it always eludes our grasp, but, rather, that one can never get rid of it, that its stain drags along forever. Therein resides the point of Lacan's concept of surplus enjoyment. The very renunciation of jouissance brings about a remainder/surplus of jouissance. Critiques of psychoanalysis, according to which Freud intended to besmirch everything and to discern the traces of enjoyment even in the highest ethical acts, therefore possess a grain of truth. Incidentally, this surplus enjoyment complicates the problem of responsibility. The subject can exonerate himself from responsibility with regard to the symbolic network of tradition which overdetermines his speech. He is justified in claiming, "I am not the true author of my statements, since I merely repeat the performative patterns I grew into. It is the big other which effectively speaks through me." Someone who makes a racist remark, for example, can always evoke the network of historical sedimentations in which his speech act is embedded. However, the subject is fully responsible for the little bit of enjoyment he derives from his aggressive racist outburst. The same goes for the reverse case of a victim. My description of the circumstances whose victim I was can be entirely truthful and accurate. The catch is that my narrative is always embedded in a present constellation within which it provides me with a surplus enjoyment, the report on my victimization by means of which I impute the guilt to others and present myself as an innocent, passive victim of circumstances always provides a deep libidinal satisfaction, and for this enjoyment contained in my subjective position of enunciation, while I report on my victimization, I am fully responsible. The line of separation thus runs along the axis other jouissance. With regard to the big other, I am not the author of my speech acts, they are, overdetermined by their symbolic context, so I can escape my responsibility. However, I remain fully responsible for the fragment of jouissance which adheres to all my speech acts. The predominant philosophical reading of Lacan is not a simple misreading. External to what Lacan effectively accomplished, there certainly is an entire stratum of Lacanian theory which corresponds to this reading. The easiest way to isolate this stratum is to focus on the shifts in Lacan's formulas of the conclusion of the psychoanalytic cure. Crucial here is the shift from subjectivization to subjective destitution. In so far as the status of the subject as such involves a certain guilt and/or indebtedness, the philosophical topos from Kierkegaard to Heidegger readily accepted by Lacan in the gesture of subjectivization at the conclusion of the cure means that the subject has to assume fully his constitutive guilt and/or debt, obfuscated in his inauthentic everyday existence. Inversely, subjective destitution at the conclusion of the cure means that the subject has to do away with his guilt and/or debt. In this way we arrive at two opposed readings of Freud's Woe es War, Soll ich werden. Subjectivization qua the assumption of guilt implies that the analysand subjectivizes, fully assumes, internalizes, his contingent fate, that is, it points towards a tragic/heroic gesture of amor fati, whose exemplary case in literature is provided by Oedipus. Although Oedipus was not guilty of his crime, his acts were predetermined by the contingency of fate. Well before his birth he nonetheless heroically assumed full responsibility for his horrible deeds, that is to say, he took his fate upon himself, internalized it and lived it to its bitter end. Subjectivization thus consists in the purely formal gesture of symbolic conversion, by means of which the subject integrates into his symbolic universe, turns into part and parcel of his life narrative, provides with meaning the meaningless contingency of his destiny. In clear contrast, subjective destitution involves the opposite gesture. At the end of the psychoanalytic cure, the analysand has to suspend the urge to symbolize/internalize, to interpret, to search for a deeper meaning. He has to accept that the traumatic encounters which traced out the itinerary of his life were utterly contingent and indifferent, that they bear no deeper message. Against this background, one can determine the ambiguous role of love in the psychoanalytic cure. Although the psychoanalyst has to manipulate transferential love deftly, he must certainly not give way to its lure. Why? At its most elementary, love involves the internalization of an external, meaningless encounter or collision. On the one hand, the event of love is radically contingent, one can never foresee its occurrence, it offers the supreme example of tick. On the other hand, when we encounter our true love, it seems as if this is what we have been waiting for all our life, as if, in some mysterious way, all our previous life has led to this encounter. Love is one of the names for the already mentioned purely formal act of conversion, by means of which a meaningless external contingency of the real is internalized, symbolized, provided with meaning. The main ethical injunction of psychoanalysis is therefore not to yield to the temptation of symbolization/internalization. In the psychoanalytic cure, the analysand, as it were, passes through falling in love backwards. At the moment of exit from transference, which marks the end of the cure, the subject is able to perceive the events around which his life story is crystallized into a meaningful whole in their senseless contingency. Desire versus drive. The paradoxical stakes of our strategy are now becoming somewhat clearer, precisely in so far as our aim is to elevate Lacan to the dignity of an author who provides the key to the Grundoperation of German idealism, perhaps the acme of the entire history of philosophy. Our main opponent is a typical philosophical reading of Lacan, a Dasat on Lacan which reduces his teaching to the framework of traditional philosophy. Far from being a simple case of false reading, this Dasat definitely has support in Lacan. Lacan himself often yields to its temptation, since this Dasat is a kind of spontaneous philosophy of Lacanian psychoanalysis. What, then, are its basic contours? The moment we enter the symbolic order, the immediacy of the presymbolic real is lost forever. The true object of desire, mother, becomes impossible, unattainable. Every positive object we encounter in reality is already a substitute for this lost original, the incestuous thing rendered inaccessible by the very fact of language, that is symbolic castration. The very existence of man qua being of language stands thus under the sign of an irreducible and constitutive lack. We are submerged in the universe of signs which forever prevent us from attaining the thing. So-called external reality itself is already structured like a language, that is, its meaning is always already overdetermined by the symbolic framework which structures our perception of reality. The symbolic agency of the paternal prohibition, the name of the father, merely personifies, gives body to, the impossibility which is co-substantial with the very fact of the symbolic order. Jouissance is forbidden to him who speaks as such. This gap that forever separates the lost thing from symbolic semblances which are never, that defines the contours of the ethics of desire. Do not compromise your desire can only mean do not put up with any of the substitutes for the thing, keep the gap of desire open. The analogy with Kant's philosophy is crucial here. In Kant one has to avoid two traps, not only the simple utilitarian pragmatic limitation of our interest to the object of phenomenal experience, but also the obscurantist chudramire, the dream of a direct contact with the thing beyond phenomenal reality. in an analogous way, the ethics of pure desire compels us to avoid not only debilitating contentment with the pleasures provided by the objects of phenomenal reality but also the danger of yielding to fascination with the thing, and being drawn into its lethal vortex, which can only end in psychosis or suicidal passage à l'acte. In our everyday lives, we constantly fall prey to imaginary lures which promise the healing of the original/constitutive wound of symbolization, from woman with whom full sexual relationship will be possible to the totalitarian political ideal of a fully realized community. In contrast, the fundamental maxim of the ethics of desire is simply desire as such. One has to maintain desire in its dissatisfaction. What we have here is a kind of heroism of the lack. The aim of the psychoanalytic cure is to induce the subject heroically to assume his constitutive lack, to endure the splitting which propels desire. A productive way out of this deadlock is provided by the possibility of sublimation. When one picks out an empirical, positive object and elevates it to the dignity of the thing, turns it into a kind of stand-in for the impossible thing, one thereby remains faithful to one's desire without getting drawn into the deadly vortex of the thing. Such a misreading of Lacan led Rudolf Burnett to interpret Antigone's clinging to her desire as a negative attitude, that is, as the exemplary case of the lethal obsession with the thing which cannot achieve sublimation and therefore gets lost in a suicidal abyss, as if the whole point of Lacan's reading of Antigone is not to present her as an exemplary case of the psychoanalytic ethics of not compromising one's desire. Bernard Baz draws political consequences from this reading of Lacan. The field of the political is characterized by the radically ambiguous relationship of the subjects towards the public thing, residential publica, the kernel of the real around which the life of a community revolves. The subject, qua member of a community, is split not only between his pathological urges and his relationship to the thing. His relationship to the thing is also split. On the one hand, the law of desire orders us to neglect our pathological interests and to follow our thing. On the other, an even higher law, Baz writes it with a capital L, enjoins us to maintain a minimal distance towards our thing, to bear in mind, apropos of every political action which purports to realize our cause, that this is not that cen est pas. The thing can appear only in its retreat, as the obscure ground which motivates our activity, but dissipates the moment we endeavor to grasp it in its positive ontological consistency. If we neglect this law, sooner or later we get caught in the totalitarian self-destructive vicious cycle. What is lurking in the background, of course, is the Kantian distinction between the constitutive and the regulative aspect. The thing, freedom, for example, has to remain a regulative ideal. Any attempt at its full realization can lead only to the most terrifying tyranny. It is easy to discern here the contours of Kant's criticism of the perversion of the French Revolution in the revolutionary terror of the Jacobins. And how can we avoid recognizing a reference to the contemporary political landscape, with its two extremes of unprincipled liberal pragmatism and fundamentalist fanaticism? On a first approach, this reading of Lacan cannot but appear convincing, almost a matter of course, yet it is the very ease of this translation of Lacanian concepts into the modern structuralist and/or existentialist philosophemes of constitutive lack, and so on, which should render it suspect. To put it somewhat bluntly, we are dealing here with an idealist distortion of Lacan. To this idealist problematic of desire, its constitutive lack, and so on, one has to oppose the materialist problematic of the real of drives. That is to say, for Lacan the real is not, in the Kantian mode, a purely negative category, a designation of a limit without any specification of what lies beyond the real qua drive is, on the contrary, the agens, the driving force, of desiring. This active, and not purely negative status of drives, of the presymbolic libido, induces Lacan to elaborate the highly Schellingian myth of Lamella. In it, he deploys in the form of a mythical narrative, not of a conceptual articulation, the real genesis, that is, what had to occur prior to symbolization, prior to the emergence of the symbolic order. In short, Lacan's point here is that the passage from the radically impossible real, the maternal thing body which can be apprehended only in a negative way, to the reign of the symbolic law, to desire which is regulated by law, sustained by the fundamental prohibition, is not direct, Something happens between pure, pre-human nature and the order of symbolic exchanges, and this something is precisely the real of drives, no longer the closed circuit of instincts and their innate rhythm of satisfaction. Drives are already derailed nature, but not yet the symbolic desire sustained by prohibition. The Lacanian thing is not simply the impossible real which withdraws into the dim recesses of the unattainable with the entry of the symbolic order, it is the very universe of drives. Here, the reference to Schelling is of crucial importance, since Schelling was the first to accomplish an analogous step within the domain of philosophy. His mythical narrative on the ages of the world focuses on a process in God which precedes the actuality of the divine logos, and, as we have already seen, this process is described in terms which clearly pave the way for Lacan's notion of the real of drives. The philosophical consequences of this shift are far-reaching. It compels us to call into question one of commonplaces of philosophical discourse, from Kant through Heidegger to early Lacan, namely, the notion of man as an entity who is structurally at a formal transcendental level guilty, indebted, in default with respect to his ethical determination. As we have just seen, man regresses to a most horrible evil at the very moment he endeavors fully to recover his ontological indebtedness by directly realizing his noumenal ethical determination. Here one has to accomplish another turn of the screw and to transpose the lack of the subject, his inability to comply fully with the big other's ethical injunction, into a lack of this other itself. As Schelling emphasizes, the absolute itself is split into its true existence and the impenetrable ground of its existence, so that God himself, in an unheard of way, seems to resist the full actualization of the ideal. This displacement of the split into the absolute itself, of course, delivers us from guilt. Hegel goes even a step further. If one were to formulate his position in Schelling's terms, one would have to say that Hegel posits identity between God himself and the ground of his existence. Their difference is purely formal, that is, it involves a shift in the point of view from which we observe the absolute. The difference between good and evil, for example, is not simply an attribute of the object of our perception, it is always dialectically mediated by a different attitude of the observing subject itself towards the object perceived as good or evil. As Hegel puts it, what is effectively evil is ultimately the gaze itself which perceives a state of things as evil. However, this paradox is not to be reduced to the standard theological commonplace according to which things appear as evil only from our limited, finite perspective, whereas from the standpoint of totality they are good in the sense that they contribute to the harmony of the whole. Take the famous comparison of our finite view with an individual who observes a beautiful painting from too close. What appear to him as blurred stains are, if one steps back and grasps the picture in its entirety, elements which contribute to its beauty and harmony. Hegel's point is, rather, the exact opposite of this theological commonplace insofar as the woman that exists is one of the names of God. One is tempted to evoke here Chandler's famous male chauvinist wisecrack from the high window, from 30 feet away she looked like a lot of class. From 10 feet away she looked like something made up to be seen from 30 feet away. Things are somewhat similar with the absolute itself. If it is to continue to give rise to sublime awe, one has to maintain a proper distance towards it, like the castle from Kafka's novel of the same name which looks majestic from the valley below, but when the land surveyor K. climbs the hill and gets close to it, he suddenly notices that the castle, this mysterious seat of power, is actually just a bunch of old decaying barracks. The voice is a voice. After Schelling, then, Hegel, how are we to penetrate his formal envelope of error? As I have already indicated, through Lacan, insofar as we do not reduce Lacan to one morcle constructionis. Let us elaborate this crucial point apropos of the Derridean couple supplement/center. In a way reminiscent of the Foucauldian endless variations on the complex heterogeneity of power relations, they run upwards, downwards, laterally. Derrida also likes to indulge heavily in exuberant variations on the paradoxical character of the supplement, the excessive element which is neither inside nor outside, it sticks out of the series it belongs to and simultaneously completes it, etc. Lacan, on the contrary, by means of a gesture which for Derrida, of course, would undoubtedly signal reinscription into traditional philosophical discourse directly offers a concept of this element, namely the concept of the master signifier, S, in relation to S, the ordinary chain of knowledge. This concept is not a simple unambiguous concept, but the concept of the structural ambiguity itself, that is to say, Lacan reunites in one and the same concept what Derrida keeps apart. In Lacan, S stands for the supplement, the trait which sticks out, but is as such, in its very excess, unavoidable and, simultaneously, for the totalizing master signifier. Therein, in this speculative identity of supplement and center, resides Lacan's implicit Hegelian move. The center Derrida endeavors to deconstruct is ultimately the very supplement which threatens to disrupt its totalizing power, or, to put it in Kierkegaard's, supplement is the center itself in its becoming. In this precise sense, supplement is both the condition of possibility and the condition of impossibility of the center. Mutatis mutandis, the same goes for the couple voice/writing. Voice provides an exemplary case of Hegelian self-identity. In his deconstruction of Western logophonocentrism, Derrida proposed the idea that the metaphysics of presence is ultimately founded upon the illusion of hearing oneself speaking s entendre parler, upon the illusory experience of the voice as the transparent medium that enables and guarantees the speaker's immediate self-presence. In his psychoanalytic theory of voice as a partial object, on a par with other such objects, breasts, faces, Lacan supplements Derrida with the Hegelian identity as the coincidence of the opposites. True, the experience of s entendre parler serves to ground the illusion of the transparent self-presence of the speaking subject, however, is not the voice at the same time that which undermines most radically the subject's self-presence and self-transparence. Not writing, which undermines the voice as it were from without, from a minimal distance, but the voice itself. One is tempted to say the voice as such in its uncanny presence. I hear myself speaking, yet what I hear is never fully myself but a parasite, a foreign body in my very heart. In short, voice is that on account of which I can't hear myself think, so that the subject's basic plea to his or her voice is, would you please shut up, I can't hear myself think. This stranger in myself acquires positive existence in different guises, from the voice of conscience and the opaque voice of the hypnotist to the persecutor in paranoia. The voice's self-identity resides in the fact that the voice qua medium of transparent self-presence coincides with the voice qua foreign body which undercuts my self-presence from within. In the antagonistic tension between signifier and object, voice is thus on the side of the object. Voice, in its fundamental dimension, is not the ideal, totally transparent, pliant, self-effacing signifier, but its exact opposite, the opaque inertia of an objectal remainder. With regard to this inner friction of the voice, the tension between voice and writing is already secondary. In it, this inner friction is, as it were, displaced into the relationship of the voice to writing qua its external other. Consequently, the status of voice in Lacan does not amount to a simple symmetrical reversal of the Derridian notion of writing as supplement, that is to say, it is not that instead of writing supplementing the voice, it is now the voice's turn to supplement writing. The very logic of the relationship is different in each case. I in Lacan, voice prior to writing, and to the movement of deference is a drive and, as such, caught in the antagonism of a closed circular movement, by the expulsion of its own opaque materiality into the externality of writing, voice establishes itself as the ideal medium of self-transparency. The passage from this inner antagonism of the voice to the external relationship between voice and writing is thus strictly analogous to the Schellingian passage from the closed rotary motion of drives to the opening of the difference that resolves the tension of the drive's pulsation. Perhaps therein resides the abyss that forever separates the real of an antagonism from Derrida's difference. Difference points towards the constant and constitutive deferral of impossible self-identity, whereas in Lacan, what the movement of symbolic deferral substitution forever fails to attain is not identity but the real of an antagonism. In social life, for example, what the multitude of ideological symbolizations narrativizations fails to render is not society's self-identity but its antagonism, the constitutive splitting of the body politic. To recapitulate, in Derrida, voice is the medium of illusory self-transparency. Consequently, the fact that voice, for structural reasons, always fails to deliver the self-transparency means that voice is always already tainted with writing, that it always already contains the minimal materiality of a trace which introduces an interspace, a gap, into the voice's pure self-presence. In Lacan's graph of desire, however, voice is the remainder of the signifying operation, that is, the meaningless piece of the real which stays behind once the operation of quilting capitonage responsible for the stabilization of meaning is performed. Voice is that which, in the signifier, resists meaning. It stands for the opaque inertia which cannot be recuperated by meaning. It is only the dimension of writing which accounts for the stability of meaning, or, to quote the immortal words of Samuel Goldwyn, a verbal agreement isn't worth the paper it's written on. As such, voice is neither dead nor alive. Its status, rather, is that of a living dead, of a spectral apparition which somehow survives its own death, the eclipse of meaning. In other words, it is true that the life of a voice can be opposed to the dead letter of writing, but this life is the uncanny life of an undead monster, not a healthy living self-presence of meaning. It is against this background that one should conceive the Lacanian notion of the second death. What expires in it is the very spectre which survived the first, physical, death, that is to say, in it, only the place itself takes place. To paraphrase Mallarmé for a brief moment, the subject is confronted with the void filled out by the spectral presence. As I have already hinted, one could also formulate this paradoxical status of voice in terms of the Hegelian notion of tautology as the highest contradiction. Voice is voice in S. entendre parker is a tautology analogous to God is. God, the first voice, voices, is the medium of self-transparent presence, whereas the second voice, voice is the opaque stain which decenters me from within, a strange body in my very midst. The form of identity contains utter heterogeneity. My self-identity is sustained by its condition of impossibility, by a spectral foreign body in my very heart. Supplement is the center, on the contrary, has to be read as an infinite judgment in the Hegelian sense of the term, instead of the tautology giving form to the radical antagonism between the two appearances of the same term. The very juxtaposition of two terms which seem incompatible renders visible their speculative identity. The spirit is a bone, for example. The ultimate Lacanian infinite judgment, of course, is his formula of fantasy $A, positing the codependence of the pure void of subjectivity and the formless remainder of the real which, precisely, resists subjectivization. Objet is not merely the objectal correlative to the subject, it is the subject itself in its impossible objectal existence, a kind of objectal stand-in for the subject. And it is the same with supplement is the center. The point is not merely that there is no center without the supplement, that it is only the supplement which, retroactively, constitutes the center. The center itself is nothing but the supplement perceived from a certain perspective. The shift from the center to its supplement concerns the point of view, not the thing itself. We are dealing here with a purely topological shift, analogous to the shift in the status of low-class popular food brought about by the development of industrialized mass food. The cheapest and most elementary kind of food, dark wholemeal bread, for example, gradually disappears from the market, forced out by industrially produced square white loaves or hamburger buns, only to return triumphantly as the most expensive natural, homemade speciality. The fight against the opaque voice is therefore the fight against transparent self-identity itself. In endeavoring to contain the supplement, the center undermines its own foundations. To put it in yet another way, Lacan subverts the metaphysics of presence at the very point at which, by equating voice with subjectivity, he seems to succumb to one of its basic premises. To the horror and or delight of the deconstructionists, he claims that a signifying chain subjectivizes itself through the voice. There is no subject prior to the voice. Writing is in itself non-subjective, it involves no subjective position of enunciation, no difference between the enunciated content and its process of enunciation. However, the voice through which the signifying chain subjectivizes itself is not the voice qua the medium of the transparent self-presence of meaning, but the voice qua a dark spot of non-subjectivizable remainder, the point of the eclipse of meaning, the point at which meaning slides into joure's sense. Or to put it even more pointedly, we have a chain of written signs which transparently designate their signified. When does this chain subjectivize itself? How is its flat meaning, denotation in which no subjectivity reverberates, transformed into sense? Only when a nonsensical vocal dark spot which, in its very opaqueness, functions as the stand-in for the subject, is added to it. The Lacanian paradox is therefore that if one is to transform objective denotative meaning into subjective expressive sense, one has simply to supplement it with a senseless vocal stain. Sense equals meaning plus nonsense. The presence of this impenetrable vocal supplement effectuates the magic transmutation of a written chain of signifiers into subjectivized speech in which one can discern, beyond its denotative meaning, the reverberation of a subjective position of enunciation. In this precise sense, Lacan can assert that the voice accounts for the minimal passage act of the signifying chain. Suffice it to recall the example of hate speech acts in which the very intention to signify, the intention to say something, is eclipsed by the intention to attain and destroy the kernel of the real objet. In the other, victim, it is crucial that the term used is hate speech, not hate writing. And as a category, it seems that Schelling, in contrast to this Lacanian and Hegelian matrix of self-identity, insists on an irreducible and irrecuperable otherness, in the guise of the obscure ground which eludes the grasp of logos, etc. This, then, inevitably leads him to conceive the absolute as third with respect to the polar opposites of the ideal and the real, of logos and its ground. The absolute is primarily the absolute indifference, providing the neutral medium for the coexistence of the polar opposites. Hegel's premise is that there is no need for this third. An element can well be a part of itself, that is, the encompassing unity of itself and its otherness. This is what notional self-relating is about. Philosophical common sense's reaction here is that of course Hegel doesn't need a third, the common medium of the opposites, since the spirit already is the unity of itself and its otherness. But the whole point of Schelling is that one cannot reduce the real to the ideal, contingency to notional necessity. However, is such a reading the only one possible? What is at stake here could also be formulated as the problem of the status of end as a category. In Althusser, end functions as a precise theoretical category. When an end appears in the title of some of his essays, this little word unmistakably signals the confrontation of some general ideological notion, or, more precisely, of a neutral, ambiguous notion that oscillates between its ideological actuality and its scientific potentiality, with its specification which tells us how we are to concretize this notion so that it begins to function as non-ideological, as a strict theoretical concept, and thus splits up the ambiguous starting unity, introduces into it the difference between ideology and science. Suffice it to mention two examples. Ideology and ideological state apparatuses, ISAs, designate the concrete network of the material conditions of existence of an ideological edifice, that is, that which ideology itself has to misrecognize in its normal functioning. Contradiction and overdetermination, insofar as the concept of overdetermination designates the undecidable complex totality qua the mode of existence of contradiction, it enables us to discard the idealist teleological burden that usually weighs upon the notion of contradiction, the teleological necessity that guarantees in advance the sublation of the contradiction in a higher unity. Perhaps the first exemplary case of such an end is Marx's famous freedom, equality, and Bentham from Capital. The supplementary Bentham stands for the social circumstances that provide the concrete content of the pathetic phrases on freedom and equality, commodity exchange, market bargaining, utilitarian egotism. And do we not encounter an analogous conjunction in Heidegger's Being and Time? Being designates the fundamental theme of philosophy in its abstract universality, whereas time stands for the concrete horizon of the sense of being, and is thus, in a sense, tautological. It conjoins the same content in its two modalities, first in its ideological evidence, then in the extra-ideological conditions of its existence. For that reason, no third term is needed here to designate the medium itself in which the two terms, conjoined by means of the and, encounter each other. This third term is already the second term itself, which stands for the network, the medium of the concrete existence of an ideological universality. In contrast to this dialectico-materialist end, the idealist ideological end functions precisely as this third term, as the common medium of the polarity or plurality of elements. Therein resides the gap that separates forever Freud's and Jung's respective notions of libido. Jung conceives of libido as a kind of neutral energy, with its concrete forms, sexual, creative, destructive libido as its different metamorphoses %, whereas Freud insists that libido in its concrete existence is irreducibly sexual. All other forms of libido are forms of ideological misrecognition of this sexual content. And is not the same operation to be repeated apropos of man and woman? Ideology compels us to assume humanity as the neutral medium within which man and woman are posited as the two complementary poles. Against this ideological evidence, one could maintain that woman stands for the aspect of concrete existence and man for the empty ambiguous universality. The paradox, of a profoundly Hegelian nature, is that woman, that is, the moment of specific difference, functions as the encompassing ground that accounts for the emergence of the universality of man. The difference between these two ends, the idealist one which stands for the medium of the coexistence of the two poles, and the materialist one in which the second term designates the concrete medium of existence of the first, of the ideological universality, renders Schelling's radical ambiguity clearly perceptible. In a materialist perspective, the end in Schelling's qualification of freedom in its actuality as the freedom for good and evil points towards the uncanny fact that evil is the concrete existence of the good. Freedom is not the neutral end between evil and good, but, in its concrete existence, the freedom of a living, finite human person, evil itself, the pure form of evil. This, perhaps, is what Schelling tried to conceal from himself by taking refuge in suspicious ideological formulas on the inversion of the natural relationship. There, in these two versions of the end, resides the ultimate difference between Schelling and Hegel, as well as Schelling's crucial limitation, when Schelling asserts the irrational ground of logos as the indelible remainder of the primordial chaotic thing which forever threatens to draw us back into its whirlpool. What we call understanding, if it is real, living, active understanding, is really nothing but regulated madness. Understanding can manifest itself, show itself, only in its opposite. Thus in what lacks understanding he is exposed to the permanent temptation of conceiving ground and logos, the real and the ideal principle, as complementary. This limitation of Schelling becomes patently obvious when he is compelled to tackle the eternal naive question of how the divine absolute contracts the false note of dissonance and egotism. All too often he resorts to common sense wisdoms about the impenetrable ground as the only base upon which the edifice of reason can be built. There is no warm hearth without its cold surroundings, a light can shine only when it illuminates the darkness that surrounds it. Along the same lines, a God deprived of the ground of his existence is a mere lifeless abstraction, a divine principle, not an actual, living, personal God. Incidentally, one often encounters the same platitudes in pseudo-Hegelian attempts to explain why the absolute idea externalizes itself at all, why it renounces its immediate self-identity, so that, by overcoming this split, it can restore its unity at a higher level. Disharmony is needed so that a new, higher, complex harmony can emerge. The greater the dissonance to be surmounted, the greater the harmony. Hegel's effective position is far more disquieting. Yes, in reconciliation, harmony is restored, but this new harmony has nothing whatsoever to do with the restitution of the lost original harmony in the new harmony. The loss of the original harmony is consummated. That is to say, the shift from utter perversion to restored harmony concerns principally the notional standard by means of which we measure the perversion. It occurs when the subject abandons the old standard according to which the new state of things appeared to him perverted, and accepts a standard appropriate to the new constellation. As Hegel repeats again and again, when a state of things no longer fits its notion, its normative ground, the endeavor to bring the state of things back into harmony with its notion is vain, one has to change the notion itself. Schelling claims that the fact of freedom opens up the possibility of evil as the reversal of the normal relationship between logos and its contract active ground. Ground can prevail upon the light of reason and, instead of remaining in the background, directly posit itself as the dominant principle of the whole. For Hegel, however, this reversal is the very definition of subject. Subject is the name for the principle of selfhood which subordinates to itself the substantial whole whose particular moment it originally was. The reversal is therefore always already the reversal of the reversal itself, not in the sense that the subject has to abandon his egotistic pride, his central position, and again posit himself as the subordinate moment of a higher substantial whole. What he has to abandon is the very standard of the substantial whole which reduces him to a subordinated moment. Instead, the subject has to raise a new, subjective totality to the measure of normalcy. The ambiguous status of Lolling. In order to gain an apprehension of what is effectively at stake in this Hegelian reversal of the reversal, one should relate it to the key alternative of the contemporary post-structuralized debate, epitomized by the couple Althusser-Foucault. The very proximity of the Althusserian notion of ideological state apparatuses to the Foucauldian notion of the micro-practices of power renders visible the gap that separates them. In both cases, we are dealing with a drill which compels the subject directly, bypassing the level of meaning. The crucial difference resides in the fact that in Althusser the big other, the transferential relationship to the ideological subject, is always already here, whereas the whole point of the Foucauldian microphysics of power is to demonstrate that power doesn't exist. In strict analogy to Lacan's woman doesn't exist, there is no power, only a dispersed, plural, non-all network of local practices lacking reference to a central totalizing agency. We must be careful here not to miss the elegant paradox of Foucault, when he asserts that power doesn't exist, that power relations form a feminine, non-all, non-totalizable collection. He thereby undertakes to apply to the domain of power relations the conceptual apparatus usually activated to account for the very absence of power in a network of relations. To put it succinctly, he treats power as non-power. Within the traditional approach, at least, the imposition of the one as the exception which totalizer the dispersed collection of relations is the very definition of power. In short, Foucault strives to accomplish in the domain of power relations what the Lacanian notion of Lolling, language, accomplished in the domain of language, to delineate the contours of a non-all complex network of contingent and inconsistent procedures not yet caught in the logic of totalization through a castration, that is, through the exception of one. The one, the Lacanian big other, is merely a secondary specter which should be deduced from the immanent functioning of micro-practices. This is why, as a careful reading of the Archaeology of Knowledge, Foucault's discourse on method, makes clear, Foucault is not a structuralist. The Foucauldian episteme is not a formal differential system, a structure whose terms are defined through their negative relationship to all other terms, identity as a bundle of differences, but a collection of contingent singularities, of the rules of their emergence and disappearance, in contrast to the structuralist's strict conceptual realism. Foucault is a radical conceptual nominalist. In short, Foucault's problem is, how are we to conceive the rule of the emergence of singular events which is not yet a law, in the precise sense of the formal structure of differential mediations? Deleuze struggled with the same problem. For many years he felt confident that structuralism itself was the theory of the rules of the emergence and disappearance of singular sense events. Only latterly did he fully apprehend the gap that separates structuralist differentialism, in which the positive presence of every element is mediated by negativity. Even the consistency of the structure itself is maintained by the constant displacement of a central, constitutive lack from Spinozan absolute positivity. Deleuze's reference to Spinoza is crucial insofar as he found in Spinoza an assertion of differences which remain absolutely positive, and thus avoid the pitfalls of negativity. Both Foucault and Deleuze thus endeavor to conceptualize a non-castrated structure, a structure which does not function as an externally imposed formal framework, with the positive elements merely filling their preordained places within it. the Foucauldian rules of the emergence and combination of events are to be taken as absolutely immanent. They are the inherent rules of these elements, events themselves. There is no gap between an empty place in the structure and the element occupying this place. In the end, the alternative here is between idealism and materialism. Is the big other, the ideal symbolic order, always already here as a kind of insurmountable horizon, or is it possible to deploy its genesis out of the dispersed non-all network of contingent material singularities? This alternative accounts for the non-explicated tension in Jean-Jacques Le Cercle's otherwise excellent violence of language. The author clearly oscillates between two ultimately incompatible accounts of that which in language eludes the grasp of the synchronous formal order, the Lacanian one, elaborated by Jean-Claude Milner, and that of Deleuze and Guattari. On the one hand, Le Cercle resorts to Lacanian Lalling to designate the remainder of the symbolic order of language, all those features which bear witness to the fact that language ran amok and started to speak by itself, bypassing the domination of meaning, word plays, nonsense, etc., as well as the violent inscriptions of pathological power relations, of history in its utter contingency, which distort, displace, warp, language qua formal neutral order. On the other hand, Le Cercle follows Deleuze and Guattari's Nietzschean notion of language itself as the medium of violent intersubjective interventions, of metamorphoses in contrast to benign metaphors. The formal neutral system of language is nothing but the prolongation of violence by other means, a stratagem to impose one's perspective as the neutral universal framework, and thus to repress the life force of other perspectives. Although the line that separates these two accounts may seem almost indiscernible, they nonetheless differ radically. Is Lalling, that is, all those features on account of which language cannot be reduced to a synchronous, formal neutral, system for the transmission of meaning, a secondary, albeit irreducible, remainder, or is the very system of language a secondary repressive formation whose strategic aim is to keep in check the rhythmic productivity of Lalling? The radical ambiguity of the political dimension of Lalling adds to the sense of urgency in this alternative. On the one hand, Lalling, of course, stands for the emergence of the liberating plurality of inconsistent sprouts of enjoyment which thwart the formal system of language, and which the repressive power of language endeavors to contain. Does not Lalling, however, also stand for the emergence of social pathology, say, for the obscene racist jouissance which, via a passing obscene innuendo or an aggressive joke, makes itself heard in the interstices of the civilized democratic discourse governed by the notions of equality, tolerance, and solidarity? Are not such disquieting moments, when the benign surface of official discourse is suddenly disturbed by gestures signaling disdain for women, cruel mockery of the weak and poor, the obscene display of power, ambiguous fascination with the superior sexual prowess of African Americans, and so forth, exemplary cases of Lalling? Is not superego, then, in so far as the psychoanalytic term for this obscene aspect of the social law is superego degree, on the side of Lalling? How does Lacan himself stand with regard to this alternative? The first impression, of course, is that he also oscillates. One of Lacan's leitmotifs is that the big other is always already here, so that the real of the remainder has to be deduced, accounted for, from the inconsistencies of the other. In apparent opposition to the status of Lalling as a secondary remainder, Lacan repeatedly asserted the jouissance of the letter as a kind of base out of which, via the operation of phallic exclusion, symbolic castration, the discursive order of the big other emerges. Here, however, one should accomplish the ultimate Hegelian gesture of speculative identity. The temporal as well as logical precedence of Lalling over the big other has to be conceived as strictly correlative to idealism carried to extremes, to the notion that the excess of the real in its very material density results from a certain deadlock of symbolization. Let us elaborate this crucial point. The great problem of Lacan's late teaching was to put it in Maoist terms: how do we get from the one to the other? How does the one split into two? How does the order of prediscursive letters which materialize enjoyment transmute into the differential symbolic structure, the big other, into the order of communication and exchange, in short, into a discourse? How do we get from the acephalous, presubjective circulation of letters to the signifier which represents the subject for another signifier. We can see now what Lacan is really after in his late ruminations on the enigma of how the big other is intertwined with the remainder of Lalande. He endeavors to break out of the endless game of playing off language the synchronous neutral formal system against Lalande, the inconsistent brie-bray of pathological tics which signal the violent intrusion of the real of history, and drives into the symbolic order by focusing on a tertium dator, a vanishing mediator between these two poles. What the big other has to repress in order to assert itself as a consistent neutral formal order is its own founding gesture, the endlessly repeated violent cut by means of which language differs from Lalande, and at this point, of course, we again encounter the grundoperation of German idealism. What is idealism? What, then, are the variants of the relationship between the ideal order of the big other and the non-all, inconsistent collection of the fragments of the real? The basic alternative, of course, is between the Deleuze-Foucauldian materialist line and the traditional idealist line. Either we assert some kind of primordial pre-symbolic process flux of desire, micro-practices of power, Christova semiotic, Lalande, and so on, which, through the meanderings of its self-limitation, splits into two and engenders the big other, the Oedipal symbolic order, the spectre of a centralized totalized power, etc. Or we deduce the very material density and opacity of the real from the paradoxes of the negative self-relating of the ideal, reality as the product of notional self-mediation. Let us avoid a fatal misunderstanding. I definitely do not mention this idealist solution solely as a negative example in its most radical formulation. It is not foreign to Lacan himself. That is to say, what philosophical idealism, at its most subversive, effectively amounts to is not a kind of gradual emanation of material reality from the absolute, a la Plotin, but the Hegelian notion of reality as something which exists only in so far as idea is not fully actualized, fulfilled. The very existence of the hard, external reality bears witness to the fact that idea remains caught in a deadlock. Authentic idealism thus turns upside down the commonsensical, and also Kantian intuition. According to Vihish, reality infinitely exceeds what our finite reason is able to grasp, so that when we endeavor to comprehend the universe in its totality, we inevitably become entangled in a cobweb of antinomies and inconsistencies. The causal dependency effectively runs in the opposite direction, that is to say, far from being at the root of the antinomies of our comprehension, finite temporal reality itself emerges because reason, in its inherent movement, became involved in inconsistencies, and continues to exist only as long as reason does not untangle them. Eccentric as it may sound, this attitude is strictly analogous to the most concrete logic of the symptom in psychoanalysis. The real of a symptom bears witness to some deadlock in the process of symbolization. The moment the traumatic kernel at its root is integrated into the symbolic order, the symptom dissolves by itself. In this precise sense, the real emerges from the impasses of formalization. As Lacan puts it in his seminar Encore, the real is not a hard external kernel which resists symbolization, but the product of a deadlock in the process of symbolization. Perhaps the clearest example of what is effectively at stake in authentic idealism is provided by the Kantian distinction between constitutive and regulative notions. In our experience, we are confined to a spatially and temporally limited segment of reality. Our apprehension of this segment as a tiny part of the universe, of the whole of reality which exists in itself, is a necessary transcendental illusion. In this apprehension, we totalize the segment given to us in our experience by relating it to the regulative idea of the universe, reality in its totality. That is Kant's idealist reversal. What we spontaneously apprehend as the reality which exists out there, independently of our experience of it, the universe in itself as the whole of reality accessible to us only in tiny segments, is effectively the result of the perceiving subject's contribution. It proceeds from the totalization of empirical fragments performed by the regulative idea of reality in its totality, the universe. The boundary between constitutive and regulative is thus not absolute. It is only the intervention of the regulative idea which enables us to apprehend, the transcendentally constituted reality as a consistent composite, not just a bric-a-brac of senseless fragments. In this way, Kant extraneates, in the Brechtian sense our most natural experience of reality, what the subject, embedded in his natural attitude, experiences as the unique and homogeneous reality whose part he is actually an artificial composite, the fusion of two radically heterogeneous ingredients. This fusion does not concern only the transcendental synthesis of the multitude of sensible intuitions, that is, the network of a priori notions which confer upon the formless sensible multitude the form of consistent experiential reality. The very emergence of this experiential reality hinges on the regulative idea whose intervention enables the subject to experience reality as a consistent totality. Therein lies the properly ontological role of imagination. Imagination in its radical, transcendental sense is not merely an activity of imitating and recombining sensible perceptions, but an activity whose contribution is constitutive of our apprehension of reality itself as the consistent whole of the universe. Imagination can perform this ontological function only in so far as reality is in itself incomplete, open, as in the well-known science fiction idea of a universe whose creation is not yet completed, so that at its limits one can encounter strange half-constituted creatures, a table with a shape but no color, a bird with a body but no voice, and so on, as if reality itself is not yet properly put together and furnished with all its ingredients. Perhaps the best way to render palpable this basic paradox of idealism, it is our reason which accounts for the very reality of reality, is to recall a somewhat similar cinematic experience. Today, one often supplements a shot of real reality with a computer-generated image, a live picture of planes flying, of a waterfall, which not only fits harmoniously into the framework of screen reality but is actually responsible for the shot's impression of reality. If one were to subtract this artificial, computer-generated element, the remainder would suddenly change into a puzzle with some crucial pieces still missing. At a more primitive level of cinematic technique, it was the painted detail in the background, the horizon, the buildings across the street which brought about the impression of reality and made us forget the studio setting. This is how authentic idealism overcomes the opposition between idea and reality. The idea does not simply internalize, swallow, dissolve, generate, and so on, external reality. The point is, rather, that it is only the supplement of the idea which makes consistent reality out of the chaos of empirical sensible representations. Reality in itself, the universe as the consistent totality of objects which exists independently of the apprehending subject, is an idea of reason, that is, a pure notional determination. Owing to a kind of spontaneous perspective illusion, the subject misperceives this very contribution of his as the kernel of reality in itself. This is also what the Hegelian complete notional determination is about. When an object is completely determined in its notion, it simply becomes part of reality, it actually exists. One of the standard criticisms of Hegel concerns his ambiguous use of the very notion of Notionbegriff. He sometimes resorts to the term Begriff to designate, in a commonsensical way, a mere notion nur ein Begriff in opposition to external, true, actual existence. At other times, Begriff stands for the only true actuality, in opposition to the transient empirical reality. This ambiguity, however, is unavoidable, since it indexes the paradox of philosophical idealism. It is the supplement of something whose status is that of a mere notion, as opposed to reality, that is, in Kantian terms, an empty notion without positive content which brings about the transformation of the confused multitude of empirical representations into fully existing actuality. Let us, however, take a step further. The philosophical revolution of Schelling is best epitomized by the title Real Idealismus, since it is not possible to generate the real from the ideal, or vice versa. One has to locate the absolute in the end itself, the real and the ideal, that is, to conceive it as the indifference of the two poles, as the neutral medium of their coexistence. Yet another possibility is to conceive this end as the primordially repressed vanishing mediator which generates the very difference between the real and the ideal. These four positions form a Grimmasian semiotic square, The first axis in this mother of all squares is that of materialism versus idealism, engendering the ideal from the real, or vice versa, while both the remaining two positions point towards a dimension beyond, or rather, beneath the couple ideal-real. This dimension is then specified either in the idealist way, as the neutral medium of the opposites, or in the materialist way, as their vanishing mediator. The two idealist positions thus correspond to what I have called the two formal envelopes of error, Hegel's and Schelling's, whereas the two materialist positions are the engendering of the ideal from the real, what Deleuze, in Logic of Sense, called real genesis as opposed to transcendental genesis, and the focusing on the vanishing mediator. Proof of the conceptual consistency of these four positions is provided by the fact that each of them involves a clearly defined notion of evil. The Deleuzean materialist perspective is, of course, Nietzschean. Evil designates the subordination of the flux of desire to an ideal which truncates its assertive life power, its multiple productivity. In the idealist perspective, on the contrary, evil is the fall of the finite, the severing of its ties with the idea. In Schelling, as we have seen, the two poles, the ideal and the real, logos and its ground, are always united, so that evil is not their split as such but, rather, their false unity, unity under the dominance of the egotistic ground. In the fourth version, evil is good itself in its becoming, that is, good is evil elevated to the universal by means of its self-relating. The repressed genesis of modernity. We are thereby back to the Grundoperation of German idealism. In order to delimit this Grundoperation in its contrast to the Hegelian formal envelope of error as clearly as possible, it is necessary to tackle what is definitely the most boring and traditional question in Hegelian studies, the elementary matrix or model of the Hegelian dialectical process. Let us take as our starting point a rarely mentioned feature of the dialectical process, the fact that its denouement always occurs in two stages. The state, for example, is first posited as the rational totality which sublates the contingency of individual destinies. Then, however, in an additional turn of the screw, it becomes evident that the very actualization of the state hinges on the monarch qua contingent bodily existence. One can thus give a proper answer to the standard criticism according to which the Hegelian dialectical process is caught in the closed loop of teleology, its end preordained by, contained in, its beginning. What undermines the smooth running of the teleological machine is the uncanny fact that there are too many of these ends, more precisely, at least two. Among Oral Stanley Gardner's Perry Mason novels, The Case of the Perjured Parrot is famous for its double denouement. After Perry performs his usual trick of pinpointing the murderer by means of a brilliant deduction, he is still bothered by a small detail which doesn't quite fit into his scheme of things, so he concocts a new interpretation which turns things upside down and finally accounts for everything. One is tempted to claim that the Hegelian dialectical process provides the ultimate case of the perjured parrot, since the reversal of self-relating negativity into a new positivity follows the same rhythm of double denouement. First, there is the negation of negation qua absolute, self-relating loss, the loss of the loss. In the dialectics of desire, this moment occurs when the frustrating experience of the inaccessibility of the object of desire turns into an awareness of how this object itself is a metonymy of lack, how it merely gives body to a certain inaccessibility/impossibility, that is, to the fundamental void which constitutes desire. Lacan's last word, however, is not the deadlock of desire. What follows is another turn of the screw, the reversal of impasse into passe, of the negativity of desire into the positivity of drive. We change gear, as it were, from desire to drive when we become aware of how our libido realizes its aim, finds satisfaction in the very circular movement of its repeated failure to attain its goal. This logic of double denouement brings us back to the question of the modern Cartesian subject qua dollar, the empty point of self-reference. This subject is strictly correlative to the excremental remainder, bone, which falls out at the end of the process. For that very reason it is, paradoxically, the worker who occupies the place of the subject in the antagonistic relationship between worker and capitalist, as Marx emphasized again and again, from Grundriss to Capita / the worker is a subject, that is, he delivers himself from the last vestiges of substantiality the moment he offers himself his productive force, the kernel of his being on the market, and can be bought for money. This is why woman, in so far as she functions, also as an object of exchange between men, is more subject than man. There is no subjectivity without the reduction of the substantial kernel of my being, of the agalma in me, the secret treasure which accounts for my worth and dignity, to a freely circulating and available excrement. This paradoxical constellation belies the official story of the genesis of subjectivity, which runs as follows: the traditional individual is embedded in the framework of destiny, his place is preordained by the power of tradition, and his tragedy resides in the obligation to repay the debt he contracted with no active participation on his part, but by his mere place of inscription in the network of family relations he is guilty because of what he is, in his symbolic place, not because of what he effectively did or desired. The modern subject, on the contrary, gets rid of this burden of tradition. He asserts himself as a self-responsible and autonomous master of his fate. Tradition counts for him only in so far as it has been tested by the independent tribunal of reason. The conjecture of Hegel, Marx, and Lacan, however, is that the passage from the pre-modern individual embedded in the framework of tradition to the modern autonomous subject cannot occur directly. There is something in between the two, a kind of vanishing mediator, and in order to designate the gesture of horrifying, senseless renunciation which plays the role of this vanishing mediator, which accounts for the repressed genesis of modernity, Lacan resorts to the Freudian concept of Veragung. In what, then, does this Veragung consist? Die Veragung from Paul Claudel. Lacan deploys the contours of this concept in his detailed commentary on Paul Claudel's Kuffontaine trilogy, which he elevates into a contemporary counterpart to Antigone. The reference to Lacan's Antigone as the exemplary case of the ethics of desire has become a commonplace in recent years, in significant contrast to the non-reactions to Lacan's commentary on Claudel's play. This absence of reactions, however, is not really surprising, since here things are far more disquieting, no flashes of beauty generated by the sublime pathos of the tragic events on stage, merely a repulsive tick. We shall limit ourselves to the first part of the trilogy, the hostage elotage. The play takes place towards the end of Napoleonic rule, on the estate of the impoverished noble family of Kuffontaine in the French countryside. After many years of assiduous endeavor, Signe de Kuffontaine, a somewhat faded beauty in her late 20s and the last member of the family to remain there, has succeeded in bringing together what was left of the estate after the revolutionary turmoil. One stormy night she receives an unexpected secret visit from her cousin Georges, heir of the family and a fervent royalist, who emigrated to England, caught in a mystical trance comparable to Wagner's Tristan. Signe and Georges take a vow of eternal love which simultaneously expresses their profound attachment to the family land and title. The two lovers are united in the prospect of marrying and continuing the family tradition. They have dedicated and sacrificed everything, their youth and happiness, to it. The family title and a small piece of land are all they have. However, new troubles are already looming on the horizon. Georges has returned to France on a very sensitive secret political mission. He has brought into their manor the Pope, who is on the run from Napoleon. The next morning Signe is visited by Toussaint Tourlour, prefect of the region, and a nouveau riche, a person she thoroughly despises. Tourlour, son of her servant and wet nurse, has used the revolution to promote his career as a local Jacobin potentate. He ordered the execution of Signe's parents in the presence of their children. This same Tourlour, the arch-enemy of the family, now approaches Signe with the following proposal. His spies have informed him of the presence of Georges and the Pope, and of course he has strict orders from Paris to arrest the two immediately. However, he is ready to let them slip away if only Signe will marry him and thus transfer to him the Kuffontaine family title. Although Signe proudly rejects the offer and dismisses Tourlour, a long ensuing conversation with the local priest, confidant of the family, makes her change her mind. In his paradigmatically modern strategy of inducing her to accept Tourlour's offer of marriage, and thus save the Pope, the priest renounces any direct appeal to her duty and obligation. he repeats again and again that nobody, not even God himself, has the right to ask of her such a horrifying sacrifice. The decision is entirely hers, she has the right to say no without any reproach. A year later, Turlur, now Seine's husband and prefect of Seine, conducts the negotiations for the surrender of Paris to the advancing royalists. By means of his negotiating skills, he ensures for himself one of the most powerful positions in post-Napoleonic France. The chief negotiator for the returning king is none other than Georges. Moreover, negotiations take place on the very day when a son is born to Seine and Turlur. Unable to bear the fact that the corrupt and opportunistic Turlur has usurped the family title, Georges gets involved in a violent fight with him. There is a shootout between the two men in the presence of Seine. Georges is mortally wounded, while Seine shields Turlur with her own body, intercepting Georges's bullet. In an alternative version of the scene which follows the shootout, Turlur, standing by the bed of the fatally wounded Seine, desperately asks her to give a sign which would confer some meaning on her unexpected suicidal gesture of saving the life of her loathed husband. Anything, even if she didn't do it for love of him but merely to save the family name from disgrace. The dying Seine utters not a sound, she merely signals her rejection of a final reconciliation with her husband by means of a compulsive tic, a kind of convulsed twitching which repeatedly distorts her gentle face. Here Lacan is fully justified in reading the very name Seine as a distorted signe, French for sign. What Seine refuses to do is to provide a sign which would integrate her absurd act of sacrificing herself for her loathed husband into the symbolic universe of honor and duty, thereby softening its dramatic impact. The last scene of the play, while Seine is dying of her wound, Turlur bids a pathetic welcome to the king on behalf of a faithful France. The Pope is portrayed as a powerless, sentimental, half-senile old man, definitely out of touch with his time, personifying the hollow ritual and lifeless wisdom of an institution in decay. The restoration of the Ancien Regime after Napoleon's fall is an obscene parody in which the most corrupt parvenus of the revolution, dressed up as royalists, run the show. Claudel thus clearly signals that the order for which Seine accomplishes the ultimate sacrifice is not the authentic old order but its shallow and impotent semblance, a mask under the guise of which the new forces of corruption and degeneration fortify their rule. In spite of this, however, her word obliges her, or, as Lacan puts it, she is the hostage of her word, so she goes through the empty motions of sacrificing herself for her husband, whom she is supposed not only to obey but also to respect and love wholeheartedly. Therein resides the horrifying senselessness of her suicidal gesture. This gesture is empty, there is no substantial destiny which predetermines the symbolic coordinates of the hero's existence, no guilt he has to assume in a pathetically heroic gesture of self-sacrifice. God is dead. The substantial universal for which the subject is ready to sacrifice the kernel of his being is but an empty form, a ridiculous ritual devoid of any substantial content, which nonetheless holds the subject as its hostage. The modern subject constitutes himself by means of such a gesture of redoubled renunciation, that is, of sacrificing the very kernel of his being, his particular substance for which he is otherwise ready to sacrifice everything. In other words, he sacrifices the substantial kernel of his being on behalf of the universal order which, however, since God is dead, reveals itself as an impotent empty shell. The subject thus finds himself in the void of absolute alienation, deprived even of the beauty of tragic pathos, reduced to a state of radical humiliation, turned into the empty shell of himself. He is compelled to obey the ritual and to feign enthusiastic allegiance to a cause he no longer believes in, or even utterly despises. The more than obvious fact that the hostage often approaches ridiculous and excessive melodrama is, therefore, not a weakness, rather, it functions as the index of a subjective deadlock which can no longer express itself in tragic pathos. The subject is bereft of even the minimum of tragic dignity. The gap that separates Claudel's piece from Antigone is clearly perceptible here. If one were to rewrite Antigone as a modern tragedy, one would have to change the story so as to deprive Antigone's suicidal gesture of its sublime dignity and turn it into a case of ridiculously stubborn perseverance which is utterly out of place, and is in all probability masterminded by the very state power it pretends to call into question. Lacan's precise formulation of this key point fits like a glove the position of the accused in the Stalinist show trials. In the modern tragedy, the subject is asked to assume with enjoyment the very injustice at which he is horrified. La est demandé d'assumer comme un jouissance l'injustice même qu'il lui fait horreur. Is not this a perfect description of the impasse of a Stalinist subject? Not only is he forced to sacrifice everything that really matters to him, tradition, loyalty to his friends, etc. To the party, in addition, he is requested to do it with enthusiastic allegiance. One is therefore tempted to risk the hypothesis that the Stalinist show trials, with their absolute, self-relating humiliation of the accused, who is compelled to request the death penalty for himself, etc., provide the clearest actualization in social reality itself of the fundamental structure of the modern tragedy articulated by Lacan apropos of Claude. In so far as the subject betrays the kernel of his being, he as it were cuts off the possibility of a dignified retreat into tragic authenticity. What, then, remains for him but a gesture of denial which, in Claudel, appears in the guise of the dying sign's convulsive twitches. Such a grimace, a tic that distorts the harmony of a beautiful feminine face, registers the dimension of the real, of the subject qua answer of the real. This tiny, barely perceptible tic or refusal, a no, a non, this tic, this grimace, in short, this flexion of the body, this psychosomatics incomparably more horrifying than the cyclopean vortex of the real celebrated by Schelling, is the elementary gesture of hysteria. By means of her symptoms, the hysterical woman says no to the demand of the social big other to assume with enjoyment the very injustice at which she is horrified, say, to pretend to find personal fulfillment and satisfaction in carrying out her calling as it is defined by the ruling patriarchal order. One should recall here Lacan's reversal of Dostoevsky's famous proposition from the brothers Karamazov: if God doesn't exist, the father says, then everything is permitted. Quite evidently, a naive notion, for we analysts know full well that if God doesn't exist, then nothing at all is permitted any longer. Neurotics prove that to us every day. In other words, the fact that there is no longer a destiny preordaining the contours of my guilt in no way allows me to enjoy the innocence of the autonomous subject delivered from any externally imposed standard of guilt. Rather, this absence of destiny makes me absolutely guilty. I feel guilty without knowing what I am effectively guilty of, and this ignorance makes me even more guilty. It is this abstract guilt that renders the subject vulnerable to the totalitarian trap. So there is a glimmer of truth in the conservative claim that the freedom of the modern subject is false. A hysterical disquiet pertains to his very existence because he lacks any firm social identity, which can come only from a substantial sense of tradition. This abstract, indefinite, and for that very reason absolute guilt, which weighs down on the subject, delivered from the rule of destiny, is the ultimate object of psychoanalysis, since it lies at the root of all forms of psychopathology. In this precise sense, Lacan maintains that the subject of psychoanalysis is the Cartesian subject of modern science, the subject characterized by permanent nervous strain and discontent, which come from lack of support in the big other of destiny. Is not the ultimate proof of the pertinence of Lacan's reversal of Dostoevsky the shift from the law qua prohibition to the rule of norms or ideals we are witnessing today, in all domains of our everyday lives, from eating habits to sexual behavior and professional success? There are fewer and fewer prohibitions, and more norms ideals to follow. The suspended law prohibition re-emerges in the guise of the ferocious superego that fills the subject with guilt the moment his performance is found lacking with respect to the norm or ideal. Therein resides the lesson of Catholicism much appreciated by Lacan. The function of a clear and explicit external prohibition is not to make us guilty but, on the contrary, to relieve the unbearable pressure of the guilt which weighs upon us when the prohibition fails to intervene. In our late capitalist universe, the subject is not guilty when he infringes a prohibition. It is far more likely that he feels guilty when, or, rather, because he is not happy. The command to be happy is perhaps the ultimate superego injunction. Degree. To Franz Pregarin. Slovene literature offers an example of Viragung which is in no way inferior to Claudel's. Franz Pregeren's Baptism at Savica, a long epic poem from the S about the violent 9th century Christianization of the Slovenes. According to the mythical narrative of origins, this poem founded the Slovene nation. The truth is that up till now, at least every Slovene schoolboy has had to learn it by heart. A prologue describes the heroic struggle of the last pagan Slovenes. The site of their last stand is a mountain castle surrounded by Christians. In a sanguinary night battle they are all slaughtered, with the sole exception of Krdomir, their young leader. After taking advantage of the confusion of the night to slip away, he takes refuge in an isolated pagan sanctuary run by the beautiful priestess Bogomila, his great love. Here, however, a nasty surprise awaits Krdomir. In the meantime, while he was fighting his battles, Bogomila has been converted to Christianity. She now tries passionately to persuade him to be baptized himself. The two of them can be united only in Christ. His love for her is so strong that he is ready to renounce everything for it, that is to say, the old pagan mores, which form the very substance of his being. After Krdomir nods his agreement, however, expecting that in this way he will win Bogomila, he discovers another turn of the screw to the affair. Bogomila now asks him also to renounce herself, his carnal love for her. If he truly loves her, he must accept what matters to her most, a chaste life in the service of Christ. How does Krdomir break down for the second time and renounce Bogomila herself, that is, in Lacanessa? How does he fully assume symbolic castration? What intervenes at this precise point is the fascinating image. Krdomir looks at Bogomila and is struck by the beatitude of her heavenly image. The moment this image casts its spell over him, he is lost. This image is the lure par excellence, the placeholder of lac, or, in Lacanessa, the objet petit, object cause of desire standing over -phi. Castration. Castration is generally presented in the guise of a fascinating image. The final scene, Krdomir, totally broken, undergoes the ceremony of baptism at the waterfall of Savica, in what are now the Slovene Alps. The last lines of the poem only tersely report that immediately after his baptism Krdomir went to Aquileia, a city in what is now northern Italy, was trained as a missionary and devoted his remaining days to converting pagans to Christianity. He and Bogomila never saw each other again in this world. In Slovene literary theory and criticism, this poem has given rise to two opposed series of interpretations. Leftist readings focus on the prologue and assert the heroic resistance to the violent imposition of a foreign religion, Krdomir as a forerunner of contemporary struggles for national independence. Rightist readings take Christianization at face value and claim that the ultimate message of the poem is hope, not despair. At the end, Krdomir finds inner peace in Christ. Both series miss the subjective position of Krdomir at the end, which, of course, is precisely that of Viragung. After renouncing everything that matters to him, his ethnic roots, the very substance of his social being, see for the sake of his love, Krdomir is led to renounce the fulfillment of this love itself, so that he finds himself beyond the second death, reduced to a shell of his former self and forced to promulgate a faith he himself does not believe in. One pop psychological cliché about the so-called Slovene national character is that this subjective position of Krdomir epitomizes the proverbial compromising, irresolute, self-defeating, character structure of the typical Slovene, instead of making a clear choice and assuming all its consequences, which means, in this case, either sticking to our particular ethnic roots whatever the cost, or wholeheartedly embracing the new universal Christian order. A typical Slovene prefers the undecided intermediate state Christianity. Yes, but not quite. Let us keep our fingers crossed and maintain an inner distance. Better a finger crossed than a finger burnt. The problem, however, is that the intersection of the two sets, the particular, one's ethnic roots, and the universal, Christianity, is empty, so that if one chooses the intersection, one loses everything, and the name of this radical loss, of course, is subject. In other words, the modern subject is strictly correlative with the dimension beyond the second death. The first death is the sacrifice of our particular, pathological substance for the universal cause. The second death is the sacrifice, the betrayal, of this cause itself, so that all that remains is the void, which is dollar, the barred subject. The subject emerges only via this double, self-relating sacrifice of the very cause for which he was ready to sacrifice everything. Perhaps the fundamental fantasy of modernity concerns the possibility of a synthesis of the particular and the universal, the dream of a universal language permeated by particular passions, of universal formal reason permeated by the substance of a concrete life world, and so on. In short, fantasy fills out the empty set of the intersection. Its premise is that this set is not empty. One of the ironies of our intellectual life is that in the eyes of philosophical Dasein, Hegel, the very philosopher who articulated the logic of the sacrifice is considered the paradigmatic representative of this fantasy. Kierkegaard, Pregeren's contemporary and Hegel's great opponent, is uncannily close to Hegel in this respect. Does not the Kierkegaardian notion of the religious involve a strictly analogous gesture of double, self-relating sacrifice? First, we have to renounce the particular aesthetic content for the sake of the universal ethical law. Then, faith compels us to suspend this law itself. We can now provide a precise definition of the trap in which Claudel's sign and Pregeren's Critimer become ensnared. They both abstractly oppose the thing itself, for sign, the Christian religion, for Critimer, his love for Bogomila, to the particular life context within which only this thing can thrive, sign's attachment to the family estate and feudal tradition, Critimer's roots in the old pagan life world. That is to say, they both fail to note how their renunciation of the particular content on behalf of the thing itself effectively amounts to renunciation of the thing. In Hegelian terms, they both cling to the illusory belief that the thing, the true universal, can somehow persist, retain its consistency, outside its concrete conditions of existence, that the Christian religion can retain its meaning outside the ancien regime, in new, post-revolutionary conditions. Therein resides the existential kernel of the Hegelian negation of negation. The subject has to experience how the negation, sacrifice of a particular content on behalf of the thing is already the negation sacrifice of the thing, of that on behalf of which we sacrifice the particular content. In Claudel, Christianity, the thing survives, but as a mere lifeless shell of itself, bereft of its life substance. In Pregeren, Critimer survives as a shell of his former self, bereft of his substantial content. In short, as a subjects, that is to say, only through such a double movement of the sacrifice which deprives the subject of its entire substantial content can the pure subject qua dolor emerge, can we pass from substance to subject. What one should bear in mind here, of course, is the way sexual difference accounts for the different attitudes of the two heroes. After the experience of Veragung, the man Critimer continues to participate in the social game. He himself becomes the agent of the very Christianization which brought about his downfall, whereas the woman sign persists in her no, to the social ritual. The dialectical transubstantiation. The director's masterly deceptive manipulation of the point of view in Fritz Lang's Secret Beyond the Door, a variation on the Bluebeard theme, provides a disturbing case of such a loss of substantial content. Celia, Joan Bennett, is more and more convinced that her husband Michael Redgrave, is a psychopath intending to kill her. Late one evening, she succumbs to panic and runs wildly out of the house into the mist-filled garden, where she confronts a male figure. The fade-out follows so quickly that the spectator is not able to ascertain its identity. This confrontation, of course, follows the classic rules of Gothic horror. When the prospective victim decides to run away, she runs into the murderer, who already awaits her, as if he was aware of her attempt to escape and included it in his plan. At this point, the film cuts to Mark's voiceover and his imagined trial for Celia's murder. We are led to believe that she has been murdered by her husband. However, as Mark wanders through her room, Celia suddenly appears at the door. Her unexpected appearance surprises not so much Mark, since he knows he has not killed her, but, rather, the spectator. We soon learn that the figure in the mist was not Mark but Bob, her protective brother-like ex-fiancé who had answered her call and come to save her. The surprise here is double. First, the spectator, accustomed to the standard rules of the genre, is led to expect that after the victim's aphonesis which follows the confrontation with the horrifying figure in the mist, the film will pass from the subjective point of view narrative to the objective, impersonal narrative. However, contrary to the spectator's expectations, the scene that follows the heroine's aphonesis is also told in the mode of the point of view narrative, of the alleged murderer. In addition, it soon becomes clear that the alleged murderer is not a murderer at all, that the crime was merely fantasized, the victim's anxiety overlapped with his, the murderer's fantasy. The reversal is thus double, first from her point of view to his, then her sudden reappearance which fictionalizes both her narrative and his. The libidinal economy of such a reversal from one subject's to another subject's point of view, after the first subject confronts the figure of ultimate horror and fades out, involves a kind of transubstantiation. It is as if the very reality of the second subject materializes, gives body to, the dream of the first, that is, as if in the second subject, the first survives his death. And this is what the Hegelian return of the spirit to itself is about. In the negation of negation, the spirit does return to itself. However, it is absolutely crucial to bear in mind the performative dimension of this return. The spirit changes in its very substance through this return to itself. The spirit to whom we return, the spirit that returns to itself, is not the same as the spirit that was previously lost in alienation. What occurs in between is a kind of transubstantiation, so that this very return to itself marks the point at which the initial substantial spirit is definitely lost. Suffice it to recall the loss, the self-alienation, of the spirit of a substantial community that takes place when its organic links dissolve with the rise of abstract individualism. At the level of negation, this dissolution is still measured by the standard of organic unity, and therefore experienced as a loss. The negation of negation occurs when the spirit returns to itself not by way of the restitution of the lost organic community, this immediate organic unity is lost forever, but by the full consummation of this loss, that is, by the emergence of the new determination of society's unity, no longer the immediate organic unity but the formal legal order that sustains the civil society of free individuals. This new unity is substantially different from the lost immediate organic unity. To put it another way, castration designates the fact that the full subject immediately identical with the pathological substance of drives, has to sacrifice the unimpeded satisfaction of drives, to subordinate the substance of drives to the injunctions of an alien ethico-symbolic network. How does this subject return to himself? By fully consummating this loss of substance, that is, by shifting the center of gravity of his being from from the substance of drives to the void of negativity. The subject returns to himself when he no longer recognizes the kernel of his being in the substance of drives, but identifies with the void of negative self-relating. From this new standpoint, drives appear as something external and contingent, as something that is not truly himself. We are now in a position to elucidate the misunderstanding at work in the usual misperception of Hegel's critique of Kant. That is to say, when we are dealing with Hegel's repudiation of Kant's thesis on the unknowable character of the transcendental subject, we must be very careful to avoid the usual trap that runs as follows. According to Kant, the subject is unknowable, inaccessible to himself in his noumenal dimension, qua thing, since self-consciousness is confined to the categorical opposition of subject and object, i.e. in the act of self-consciousness, the subject becomes its own object. Self-consciousness is a consciousness of oneself as object. Consequently, the subject, which, precisely, is a non-object, cannot be adequately comprehended by means of the categories that define and constitute the phenomenal objective reality. For that reason, Kant is compelled to conceive of it as an unknowable X. However, the categories of objective reality, Kant's table of 12 categories, are categories of understanding. They are fit only for the comprehension of isolated, abstruse positive entities. In clear contrast, Hegel develops a dialectical logic of reason that enables us to comprehend the specific dimension of subjectivity without reducing the subject to another empirical, positive object. For that reason, the second part of Hegel's logic, the logic of essence, which remains within the domain of objective logic, is followed by a third part, the logic of notion, which belongs to the higher domain of subjective logic and reaches beyond Kant. This argumentation, Self-evident as it may appear, misses the very gist of Hegel's critique of Kant. Hegel does not supplement Kant's logic of abstract understanding, which gets stuck on the threshold of the unknowable, with another logic, the logic of reason capable of penetrating things in themselves. What Hegel effectively accomplishes is merely a kind of reflective inversion by means of which the very feature, misperceived by Kant as an epistemological obstacle, turns into a positive ontological determination. The unknowableness of the subject qua thing is simply the way understanding misperceives the fact that the subject is a non-substantial void. When Kant asserts that the transcendental subject is an unknowable, empty X, all one has to do is confer an ontological status on this epistemological determination: the subject is the empty nothingness of pure self-relating. This notion of the modern, Cartesian subject qua the radical negativity of the double, self-relating sacrifice also enables us to demarcate the paradoxical place of the theories of Georges Baudeley, that is, of Baudeley's fascination with the real, material sacrifice, with the different forms of Holocaust and of the excessive destruction of economic, social, etc. reality. On the one hand, of course, Baudeley's topic is modern subjectivity, the radical negativity implied in the position of the pure transcendental subject. On the other hand, Baudeley's universe remains the pre-Newtonian universe of balanced circular movement, or to put it in a different way, his notion of subjectivity is definitely pre-Kantian. Baudeley's subject is not yet the pure void, the transcendental point of self-relating negativity, but remains an inner-worldly, positive force. Within these coordinates, the negativity which characterizes the modern subject can express itself only in the guise of a violent destruction which throws the entire circuit of nature off the rails. It is as if, in a kind of unique short circuit, Baudeley projects the negativity of the modern subject backwards, into the closed, pre-modern Aristotelian universe of balanced circular movement, within which this negativity can materialize itself only as an irrational, excessive, non-economical expenditure. In short, what Baudeley fails to take note of is that the modern, Cartesian subject no longer needs to sacrifice goat's intestines, his children, and so on, since his very existence already entails the most radical, redoubled, self-relating sacrifice, the sacrifice of the very kernel of his being. Incidentally, this failure of Baudeley also throws a new light on the sacrificial violence, the obsession with the ultimate twilight of the universe, at work in Nazism. In it, we also encounter the reinscription of the radical negativity characteristic of the modern subject into the closed pagan universe, in which the stability of the social order is guaranteed by some kind of repeated sacrificial gesture. What we encounter in the libidinal economy of Nazism is the modern subjectivity, perceived from the standpoint of the pre-modern pagan universe. How does the spirit return to itself? A postmodern commonplace against Hegel is the criticism of restrained economy. In the dialectical process, loss and negativity are contained in advance, accounted for. What gets lost is merely the inessential aspect, and the very fact that a feature has been lost counts as the ultimate proof of its inessential status, whereas one can rest assured that the essential dimension will not only survive, but even be strengthened by the ordeal of negativity. The whole, teleological point of the process of loss and recuperation is to enable the absolute to purify itself, to render its essential dimension manifest by getting rid of the inessential, like a snake which, from time to time, has to cast off its skin in order to rejuvenate itself. We can see now where this reproach, which imputes to Hegel the obsessional economy of "I can give you everything but that," goes wrong and misses its target. Hegel's basic premise is that every attempt to distinguish the essential from the inessential always proves itself false. Whenever I resort to the strategy of renouncing the inessential in order to save the essential, sooner or later, but always when it's already too late, I am bound to discover that I made a fatal mistake when I decided what is essential, and the essential dimension has already slipped through my fingers. The crucial aspect of a proper dialectical reversal is this shift in the very relationship between the essential and the inessential when, for example, I defend my unprincipled flattery of my superiors by claiming that it amounts to mere external accommodation, whereas deep in my heart I stick to my true convictions and despise them. I blind myself to the reality of the situation. I have already given way on what really matters, since it is my inner conviction, sincere as it may be, which is effectively inessential. The negation of negation is not a kind of existential sleight of hand by means of which the subject pretends to put everything at stake, but effectively sacrifices only the inessential. Rather, it stands for the horrifying experience which occurs when, after sacrificing everything I considered inessential, I suddenly realize that the very essential dimension for the sake of which I sacrificed the inessential is already lost. The subject does save his skin, he survives the ordeal, but the price he has to pay is the loss of his very substance, of the most precious kernel of his individuality. More precisely, prior to this transubstantiation the subject is not a subject at all, since subject is ultimately the name for this very transubstantiation of substance which, after its dissemination, returns to itself, but not as the same. It is all too easy, therefore, to be misled by Hegel's notorious propositions concerning spirit as the power of tarrying with the negative, that is, of resurrecting after its own death. In the ordeal of absolute negativity, the spirit in its particular selfhood effectively dies, is over and done with, so that the spirit which resurrects is not the spirit which previously expired. The same goes for the resurrection. Hegel emphasizes again and again that Christ dies on the cross for real. He returns as the spirit of the community of believers, not in person. So, again, when, in what is perhaps the most famous single passage from his Phenomenology, Hegel asserts that the spirit is capable of tarrying with the negative, of enduring the power of the negative, this does not mean that in the ordeal of negativity the subject has merely to clench his teeth and hold out true. He will lose a few feathers, but, magically, everything will somehow turn out okay. Hegel's whole point is that the subject does not survive the ordeal of negativity, he effectively loses his very essence, and passes over into his other. One is tempted to evoke here the science fiction theme of changed identity, when a subject biologically survives, but is no longer the same person. This is what the Hegelian transubstantiation is about, and of course, it is this very transubstantiation which distinguishes subject from substance. Subject designates that X which is able to survive the loss of its very substantial identity, and to continue to live as the empty shell of its former self. An analogous transubstantiation is at work in the Hegelian cunning of reason, in the triad of ends, means and object. The effective unity, the mediating agency, is not the end but the means. The means effectively dominate the entire process by mediating between the end and the external object in which the end is to be realized, actualized. The end is thus far from dominating the means and the object. The end and the external object are the two objectivizations of means qua the movable medium of negativity. In short, Hegel's result is that the end is ultimately a means of means themselves, a means self-posited by means to set in motion its mediating activity. It is similar with the means of production in Marx. The production of material goods is, of course, a means whose aim is to satisfy human needs. At a deeper level, however, this very satisfaction of human needs is a means self-posited by the means of production to set in motion its own development. The true end of the entire process is the development of the means of production as the assertion of man's domination over nature, or, as Hegel puts it, as the self-objectivization of the spirit. The point of the cunning of reason is thus not that the end realizes itself via a detour. The end the subject has been pursuing throughout the process is effectively lost, since the actual end is precisely what agents caught up in the process experience as mere means. In the end is realized, but not the end which was posited at the outset, as with the subject who returns to himself, but is no longer the same self as the subject who got lost at the outset. This is also how one should reformulate the different status of reflection in the objective logic of essence and the subjective logic of notion. The logic of essence still involves the objective, substantial, notion of essence as a kind of substratum which reflects itself in its other, that is, which posits otherness as its inessential double, its effect, form, appearance, but is unable to effectuate its full mediation with it. It endeavors to preserve the kernel of itself. Identity undamaged, exempted from the reflective mediation, which is why it becomes entangled in a mass of aporias. It is only at the level of the notion that substance effectively becomes subject, since in it reflection is absolute %, that is to say, the process of transubstantiation gets underway through which substance itself becomes the predicate of what was its own predicate. The standard criticism of Hegel, according to which the Hegelian absolute subject does not really expose itself to otherness, but merely plays a narcissistic game of self-alienation and reappropriation with itself, fails to take into account the fact that in Hegelian alienation, the substance is lost for good. Against this background, it is also possible to decipher the enigmatic ambiguity of Althusser's reference to Hegel, although Hegel is Althusser's bête noire, the paradigmatic case of dialectics with a subject, the absolute idea which, as it were, pulls the strings of the entire process. He is nevertheless compelled to identify the very same Hegelian dialectics as the main source of the materialist concept of a process without a subject, procès sans sujet. To cut a long story short, Althusser's process without a subject should be rephrased as process without a substance, as a process not constrained by any underlying substantial unity, since what takes place in it is the very displacement of this unity from one center of gravity to another. Precisely as such, however, this process has a subject. Its subject is the very vanishing mediator between these multiple figures of substantial unity which displace one another, the non-lu, the empty set, the constitutive lack, which sets this process of permanent displacement in motion. There is no subject without an empty signifier. One can also make the same point by focusing on the dialectics of in itself and for itself. In today's ecological struggles, the position of the mute in itself of the abstract universal is best epitomized by an external observer who apprehends ecology as the neutral universality of a genus which then subdivides itself into a multitude of species: feminist ecology, socialist ecology, New Age ecology, conservative ecology, etc. However, for a subject who is within, engaged in the ecological fight, there is no such neutral universality. For a feminist ecologist, say, the impending threat of ecological catastrophe results from the male attitude of domination and exploitation, so that she is not a feminist and an ecologist. Feminism provides her with the specific content of her ecological identity, that is, for her a non-feminist ecologist is not another kind of ecologist, but simply somebody who is not a true ecologist. The properly Hegelian problem of the for itself of a universal is therefore, how, under what concrete conditions, can the universal dimension become for itself, how can it be posited as such, in explicit contrast to its particular qualifications, so that I experience the specific feminist, or conservative or socialist or qualification of my ecological attitude as something contingent with respect to the universal notion of ecology. And, back to the relationship between Derrida and Lacan, therein resides the gap which separates them. For Derrida, the subject always remains substance, whereas for Lacan, as well as for Hegel, subject is precisely that which is not substance. The following passage from Grammatology is typical. However the category of the subject is modified, however it is endowed with consciousness or unconsciousness, it will refer, by the entire thread of its history, to the substantiality of a presence unperturbed by accidents, or to the identity of the proper self-same in the presence of self-relationship. For Derrida, then, the notion of subject involves a minimum of substantial self-identity, a kernel of self-presence which remains the same beneath the flux of accidental changes. For Hegel, on the contrary, the term subject designates the very fact that the substance, in the kernel of its identity, is perturbed by accidents. The becoming subject of substance stands for the gesture of hubris by means of which a mere accident or predicate of the substance, a subordinated moment of its totality, installs itself as the new totalizing principle and subordinates the previous substance to itself, turning it into its own particular moment. In the passage from feudalism to capitalism, for example, money in medieval times, a clearly subordinated moment of the totality of economic relations, asserts itself as the very principle of totality, since the aim of capitalist production is profit. The becoming subject of the substance involves such a continuous displacement of the center, again and again, the old center turns into a subordinate moment of the new totality dominated by a different structuring principle far from being a deeper underlying agency which pulls the strings of this displacement of the center, i.e. of the structuring principle of totality. Subject designates the void which serves as the medium and / or operator of this process of displacement. We are now in a position to specify the difference between the three parts of Hegel's logic: being, essence, and notion. In the sphere of being, we are dealing with immediate, fixed determinations unable to endure any kind of internal dynamics. Any contact with their otherness entails their decomposition, that is to say, each of the determinations of being simply passes over into another determination. In the sphere of essence, the dynamics is already located within each determination. The self-identical essence reflects itself in the plurality of its appearances. Each essential determination thus already contains its otherness. There is no essence which does not appear, no cause without an effect, etc. The problem, however, is that this otherness is reduced to an inessential attribute of a fixed, self-identical essence unaffected by change. The process of change concerns only the inessential appearances. For that very reason, each essential determination turns into its opposite. The ground reveals itself as something which depends on what it grounds. Substantial honesty reveals itself as more vile than the superficial unprincipled opportunism it despises so much. The entire content of essence comes from its inessential appearing, and so on. Therein, in these sudden turnabouts, resides the vertiginous character of the logic of essence. In other words, dialectics takes its revenge for the assertion of the essence as the substantial ground exempted from the process of mediation. The very otherness which essence is trying to mediate internalize as its inessential appearance reifies itself into a kind of counter-image to the immediate self-identity of the essence, turns into an impenetrable substance impervious to reflective mediation. For example, in the eyes of the totalitarian state which endeavors to establish itself as the absolute center of social life, society itself sooner or later appears as an impenetrable substantial other which eludes its grasp. We pass into the sphere of notion the moment we drop this residual self-identical ground of the process, so that the process effectively becomes a process without a substance, the process of the very permanent displacement of every totalizing principle, every center of gravity. Therein resides the notorious fluidity of the notion. The trap to be avoided here, therefore, is to conceive notion as a reflection of essence which has succeeded, as if the movement of reflection which, within the logic of essence, fails to internalize its other, and therefore remains caught in the external duality of the couples of opposites, essence appearance, etc., in the logic of notion finally succeeds in sublating mediating its otherness, in turning it into a transparent medium of its own self-identity. What such a reading of Hegel fails to take into account is the price which has to be paid for this transparency. The process becomes transparent at the price of transubstantiation. There is no longer a unique center, a central agent which can be said to remain substantially the same in the process of externalizing itself and then reappropriating its otherness, since in the movement of the return to itself the very identity of the self is irreversibly displaced. We should therefore renounce the usual formulas of the Hegelian concrete universal as the universal which is the unity of itself and its other, the particular that is, not abstractly opposed to the wealth of the particular content, but the very movement of self-mediation and self-sublating of the particular. The problem with this standard organic image of concrete universal as a living substantial totality which reproduces itself through the very movement of its particular content is that in it, the universal is not yet for itself, that is, posited as such. In this precise sense, the emergence of the subject is correlative to the positing of the universal as such, in its opposition to the particular content. Let us return to our example of ecology. Every attempt to define a substantial core of ecology, the minimal content with which every ecologist has to agree, is necessarily doomed to fail, since this very core shifts in the struggle for ideological hegemony. For a socialist, the ultimate cause of the ecological crisis is to be found in the profit-orientated capitalist mode of production, which is why anti-capitalism is for him the very core of a true ecological attitude. For a conservative, the ecological crisis is rooted in man's false pride and will to dominate the universe, so that humble respect for tradition forms the very core of a true ecological attitude. For a feminist, the ecological crisis results from male domination, and so forth. What is at stake in the ideologico-political struggle, of course, is the very positive content which will fill out the empty signifier ecology. What will it mean to be an ecologist, or a democrat, or to belong to a nation? And our point is that the emergence of subject is strictly correlative to the positing of this central signifier as empty. I become a subject when the universal signifier to which I refer, ecology, in our case is no longer connected by an umbilical cord to some particular content, but is experienced as an empty space to be filled out by the particular, feminist, conservative, state, pro-market, socialist content. This empty signifier whose positive content is the stake of the ideologico-political struggle represents the subject for the other signifiers, for the signifiers which stand for its positive content. Derrida often draws attention to the yes, of a response demanded by even the most self-inclusive dialectical totality of the accomplished system. Even such a totality, in order to assert itself, has to address itself to an other with a request to say yes, to it, and is what it is only by this redoubling yes by being remarked by it only through this act of remarking is a system performatively constituted, and acquires the actuality of an event. What if, however, at this very point where he seems to open up a crack in the edifice of absolute knowing, Derrida is much closer to Hegel than he seems? That is to say, what if this performative necessity of a minimal address to the other provides the properly Hegelian answer to one of the standard criticisms of Hegel? Why does the dialectical process move forward at all? What necessity urges a figure to dissolve itself and to pass into a higher one? The answer resides in the fact that a figure is never directly itself, it becomes itself via a minimal referral to an other, via a remark which introduces a minimum of inconsistency into it, and it is this irreducible externality of the remark inscribed into the very self-identity of a figure which prevents it from resigning itself to a complacent paralysis. The precipitate identification. This step from Hegel's and Schelling's formal envelope of error to their common Grundoperation also enables us to dispel another temptation, perhaps no less dangerous than the philosophical reading of Lacan, which focuses on the notions of symbolic castration and lack, the obverse, almost complementary, temptation of identifying the pure positivity of drive as the hidden center of gravity upon which Lacan was slowly converging. As with the other temptation, the possibility of this misreading is also contained in Lacan's own texts. Lacan's unmistakable nostalgia for Spinoza in the last pages of his Seminar 11 acquires prime importance when, following Deleuze's path-breaking interpretations, Spinoza is put alongside Nietzsche as the philosopher who asserted a pure, positive difference delivered from the vestiges of negativity, lack, and mediation. Paraphrasing the best-known Sherlock Holmes lines, one should draw attention to the curious accident with Nietzsche in Lacan's texts and seminars. For all practical purposes, Nietzsche is never mentioned, and therein resides the curious accident. That is to say, is not the pure drive, its repetitive circular movement, as that which remains of desire after la traversée du fantasme, another name for the Nietzschean eternal return of the same, for an assertive movement which wills to happen forever, again and again, what it wills once. It is tempting, therefore, to interpret the deeply symptomatic fact that Nietzsche is the big absent of Lacan apart from a couple of cursory mentions. One looks in vain for Nietzsche's name in Lacan's texts and seminars as the negative proof that the eternal return of the same already provides the definitive philosophical formulation of the enigmatic subjective position of drive beyond the framework of fantasy, the position Lacan was approaching hesitantly towards the end of his teaching. In this way we arrive at the unconstrained lightness of being. The circular movement of repetition loses its inert weight, no longer anchored to a traumatic kernel which it tries, and repeatedly fails to recuperate. It turns into a free-floating dance of jouissance which wants to enjoy itself for all eternity. Our premise, however, is the exact opposite to this Nietzscheanization of Lacan. What gets lost in it is precisely the Grundoperation of German idealism, the logic of vanishing mediator we have endeavored to articulate. At stake here is probably the most radical of all philosophical questions: is the alternative of desire and drive, of lack and positivity, the alternative between, on the one hand, remaining within the constraints of the negative ontology of lack, of man's constitutive autofreundedness, and so on, and, on the other, yielding to the pure positivity of drive qua the eternal return of the will which wills its object forever, truly the ultimate, unavoidable alternative of our lives? Our premise, of course, is that the Grundoperation of German idealism points towards a tertium datur, and, furthermore, that it is only this third position which enables us to confront the key problem of the morning after, what happens not at the end of the psychoanalytic cure, but afterwards, once the cure is over? That is to say, it is easy to suspend the big other by means of the act qua real, to experience the non-existence of the big other in a momentary flash. However, what do we do after we have traversed the fantasy? Is it not necessary to resort again to some kind of big other? How are we to avoid the painful conclusion that the experience of the non-existence of the big other, of the act qua real, is merely a fleeting vanishing mediator between two orders, an enthusiastic intermediate moment necessarily followed by a sobering relapse into the reign of the big other? What corresponds to it in the domain of politics is the resigned conservative notion of revolution as a transitory moment of liberation, the suspension of social authority, which unavoidably gives rise to the backlash of an even more oppressive power. Is the battle for freedom worth fighting, then? What are the modalities of the big other which emerges after the experience of its non-existence? Is there enough difference between the old and the new big other? The obvious solution, of course, is cynicism as the post-revolutionary attitude par excellence. Fully aware of the nullity of the big other, we feign allegiance to it and play its game, as it were, with our fingers crossed. In this way, however, one merely ducks the issue, since cynical distance, by definition, covers the true dimension of our actual involvement. Are we then condemned to the resigned conclusion that the founding gesture is necessarily eclipsed by the very state of things to which it gives birth? The way out of this deadlock is none the less already indicated in Lacan's early writing on logical time. Here is a somewhat simplified and abbreviated version of the logical puzzle of the three prisoners, apropos of which Lacan develops the three modalities of logical time. The governor of a prison can, on the basis of an amnesty, release one of three prisoners. In order to decide which one, he sets them a test of logic. The prisoners know that there are 5 hats, 3 white and 2 black. 3 of these hats are distributed to the prisoners, who then sit in a triangle, so that each of them can see the color of the hats of the other 2, but not the color of the hat on his own head. The winner is the first to guess the color of his own hat, which he signifies by standing up and leaving the room. We have 3 possible situations. If one prisoner has a white hat and the other 2 have black hats, the one with the white hat can immediately see that his is white by a simple process of deduction. There are only 2 black hats, I can see them on the others' heads, so mine is white. So there is no time involved here, only an instant of the gaze. The second possibility is that there are 2 white hats and 1 black hat. If mine is white, I will reason like this: I can see 1 black hat and 1 white, so mine is either white or black. However, if mine is black, then the prisoner with the white hat would see 2 black hats and immediately conclude that his is white. Since he has not done so, mine is white too. Here, some time had to elapse, that is to say, we already need a certain time for understanding. I, as it were, transpose myself into the reasoning of the other. I arrive at my conclusion on the basis of the fact that the other does not act. The third possibility, 3 white hats, is the most complex. Here the reasoning goes like this: I can see 2 white hats, so mine is either white or black. If mine is black, then either of the 2 remaining prisoners would reason in the following way: I can see a black hat and a white hat. So if mine is black, the prisoner with the white hat would see 2 black hats, and would stand up and leave immediately. However, he has not done so. So mine is white, I shall stand up and leave. but since none of the other two prisoners is standing up, mine is white too. Here, however, Lacan points out how this solution requires a double delay and a hindered, interrupted gesture. That is to say, if all three prisoners are of equal intelligence, then after the first delay, that is, upon noticing that none of the others is making any move, they will all get up at the same moment, then stiffen, exchanging perplexed glances. The problem is that they will not know the meaning of the other's gesture. Each of them will ask himself, did the others get up for the same reason as me, or did they do it because they saw a black hat on my head? Only now, upon noticing that they all share the same hesitation, will they be able to jump to the final conclusion. The very fact of the shared hesitation is proof that they are all in the same boat, they all have white hats on their heads. At this precise moment, delay shifts into haste, with each of the prisoners saying to himself, I must rush to the door before the others overtake me. It is easy to recognize how a specific mode of subjectivity corresponds to each of the three moments of logical time. The instant of gaze implies the impersonal one Kohn sees, the neutral subject of logical reasoning without any intersubjective dialectic. The time for understanding already involves intersubjectivity, that is to say, in order to arrive at the conclusion that my hat is white, I have to transpose myself into the other's reasoning. If the other prisoner with the white hat were to see a black hat on my head, he would immediately know that his must be black and stand up. Since he has not done so, mine is white too. However, this intersubjectivity remains that of the indefinite reciprocal subject, as Lacan puts it, a simple reciprocal capability to take the other's reasoning into account. It is only the third moment, the moment of conclusion, which provides the true genesis of the I. What takes place in it is the shift from dollar to S, from the void of the subject epitomized by the radical uncertainty as to what I am, that is, by the utter undecidability of my status, to the conclusion that I am white, to the assumption of symbolic identity, that's me. We must bear in mind here the anti-Levi-Straussian thrust of these Lacan's ruminations. Claude Lévi-Strauss conceived the symbolic order as an objective structure, an objective field in which every individual occupies, fills in, his or her preordained place. What Lacan invokes is the genesis of this objective socio-symbolic identity. If we simply wait for a symbolic place to be allotted to us, we will never live to see it. That is to say, in the case of a symbolic mandate, we never simply ascertain what we are, we become what we are by means of a precipitate subjective gesture. This precipitate identification involves the shift from object to signifier. The white or black hat is the object I am, and its invisibility to me expresses the fact that I can never get an insight into what I am as an object, i.e. dollar and are topologically incompatible. When I say I am white, I assume a symbolic identity which fills out the void of the uncertainty as to my being. What accounts for this anticipatory overtaking is the inconclusive character of the causal chain. The symbolic order is ruled by the principle of insufficient reason. Within the space of symbolic intersubjectivity, I can never simply ascertain what I am. This is why my objective social identity is established by means of subjective anticipation. The significant detail usually passed over in silence is that Lacan quotes as the exemplary political case of such collective identification the Stalinist communists' affirmation of orthodoxy: I hasten to promulgate my true communist credentials out of fear that others will expel me as a revisionist traitor. So back to our problem of the emergence of the big other. What strikes the eye when one reads Lacan's text on logical time backwards, applying to it concepts which were elaborated later, is how the big other, intersubjectivity in its proper dimension, emerges only in the third time, the moment for concluding. The first time, the instant of looking, involves a solitary subject who immediately sees the state of things. In the second time, the time for understanding, the subject transposes himself into the reasoning of the other. We are dealing here with the mirror relationship to the other, not yet with the big other. It is only with the third time when, by means of the gesture of precipitate identification, of an act not covered by the big other's guarantee, I recognize myself in my symbolic identity mandate, as a communist, an American, a Democrat, that the dimension of the big other becomes operative. The big other is not always already here, ready to provide a cover for my decision. I do not merely fill in, occupy, a preordained place which awaits me in the symbolic structure. On the contrary, it is the very subjective act of recognition which, by means of its precipitate character, establishes the big other qua a temporal synchronous structural order. The semblance of the objective spirit. It is against this background that one should consider the shift in Lacan's teaching from his radical anti-nominalism from his realism of the symbolic structure, the big other which predetermines the subject's acts of the S, to his fictionalism, rather than nominalism of the S. The big other doesn't exist, the symbolic order is an order of fictions. In the last years of his teaching, Lacan increasingly emphasizes that the symbolic order is a semblant, a fiction with no guarantee of validity. The identity of A, of the big other and the act qua objet petit a, is comprehensible only if one conceives the big other as the virtual order of symbolic fictions. When Lacan passes from the realism of the big other to the notion of its fictional nature, this shift is thus strictly correlative to the assertion that there is no other of the other, no meta-guarantee of the validity of the symbolic order within which the subject dwells. The most succinct formulation of this lack of the ultimate guarantee was provided by Wittgenstein's septical paradox, which renders visible the uncanny fact that I can never be absolutely certain not only about the rule my partner in communication is following, but even about the rule I myself obey in what I do. The crucial point not to be missed here is that this undecidability, this radical uncertainty, this lack of guarantee concerning the meaning of my partner's words or the rules which regulate his/her use of well-known words, how can I ever be sure that he means the same thing as me by his word, is not a deficiency but a positive feature, the ultimate proof of my inclusion in the big other. The big other functions as the substance of our being, we are within, effectively embedded in it, precisely and only in so far as its status is irreducibly undecidable. Lacking any guarantee, any proof of its validity would presuppose a kind of external distance of the subject towards the symbolic order. It was Hegel who pointed out that the spiritual substance is always marked by such a tautological abyss. It is because it is this notion of the virtual big other also enables us to approach anew the traditional sociological alternative of methodological individualism, whose basic premise is the primacy of individuals and which, consequently, insists on the need to derive trans-individual collective entities from the interaction of individuals, from the mutual recognition of their intentions, common knowledge, and so on, and, on the other hand, of the Durkheimian presupposition of society as the substantial order which is always already here, that is, which precedes individuals and serves as the spiritual foundation of their being, somewhat like the Hegelian objective spirit. The realist Lacan of the S continues to conceive, in a Durkheimian mode, the big other as the substantial order which is always already here, providing the unsurpassable horizon of the subjective experience, whereas the late fictionalist Lacan derives the social substance, the big other, from the interaction of individuals, but with a paradoxical twist which turns upside down the individualist nominalist reduction of the social substance to common knowledge, to the space of mutually recognized subjective intentions. At stake here is nothing less than the enigma of the emergence of the big other. How is it possible for an individual to perceive his intersubjective environs not as the multitude of others, fellow creatures like himself, but as a radically asymmetrical field of the big other? How does he pass from the mirror-like mutual reflection of other individuals, I think about what he thinks that I think that he thinks, etc., to objective spirit, to the order of mores qua impersonal reified order which cannot be reduced to the simple collection of all others? When, for example, does the social injunction change from, I'm saying that you should do this, to the impersonal this is how it is done? What we encounter here is the key Hegelian problem of how we are to think substance simultaneously as posited by subjects and as an in itself. How is it possible for individuals to posit their social substance by means of their social activity, but to posit it precisely as an in itself, as an independent, presupposed foundation of their activity? From the individualist nominalist point of view, the big other emerges as the outcome of the process in the course of which individuals gradually recognize some shared content, when, again and again, I experience The fact that most of the people around me react in a similar way to the same signal or situation, this mode of reaction reifies into an impersonal rule. The individualist nominalist, of course, is quick to add that a margin of uncertainty always remains. This shared content is never fully guaranteed. It is always possible that some new experience will belie it. However, notwithstanding such extreme cases, we are all engaged in the gradual formation of the universe of shared values and rules. Lacan's Hegelian solution to this impasse is paradoxical and very refined. He accepts the communitarian critique of nominalist individualism, according to which it is illegitimate to reduce social substance to the interaction of individuals. The spiritual substance of a community is always already here as the foundation of the individual's interaction, as its ultimate frame of reference, so it can never be generated from this interaction. The passage from individuals' interaction to social substance involves a leap, a kind of leap of faith, which can never be accounted for by the individual's strategic reasoning about the intentions of other individuals. No matter how intricate and reflective this reasoning, the gap of a fundamental impossibility forever separates the interaction of individuals from the in itself of the spiritual substance. However, the conclusion Lacan draws from this impossibility is not the obvious one. His point is not that since one cannot derive spiritual substance from the interaction of individuals, one has to presuppose it as an in itself which precedes this interaction. In an unacknowledged Hegelian way, Lacan asserts that it is this very impossibility which links an individual to his spiritual substance. The collective substance emerges because individuals can never fully coordinate their intentions, become transparent to each other. This impossibility of coordinating intentions, of course, points towards the materialist notion of subject, the primordial experience of the other subject as an opaque thing. The very surplus of the objective spirit over other individuals, of the collective over the mere collection of others, thus bears witness to the fact that others forever remain an impenetrable enigma. In short, impossibility is primordial, and the spiritual substance is the virtual supplement to this impossibility. If individuals were able to coordinate their intentions via shared knowledge, there would be no need for the big other, for the spiritual substance as a spectral entity experienced by every individual as an external in itself, the Habermasian intersubjectivity, the interaction of subjects grounded in the rules of rational argumentation, would suffice. The problem is that our everyday intersubjective experience of belonging to a spiritual substance always relies on an in itself beyond direct intersubjective interaction. A nation, for example, is effectively nothing more than the collection of the individuals who form it. It acquires effective existence only in the deeds of these individuals. However, it is part of the very structure of a nation, of national identification, that each of these individuals experiences it as his spiritual social substance which exists independently of him and provides the foundation of his being. One should bear in mind the Hegelian nature of this reversal, its strict analogy with Hegel's critique of the Kantian thing in itself. The barrier of impossibility comes first. The thing is ultimately nothing but the specter which fills out the void of this impossibility. The big other is a fiction, a pure presupposition, an unsubstantiated, in all the connotations of the term, hypothesis which fills out the void of the radical uncertainty as to the other's intentions, che vous. Derrida seems to follow the same logic when, in The Gift of Death, he reverses the relationship between the notion of an innermost secret in the heart of the subject, hidden even from himself, the mystery of the unaccountable act of decision, for example, and God, the gaze of the other who sees this innermost secret hidden even from ourselves. God is the name of the possibility I have of keeping a secret that is visible from the interior but not from the exterior. Therein consists what one is tempted to call, without even the minimum of irony, the materialist notion of God. God is nothing but a name for the possibility of this unaccountable secret of pure gift beyond all accountancy, beyond all economy of exchange. For that reason, the criticism that the notion of God, the gaze which sees it all, reinscribes the pure secret into the economy of presence. There is the one God who sees it all, who takes the unaccountable into account, who economizes the pure expenditure. Somehow misses the point. God merely keeps open, as it were, the possibility of the pure expenditure beyond the restrained economy of exchange. In our everyday language, God only knows means that nobody, no actual subject knows. Along the same lines, God only sees the secret of our decision means that the secret is impenetrable. The transcendence of the big other qua substantial in itself, that is, the order of objective spirit which exists independently of the subject's activity, is therefore a kind of necessary perspective illusion. It is the form in the guise of which the subject misperceives his very incapacity to attain the in itself of the real other whose true intentions remain impenetrable. In this precise sense, the status of the spiritual substance is virtual. What is virtual about the big other is its very in itself, that on account of which the big other cannot be reduced to the intentions, meanings, psychical states, and so on, of effectively existing individuals. An individual experiences his society not as a mere collection of individuals but as an order which transcends these individuals and forms the substance of their lives, and it is this very substantial in itself which is purely virtual, a symbolic fiction, since it exists merely as the presupposition, by each of the individuals, of the already existing coordination of all other individuals. In other words, far from depending on a kind of minimal coordination individuals were able to reach in spite of the opacity of their true intentions, the spiritual substance emerges as the way to avoid the impasse of this opacity by presupposing the coordination of intentions as already given in the purely virtual third order of impersonal rules, so that now the problem is no longer do individuals truly understand each other, but does every individual follow the common rules. In this precise sense, every human community is virtual, founded upon rules, values, and so on, whose validity is by definition presupposed, never conclusively proven. The status of the big other is forever that of a semblance. The symbolic sleight of hand. Hegel's answer to the perennial question of the Enlightenment, is it possible to deceive the majority of the people, is a decisive nor. However, the reasoning behind it has nothing whatsoever to do with confidence in the substantial good sense and prudence of the majority. Rather, it relies on a circular performative definition of what is true in the social domain, even if some notion was first imposed as a purely instrumental means of ideological deception. The moment the majority of the people fully accept this notion as the foundation of their social existence, we are no longer dealing with a lie but with the substantial truth of a community. In the domain of contemporary pragmatics and theory of actions, Pierre Livet reached the same conclusion. Crucial for the functioning of a symbolic community is the undecidable status of error. Livet's starting point is the strategic reasoning of an individual in a situation epitomized by the well-known prisoner's dilemma. As long as the individual remains within the rational pursuit of his egotistic interest, caught in the mirror game of what he knows others know that he knows, and so on, true cooperation can never take place. The only solution, the only way out of the impasse, is for him to make a move which, from the standpoint of pure rational strategic reasoning, is an error. An irrational move. Everything then depends on how his partners react to this error. If they, as it were, pick it up and answer it with a corresponding error of their own, we shift from strategic interplay to genuine cooperation. However, we can never be sure of how our irrational first move will function. Will it be received as a mere error, or will it set genuine cooperation in motion? That is, will it function as what Derrida, in his reading of Hegel in Glass, called the primordial yes, the gesture of irrational gift which sets in motion the process of exchange? This magic reversal of an error into the founding gesture of cooperation can also occur in the opposite direction, backwards. In the course of the disintegration of an organic community into egotistic individualism, it can well happen that a gesture which has hitherto been part of the standard procedures of cooperation, the code of honor, solidarity with those in distress, etc., is suddenly perceived as a stupid error to be taken advantage of. And again, the crucial point is that this structural impossibility of verifying the rules or intentions which underlie our socio-symbolic activity, this undecidability between error and cooperation, is the positive condition of genuine cooperation. The moment we invest another subject with the capacity to possess and determine the rules which control the true meaning of our speech, We no longer participate in genuine symbolic cooperation, since we conceive ourselves as a pure instrument, manipulated by those who control the rules of the game. In this case, the symbolic order loses its virtual status. That is the most succinct definition of paranoia. Let us recall the reference to nation. Nation is an open notion, no subject controls its true meaning, and, for that very reason, it can serve as the frame for genuine cooperation, that is, as the substance of our social being, not a mere deceptive ploy manipulated by the rulers in order to control and exploit their subordinates. We are effectively dealing with spiritual substance when a notion which was originally imposed as a means of ideological deception and manipulation unexpectedly escapes the control of its creator and starts to lead a life of its own. The Christian religion, violently imposed on a colonized population by the colonizing power, was often appropriated by the colonized and used as a means of articulating their genuine aspirations. The exemplary case of such a reinscription is the Virgin of Guadalupe, the dark-skinned Virgin Mary who appeared in a vision to an Indian called Juan Diego, on a hill near Mexico City where Tonantzin, mother of the Aztec gods, had long been worshipped. This apparition marks the moment of the reappropriation of Christianity by the aboriginal Indian population. A genuine community thus emerges by means of such a paradoxical reversal. Instead of endlessly pursuing the hopeless search for some positive common denominator, I presuppose this denominator as already present, and the price to be paid is the virtualization of this denominator. What we are dealing with here is a kind of short circuit, a deceptive substitution. Future is confused with past, what is to come is confused with referred to, presented as what is already here. The gesture of declaration of declaring oneself a free subject, for example, is always performed on trust. It refers to, relies on, something which, perhaps, will emerge as the outcome of this very act of declaration. In other words, such a gesture sets in motion a process which, retroactively, will ground it, and if this process is to take off, the deception is necessary, that is to say, its possible consequence must be presupposed as already present. One can see how the very basic structure of the symbolic order involves the illusion of predestination, or, to use the psychoanalytic term, the loop of transference. For meaning to emerge, it must be presupposed as already given. This futur and terror of meaning bears witness to the virtual character of the big other. The big other is a hypothesis which never directly is, it merely will have been. Therein resides the fundamental enigma of the symbolic community. How is it possible to perform this sleight of hand constitutive of the symbolic order, this deceitful presentation of what is yet to come as already given? Lacan provides a precise answer. The presupposed coordination concerns not the level of the signified, of some shared positive content, but the level of the signifier. The undecidability with regard to the signified, do others really intend the same as me? Converts into an exceptional signifier, the empty master signifier, the signifier without signified. Nation, democracy, socialism, and other causes stand for that something about which we are never sure what, exactly, it is. The point is, rather, that by identifying with nation we signal our acceptance of what others accept, with a master signifier which serves as the rallying point for all the others. In other words, identification with such an empty master signifier is, in its most basic dimension, identification with the very gesture of identification. We can now see in what precise sense the status of the signifier as such is virtual. Virtuality is the virtuality of the signified, that is, the signifier relies on a meaning to come which, although it is never fully actualized, functions as if it is already effective. When the signifier our nation starts to function as the rallying point for a group of people, it effectively coordinates their activity, although each of them may have a different notion of what our nation means. The ending of Michael Curtiz's Casablanca, Humphrey Bogart staying in Casablanca and letting Ingrid Bergman go with her heroic husband is so deeply satisfactory because it condenses, in one and the same gesture, three attitudes which correspond to the triad of aesthetic imaginary, ethical symbolic and religious real. The first, aesthetic, way to read Bogart's gesture is to discern in it an awareness that although they are passionately in love, the fulfillment of their relationship, the two of them staying together, would necessarily turn sour, so it's better to maintain the dream of possible happiness. The second reading is ethical. Bogart gives preference to the universal political cause over the idiosyncrasy of private pleasure, thereby proving worthy of Bergman's love. There is, however, a third possible reading which portrays Bogart's final renunciation as a cruel narcissistic act of vengeance on Bergman as a punishment for her letting him down in Paris. Now that he has made her confess that she truly loves him, it is now his turn to reject her in a gesture whose cynical message is, "You wanted your husband, now you're stuck with him, even if you prefer me." This very logic of vengeful, humiliating and cruel settling of accounts makes Bogart's final gesture religious, not merely aesthetic. Of course, our point is that Bogart's gesture of renunciation is the symbolic gesture at its purest, which is why it is wrong to ask which of these three readings is true. The impact of Bogart's final gesture relies precisely on the fact that it serves as a kind of neutral container for all three libidinal attitudes, so that one and the same gesture satisfies a multitude of inconsistent, even contradictory, desires, to avoid the disappointment of realizing one's desire, to fascinate the woman by assuming a moral stance of self-sacrifice, to take vengeance for a narcissistic wound. Therein resides the paradoxical achievement of symbolization. The vain quest for the true meaning, the ultimate signified, is supplanted by a unique signifying gesture. A is a. Our first result, therefore, is that the act and the big other, far from being simply opposed, are intertwined in a constitutive way. The symbolic order qua a temporal transsubjective structure which predetermines the subject's place hinges on a temporal act, of precipitate recognition not covered by the big other, in the banking financial meaning of the term. When I recognize myself as a socialist, I thereby posit the very objective frame of reference which allows for my subjective identification. Or to put it in a slightly different way, the objectivity of the big other implies a redoubled subjective reflection. I am what I think that others think that I am. This precise formulation also places an obstacle in the path of the humanist misreading of the interdependence of the subject and the big other. The point is not that the big other, the symbolic structure, is always already here, but incomplete, non-all, and that the subject somehow finds a niche of his own, a margin of freedom, in the inconsistencies and lacks of the big other. When Lacan asserts that there is a subject only insofar as there is a lack in the other, only insofar as the structure is non-all, inconsistent, he has something quite different in mind. It is the very supplement of my subjective act of decision, of precipitate identification, which changes the dispersed, non-all collection of signifiers into the objective order of the big other. From a strictly Hegelian standpoint, the alternative between persisting in the solitude of the act which suspends the big other and compromising one's desire by accepting one's place in the big other, the socio-symbolic order, is a false one, the last trap laid by abstract understanding in order to prevent us from attaining true philosophical speculation. The ultimate speculative identity is the identity of tiv act and the other. An authentic act momentarily suspends the big other, but it is simultaneously the vanishing mediator which brings into existence, the big other. In other words, the proposition A is a displays the precise structure of speculative judgment in which the identity of the two elements is mediated by a central impossibility. A, the big other, the symbolic order, is inherently barred, hindered, structured around the void of a central impossibility. It always falls short of its notion. This central impossibility is its condition of possibility, and the objet is precisely the paradoxical object which gives body to this impossibility, which is nothing but the materialization of this impossibility. In this precise sense, A is the object cause of desire. It does not effectively pre-exist desire as that which arouses it, it merely gives body to its inherent deadlock, to the fact that desire is never satisfied by any positive object, that is to say, apropos of every positive object, the subject's experience will always be a this is not that. Or to put it in a slightly different way, one should draw all the consequences from the fact that the big other is the field of supposed knowledge, that is, that it is strictly correlative to the effect of transference, in exactly the sense in which Kant claims that the moral law acquires actual existence only in the subject's respect for it. Transference designates the subject's trust in the meaning to come. In the psychoanalytic cure, for example, the transferential relationship with the analyst bears witness to the patient's confidence that the analyst is in the know. The analyst's presence is the guarantee that the patient's symptoms possess some secret meaning yet to be discovered. Consequently, insofar as the big other functions as the guarantee of the meaning to come, the very fact of the big other involves the subjective gesture of precipitation. In other words, how do we pass from the non-all, dispersed, inconsistent collection of signifiers to the big other qua consistent order? By supplementing the inconsistent series of signifiers with a master signifier, S, a signifier of the pure potentiality of meaning to come. By this precipitation, the intervention of an empty signifier which stands in for the meaning to come, the symbolic field is completed, changed into a closed order. Since, however, the transferential relationship is by definition dependent on a subject which is in itself divided/split, a subject which stands under the sign of lack and negativity, only such a dislocated subject has the urge to establish a support for itself in the big other via the gesture of precipitate identification. This means that the big other hinges on a divided/split subject. For that reason, the dissolution of transference, at the end of the psychoanalytic cure, the experience that the big other doesn't exist, and subjective destitution are strictly equivalent. Insofar as, according to Lacan, the status of the act is ultimately that of the object, objet petit, it would be expedient to mention here Dieter Ambek's recent attempt to account for the status of strange objects like quarks or gluons in quantum physics. Although theory itself defines these objects as entities which can never be empirically isolated and verified, one has to presuppose them if the theoretical edifice is to maintain its consistency. According to Ambek, these objects are a kind of pseudo-object brought about by the self-referential generative movement of the theory itself. They merely materialize, give body to, a statistic fictional entity. Our point, of course, is that the status of the Lacanian objet petit is exactly homologous, is not language, the symbolic order, the crucial example of a self-organized system, a system which itself brings about the otherness to which it refers, a system which always self-referentially intervenes in, disturbs its object, so that it ultimately speaks only about itself? An objet petit is precisely the paradoxical object generated by language itself as its fall-off, as the material leftover of the purely self-referential movement of signifiers. Objet is a pure semblance of an object which gives body to the self-referential movement of the symbolic order. One can also put it in the following way: the symbolic order, the big other, is organized around a hole in its very heart, around the traumatic thing which makes it non-all. It is defined by the impossibility of attaining the thing. However, it is this very reference to the void of the thing that opens up the space for symbolization, since without it the symbolic order would immediately collapse into the designated reality, that is to say, the distance that separates words from things would disappear. The void of the thing is therefore both things at the same time, the inaccessible hard kernel around which the symbolization turns, which eludes it, the cause of its failure, and the very space of symbolization, its condition of possibility. That is the loop of symbolization. The very failure of symbolization opens up the void within which the process of symbolization takes place. This ultimate identity of opposites, the identity of the thing and the other, perhaps the hardest speculative nut to crack, also enables us to provide an answer to a criticism of Lacan which on a first approach, at least cannot but strike us as convincing. Is not Lacanian theory confined to a very limited aspect of subjectivity, to what keeps us, human subjects, caught in the vicious cycle of compulsion to repeat, constrained by the phantasmatic frame, overdetermined by the symbolic network, captivated by the mirror image, and so on? Does not Lacan's fundamental triad of imaginary, symbolic, real effectively amount to a matrix of the three modes of a subject's captivity, of its being at the mercy of some external mechanism or cause: imaginary captivation, overdetermination by the symbolic structure, the attraction exerted by some traumatic encounter of the real? But is this the whole truth? Is there not also another side to human experience, the dimension of invention and creativity, the subject's capacity to define his/her own space of realization, to concoct his/her own existential project, to define him or herself? Is there a place in Lacan's theoretical edifice for this dimension? The answer is a definite yes. It is contained in Lacan's unexpected vindication of the notion of creativity at its most radical, that is, as creatio ex nihilo, by means of reference to the void of the thing in the midst of the symbolic structure. The subject is able to bend the symbolic space she inhabits, and thus to define his/her desire in its idiosyncrasy. The paradox, again, is that there is by definition no proper measure here. There is simultaneously not enough and too much creativity. Not enough, since the symbolic structure which is always already here overdetermines my acts; too much, since I am none the less fully responsible for the way I relate to the structure. I am never caught in the structure without remainder. There is always a remainder, a void around which the structure is articulated, and by locating myself at this void I can assume a minimal distance towards the structure, separate myself from it. Although one has to be careful here not to confound the act quarrel with the performative gesture of the master signifier, the two are none the less closely connected. The ultimate paradox of the process of symbolization, its highest mystery, is the fact that the act quarrel, i.e. the gesture which, once the symbolic order is established, functions as its suspension, as excessive with regard to it is simultaneously the vanishing mediator that founds the symbolic order. An act, in its most fundamental dimension, is the vanishing mediator between the in itself and the for itself, between the pre-symbolic, virtual, not yet fully actualized reality, and the reality which is already remarked, symbolized. A symbolic order involves the structure of the hermeneutic circle. It is by definition autopoetic and all-encompassing. As such, it has no externality, so that the human subject who dwells in language can never step out of it and assume a distance towards it. The very external reality always appears as such from within the horizon of language. The act, however, is precisely the impossible gesture which opens up the unfathomable line of separation between things and words, der Unterschied, as Heidegger put it, the gesture which is repressed once we are within the domain of meaning. And the master signifier is the act itself, perceived only from within, from the already established symbolic horizon. In short, the act quarrel and the master signifier are not substantially different, they are one and the same entity, conceived either in the mode of becoming or in the mode of being. Voice as a supplement. How, at a closer glance, are we to conceive of this coincidence tautology, even of the act quarrel and the signifier? Have we not already encountered something similar in the tautology of voice, that is, apropos of the coincidence of the voice qua medium of the subject's transparent self-presence with the voice qua opaque stain which undermines the self-presence? Perhaps, then, the key will be provided by the status of the excessive voice which stands for the eclipse of meaning. In order to give expression to this uncanny voice, it is sufficient to cast a cursory glance at the history of music. It reads as a kind of counter-history to the Derridean history of Western metaphysics as the domination of voice over writing. What we encounter in it again and again is a voice which threatens the established order and which, for that reason, has to be brought under control, subordinated to the rational articulation of spoken and written word, fixed into writing. In order to designate the danger that lurks here, Lacan coined the neologism jouissance, enjoyment in meaning, the moment at which the singing voice runs amok, cuts loose from its anchoring in meaning and accelerates into a consuming self-enjoyment. The two exemplary cases of this eclipse of meaning in consuming self-enjoyment are, of course, the climax of the feminine operatic aria and the mystical experience. The effort to dominate and regulate this excess runs from ancient China, where the emperor himself legislated music, to the fear of Elvis Presley that brought together the conservative moral majority in the USA and communist hardliners in the Soviet Union. In his Republic, Plato tolerates music only insofar as it is strictly subordinated to the order of word. Music is located at the very crossroads of nature and culture. It seizes us, as it were, in the real, far more directly than the meaning of words. For that reason, it can serve as the mightiest weapon of education and discipline, yet the moment it loses its footing and gets caught in the self-propelling vicious circle of enjoyment, it can undermine the very foundations not only of the state, but of the social order as such. In medieval times, church power confronted the same dilemma. It is amazing to observe how much energy and care the highest ecclesiastical authority, the popes, put into the seemingly trifling question of the regulation of music, the problem of polyphony, the devil's fourth, etc. The figure who personifies the ambiguous attitude of power towards excess of the voice is, of course, Hildegard von Bingen, who put mystical enjoyment into music and was thus constantly on the verge of excommunication, although she was integrated into the highest level of the hierarchy of power, counseling the emperor, and so on. The same matrix is at work again in the French Revolution, whose ideologues endeavored to assert normal sexual difference under the domination of the male spoken word against decadent aristocratic indulgence in the pleasures of listening to castrati. One of the last episodes in this everlasting struggle is the notorious Soviet campaign instigated by Stalin himself against Shostakovich's Katerina Ismailova. Rather curiously, one of the main accusations was that the opera is a mass of unarticulated screams. So the problem is always the same: how are we to prevent the voice from sliding into a consuming self-enjoyment that effeminates the reliable masculine word? The voice functions here as a supplement in the Derridean sense. One endeavors to restrain it, to regulate it, to subordinate it to the articulated word, yet one cannot dispense with it altogether, since a proper dose is vital for the exercise of power. Suffice it to recall the role of patriotic military songs in the building up of a totalitarian community, or, an even more flagrant obscenity, the U.S. Marine Corps' mesmeric marching chants. Are not their debilitating rhythm and sadistic nonsensical content an exemplary case of consuming self-enjoyment in the service of power? The sexual status of this self-enjoying voice is extremely interesting. It is as if, in it, opposites coincide. On the one hand, the excess, the surplus enjoyment, that pertains to this voice is experienced as distinctly feminine. It is a voice that seduces par excellence, in a consuming coloratura, for example. As such, it stands for the moment of divinization of the woman, diva. On the other hand, it is asexual, the voice of an angel personified in the figure of the singing castrato. It thus designates the paradoxical overlapping of the most passionate sensuality with asexual purity. And is not the case of the castrato exemplary of Lacan's formula of the fetishist object qua disavowal of a castration, pin? The castrato reaches the sublime height of the asexual voice object by means of a radical renunciation, a literal cut into his body, its mutilation. The feminine counterpart to this mutilation is the widespread legends about the physical sufferings and renunciations to which a true diva has to expose herself in order to attain the divine voice. What strikes the eye in Gerard Corbeau's Farinelli, the film biography of the famous 18th-century castrato singer, is the way the hero prides himself on his lack. He shamelessly exhibits his voice, which bears witness to his mutilation. That is to say, while he is singing, he defiantly meets the gaze of his public. It is the members of the public who are ashamed of this display sooner or later, and lower their gaze. In what resides the privilege which gives the castrato the right to show off his lack? To evoke the virtuosity of his voice clearly does not suffice. Since this voice is the monument to his loss, its virtuosity is a supplement which fills out and thereby exhibits his lack. Rather, the true question is, what prerogative is attested by the castrato's mutilation? The key feature of the castrato's voice is that it functions as a Freudian partial object, a spectral remainder, placeholder, of what is lost with the sexualization of a human being. In other words, real castration can have this effect of producing a voice object only insofar as it is preceded by a loss which marks YUL, normal sexuality. The Lacanian name for this loss, of course, is symbolic castration. Real castration, of the singer is thus in a sense the loss of the loss itself, an attempt to undo the symbolic castration, to regain what is lost with the entry into the domain of sexual difference. This also accounts for the paradoxical conjunction of a plus and a minus in the figure of woman, precisely insofar as she has no phallus, insofar as she is effectively underprivileged within the phallic sexual economy. Woman has an advantage over man with respect to what is lost with the prevalence of the phallic economy of sexual difference. At a more radical level, one can say that, insofar as the dimension of voice qua object inhabits speech as such, every speaking subject is in the position of a castrato, of the disavowal of sexual difference which gives access to the asexual voice object. This disavowal is the only way to maintain the neutral asexual surface of sense. The chauffeur. There is, however, another voice which cannot be reduced to this excess of joure's sense, although it also functions as the remainder of the real. In a classical essay from the S, Theodore Rake drew attention to the painfully low and uninterrupted trumpeting of the chauffeur, a horn used in the Yom Kippur evening ritual which marks the end of the day of meditations. Rake links the sound of the chauffeur to the Freudian problematic of the primordial crime of parricide. From Totem and Taboo, he interprets the horrifyingly turgid and leaden drone of the chauffeur, which evokes an uncanny mixture of pain and enjoyment, as the last vestige of the primordial father's life substance, as the endlessly prolonged scream of the suffering, dying, impotent, humiliated father. In other words, the chauffeur is the trace of primordial repression, a kind of vocal monument to the killing of the pre-symbolic substance of enjoyment. The father whose dying scream reverberates within is the non-castrated father enjoyment. As further proof of his thesis, Rake also calls attention to the similarity of the chauffeur to another primitive instrument, the bullroarer, which imitates the roaring of the stabbed bull dying in the arena, the bullfight as the reenactment of the murder of the primordial father Jourisens. On the other hand, the Jewish tradition conceives the sound of the chauffeur as an echo of the thunder that accompanied the solemn moment of God's handing over to Moses the tablets inscribed with the Ten Commandments. As such, it also stands for the covenant between the Jewish people and their God, that is, for the founding gesture of law. The sound of the chauffeur is therefore a kind of Vanashitig mediator between the mythical direct vocal expression of the pre-symbolic life substance and articulated speech. It stands for the gesture by means of which the life substance, via its retreat, its self-erasure, opens up the space for symbolic law. Here, apropos of the chauffeur qua vanishing mediator, we again encounter the grundoperation of German idealism at work in the depths of Schelling's and Hegel's thought. The chauffeur, this strange sound which stands for the self-sublation of the vocal substance in the articulated word, is strictly analogous to the unconscious act of establishing the difference between the unconscious vortex of drives and the field of logos in Schelling. This is how psychoanalysis enables us to break the vicious cycle of oscillating between the disciplining word and the transgressive consuming voice, by focusing on an excessive voice which serves as the founding gesture of the articulated speech itself. That is to say, what, properly speaking, is articulation? A structure that is artificial. Suffice it to recall a perspicacious detail of Umberto Eco's analysis of Casablanca, Victor Laszlo, Paul Henriade, resistance hero, and Ingrid Bergman's husband, orders a different drink on every occasion, whiskey, vermouth, liqueur. At first sight, this feature cannot but strike a discordant note in the official character of this person, the ascetic fighter for freedom who sacrifices everything for the cause, and clearly has no time for small private pleasures. If we were to maintain Laszlo's psychological unity and consistency, we would be compelled to indulge in speculation about the dark, decadent hedonistic underside of this hero of the resistance. As Eco points out, however, one should approach the problem in a non-psychological way. The screenwriters simply heaped up discursive fragments of different conducts in different situations. They were not concerned with the problem of the psychological consistency of the person to whom all these conducts are attributed. What we have to do here is to accomplish a step further and to assert that the same also goes for real-life people. Our conduct is not held together by some coherent psychological attitude, it consists of a bricolage of heterogeneous fragments. A reference to Bach might help to clarify this point. The outstanding feature of the second movement, Fugue of Bach's sonatas for solo violin, especially his Sonata No. BWV, is its melodic polyphony. Several voices are implied in a single melodic line. The extraordinary effect of this movement, which is lost in the transcriptions for organ, hinges on the condensation of the multitude of voices in one sound line. The listener is aware all the time that only one instrument, the violin, is actually playing. One is tempted to claim that Bach's melodic polyphony dialectically sublates the opposition between horizontal melody and vertical polyphony. A vertical multitude is somehow projected onto a single horizontal axis, like the analogous procedure of projecting the paradigmatic onto the syntagmatic axis in poetic speech. Oswald Ducret aims at something similar with his concept of the polyphonous structure of speech. A single line of enunciation always contains a multiplicity of voices which relate to each other in the mode of questioning, ironic overtones, and so on. What we have here again is articulation, a subject whose voice condenses an articulated bricolage. The chauffeur, however, reminds us of the impossibility of passing directly from immediate pre-symbolic life experience to articulated speech. The vanishing mediator between the two is the voice of death itself, epitomized by the cry of the dying animal. Every animal finds a voice in its violent death. It expresses itself as sublated self. Birds have song, which other animals lack, because they belong to the element of air articulating voice, a more diffused self. In the voice, meaning turns back into itself. It is negative self, desire begeared. It is lack, absence of substance in itself. H. The intimate link between language and death is, of course, a philosophical commonplace with a long and venerable pedigree. As a rule, one quotes here Hegel's assertion that a word is the death of a thing, that the thing is murdered in its name. When I say this is an elephant, I thereby suspend the animal's massive presence, reducing it to the ethereal sound of its name. Here, however, the distance, the gap that forever separates words from things, is already instituted. What the death song confronts us with, on the contrary, is this institution in its becoming, as Kierkegaard would have put it. That is to say, in order for this distance to be instituted, the speaker himself has to die, to sublate himself, to relate to himself as dead. The death song designates this unique intermediate phase when the life substance is not yet fully sublated, aufgehoben. When the process of dying is still going on, it is the trace, the leftover, of the passing away of its enunciator, of the passage from S to dollar, from the full pathological subject to the empty barred subject. What we encounter here is the crucial difference between the two modalities of spirit first elaborated by Schelling. On the one hand, the pure, ideal spirit qua medium of self-transparency of the rational thought, on the other, spirit qua ghost, spectral apparition. The voice of the chauffeur and or of the death song, although already detached from its bearer and provided with a spectral autonomy, is not yet the voice qua transparent medium of spiritual meaning. It confronts us with the paradox of spiritual corporeality, Schelling, which, like the living dead, or vampires, undermines the duality of bodily density and spiritual transparency. In this precise sense, the difference spirit/spectre overlaps with the Freudian difference between the two fathers, the Oedipal dead father who rules as a symbolic agency of prohibition and the obscene primordial father jouissance. The chauffeur is the spectral voice of the obscene primordial father who is dying in order to begin to reign as his name, as the agent of symbolic authority. Apropos of the chauffeur, this vocal leftover from Parricide Lacan accomplishes one of his unique tours de force by asking a simple question: to whom is the uncanny sound of the chauffeur addressed? The standard answer, of course, would have been, the addressees are the Jewish believers themselves. That is, the sound of the chauffeur is meant to remind them of their pact with God, of the divine law they are obliged to obey. Lacan, however, turns things round. The true addressee of the chauffeur is not the community of believers but God himself. When Jewish believers sound a chauffeur, they intend to remind him of what? That he is dead. At this point, to be sure, horror shifts into divine comedy. That is to say, we enter the logic of the famous Freudian dream, reported in the interpretation of dreams of a father who didn't know he was dead. The Godfather doesn't know he is dead. which is why he acts as if he is still alive and continues to pester us in the guise of a superego specter. For that reason, one has simply to remind him that he is dead, and he will collapse like the proverbial cat in the cartoons, who plummets the moment he becomes aware of the lack of ground beneath his feet. From this perspective, the function of the shofar is profoundly pacifying. Its roaring, horrible as it may sound, is actually meant to pacify and neutralize the pagan superego dimension of God, that is, to ensure that he will act as a pure agency of name, of a symbolic pact. Insofar as the shofar is associated with the pact between man and God, its sound therefore serves as a reminder to God to live up to his status of the bearer of the symbolic pact, and not to harass us too much with outbursts of dramatic sacrificial jouissance. In other words, the condensation of two features in the sound of the shofar, the roaring of the dying primordial Father enjoyment and the scene of proclaiming the Ten Commandments, calls God's attention to the fact that he can legitimately rule only as dead. This voice qua reminder/remainder of the dying Father, of course, is not something that can be erased once the reign of law is established. It is constantly needed as the ineradicable support of the law. For that reason its reverberation was heard when Moses was receiving the commandments from God, that is to say, at the very moment when the reign of symbolic law was being instituted. In what Moses was able to discern as the articulated commandments, the crowd waiting below Mount Sinai apprehended only the continuous, non-articulated sound of the shofar. The voice of the shofar is an irreducible supplement of the written law. It is only the voice that confers on the law its performative dimension, that is, makes it operative. Without this support in the senseless voice qua object, law would be a piece of powerless writing obliging no one. By means of the shofar qua voice, the law acquires its enunciator, subjectivizes itself, thereby becoming an effective agency which obliges. In other words, it is the intervention of a voice which transmutes the signifying chain into an act of creation. What is crucial apropos of the shofar, therefore, is the association of its sound with the traumatic, shattering moment of the institution of the law. Insofar as we remain within the law, its origin is stricto sensu unthinkable, that is to say, the rule of law presupposes the foreclosure of its illegal origins. Its performative efficiency relies on our accepting it as always already given. Within the domain of the law, its impossible origins can thus be present only in the guise of a void, as a constitutive absence, and the role of the fantasy, of the phantasmic narrative of origins, is precisely to fill in this void. The written law necessitates this phantasmic supplement in its absence. The void in the midst of the legal edifice would become visible, thus rendering the law inoperative. Voice thus relates to the written law as fantasy relates to the synchronous symbolic structure, as the stand-in for its unthinkable origins. It fills in, and, at the same time, holds the place of its constitutive lack. For that reason, presence and absence are indiscernibly intertwined in the shofar. This voice is the little piece of the real which remains of the pre-symbolic Father enjoyment. As such, it stands for the presence of the traumatic origins of the law. On the other hand, the voice of the shofar bears witness to the absence of the origins of law, that is to say, its dull sound is the phantasmic object par excellence, a pure semblance, an object whose fascinating presence renders the subject blind to the radical inconsistency of the symbolic order, a stand-in for, a placeholder of the missing ultimate signifier which would guarantee the consistency and authority of the symbolic order, the big other. Therein resides the ultimate paradox signaled by the voice of the shofar. Symbolic authority is by definition the authority of the dead Father, the name of the Father, but if this very authority is to become effective, it has to rely on a phantasmic remainder of the living Father, on a piece of the Father which survived the primordial murder. We can now see the precise structural place of the strange sound of the shofar. It enables us to break out of the oscillation between the disciplining word and the consuming self-enjoyment of the voice by rendering the remainder of the traumatic founding gesture of the word. So, on a first approach, it may seem that the lesson of the shofar is simply this: logos, the articulated speech carrying over symbolic authority, can overcome the substance of enjoyment, that is, the voice still permeated by jouissance, only by enlisting the services of another, even more traumatic voice. The battle between logos and the excessive jouissance can be won by logos only when it is transformed into the imminent battle of the two voices. However, the question still remains, what is the precise relationship between these two voices, which of the two has primacy? The sound of the shofar, the equivalent of the dying father's roaring, is not simply a different kind of voice from the self-consuming enjoyment of a feminine song, but the same voice in a different modality. The two are identical in the precise sense of Hegelian speculative identity. We are dealing here with the two modalities of the leftover, remainder and excess. Both are on the same side, on the side of enjoyment against logos. The remainder points towards its homonymic reminder. In arithmetic, a remainder is the amount left over when one number cannot be exactly divided by another, when the substance of enjoyment cannot be exactly divided, structured, articulated, counted by the signifying network. In a somewhat analogous way, the sound of the shofar is the objectal remainder reminder of the dying father jouissance, the leftover of the founding gesture of the law, its indivisible remainder. The relationship of logos to feminine self-consuming voice is, on the contrary, the relationship of the already established symbolic order to its transgression. Feminine voice is excessive with regard to the law. Or to put it in a slightly different way, the shift from the excessive consuming voice to the reverberation of the shofar transposes the tension between law and its transgression into the inner splitting of the domain of law itself. The law's external relationship to its transgression is internalized into the law's relationship to its own traumatic founding gesture. As we have already pointed out, the reverberation of the shofar serves as a kind of phantasmic screen which points towards the mystery of the impossible origins of law. How not to read Lacan's formulas of sexuation. This identity also offers a clue to how we are to conceive Lacan's deeply Hegelian paradoxical assertion that woman is one of the names of the father, femininity is a masquerade, and what we encounter when we tear down this mask is the obscene figure of the pre-Oedipal father enjoyment. Is not an indirect proof of this provided by the unique figure of the lady in courtly love, this capricious implacable dominatrix? Does not this lady, like the primordial father, stand for enjoyment unbridled by any law? The phantasmic figure of woman is thus a kind of return of the repressed, of the father enjoyment removed by means of the primordial crime of parricide. That is to say, what returns in her seductive voice is the roar of the dying father. We thus find ourselves at the exact opposite of the New Age approach, with its standard reference to the allegedly archetypal figure of a primordial woman. According to New Age ideology, father is a derivative, a symbolic sublimation, a pale reflection, of the primordial woman, so that if one scratches a little of the polish off the face of paternal symbolic authority, one soon comes upon the contours of the mother thing. In short, if, for New Age obscurantism, father is one of the names of the primordial woman, of the mother thing, for Lacan, on the contrary, it is woman who is one of the names of the father. The usual way of misreading Lacan's formulas of sexuation is to reduce the difference between the masculine and the feminine side to the two formulas that define the masculine position, as if masculine were the universal phallic function and feminine the exception, the excess, the surplus that eludes the grasp of the phallic function. Such a reading completely misses Lacan's point, which is that this very position of the woman as exception, say, in the guise of the lady in courtly love, is a masculine fantasy par excellence. As the exemplary case of the exception constitutive of the phallic function, one usually mentions the phantasmic obscene figure of the primordial father jouisseur, who was not encumbered by any prohibition and as such was able fully to enjoy all women. However, does not the figure of the lady in courtly love fully fit this description of the primordial father? Is she not, as we have just seen, in a strictly analogous way, also a capricious master who wants it all, who, herself not bound by any law, charges her knight servant with arbitrary and outrageous ordeals? In this precise sense, woman is one of the names of the father. The crucial detail not to be missed here is the use of the plural and the lack of capital letters, not name of the father, but one of the names of the father, one of the nominations of the excess called primordial father. In the case of woman, the mythical she, the queen from Rider Haggard's novel of the same name, For example, as well as in the case of the primordial father, we are dealing with an agency of power which is pre-symbolic, unbridled by the law of castration. In both cases, the role of this phantasmic agency is to fill out the vicious cycle of the symbolic order, the void of its origins. What the notion of woman, or of the primordial father provides is the mythical starting point of unbridled fullness whose primordial repression constitutes the symbolic order. A second misreading consists in rendering the sting of the formulas of sexuation obtuse by introducing a semantic distinction between the two meanings of the quantifier alltout. According to this reading, in the case of the universal function, all, or non-all refers to a singular subject, x, it signals whether all of it is caught in the phallic function, whereas the particular exception, there is one, refers to the set of subjects and signals whether, within this set, there is one who is, or is not entirely exempt from the phallic function. The feminine side of the formulas of sexuation thus allegedly bears witness to a cut that splits every woman from within. No woman is entirely exempt from the phallic function, and for that very reason no woman is entirely submitted to it. That is to say, there is something in every woman that resists the phallic function. In a symmetrical way, on the masculine side, the asserted universality refers to a singular subject. Every male subject is entirely submitted to the phallic function, and the exception to the set of male subjects, there is one who is entirely exempt from the phallic function. In short, since one man is entirely exempt from the phallic function, all the others are wholly submitted to it, and since no woman is entirely exempt from the phallic function, no woman, similarly, is wholly submitted to it. In the one case the splitting is externalized, it stands for the line of separation which, within the set of all men, distinguishes those who are caught in the phallic function from the one who is exempt from it. In the other it is internalized, every single woman is split from within, part of her is submitted to the phallic function and part of her is exempt from it. If we are fully to assume the true paradox of Lacan's formulas of sexuation, however, we have to read them far more literally. Woman undermines the universality of the phallic function by the very fact that there is no exception in her, nothing that resists it. In other words, the paradox of the phallic function resides in a kind of short circuit between the function and its metafunction. The phallic function coincides with its own self-limitation, with the setting up of a non-phallic exception. Such a reading is prefigured by the somewhat enigmatic mathemes that Lacan wrote under the formulas of sexuation, where woman, designated by the crossed-out law, is split between the big phi, of the phallus, and I, the signifier of the crossed-out big other that stands for the non-existence/inconsistency of the other, of the symbolic order. What one should not fail to notice here is the deep affinity between the phi and the signifier of the lack in the other, the crucial fact that the phi, the signifier of phallic power, phallus in its fascinating presence, merely gives body to the impotence/inconsistency of the big other. Suffice to recall a political leader. What is the ultimate support of his charisma? The domain of politics is by definition incalculable, unpredictable. A person stirs up passionate reactions without knowing why. The logic of transference cannot be mastered, so one usually refers to the magic touch, to an unfathomable je ne sais quoi which cannot be reduced to any of the leader's actual features. It seems as if the charismatic leader dominates this X, as if he pulls the strings where the big other of the symbolic order is incapacitated. This situation is analogous to the common notion of God as a person criticized by Spinoza, in their endeavor to understand the world around them by formulating the network of causal connections between events and objects. People sooner or later reach the point at which their understanding fails, encounters a limit, and God, conceived as an old bearded wise man, etc., merely gives body to this limit. We project into the personalized notion of God the hidden, unfathomable cause of all that cannot be understood and explained via a clear causal connection. The first operation of the critique of ideology is therefore to recognize in the fascinating presence of God the filler of the gaps in the structure of our knowledge, that is, the element in the guise of which the lack in our positive knowledge acquires positive presence. And my point is that it is somewhat analogous to the feminine non-all. This non-all does not mean that woman is not entirely submitted to the phallus, rather, it signals that she sees through the fascinating presence of the phallus, that she is able to discern in it the filler of the inconsistency of the big other. Yet another way to put it would be to say that the passage from S.A. to the big phi is the passage from impossibility to prohibition. S.A. stands for the impossibility of the signifier of the big other, for the fact that there is no other of other, that the field of the other is inherently inconsistent, and the big phi reifies this impossibility into the exception, into a sacred, prohibited/unattainable agent who avoids castration and is thus able really to enjoy the primordial father. The lady in courtly love. Femininity as masquerade. We can now see how the logic of the formulas of sexuation ultimately coincides with that of public power and its inherent transgression. In both cases, the crucial feature is that the subject is effectively caught in the phallic function, in the web of power only and precisely in so far as he does not fully identify with it but maintains a kind of distance towards it, posits an exception to the universal phallic function, indulges in inherent transgression of the public law, and, on the other side, the system of public law, of phallic economy is effectively undermined by identification with it without reservation. Stephen King's Rita Hayworth and the Shawshank Redemption tackles this problem with great stringency apropos of the paradoxes of prison life. The commonplace about prison life is that I am effectively integrated into it, ruined by it, when my accommodation to it is so overwhelming that I can no longer stand or even imagine freedom, life outside prison, so that my release brings about a total psychical breakdown, or at least gives rise to a longing for the lost safety of prison life. The actual dialectic of prison life, however, is somewhat more refined. Prison effectively destroys me, attains a total hold over me, precisely when I do not fully consent to the fact that I am in prison but maintain a kind of inner distance towards it, stick to the illusion that real life is elsewhere and indulge all the time in daydreaming about life outside, about nice things that are waiting for me after my release or escape. I thereby get caught in the vicious cycle of fantasy, so that when eventually I am released, the grotesque discord between fantasy and reality breaks me down. The only true solution, therefore, is fully to accept the rules of prison life and then, within the universe governed by these rules, to work on a way to beat them. In short, inner distance and daydreaming about life elsewhere effectively enchain me to prison, whereas full acceptance of the fact that I am really there, bound by prison rules, opens up a space for true hope. The paradox of the phallic function, which symmetrically inverts the paradox of the feminine non-all, is therefore that the phallic function acts as its own self-limitation, that it posits its own exception. And insofar as the phallic function, that is, the phallic signifier, is the quasi-transcendental signifier, the signifier of the symbolic order as such, one can say that this paradox of the phallic function merely reveals the fundamental feature of the symbolic order at its purest, a certain short circuit of different levels that pertains to the domain of modal logic. In order to illustrate this a priori possibility of the short circuit between different levels that pertains to the symbolic order qua order of symbolic mandates titles, let us recall the opposition father/uncle, father qua severe authority versus uncle qua good fellow who spoils us. The seemingly meaningless, contradictory title father-uncle can nonetheless be justified as the designation of a father who is not ready fully to exert his paternal authority but, instead, spoils his offspring. To avoid misunderstanding, far from being a kind of eccentric exception, father-uncle is simply the normal everyday father who maintains a distance towards his symbolic mandate, who, fully taking advantage of his authority, at the same time affects camaraderie and gives an occasional wink to his son, letting him know that, after all, he is also only human. We are dealing here with the same short circuit as that found in the history of VKP-B, the holy text of Stalinism, where among other numerous flashes of the logic of the signifier one can read that at a party congress the resolution was unanimously adopted by a large majority. If the resolution was adopted unanimously, where is the, however tiny, minority opposed to the large majority? The way to solve the riddle of this something that counts as nothing is, perhaps, to read the quoted statement as the condensation of two levels, the delegates resolved by a large majority that their resolution is to count as unanimous. The link with the Lacanian logic of the signifier here is unmistakable. The minority which mysteriously disappears in this enigmatic/absurd overlapping between majority and unanimity is none other than the exception which constitutes the universal order of unanimity. The feminine position, on the contrary, is defined by the rejection of this short circuit how. Let us take as our starting point the properly Hegelian paradox of coincidentia oppositorum that characterizes the standard notion of woman. Woman is simultaneously a representation, a spectacle par excellence, an image intended to fascinate, to attract the gaze, and an enigma, the unrepresentable, that which a priori eludes the gaze. She is all surface, lacking any depth, and the unfathomable abyss. In order to elucidate this paradox, suffice it to reflect on the implications of a discontent that pertains to a certain kind of feminist critique which persistently denounces every description of femininity as a male cliché, as something violently imposed on women. The question that instantly crops up is, what, then, is the feminine in itself obfuscated by male clichés? The problem is that all answers, from the traditional eternally feminine to Julia Kristeva and Luce Irigaray, can again be discredited as male clichés. Carol Gilligan, for example, degree opposes to the male values of autonomy, competitiveness, and so on, the feminine values of intimacy, attachment, interdependence, care and concern, responsibility and self-sacrifice, and so forth are these authentic feminine features or male clichés about women, features imposed on women in patriarchal society? The point is undecidable, so that the only possible answer is both at once. The issue thus has to be reformulated in purely topological terms. With regard to the positive content, the male representation of woman is the same as woman in herself. The difference concerns only the place, the purely formal modality of the comprehension of the same content. In the first case, this content is conceived as it is for the other; in the second, as it is in itself. This purely formal shift in modality, however, is crucial. In other words, the fact that every positive determination of what woman is in herself brings us back to what she is for the other, for man in no way forces us to the male chauvinist conclusion that woman is what she is only for the other. For man, what remains is the topological cut, the purely formal difference between for the other and for herself. Here, one should recall the passage from consciousness to self-consciousness in Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit. What one encounters in the supersensible beyond is, in its positive content, the same as our terrestrial everyday world. This same content is merely transposed to a different modality. Hegel's point, however, is that it would be false to conclude from this identity of content that there is no difference between the terrestrial reality and its beyond. In its original dimension, beyond is not some positive content but an empty place, a kind of screen onto which one can project any positive content whatsoever, and this empty place is the subject. Once we become aware of this, we pass from substance to subject, that is, from consciousness to self-consciousness. In this precise sense, woman is the subject par excellence. The same point could also be made in Schelling's terms, in terms, that is, of the difference between the subject qua original void, deprived of any further positive qualifications, in Lacan's mathemes, and the features that this subject assumes, puts on, which are ultimately always artificial, contingent. It is precisely in so far as woman is characterized by an original masquerade, in so far as all her features are artificially put on, that she is more subject than man, since, according to Schelling, what ultimately characterizes the subject is this very radical contingency and artificiality of her every positive feature, that is, the fact that she in herself is a pure void that cannot be identified with any of these features. We are thus dealing with a kind of convoluted, curved space, as in the story of Achilles and the tortoise. The male representations, which articulate what woman is for the other, endlessly approach the woman tortoise, yet the moment the man leaps overtakes, the woman tortoise, he finds himself back where he already was, within the male representations about what woman is in herself, woman's in itself is always already for the other. Woman can never be caught, one can never catch up with her, one can either endlessly approach her or overtake her, for the very reason that woman in herself designates no substantial content but just a purely formal cut, a limit that is always missed. This purely formal cut is the subject qua s. One is thus tempted to paraphrase Hegel again: everything hinges on our conceiving woman not merely as substance but also as subject, that is to say, on accomplishing a shift from the notion of woman as a substantial content beyond male representations to the notion of woman qua pure topological cut that forever separates the theater from the in itself. The asymmetry of the sexual difference resides in the fact that in the case of man we are not dealing with the same cut, we do not distinguish in the same way between what he is in himself and what he is for the other, qua masquerade. True, so-called modern man is also caught in the split between what, it seems to him that the other, woman or social environment in general expects of him, to be a strong macho type, etc. and what he effectively is in himself, weak, uncertain of himself, etc. This split, however, is of a fundamentally different nature. The macho image is experienced not as a delusive masquerade but as the ideal ego one is striving to become. Behind the macho image of a man there is no secret, just a weak ordinary person who can never live up to his ideal, whereas the trick of the feminine masquerade is to present itself as a mask that conceals the feminine secret. In other words, in opposition to man, who simply tries to live up to his image to give the impression that he really is what he pretends to be, woman deceives by means of deception itself. She offers the mask, as false pretense, in order to provoke the search for the secret behind the mask. In praise of hysteria. This problematic of femininity qua masquerade also enables us to approach in a new way Lacan's earlier attempt, from the late s. in the signification of the phallus to conceptualize sexual difference as internal to the phallic economy, as the difference between having and being. Man has the phallus, woman is the phallus. A criticism that immediately arises here concerns the reliance of this difference on Freud's naive anthropologist evolutionism, whose premise is that the primitive savage does not have an unconscious, since he is, civilized man's unconscious. Does not the attempt to conceptualize sexual difference by means of the opposition of being and having imply woman's subordination to man, the notion of woman as a lower, less reflected, more immediate stage, somewhat in the sense of Schelling's notion of progression as the passage from being to having? That is to say, in Schelling's philosophy, what previously was a being becomes a predicate of a higher being, what previously was a subject becomes an object of a higher subject. An animal, for example, is immediately its own subject, it is its living body, whereas man cannot be said to be his body, he merely has a body which is thus degraded to his predicate. However, as a close reading of Lacan's text instantly attests, the opposition we are dealing with is not that of being versus having but, rather, the opposition to have/to appear. Woman is not the phallus, she merely appears to be the phallus, and this appearing, which, of course, is identical with femininity qua masquerade, points towards a logic of lure and deception. The phallus can perform its function only as veiled. The moment it is unveiled, it is no longer the phallus. What the mask of femininity conceals, therefore, is not directly the phallus but, rather, the fact that there is nothing behind the mask. In a word, the phallus is a pure semblance, a mystery which resides in the mask as such. On that account, Lacan can claim that a woman wants to be loved for what she is not for what she truly is. She offers herself to man not as herself, but in the guise of a mask. Or to put it in Hegelian terms, the phallus stands not for an immediate being but for a being which is only in so far as it is for the other, that is, for a pure appearing. On that account, the Freudian primitive is not immediately the unconscious, he is merely the unconscious for us, for our external gaze, the spectacle of his unconscious, primitive passions, exotic rituals is his masquerade by means of which, like the woman with her masquerade, he fascinates the others, our desire. The Unfortunate Millionaire's complaint from one of Claude Chabrol's films, If only I could find a woman who would love me only for my millions, not for myself. Is therefore so unsettling in so far as it is professed by a man, whereas it should be professed by a woman. Man wants to be loved for what he truly is. This is why the archetypal male scenario of the trial of woman's love is that of the prince from a fairy tale who first approaches his beloved in the guise of a poor servant in order to ensure that the woman will fall in love with him for himself, not for his princely title. This, however, is precisely what a woman does not want, and is this not yet another confirmation of the fact that woman is more subject than man? A man stupidly believes that, beyond his symbolic title, there is deep in himself some substantial content, some hidden treasure which makes him worthy of love, whereas a woman knows that there is nothing beneath the mask. Her strategy is precisely to preserve this nothing of her freedom out of reach of man's possessive love. A recent English television advertisement for a beer encapsulated perfectly this asymmetry in the relationship between the sexes. The first part stages the well-known fairy tale anecdote: a girl walks along a stream, sees a frog, takes it gently into her lap, kisses it, and, of course, the ugly frog miraculously turns into a beautiful young man. However, the story isn't over yet. The young man casts a covetous glance at the girl, draws her towards himself, kisses her, and she turns into a bottle of beer the man triumphantly holds in his hand. For the woman, the point is that her love and affection, signaled by the kiss, turn a frog into a beautiful man, a full phallic presence. In Lacan's mathemes, the big phi, for the man, it is to reduce the woman to a partial object, the cause of his desire. In Lacan's mathemes, the objet petit. On account of this asymmetry, there is no sexual relationship. We have either a woman with a frog or a man with a bottle of beer. What we can never obtain is the natural couple of the beautiful woman and the beautiful man. So, to conclude, two clichés are to be avoided apropos of the hysterical nature of feminine subjectivity. On the one hand, the dismissive treatment of the feminine hysterical subject as a confused babbler unable to confront reality and therefore taking refuge in impotent theatrical gestures. An example from the domain of political discourse: from Lenin onwards, Bolsheviks regularly stigmatized their liberal political opponents as hysterics who do not know what they really want. On the other hand, the false elevation of hysteria to a protest of woman's body language against male domination, by means of hysterical symptoms, the feminine subject signals her refusal to act as the empty screen or medium for the male monologue. Hysteria has to be comprehended in the complexity of its strategy, as a radically ambiguous protest against the master's interpellation which simultaneously bears witness to the fact that the hysterical subject needs a master, cannot do without a master, so that there is no simple and direct way out. For that reason, one should also avoid the historicist pitfall of rejecting the notion of hysteria as belonging to a bygone era, the notion that today, borderline disturbances, not hysteria, are the predominant form of discontent in our civilization. Borderline is the contemporary form of hysteria, that is, of the subject's refusal to accept the predominant mode of interpellation whose agent is no longer the traditional master but the expert knowledge of the discourse of science. In short, the shift from the classic form of hysteria to borderline disturbances is strictly correlative with the shift from the traditional master to the form of power legitimized by knowledge. A more than sufficient reason for maintaining the notion of hysteria is that the status of the subject as such is ultimately hysterical. That is to say, when Lacan asserts that the most succinct definition of the subject is that which is not an object, the apparent banality of this claim should not deceive us. The subject in the precise psychoanalytic sense of the subject of desire exists only in so far as the question remains open of what she is for the other as an object, that is, I am a subject in so far as the radical perplexity persists as to the other's desire, as to what the other sees, and finds worthy of desire in me. In other words, when Lacan claims that there is no desire without an object cause, this does not amount to the banality according to which every desire is attached to its objective correlative. The lost object which sets the subject's desire in motion is ultimately the subject herself, and the lack in question concerns her uncertainty as to her status for the other's desire. In this precise sense, desire is always desire of the other. The subject's desire is the desire to ascertain her status as object of the other's desire. The status of the Lacanian Slavoj, what do you want, is thus radically ambiguous. On the one hand, it emanates from the other, that is to say, it stands for the question the big other, the analyst addresses to the hysterical subject whose desire is inconsistent and, as such, self-impeding. What do you actually want? Do you really want what you are saying you want? On the other hand, Slavoj articulates the perplexity of the subject himself confronted with an impenetrable other who wants something from him, although the subject is never able to ascertain what this something actually is. The basic constellation of the great Kafka's novels, what does the other want from me? And the fact that the desire of the subject is the desire of the other means precisely that these two forms are codependent. I, the subject, never know what I really want, since the other's desire remains forever an enigma to me. That is the vicious circle of hysteria. On the one hand, hysteria is secondary, a reaction against interpellation, a failed interpellation, a rejection of the identity imposed on the subject by the predominant form of interpellation, a questioning of this identity, am I really what you're saying I am? At another, more fundamental level, however, hysteria is primary, it articulates the radical, constitutive uncertainty as to what, as an object, I am for the other, and the symbolic identity conferred on me via interpellation is a response, a way out of the deadlock of hysteria. In other words, one could say that hysteria expresses the feminine subject's refusal of the predominant patriarchal symbolic order, the questioning of the authority of the name of the father. However, one should simultaneously assert that this symbolic paternal authority itself emerges in order to render invisible, to gentrify, the impasse of hysteria. Or to put it even more pointedly, it is not that woman doesn't exist because, on account of patriarchal repression, she is not allowed to express herself freely and constitute her full symbolic identity, but, rather, the other way round, patriarchal symbolic authority emerges in order to gentrify the scandal of woman doesn't exist, to constrain the feminine subject to a determinate place in the symbolic structure. Lacan's woman doesn't exist is therefore thoroughly different from the Foucauldian constructionist anti-essentialism according to which there is no woman qua eternal essence. Since feminine sexual identity is the result of multiple historical discursive and power practices, there is no sex, there is only sexuality as the heterogeneous field of practices which produces the mirage of sex. In clear contrast to this assertion of the constructed character of feminine sexual identity, Lacan's woman doesn't exist means that, precisely, woman cannot be constructed. Woman is an entity whose symbolic construction necessarily fails, in opposition to man, who does exist, that is, who can be constructed, in the logical sense of the term, since there is a limit, an exception, which allows for this construction. Lacan's point, of course, is that this less is more. The claim that woman cannot be constructed equals the claim that the status of the subject is feminine, that which eludes logical construction. The reef of impossibility at which symbolic construction fails, is precisely the subject qua dollar, the lack in the signifying chain. From the Althusserian point of view, whose theoretical rigor is not to be underestimated, it is possible to construct a coherent counterargument to the Lacanian thesis that interpellation ultimately always fails, that is to say, that the subject never fully recognizes itself in the interpellative call, and that this resistance to interpellation, to the symbolic identity provided by interpellation, is the subject. The status of the subject as such is hysterical. The subject does always maintain a minimal of inner distance towards the apparatuses and rituals in which ideology acquires material existence. His attitude towards this externality is always an I am not that. My true self does not hinge on this stupid mechanism. Ideological identification is always, as it were, an identification with fingers crossed. Is not this hysterical distance towards interpellation, however, the very form of ideological misrecognition? Is not this apparent failure of interpellation, its self-relating disavowal, the fact that I, the subject, experience the innermost kernel of my being as something which is not merely that, the materiality of rituals and apparatuses the ultimate proof of its success, that is to say, of the fact that the effect of subject really took place. And in so far as the Lacanian term for this innermost kernel of my being is objet petit, is it not justifiable to claim that this objet petit, the secret treasure, agulma, is the sublime object of ideology, the feeling that there is something in me more than myself which cannot be reduced to any of my external symbolic determinations, that is, to what I am for others? Is not this feeling of an unfathomable and inexpressible depth of my personality, this inner distance towards what I am for others, the exemplary form of the imaginary distance towards the symbolic apparatus? Therein resides the crucial dimension of the ideological effet sujet, not in my direct identification with the symbolic mandate. Such a direct identification is potentially psychotic, it makes me into a depthless mechanical doll, not into a living person, but in my experience of the kernel of myself as something which pre-exists the process of interpellation, as subjectivity prior to interpellation. The anti-ideological gesture par excellence is therefore the act of subjective destitution by means of which I renounce the treasure in myself and fully admit my dependence on the externality of symbolic apparatuses, fully assume the fact that my very self-experience of a subject who was already here prior to the external process of interpellation is a retroactive misrecognition brought about by that very process of interpellation. In order to provide a Lacanian answer to this criticism, it is necessary to introduce the distinction between subject qua pure void of self-relating negativity, dollar, and the phantasmic content which fills out this void, the stuff of the I, as Lacan puts it. That is to say, the very aim of the psychoanalytic process is, of course, to induce the subject to renounce the secret treasure which forms the kernel of his phantasmic identity. This renunciation of agulma, the going through the fantasy traverses du phantasmer, is strictly equivalent to the act of subjective destitution. However, the subject prior to interpellation subjectivization is not this imaginary phantasmic depth which allegedly precedes the process of interpellation, but the very void which remains once the phantasmic space is emptied of its content, when, that is, to paraphrase Mallarmé's Un coup d'idée, nothing takes place but the place itself. The process of interpellation fills out an empty place which must already be here if this process is to take place. Desire is the desire of the other. Today, everyone in the world, even those who otherwise excel in the art of deriding Lacan, repeats after him in one way or another that man's desire is the desire of the other. What this common reference fails to take note of is not only the precise place in Lacan's work at which this statement occurs, in the midst of discussing the hysteric's desire, which means that, for Lacan, the hysterical desire to desire, far from being a defective mode of desire, is, rather, its paradigmatic case, desire tout court, but also the fact that it has to be read in three ways, in accordance with the triad ISR. Imaginary is the imitation of my fellow man, who serves as my ideal ego. I want what he wants, that is, I desire an object only in so far as it is the object of the other's desire. Here desire is founded in envy, in the rivalry between me and my double competitor, in what Lacan refers to as the identification with the imago of the counterpart and the drama of primordial jealousy. At the symbolic level, the desire of the other is to be read both as genitiva subjectivus and as genitiva subjectivus. First, there is the dialectic of recognition in which the other's desire is the object of my desire. What I desire is to be desired recognized by the other, the first object of desire is to be recognized by the other. Secondly, it is qua other that he the subject desires that is, what I desire is predetermined and decided at the other place of the anonymous trans-subjective symbolic order, it is mediated by the symbolic network of the cultural tradition to which I belong. The big other prescribes to the subject the matrix of his or her desiring, inclusive of the possible forms of transgression. Desire is an effect in the subject of the condition that is imposed on him by the existence of the discourse, to make his need pass through the defile of the signifier, and the other the trans-subjective symbolic order is precisely the locus of the deployment of speech. What we encounter here, in this duality of genitiva subjectivus and genitiva subjectivus, is, of course, the antagonistic solidarity between the Lacan of Hegelian intersubjectivity and the structuralist Lacan. However, when Lacan asserts that the question of the other, which comes back to the subject from the place from which he expects an oracular reply in some such form as "che vuoi," what do you want, is the one that best leads him to the path of his own desire, he aims at something even more fundamental, the enigma of the other's desire in its impenetrability, in so far as it eludes symbolization. In short, the other's desire confronts me with the opacity of the impossible real that resists symbolization. Lacan's point is that I can fully assume the gap that constitutes my desire only via the confrontation with the enigma of the other's desire. When, in the last years of his teaching, Lacan granted such a pivotal role to the desire of the analyst was here no longer conceived as the privileged representative of the big other, the symbolic order, what Lacan refers to as the presence of the analyst, rather, stands for the enigma of desire as such. The analyst's desire is not the desire for something determinate, say, a successful interpretation, but a kind of white desire that emerges when I encounter an other whose actual wants are not clear, although he does seem to want something from me, like the mysterious agency that addresses the subject in Kafka's novels, the court, the castle. What immediately follows from this triad are the three possible foundations of ethics. The ethics of the imaginary is founded upon the reference to some supreme good in its entire span, from the most vulgar utilitarian pleasure to contemplative immersion in the divine substance. In rejecting this ethics, Lacan is behaving like a good Leninist. That is to say, one of the unmistakable features of Lenin's style was that when he was confronted by a formal bourgeois category, he always countered it with a malicious question about its concrete content and the context of its subject of enunciation: freedom for whom? To do what? Lacan addresses the same question to the philosophers who advocate an ethics of the good, toward the good of whom? There is no neutral good, every positive determination of the good involves us in an inescapable deadlock. The minimal criterion of the ethics of the symbolic is the priority of justice over any form of good. One's duty is defined by the moral law which prescribes what one should do. What we are dealing with here is the ethics of the word. I have to obey the moral law, to follow its word, irrespective of my pathological inclinations, even if it goes against my, or anybody else's good or well-being. The ethics of the real, finally, brings into play the moral law in its impenetrable aspect, as an agency that arouses anxiety by addressing me with the empty, tautological and, for that very reason, enigmatic injunction: do your duty, leaving it to me to translate this injunction into a determinate moral obligation. I, the moral subject, remain forever plagued by uncertainty, since the moral law provides no guarantee that I got it right. One can thus save Kant from the traditional Hegelian criticism concerning the purely formal nature of the categorical imperative. According to this criticism, the abstract form of the imperative is the obverse of the effective enslavement of the Kantian moral subject to the empirical, contingent content. The only way for him to pass from the abstract obligation to do his duty to some concrete, effective duty is to look around into the contingent pathological content of his concrete life situation. It is this very apparent weakness of the categorical imperative, however, that accounts for its compelling impact. The injunction of the categorical imperative is unconditional in that it is empty tautological. This void signals that the moral subject is fully responsible for the translation of the categorical imperative into a concrete moral obligation. In this precise sense, one is tempted to risk a parallel with Kant's critique of judgment. The concrete formulation of a determinate ethical obligation has the structure of an aesthetic judgment, that is, of a judgment by means of which, instead of simply applying a universal category to a particular object or subsuming this object under an already given universal determination, I as it were invent its universal necessary obligatory dimension, and thereby elevate this particular contingent object, act to the dignity of the ethical thing. On that account, there is always something sublime about pronouncing a judgment that defines our duty in it. I elevate an object to the dignity of the thing, Lacan's definition of sublimation. What we encounter here is the unexpected reverse usually passed over in silence of Kant's prohibition on our invoking external circumstances or human weakness as an excuse for not accomplishing our duty. See, I know I should do it, but what can I do? I'm simply too weak, such is my nature. We are also prohibited from invoking circumstances, say, the pressure of the voice of conscience as a pretext for accomplishing our duty. That is to say, in this case I also bear full responsibility for what I promulgate as my ethical obligation duty, so that I am not permitted to say, sorry, I know it was unpleasant, but I couldn't help it, the moral law imposed that act on me as my unconditional duty. According to Lacan, the analyst authorizes himself, by means of his act, without any guarantee in the big other, of the psychoanalytic community, of the theoretical knowledge he possesses. The same goes for the Kantian ethical subject, who also authorizes himself in the sense of being fully responsible for what he refers to as his duty. In short, to go to extremes, that is, to tautology, duty cannot serve as an excuse for doing our duty. Kant is thus effectively not a pervert. What is thoroughly foreign to him is, say, the perverse attitude of a Stalinist communist who justifies his terror by claiming that he is simply fulfilling historical necessity. A pervert's conduct is unethical insofar as he shifts the responsibility for it to the big other clause of history, etc., and claims to act merely as its instrument. It is therefore wrong to conceive the Kantian categorical imperative as a kind of formal mold whose application to a concrete case relieves the moral subject of the responsibility for a decision. I am not sure if to accomplish the act X is my duty or not. No problem. I test it by submitting it to the double formal criterion implied by the categorical imperative. Can this act be universalized? Does it treat other human beings also as ends in themselves, not only as means? And if the act X stands the test, I know where my duty lies. The whole point of Kantian argumentation is the exact opposite of this automatic procedure of verification. The fact that the categorical imperative is an empty form means precisely that it can deliver no guarantee against misjudging our duty. In this precise sense, the empty form of the imperative coincides with its opposite, pure formlessness. The structure of the categorical imperative is tautological in the Hegelian sense of the repetition of the same that fills up and simultaneously announces an abyss that gives rise to unbearable anxiety. Your duty is to do your duty. It is easy to play the game of trying to provide a minimal positive definition of the ethical act. In the case of a man, for example, the best candidate is probably dress up as a woman and commit suicide in public. But whatever we do, we always do it in order to fill up the abyss of tautology that resonates in do your duty. Here, however, we seem to stumble again upon the old reproach of Lacanian ethics: is the ethical law not thereby reduced to a superego agency that makes us a priori guilty? Is it not the case that whatever positive content we put forward as our concrete ethical obligation, we never fully succeed in appeasing the anxiety that announces itself in the void that gapes in the very heart of do your duty? Does not the fact that I can never be sure what my duty is brand me with an indelible mark of guilt? In short, does not the categorical imperative's double-bind message irradiate the malevolent neutrality of a superego sadist? I am bombarded with an unconditional injunction to accomplish my duty, yet the moment I translate this injunction into a concrete obligation, the ethical other assumes the attitude of a malevolent neutral observer, whose message to me changes all of a sudden into I certainly don't want anything from you. It was you who defined your duty, so you have to bear the consequences as well as the responsibility for it. Now let's take a seat and watch how you handle the mess you've got yourself into. It is crucial here, however, to take into account the fact that the big other doesn't exist. Lacan: we are guilty insofar as we accept that the big other exists in the guise of a transcendent agency which plays a perverse game of cat and mouse with us, knowing very well what our duty is yet concealing it from us, letting us grope around and make blind guesses. We leave the domain of superego guilt behind the moment we become aware that the other itself does not know what my duty is. To put it differently, it is essential, in our reading of Kant, to distinguish the true from the false transcendence of law. This distinction coincides with the one between pure symbolic law and superego. In false transcendence, the moral law appears as an external terrorizing agency which threatens me in the guise of two objects, voice and gaze, the voice of conscience that haunts me, the all-penetrating gaze that unerringly detects my guilt. However, this very notion of the moral law as an external terrorizing agency already gentrifies/softens its true transcendence by transforming it into an external agent with whom a relationship of exchange, sacrifice, haggling, is possible. In short, the moral law is implicitly reduced to the level of representation Vorstellian. It turns into an object that stands opposite ourselves, not the absolute other. The pure law, on the contrary, stands for the otherness of an imperative that has nothing whatsoever to do with the field of vocal or visual representations, for the empty otherness of absolute transcendence. And the implicitly Hegelian point of Kant, of course, is that this absolute transcendence coincides with pure immanence. Let us recall Antigone. She was driven by an imperative untainted by any superego coercion, that is to say, she acted as she did not out of any pressure exerted on her by the voice of her conscience, but for the simple reason that she could not act otherwise. On a first approach, we are dealing here with the distinction between the moral law in itself and the way this law affects us, its subjects. The law in itself is a pure imperative. The problem is that we, human beings, are always tainted with pathology, prone to tangible impressions, so, in order to become effective, this pure agency of the categorical imperative has to assume, in its relationship to us, the tangible form of a voice and/or a gaze, like God, the unfathomable and unrepresentable absolute, whom we, ordinary humans, depict as a wise bearded old man. A deeper approach, however, compels us exactly to invert the terms. In so far as we reify the moral law into an agency that exists in itself and exerts its pressure upon us from without, we reduce its status to that of a representation, of a voice and/or gaze. Voice and/or gaze designate precisely the way the law in itself exists for us. In clear contrast, the moral law qua pure transcendence is no longer an entity that exists independently of its relationship to us, it is nothing but its relationship to us, to the moral subject. Here, in his determination of the relationship between the subject and the moral law, Kant comes unexpectedly close to the Hegelian speculative reflective inversion. That is to say, when Kant defines the relationship between the subject and the moral law as that of respect or reverence Achtung, he adds a crucial qualification: reverence does not simply designate the way the subject relates to the law, his or her subjective experience of the law, rather, it stands for the law itself in its subjective existence, that is, in its actuality, since the moral law is actual only in so far as it is disclosed in the subject's experience. The Hegelian feature here is the inversion of the normal relationship between subject and predicate, that which, on a first approach, should possess the status of a mere predicate. The effect, the mode of existence of the law, is the law itself in its actuality, and vice versa. That which appears as the law in itself, existing independently of the subject, is effectively a subjective phantasmagoria, a spectral non-entity that merely materializes, gives body to, the non-purity of the subject's ethical stance. And our point, of course, is that Lacan's ne pas céder sur son désir, do not compromise your desire, involves exactly the same tautological injunction, a new corroboration of the fact that, as Lacan put it, Kant's moral law is simply desire in its pure state. It provides no positive guarantee or support of our desire, that is, the subject is not allowed to say, I know this is reprehensible, but what can I do? This is what I desire, and I cannot give it up. The subject is fully responsible for what she or he desires. For that reason, the injunction do not compromise your desire is empty, impossible to comply with fully, that is to say, it touches the real. So, to conclude, it would be appropriate to return to the theme which, perhaps, provides the key to the entire Lacanian theoretical edifice, Kant avec Sada. How are we to conceive this paradoxical thesis on Sada as the truth of Kantian ethics? The first answer offers itself with delusive self-evidence. Of course, everybody knows that superego sadism is the hidden truth of the Kantian ethics. that is to say, is not Kant's rigorist ethics patently sadistic, is not the agency which pronounces the ethical imperative a sublime version of the sadistic torturer who demands the impossible and finds enjoyment in humiliating the subject, that is, in the subject's failure to comply with his demand. If, as Lacan put it, Hegel is the most sublime of all hysterics, is not therefore Kant the most sublime of all sadists? However, although it may appear that at least some of Lacan's statements effectively point in this direction, does not Lacan emphasize that Sada put Kant's cards on the table by rendering visible the sadistic agent who is the true subject of enunciation of the categorical imperative? A careful reading soon makes it clear that what Lacan has in mind is the exact opposite of this thesis on the sadistic character of Kantian ethics. Lacan's aim is not to besmirch the purity of the Kantian imperative, that is, to discern beneath it the pathological sadistic enjoyment, but, on the contrary, to demonstrate that the Sadian will to enjoy volonté jouissance is thoroughly pure ethical in the strictest Kantian sense. The imperative which sustains the Sadian subject's endless search for enjoyment fulfills all the criteria of the categorical imperative. Far from besmirching Kant, Lacan purifies Sada. The sadist will to enjoy is the exemplary case of a pure, non-pathological desire. Perhaps therein resides the ultimate cause of all the troubles with so-called modern subjectivity. Quantum physics with Lacan. The wired desire. The impasse that lurks in the background of late capitalist liberal democratic permissiveness, to which different fundamentalisms provide desperate answers, is, how we are to re-stimulate the desire to copulate today, in an age when, owing to its direct accessibility to the lack of obstacles that would heighten its value, the sexual object is more and more depreciated, or, to quote Freud's classic formulation, the psychical value of erotic needs is reduced as soon as their satisfaction becomes easy. An obstacle is required in order to heighten libido, and where natural resistances to satisfaction have not been sufficient, men have at all times erected conventional ones so as to be able to enjoy love. Within this perspective, courtly love appears as simply the most radical strategy for elevating the value of the object by putting up conventional obstacles to its attainability. When, in his seminar Encore, Lacan provides the most succinct formulation of the paradox of courtly love, he says something apparently similar, yet fundamentally different, a very refined manner of supplanting the absence of the sexual relationship by feigning that it is us who put the obstacle in its way. The point is therefore not simply that we set up additional conventional hindrances in order to heighten the value of the object. External hindrances that thwart our access to the object are there precisely to create the illusion that without them, the object would be directly accessible. What such hindrances thereby conceal is the inherent impossibility of attaining the object. In order to make this deadlock palpable, let us turn for a moment to an example from another domain, that of the so-called computer highway. If, in the near future, all data, movies, and so on, were to become instantly available, if the delay were to become minimal so that the very notion of searching for a book, a film were to lose its meaning, would not this instant availability suffocate desire? That is to say, what sets human desire in motion is a short circuit between the primordially lost thing and an empirical, positive object, that is, the elevation of this object to the dignity of the thing. This object thus fills out the transcendental void of the thing, it becomes prohibited, and thereby starts to function as the cause of desire. When, however, every empirical object becomes available, this absence of the prohibition necessarily gives rise to anxiety. What becomes visible via this saturation is that the ultimate point of prohibition was simply to mask the inherent impossibility of the thing, that is, the structural deadlock of desire. One thing, therefore, is certain: the advent of cyberspace will shatter, and transform beyond recognition, the very basic structure of our capacity to desire, since it will lay bare the paradox of desire by cutting the ground from under the feet of the creative sublimation that enables us to escape this paradox, the fact that desire is sustained by lack and therefore shuns its satisfaction, that is, the very thing for which it officially strives. We elevate an empirical, ordinary object to the dignity of the thing we posit it as unattainable/prohibited, and this inaccessibility keeps the flame of our desire alive. On account of its logic of instant gratification, the universe of virtual reality signals the very opposite of what its name announces, the end of the virtual space of symbolization, or, as Winnicott put it, of the space of transitive objects. Everything is instantly here, but bereft of its substance and thus instantly devalued. Virtual reality is therefore a kind of Orwellian misnomer. It stands for the very opposite of virtuality, for the saturation of the virtual space of symbolic fiction. Or to put it in yet another way, in contrast to the standard situation in which the very inaccessibility of the object, the fact that the object is hard to get, guarantees its reality, the availability of the object is paid for by its derealization, by the frustrating experience that this, what we get, is not that. So the big enigma is, how, through what kind of limitation of access, will capitalism succeed in reintroducing lack and scarcity into the saturation? This predicament allows us to throw some new, perhaps unexpected, light not only on the contemporary resurgence of different fundamentalisms, but also on so-called political correctness. One of the aspects of the PC attitude is to reintroduce prohibition in the domain of sexuality, and to make us discern everywhere the hidden traces of incorrect, patriarchal, racist, etc. enjoyments. One is therefore tempted to conceive PC as a Foucauldian strategy without subject, aimed at arousing our interest in what its official, public discourse pretends to prohibit. From this perspective, PC appears as a kind of cunning of reason by means of which history counteracts the alarming fact that in the aftermath of the sexual revolution of the people are less and less prone to copulate. According to the latest polls in Western Europe, % of young women prefer dinner in an expensive restaurant to a passionate night of love. What we are witnessing is an ironic reversal of the when sexual desire was experienced as a progressive, liberating agency enabling us to get rid of rigid traditional values. Sexual desire in its effectively disturbing dimension, from obscene talk to self-humiliation, is now on the side of reaction. The irony lies in the fact that, from the PC point of view, straight, normal sexuality is almost prohibited, while the more one's sexuality approaches the so-called perverted forms, the more it is approved of. One has almost to apologize if one is to indulge in old-fashioned penetrative heterosexual activity. The false memory syndrome, in which, on the psychiatrist's suggestion, the patient projects his disavowed phantasmic content into external reality and recalls how, in his youth, he was seduced and or sexually abused by his parents, is for that reason the symptom of PC, an exemplary case of how what was foreclosed from the symbolic returns in the real. The primordial politically incorrect sexual harasser is, of course, none other than the father enjoyment, the phantasmic figure of the obscene pre-symbolic father. The very rehabilitation of the theory of seduction is to be conceived of as an index of the changed status of subjectivity in our postmodern late capitalist society, that is to say, of the shift towards a pathological narcissus to whom the other, desiring subject as such appears as a violent intruder. Whatever he or she does, if he or she smokes, laughs too loudly or not loudly enough, casts a covetous glance at me, amounts to a disturbance of my precarious imaginary balance. Threatened by every encounter with the other's desire, this pathological narcissus endeavors to dwell in virtual space, in the precise sense this term acquires in the computer universe, in the space of virtual communities in which one is free to change one's identity, in which no link is effectively binding, since I can withdraw from any relationship at any moment. The form of sexuality which fits this universe is bisexuality, with its fluid, shifting identities. Therein resides the fatal flaw of the PC strategy of fighting hate speech by replacing aggressive with neutral terms. A weak-sided person is visually challenged, an undeveloped country is developing, etc. The problem with this strategy is that the power discourse can easily turn it to its advantage by using it to render aseptic the raw brutality of exploitation. Why should not brutal rape become non-consensual sexual satisfaction, and so on? In short, PC Newspeak simply imitates today's bureaucraties, in which the murder of a political Opponent becomes the aseptic annihilation of the target, and so forth. What is at stake in both cases is the endeavor to suspend the stinging dimension of speech, the level at which the other's word impinges on the very kernel of my being. And is not this protection against the encounter quarrel the true underlying impetus of debasement in the sphere of love today? Our point is therefore that the PC attitude effectively contributes to debasement in the sphere of love via its effort to suspend all traces of the encounter of the real, of the other qua desiring subject. With what does it strive to replace it? Here, the underlying fantasy of Robert Heinlein's puppet masters can provide an answer. Today, the theme of parasitic aliens which invade our planet, stick to our back, penetrate our spinal cord with their prolonged stings, and thus dominate us from within tastes like stale soup, the film, shot in, strikes us visually as a rather mismatched combination of Alien and Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Its phantasmic background is none the less more interesting than it may seem. It resides in the opposition between the human universe of sexual reproduction and the aliens' universe of cloning. In our universe, reproduction occurs by means of copulation, under the auspices of the symbolic agency of the name of the Father, whereas the alien invaders reproduce themselves asexually, via direct self-copying duplication, and therefore possess no individuality. They present a case of radical immixing of subjects, that is, they can communicate directly, bypassing the medium of language, since they all form one large organism. 1. Why, then, do these aliens pose such a threat? The immediate answer, of course, is that they bring about the loss of human individuality under their domination. We become puppets, the other, or, rather, the one directly speaks through us. However, there is a deeper theme at work here. We can experience ourselves as autonomous and free individuals only insofar as we are marked by an irreducible, constitutive loss, division, splitting, only insofar as our very being involves a certain out of joint, only insofar as the other, human being ultimately remains for us an unfathomable, impenetrable enigma. The aliens, on the other hand, function precisely as the complement that restores the lost plenitude of a human subject. They are what Lacan, in his Seminar 11, calls lamella, the indestructible asexual organ without body, the mythical part that was lost when human beings became sexualized. In contrast to a normal sexual relationship, which is always mediated by a lack and, as such, impossible, doomed to fail, the relationship with aliens is therefore fully satisfying. When a human subject merges with an alien, it is as if the round plenitude of a complete being, prior to sexual divisions, about which Plato speaks in his Symposium, is reconstituted. A man no longer needs a woman, or vice versa, since he is already complete in himself. We can see now why, in Heinlein's novel, once a human being gets rid of the grip of the parasitic alien, he is completely bewildered and acts as if he has lost his footing, like a drug addict deprived of his fix. At the end, the normal sexual couple is reconstituted by means of a literal parricide. The threat to sexuality is dealt with. Our point, however, is that what this novel stages in the guise of a paranoiac fantasy is something that is slowly becoming part of our everyday life. Is not the personal computer increasingly evolving into a parasitic complement to our being? Perhaps the choice between sexuality and compulsive playing with a computer, the proverbial adolescent who is so immersed in a computer that he forgets about his date, is more than a media invention. Perhaps it is an index of how, via new technology, a complementary relationship to an inhuman partner is slowly emerging, which is, in an uncanny way, more fulfilling than the relationship to a sexual partner. Perhaps Foucault was right, although not for the right reasons. Perhaps the end of sexuality is looming on the horizon, and perhaps the PC is in the service of this end. Any relationship to the intersubjective other is therefore preceded by the relationship to an object onto which the subject is hooked and which serves as a direct complement, a stand-in for the asexual primordially lost object. In pop psychoanalytic terms, one could say that the subject who, via computer qua object supplement, participates in a virtual community, regresses to the polymorphous perversity of primordial narcissism. What should not escape our notice, however, is the radically prosthetic nature of this, and every narcissism, it relies on a mechanical foreign body that forever decenters the subject. The Cartesian cyberpunk. The outstanding feature of computerized interactive media is the way they are giving birth to a renewed drive to community as a substitute for the progressive disintegration of our actual community life. What fascinates people far more than the unprecedented access to information, the new ways of learning, shopping, and so on, is the possibility of constituting virtual communities in which I am free to assume an arbitrary sexual, ethnic, religious, and so on, identity. Or, as some journalists put it, forget race, gender. In cyberspace, you are what you care about. A gay man, for example, can enter a closed sexual community and, via an exchange of messages, participate in a fictionalized group sexual activity as a heterosexual woman. These virtual communities, far from signaling the end of Cartesian subjectivity, represent the closest attempt hitherto to actualize the notion of the Cartesian subject in the social space itself. When all my features, including the most intimate, become contingent and interchangeable, only then is the void that I myself am beyond all my assumed features the cogito, the empty Cartesian subject. One must be careful, however, to avoid various traps that lurk here. The first among them is the notion that, prior to the computer-generated virtualization of reality, we were dealing with direct, real reality. The experience of virtual reality should, rather, make us sensitive to how the reality with which we were dealing always already was virtualized. The most elementary procedure of symbolic identification, identification with an ego ideal, involves, as Lacan had already put it in the apropos of his famous schema of the inverted vase, an identification with a virtual image, l'image virtuelle, the place in the big other from which I see myself in the form in which I find myself likable. The definition of ego ideal is by definition virtual. Is not virtuality, therefore, the trademark of every, even the most elementary, ideological identification? When I see myself as a Democrat, a communist, an American, a Christian, and so on, what I see is not directly me, I identify with a virtual place in the discourse. And insofar as such an identification is constitutive of a community, every community is also stricto sensu always already virtual. This logic of virtuality can be further exemplified by Oswald Duckert's analysis in Le Dire et Le Did of the different discursive positions a speaker can assume within the same speech act: assertive, ironic, sympathetic, and so on. When I speak, I always constitute a virtual place of enunciation from which I speak, yet this is never directly me. Today, it is often pointed out how the universe of virtual community, with its arbitrarily exchangeable identities, opens up new ethical dilemmas. Suppose that I, a gay man, assume in a virtual community the identity of a heterosexual woman. What if, within the virtual sexual play constituted by the interchange of descriptions on the screen, somebody brutally rapes me? Is this a case of true harassment or not? Things will get even more complex with the prospect of more people encountering each other and interacting in the same virtual reality. What, precisely, will be the status of violence when somebody attacks me in virtual reality? Our point, however, is that these dilemmas are not really so different from those we encounter in ordinary reality, in which my gender identity is also not an immediate fact but virtual, symbolically constructed, so that a gap separates it forever from the real. Here, also, every harassment is primarily an attack on my virtual, symbolic identity. That is the true horror of virtual sex, not the experience of the loss of real, flesh and blood sex, but the awareness that this real sex never existed in the first place, that sex always already was virtual. The same goes for virtual reality as such. What gives rise to anxiety is not the loss of real reality but the awareness that, what we experience as reality always already was virtual, sustained by a symbolic fiction. This, however, in no way implies that nothing really important is taking place with today's technological virtualization of reality. What takes place is, in Hegel's, the very formal inversion from in itself to for itself, that is, the virtualization which was previously in itself, a mechanism which operated implicitly, as the hidden foundation of our lives, now becomes explicit, is posited as such, with crucial consequences for reality itself. What we have here is an exemplary case of Hegel's Minerva's owl which flies in the evening. A spiritual principle effectively reigns as long as it is not acknowledged as such. The moment people become directly aware of it, its time is up and the silent weaving of the spirit is already laying the groundwork for a new principle. In short, the properly dialectical paradox resides in the fact that the very empirical, explicit realization of a principle undermines its reign. Or to put it in a different way, what takes place in this passage from in itself to for itself is a kind of conflation of the two dimensions which remain apart in the normal or standard functioning of the symbolic order, that of symbolic fiction and that of fantasy. On the one hand, virtual space is the space of symbolic fictions par excellence, the other scene of purely virtual entities which, although they are not to be found anywhere in reality, are nonetheless effective and regulate our lives. In reality, there are only individuals and the screens at which they stare. Nonetheless, to quote the now classic words of William Gibson, the individuals hooked on the screen develop a belief that there's some kind of actual space behind the screen, some place that you can't see but you know is there. On the other hand, however, the screen of a PC is the window of fantasy in its essence, an empty frame onto which phantasmic scenarios are projected. Cyberspace is thus at the same time both a space for the transmitting of messages, for communication, and the imagery of virtual reality. The result of this conflation is a kind of psychotic short circuit in which the symbol, insofar as it overlaps with, or, rather, falls into phantasmic reality, loses its performative power, that is, no longer effectively engages the subject. The inherent obverse of this disengagement of the fact that the subject maintains towards the computerized virtual universe the distance which suspends the dimension of performativity, of symbolic engagement, of being obliged by one's word is, of course, a kind of short circuit between the signifier and the real, in virtual reality proper. We will have a simulated, virtual, and in this sense still symbolic universe which we will experience directly as reality itself. The other side of distance is thus a kind of direct immersion into the virtual universe on the screen. Virtual reality gives rise to the dream of a language which no longer acts upon the subject merely through the intermediate sphere of meaning, but has direct effects in the real, like Hitchcock's fantasy about the machine by means of which a future film director will be able to manipulate the emotions of his public directly, bypassing the visual medium. The key point to grasp is the interdependence of these two opposing features. Insofar as the wired universe is effectively post-Oedipal, a universe no longer relying on the paternal symbolic authority, one should recall Lacan's classic definition of psychosis. The foreclosure of the name of the father and psychosis is characterized precisely by the paradoxical coincidence of over-proximity and externality. That is to say, psychosis involves the external distance the subject maintains towards the symbolic order. In psychosis, the subject is confronted with an inert signifying chain, one that does not seize him performatively and does not affect his subjective position of enunciation. Towards this chain, the subject maintains a relation of exteriority and the collapsing of the symbolic into the real. A psychotic treats words as things. In his universe, words fall into things and or things themselves start to speak. If, in normal symbolic communication, we are dealing with the distance between things and words which opens up the space for the domain of sense and, within it, for symbolic engagement, in the case of virtual reality, on the contrary, the very over-proximity of the sign and the designated content disengages us, closes up the space for symbolic engagement. The problem of communication in virtual communities is thus not simply that I can lie, that an ugly old man can present himself as a beautiful young woman, etc. But, more fundamentally, that I am never truly engaged, since at any moment I can pull back, unhook myself. In virtual community sex games I can be ruthless, I can pour out all my dirty dreams, precisely because my word no longer obliges me, is not subjectivized. Perhaps the crucial question the computerization of our symbolic exchanges compels us to confront is that of the performative. How will the progressive computerization of our intersubjective contacts affect the fundamental dimension of the symbolic universe, that of the pact, of the obligation, of engagement, of trust, of relying upon another's word? The point, of course, is not simply to bemoan the loss of the old universe of the symbolic bond. The appropriate starting point would be, rather, the fact that communication in virtual communities is uncannily close to the exchange between analyst and analysand in the psychoanalytic cure. Here also, the performative force of words is somehow suspended. This is why I can say anything to my analyst, reveal all my obscene fantasies about him, knowing that he will not be offended, will not take it personally. This parallel with psychoanalysis is especially pertinent with regard to the initial gesture of the subject's entry into a new symbolic dimension. The very cancellation of normal performativity in the psychoanalytic cure involves a kind of transcendental performative gesture by means of which both analysand and analyst accept that what will take place from now on is no longer normal intersubjective speech but mere free associations whose performative dimension is suspended. No matter how violently the analysand verbally attacks the analyst, for example, they are both aware that this is not to be taken personally, as a real threat. And things are strictly homologous in the wired universe. Here also, a primordial yes is needed, an act of faith by means of which the subject agrees to participate, to play the game, to act as if, over and above him, the user and the machine, computer, there is the virtual universe of fictions on the screen, this Popperian third world which, although purely virtual and, as such, lacking both psychical and physical reality, nonetheless determines the user's very real activity. In this precise sense, the very cancellation of the normal performativity of intersubjective speech in the wired universe continues to rely on a symbolic pact, on the same yes, by means of which the speaker accepts the fictitious existence of the big other, of the universe of symbolic fictions. The second trap, the opposite of the first, lies in too hastily proclaiming every reality a virtual fiction. One should always bear in mind that the proper body remains the unsurpassable anchor limiting the freedom of virtualization. The notion that in some not too distant future human subjects will be able to weigh the anchor that attaches them to their bodies and change into ghost-like entities floating freely from one virtual body to another is the phantasm of full virtualization, of the subject finally delivered from the pathological stain of a. Let us recall the restaurant scene from Terry Gilliam's Brazil, which perfectly exemplifies this ultimate limit of virtualization. In a high-class restaurant, the waiter recommends to his customers the best suggestions from the daily menu. Today, our Turandas is really special, etc. Yet what the customers get when they have made their choice is a dazzling color photo of the meal on a stand above the plate, and on the plate itself a loathsome excremental paste-like lump. That is the central antinomy of our postmodern experience of reality. The virtualization of reality always produces an excremental remainder of the real which resists virtualization. Degree. Which of these two traps is worse? Since they are codependent, heads and tails of the same coin, one can only repeat Stalin's immortal answer to the question which of the two deviations is worse, the left wing or the right wing. They are both worse. The more urgent question is, rather, what are we effectively running away from when we take refuge in the virtual community? Not directly from authentic symbolic engagement. There is something between symbolic engagement proper and the virtual community. Let us recall the distinction between the traditional marriage arranged by parents and the modern, post-traditional marriage based on love. The replacement of the traditional marriage by marriage based on love is usually celebrated as the sign of liberating progress. However, things are far more ambiguous, and can always take an unpleasant dive into murky superego waters. The traditional marriage asks of the spouses only fidelity and respect, or, rather, the semblance of respect. Love follows the wedding. It is an accident which emerges, or fails to emerge out of marital familiarity, so I am not obliged to love my spouse. In a marriage based on love, on the contrary, I soon find myself in the paradox of obligatory love. Since I am married, and since marriage should be based on love, I must love my spouse, a superego command which terrorizes me from within. The worm of doubt is thus soon at work, setting in motion the incessant questioning, am I really still in love with my spouse? Which, sooner or later, gives rise to a guilt feeling. This unbearable superego injunction is what the subject runs away from into the cold universe of virtual relations in which the other is no longer a true intersubjective other, his or her death, for example, has, rather, the status of the death of my imaginary opponent in a video game. Cynicism as reflected ideology. Another trap to be avoided apropos of the wired universe is that of technological determinism. The old Marxist lesson still holds, that is to say, the way computerization affects our lives does not depend directly on technology, it results from the way the impact of new technology is refracted by the social relations which, in their turn, co-determine the very direction of technological development. So which are these social relations? In one of his letters, Freud refers to the well-known joke about the new husband who, asked by his friend how his wife looks, how beautiful she is, answers, I personally don't like her, but that's a matter of taste. The paradox of this answer does not point towards an attitude of selfish calculation. True, I don't like her, but I married her for other reasons. Her wealth, her parents' social influence. Its crucial feature is that the subject, in providing this answer, pretends to assume the standpoint of universality from which to be likable appears as an idiosyncrasy, as a contingent pathological feature which, as such, is not to be taken into consideration. The joke therefore relies on the impossible/untenable position of enunciation of the new husband. From this position, marriage appears as an act which belongs to the domain of universal symbolic determinations and should, as such, be independent of personal idiosyncrasies, as if the very notion of marriage did not involve precisely the pathological fact of liking a particular person for no particular rational reason. Incidentally, such an undermining of a statement by means of reference to its subjective position of enunciation is what characterizes Hegelian dialectics. One encounters the same impossible position of enunciation in contemporary postmodern racism. We all remember one of the highlights of Bernstein's West Side Story, Officer Krupke, the song in which the delinquents provide the amazed policeman with the socio-psychological explanation of their attitude: they are victims of disadvantageous social circumstances and unfavorable family relations. Asked why they are violent towards foreigners, neo-Nazi skinheads in Germany tend to give the same answers. They suddenly start to talk like social workers, sociologists, and social psychologists, quoting diminished social mobility, rising insecurity, the disintegration of paternal authority, and so on. The same goes even for Zhirinovsky. In interviews for the enlightened Western press, he also speaks the language of pop sociologists and psychologists. That is to say, there are two main pop scientific clichés about the rise of populist demagogues. They feed on the frustrations of ordinary people caused by the economic crisis and social insecurity. The populist totalitarian leader is a distorted personality who, by means of his aggression, abstracts a traumatic personal past, a lack of genuine parental love and support in his childhood, the very two reasons quoted by Zhirinovsky when he is asked to explain his success. If there were a healthy economy and security for the people, I would lose all the votes I have. It seems to have been my fate that I never experienced real love or friendship. This is what Lacan had in mind when he claimed that there is no meta-language. What Zhirinovsky or the skinheads assert is a lie, even if, or rather, precisely in so far as it is factually true, their assertions are belied by their very position of enunciation, by the neutral, disengaged position from which the victim is able to tell the objective truth about himself. And it is easy to imagine a more theoretically updated version of such a false attitude: a racist, for example, who claims that he is not the true author of his violent verbal outbursts against African Americans or Jews or Arabs. The charges against him presuppose traditional metaphysical notions which have to be deconstructed. In his performative utterance, which by itself perpetrated an act of violence, he was merely referring to, quoting, drawing from, the historically available stock of insults, so that the entire historical tradition, not himself, must be put on trial. The very notion that there exists a self-identical responsible subject who can be held accountable for racist outbursts is an illusion already denounced by Nietzsche, who proved that the deed, or rather, the doing, is original, while the doer behind the doing is a symbolic fiction, a metaphysical hypostasis, and so forth. This impossible position of enunciation characterizes the contemporary cynical attitude. In it, ideology can lay its cards on the table, reveal the secret of its functioning, and still continue to function. Exemplary here is Robert Zemeckis' Forrest Gump, a film which offers as the point of identification, as the ideal ego, a simpleton, and thus directly asserts stupidity as a key category of ideology. The principal ideological axis of Forrest Gump is the opposition of the hero and his lifelong love. Gump is a blessedly innocent simpleton with a heart of gold who executes the orders of his superiors undisturbed by any ideological qualms or fanatical devotions. Renouncing even a minimum of cognitive mapping, Jameson, he is caught in a tautological symbolic machine towards which he lacks any ironic distance, a passive witness of and/or participant in great historico-political battles whose significance he does not even try to understand. He never asks himself why he has to fight in Vietnam, why he is suddenly sent to China to play ping pong, etc. The object of his love is a girl fully engaged in the ideological struggles of recent decades, anti-Vietnam demonstrations, etc. In a word, she participates in history and endeavors to understand what is actually going on. The first thing to note about the film is that Gump is ideology at its purest. The opposition of Gump and his girlfriend does not stand for the opposition between the extra-ideological 0 degree of social life and ideological struggles which divide the social body. Rather, it exemplifies the tension between ideology in its 0 degree, the meaningless ideological machine, and the antagonisms ideology endeavors to master and/or render invisible. Gump, this slow-witted, automatic executor of orders, who does not even try to understand anything, gives body to the impossible pure subject of ideology, to the ideal of a subject in whom ideology would function flawlessly. The ideological mystification of the film resides in the fact that it presents ideology at its purest as non-ideology, as extra-ideological good-natured participation in social life. That is to say, the ultimate lesson of the film is, don't even try to understand, obey, and you shall succeed. Gump ends up as a famous millionaire. His girlfriend, who endeavors to acquire a kind of cognitive mapping of the social situation, is symbolically punished for her thirst for knowledge. At the end of the film, she dies of AIDS. Forrest Gump reveals the secret of ideology, the fact that its successful functioning involves the stupidity of its subjects in such an open way that in different historical circumstances it would undoubtedly have subversive effects. Today, however, in the era of cynicism, ideology can afford to reveal the secret of its functioning, its constitutive idiocy, which traditional, pre-cynical ideology had to keep secret without in the least affecting its efficiency. This cynical attitude also provides a key to today's resurgent ethnic and religious fundamentalisms. Lacan had already emphasized how a cynic does not believe in words, in their symbolic efficiency, but only in the real of jouissance, and is not the nation thing today's supreme embodiment of political jouissance. This accounts for the paradox that today's cynically enlightened intellectuals who are no longer able to believe in any social cause are the first to fall prey to fanatical ethnic fundamentalism. The link between cynicism and ethnic or religious fundamentalism does not concern primarily the fact that in today's society of spectacle fundamentalism itself is just another mediatic show and, as such, feigned, a cynical mask of power interests, but, rather, its opposite. The cynical distance itself relies on the unacknowledged attachment to an ethnic, or religious thing. The more this attachment is disavowed, the more violent its sudden eruption. We should always bear in mind that within our ideological space the reference to one's nation is the supreme form of ideology in the guise of anti or non-ideology, in short, of ideology tout court. Let's put our petty political and ideological struggles aside, it's the fate of our nation which is at stake now. We encounter an analogous falsity in the attitude of those traditional psychoanalysts who prefer their patients to be naive and ignorant of psychoanalytic theory. This ignorance allegedly enables them to produce purer symptoms, symptoms in which their unconscious is not too distorted by their rational knowledge. For example, the incestuous dream of a patient who already knows all about the Oedipus complex will be far more distorted, resorting to more complex strategies to conceal its desire, than the dream of a naive patient. We all have a longing for the good old heroic times of psychoanalysis, in which a patient told his analyst, "Last night, I had a dream about killing a dragon and then advancing through a thick forest to a castle." Whereupon the analyst triumphantly answered, "Elementary, my dear patient. The dragon is your father, and the dream expresses your desire to kill him in order to return to the safe haven of the maternal castle." Lacan's premise here is exactly the opposite. The subject of psychoanalysis is the modern subject of science, which means among other things that his symptoms are, by definition, never innocent. They are always addressed to the analyst qua subject supposed to know their meaning and thus, as it were, imply, point towards, their own interpretation. For that reason one is quite justified in saying that we have symptoms which are Jungian, Kleinian, Lacanian, and so on, that is to say, whose reality involves implicit reference to some psychoanalytic theory. Today, the free associations of a typical educated analysand consist for the most part of attempts to provide a psychoanalytic explanation of his or her disturbances. This is also what Lacan's thesis on Joyce the symptom aims at. Joyce's famous statement that he wrote Finnegan's Wake in order to keep literary historians busy for the next 400 years has to be read against the background of Lacan's assertion that within a psychoanalytic cure a symptom is always addressed to the analyst and, as such, points forward towards its interpretation. The modernism of Joyce resides in the fact that his works, at least Ulysses and Finnegan's Wake, are not simply external to their interpretation but, as it were, take into account in advance their possible interpretations, and enter into dialogue with them. In so far as an interpretation or a theoretical explanation of a work of art endeavors to frame its object, one can say that this modernist dialectics provides another example of how the frame is always included in, is a part of, the framed content. In modernism, a theory about the work is comprised in the work is a kind of preemptive strike at possible theories about itself. On that account, it is inappropriate to criticize Joyce for no longer writing for a naive reader capable of an immediate consumption of his works but for a reflected reader who is able to read only with an eye on possible theoretical interpretations of what he is reading. In short, for a literary scientist, such a reflected approach in no way diminishes our enjoyment of the work. On the contrary, it supplements our reading with a surplus enjoyment which is one of the trademarks of true modernism. And what the so-called postmodernist turn adds to it is, perhaps, just the experience of a certain n'empêche pas d'exister, that is to say, modernism still clings to the illusion that reflection somehow radically affects its object. Once a symptom is properly interpreted, it should dissolve. Once one explains to a racist the true causes of his hatred of foreigners, this hatred should disappear. Whereas a postmodernist takes into account the fact that even if my racism is reflected, it still remains racism pure and simple, and even worse, that a first-level racism can become operative only when it is accompanied by a second-level reflection that contains and disavows its true scope. So, on the political level, the problem today is how to counteract this reflected racism. Is there a specific kind of knowledge which renders the act impossible, a knowledge which can no longer be co-opted by cynical distance? See, I know what I'm doing, but I'm doing it nevertheless? Or must we leave the domain of knowledge behind and have recourse to a direct, extra-symbolic, bodily intervention, or to an intuitive enlightenment, a change of subjective attitude, beyond knowledge? The fundamental premise of psychoanalysis is that there exists such a knowledge which produces effects in the real, that we can undo things, symptoms with words. The whole point of the psychoanalytic cure is that it operates exclusively at the level of knowledge, words, yet has effects in the real of bodily symptoms. Cynicism versus irony. How, then, are we to specify this knowledge which, even in our era of cynicism, brings about effects in the real? Perhaps the best approach to it is via the opposition between violent coercion and genuine subordination. This opposition, of course, is never to be accepted at face value. Subordination, of women to men in a patriarchal society, of a lower race to a higher, of a colonized to colonizer, etc. Precisely when it is experienced as genuine and sincere by the subordinated subjects themselves, presents a case of ideological delusion beneath which critical analysis should be able to discern the traces of internalized, naturalized external brute coercion. However, what about the far more sinister inverse operation which makes us misperceive as mere coercion, to which we submit ourselves in a wholly external way, something which effectively has a hold on us from within? On a first approach, that is to say, at an immediate abstract level, our yielding to this brute coercion is, of course, to be contrasted to a relationship towards some genuine authority in which I experience my subordination to it as the fulfillment of my personality, not as something that thwarts my self-realization. By subordinating myself to a genuine authority, I realize my own essence. In a traditional patriarchal society, for example, a woman is supposed to fulfill her inner vocation by subordinating herself to her husband. The spirit of such an immediate opposition between external coercion and genuine subordination is, however, profoundly anti-Hegelian. Hegel's aim is precisely to demonstrate how the two opposites pass over into each other. See his exemplary analyses of noble and low consciousness in the Phenomenology of Spirit. On the one hand, a close dialectical analysis renders visible how our external subordination to brute coercion is never simply external, how this very experience of the force to which we yield as simply external is an illusion of abstract consciousness. Suffice it to recall the traditional liberal attitude towards the state as a mechanical instrument of external coercion which limits my freedom. What this liberal individualist attitude fails to notice is how this limitation of my freedom involved in the notion of citizen is not external but the self-limitation which actually increases my true freedom, that is, elevates me to the level of a free rational being. That part of me which resists state order, experiences this order as a threat, is the unfree aspect of my personality. Here, I am effectively enslaved to the contingent pathological features of my non-rational nature, to the insignificant whims of my particular nature. This part of my personality has to be sacrificed if I am to become a truly free individual. Perhaps an even better example is an adolescent who resists his father's authority and experiences it as external repression, misrecognizing thereby the extent to which this authority holds him in sway from within and guarantees the integrity of his self-experience. Witness the disorientation, the sense of loss, which takes place when paternal authority effectively disintegrates. As a true Hegelian, Lacan was fully justified in inverting the commonplace about the liberating potential of unconscious impulses which resist the repression of the authority to which we consciously submit. The master is unconscious, he exerts his hold upon us in the unconscious. On the other hand, in so far as human being implies the infinite freedom of subjectivity, an element of falsehood adheres to every allegedly genuine subordination. Beneath it, there always lurks a hypocritical calculation or a fear of raw violence. The dialectic of liberation resides precisely in breaking the spell of genuine authority, denouncing it as a mask of brute coercion. Exemplary here, again, is the case of the feminist critique that discerns the traces of brute coercion in what, within the patriarchal space, appears as woman's natural vocation. At a more general level, one can assert that progress does not consist only in reducing the amount of violent coercion but also in recognizing violent coercion in what was previously perceived as the natural state of things. The logic of this recognition involves the properly Hegelian dialectical tension between the in itself and the for itself. It is wrong simply to claim that the patriarchal subordination of women was always founded on violent coercion, and that liberating reflection simply brings to light an already existing state of things. Yet it is no less wrong to claim that, prior to feminist critical reflection, things simply took their course without any antagonistic tension, and that violence becomes violence only when it is experienced as such. The paradox of reflection is that it retroactively makes the past state of things what it always already truly was. By means of the feminist retroactive gaze, the past is retroactively posited in its truth. On that account, one should be very careful not to refy the psychical impact of a certain sexual practice into its immediate property. For some feminists, for example, fellatio stands for the worst humiliation and debasement of woman. What if, on the contrary, we imagine an intersubjective relationship in which fellatio bears witness to man's humiliation, to his abasement, to a passive bearer of his phallus, a plaything in woman's hands? Our point here is not merely that the relationship of domination in a sexual contact is always tainted with ambiguity, but that it is the very ambiguity, undecidability, of a master-slash-servant relationship that sexualizes it. In the minimal mechanism of sexual intercourse, one stares blindly, intoxicated with enjoyment, while the other works. Who is the master here, and who the servant? Who effectively serves whom as the means of his or her enjoyment? Is not the apparent master the slave of his slave? Is not the true master he who demands of his slave that he play the role of master? In the standard, heterosexual act, man makes use of, a woman, but with a slight shift in perspective, it is possible to assert that he effectively reduces himself to an instrument of her enjoyment, subordinating himself to the insatiable superego injunction encore. The title of Lacan's seminar XX. What we must avoid here, apropos of such dialectical passages of an opposite into its other, is the lure of symmetry. Hegel's point is not that the two reversals, of genuine authority into external coercion and vice versa, are somehow exchangeable, that they follow the same logic. Their asymmetry is best epitomized by reference to the couple cynicism and irony. The fundamental gesture of cynicism is to denounce genuine authority as a pose, whose sole effective content is raw coercion or submission for the sake of some material gain, while an ironist doubts if a cold calculating utilitarian is really what he pretends to be. He suspects that the semblance of calculating distance can conceal a much deeper commitment. The cynic is quick to denounce the ridiculous pretense of solemn authority. The ironist is able to discern true attachment in dismissive disdain or feigned indifference. In matters of love, for example, the cynic excels in denigrating exalted declarations of deep spiritual affinity as a stratagem to exploit the partner sexually or otherwise, whereas the ironist is prone to ascertain, in a melancholic mood, how brutally making sport of our partner, even humiliation, often simply expresses our unreadiness to admit to ourselves the full depth of our attachment. Perhaps the artist of irony par excellence was none other than Mozart. Suffice it to recall his masterpiece Così fan tutte. The trio Soave et Vento, of course, can be read in a cynical way, as the faked imitation of a sad farewell which barely conceals a glee at the coming erotic intrigue. The ironic point of it is that the subjects who sing it, including Don Alfonso, the manipulator who staged the event, are none the less authentically touched by the sadness of the situation. This unexpected authenticity is what eludes the grasp of the cynic. On a first approach, cynicism may appear to involve a much more radical distance than irony. Is not irony benevolent ridicule from above, from within the confines of the symbolic order, that is to say, the distance of a subject who views the world from the elevated position of the big other towards those who are enticed by vulgar earthly pleasures, an awareness of their ultimate vanity, while cynicism relies on the earthly point of view which undermines our belief in the binding power of the word, of the symbolic pact, from below, and advances the substance of enjoyment as the only thing that really matters. Socrates versus Diogenes the cynic. The true relationship, however, is the reverse. From the correct premise that the big other doesn't exist, that the symbolic order is a fiction, the cynic draws the mistaken conclusion that the big other doesn't function, that its role can simply be discounted, owing to his failure to notice how the symbolic fiction nonetheless regulates his relationship to the real of enjoyment. He remains all the more enslaved to the symbolic context that defines his access to the thing enjoyment. Caught in the symbolic ritual, he publicly mocks. This is precisely what Lacan has in mind with his Les non-dupes errant. Those who are not duped by the symbolic fiction are most deeply in error. The ironist's apparently softer approach, on the other hand, far more effectively unbinds the nodal points that hold the symbolic universe together. That is to say, it is the ironist who effectively assumes the non-existence of the other. One is therefore tempted to use this couple of cynicism and irony in order to define one aspect of the spiritual gap that continues to separate the East, ex-communist Eastern Europe from the West. What persists in the East is a kind of cynical mistrust of the word, of the symbolic pact, of its binding authority, whereas the West entertains the suspicion that the allegedly free utilitarian calculating cynical subject is himself caught in a web of unacknowledged inner impediments and symbolic debts. A common notion of psychoanalysis, of course, makes it almost an epitome of cynicism as an interpretative attitude. Does not psychoanalytic interpretation involve, in its very essence, the act of discerning lower motivations, sexual lust, unacknowledged aggression behind the apparently noble gestures of spiritual elevation of the beloved, heroic self-sacrifice, and so on? Perhaps, however, this notion is somewhat too glib. Perhaps the original enigma that psychoanalysis endeavors to explain is exactly the opposite. How can the actual behavior of a person who professes his or her freedom from prejudices and moralistic constraint bear witness to innumerable inner impediments, unavowed prohibitions, and so on? Why does a person who is free to enjoy life engage in a systematic pursuit of unhappiness, methodically organizing his or her failures? What's in it for him or her? What perverse libidinal profit? The proof that cynicism, far from effectively undermining the symbolic bond, thoroughly relies on it, that this reliance is the inherent correlative and foundation of cynical distance, is provided by a feature which apparently contradicts the attitude of cynical distrust characteristic of East European socialism, its almost paranoiac belief in the power of the word. The state and the ruling party reacted with utter panic to the slightest public criticism, as if some vague critical hints in an obscure poem published in a small circulation literary journal, or an essay in an academic philosophical journal, possessed the potential capacity to trigger an explosion of the entire socialist system. Incidentally, this feature renders real socialism almost sympathetic to our retrospective nostalgic view, since it bears witness to the legacy of the Enlightenment, the belief in the social efficiency of rational argumentation that survived in it. This, perhaps, was why it was possible to undermine real socialism by peaceful civil society movements that operated at the level of the word. Belief in the power of the word was the system's Achilles heel. What we encounter here is yet another example of how, in ideology, opposites coincide. The ideological is not only the false, mystifying presentation of raw coercion as genuine domination and authentic respect for the master, but also perhaps even more so the illusory misrecognition of the inner hold a figure of authority exerts upon us, that is, the notion that we are merely yielding to external coercion when effectively, at the level of the unconscious libidinal economy, we need the master in order to avoid the deadlock of our desire. Perhaps this couple of cynicism and irony is more than just one in a series of complementary ideological procedures. Perhaps it provides us with the key to the fundamental deadlock that generates the radical ambiguity of the notion of ideology, on account of which the opposite of an ideological procedure sooner or later proves itself no less ideological. The cynic reduces ideological chimeras to raw reality. He is in search of the real ground of elevated ideological fictions, whereas the ironist entertains a suspicion that perhaps reality itself is not real, but always already structured as a fiction, dominated, regulated by an unconscious fantasy. Each of the two attitudes involves its own trap. The cynic's, a naive belief in ultimate reality outside the cobweb of symbolic fictions; the ironist's, the opposite, the reduction of reality itself to a fiction. So how are we to break this vicious cycle? How are we to avoid the mutual depreciation of the two positions that necessarily entraps us in a paradox similar to Escher's famous drawing of two hands holding a pencil and drawing each other? Lacan shows the way by introducing the distinction between reality, structured as a fiction, and the real as, precisely, that which resists symbolization. Quantum Physics Thesis 11. Perhaps the key feature of quantum physics is that for the first time, it has included this reflectivity into science itself, by positing it as an explicit moment of the scientific process. Because of this self-reflective character of its propositions, quantum physics joins ranks with Marxism and psychoanalysis as one of the three types of knowledge which conceives itself not as a neutral adequate description of its object but as a direct intervention in it. There are theories which do not aim at congruence with their object, but want to change it significantly. This almost literal paraphrase of Marx's Thesis 11 is a quote from a recent book on quantum physics. Degree in quantum physics, as well as in Marxism and psychoanalysis, the true knowledge affects its object. In Marxism, the theory describes society from the standpoint of its revolutionary change, and thereby transforms its object, the working class, into a revolutionary subject. The neutral description of society is formally false, it involves the acceptance of the existing order. In psychoanalysis, the act of interpretation itself intervenes in its object, dissolves the symptom. In quantum physics, the act of measurement itself brings about the collapse of the wave function. In all three cases, the self-relativization of the theory, far from undermining its cognitive claim, serves as the ultimate proof of its validity. The true scope of the revolutionary impact of quantum physics has been the object of passionate debate for more than half a century. A cursory examination of the responses of philosophy, or, more precisely, of what passes itself off as philosophy to quantum physics, suffices to validate fully Althusser's thesis on the codependence of positivism and obscurantism. The spontaneous philosophy of quantum physics consists of a bricolage of positivist confinement to what is measurable/observable, and spiritualist obscurantism. There is no reality outside the observer, reality exists only in our mind. Stephen Hawking undoubtedly had in mind such obscurantist talk of consciousness which begets reality, such associations of quantum physics with ESP phenomena, with curving a spoon from a distance by means of the sole power of the mind, and so on, when he risked a provocative paraphrase of Joseph Goebbels: "When I hear of Schrödinger's cat, I reach for my gun." The first antidote against such obscurantism is to situate quantum physics in relation to the split between the pre-modern universe of meaning and the universe of modern science, which is inherently meaningless, incomprehensible, since it runs against the most elementary spontaneous preconceptions which determine our sense of reality. How does psychoanalysis relate to the universe of modern science? Is it a science, a pre-scientific interpretative mantic procedure, or something entirely different, a self-reflective procedure in the lineage of the dialectic of German idealism, for example? Lacan displaced the very terrain of this standard question by asserting that the subject of psychoanalysis, the analysand, is the Cartesian subject of science. Therein resides the difference, one of many differences between Freud, as read by Lacan, and Jung. Jung advocates a return to the pre-modern universe of wisdom and its sexocosmology, the universe of a harmonious correspondence between the human microcosm and the macrocosm. That is to say, for him the subject of psychoanalysis is the pre-modern subject living in a universe in which everything has a meaning. For Lacan, on the contrary, the analysand is the empty Cartesian subject living in a disenchanted world, a subject deprived of his roots in the universe of meaning, confronted with an inherently incomprehensible universe in which the power of everyday hermeneutic evidence is suspended. This difference accounts for the divergence in their respective approaches to a symptom. In the case of agoraphobia, for example, a Jungian would have direct recourse to some archetype, grounding the fear of open spaces in the experience of birth, being thrown into the open space outside the maternal body, and so on, whereas a Freudian would follow the lead of modern science and apply himself to a concrete analysis, in order to unearth some contingent link to a particular experience with no inherent connection to open space. Recently, the patient witnessed a violent fight in an open space which stirred up a long-forgotten childhood trauma, for example. How, then, does quantum physics stand with respect to this split? Of all sciences, it has most thoroughly broken with our everyday comprehension of reality opened up by modern Galilean physics. Galileo broke with the Aristotelian ontology that gave systematic expression to our everyday pre-comprehension: bodies are naturally falling down, and tend towards a state of rest, etc. By carrying this break to extremes, however, quantum physics also confronts its inherent deadlock most radically. In order to enter the circuit of scientific communication, it has to rely on the terms of our everyday language, which unavoidably call to mind objects and events of ordinary tangible reality, the spin of a particle, the nucleus of an atom, etc. And thereby introduce an element of irreducible disturbance the moment we take a term too literally, we are led astray. The only adequate formulation of quantum physics would be to replace all terms which, in any way whatsoever, relate to the universe of our everyday experience with a kind of jabberwocky, so that we would be left with pure syntax, with a set of mathematically formulated relations. Consequently, scientists are quite justified in emphasizing that one cannot understand quantum physics. To understand a phenomenon means precisely to locate it within the horizon of our meaningful comprehension of reality. Quantum physics simply works, it functions, yet the moment one tries to understand how it works, one is swallowed up into the black hole of unreason. On the other hand, difficulties arise with the so-called collapse of the wave function. One can pass from potentiality to actuality only by means of an observer who functions at the level of everyday experience, so that the very line that separates the quantum universe from our everyday reality runs within quantum physics. John Wheeler provided perhaps the only adequate answer to one of the great enigmas of quantum physics: when, at what precise point, does the collapse of the wave function occur? By identifying it with the emergence of intersubjectively recognized meaning. We are dealing here neither with automatic registration in a machine, a photo, for example, nor with consciousness, but simply with language meaning. Complementarity. This radical break of quantum physics with our everyday comprehension of reality belies all attempts to combine quantum physics with Eastern thought, which remains thoroughly rooted in pre-modern sexualized ontology, the cosmic polarity of male and female principles, yin and yang, etc. Attempts to bring quantum physics and Eastern wisdom together usually evoke the notion of complementarity. Does not this notion point back to the complementarity of principles in pre-modern cosmology, no yin without yang, etc.? A closer examination, however, immediately compels us to call this analogy into question. Let us begin with Heisenberg's infamous uncertainty principle. Even some popular introductions to quantum physics fall prey to the epistemological fallacy of interpreting the uncertainty principle as something which hinges on the inherent limitation of the observer and or his or her measuring instruments, as if, on account of this limitation, i.e. because our observation intervenes in and affects the observed process, we could not simultaneously measure a particle's mass and momentum, or any other couple of complementary features. The uncertainty principle is actually much stronger. Far from concerning merely the limitation of the observer, its point is, rather, that complementarity is inscribed into the thing. A particle itself, in its reality, cannot have a fully specified mass and momentum, it can have only one or the other. The principle is thus profoundly Hegelian. What first appeared to be an epistemological obstacle turns out to be a property of the thing itself, that is to say, the choice between mass and momentum defines the very ontological status of the particle. This inversion of an epistemological obstacle into an ontological impediment which prevents the object from actualizing the totality of its potential qualities, mass and momentum, is Hegelian. And this is what complementarity is about. Two complementary properties do not complement each other, they are mutually exclusive. The relationship between mass and momentum resembles that between a figure and its background. We see either two human faces in profile or a vase. No synthesis is possible here, we can never have two figures. The two terms of a choice do not form a whole, since each choice already constitutes its own whole, of a figure and its background which excludes its opposite. The complementarity of quantum physics is thus much closer to the peculiar logic of a forced choice articulated in Lacan's psychoanalysis than to the pre-modern balance of cosmic principles. Its counterpart in our human condition is a situation in which the subject is forced to choose and to accept a certain fundamental loss or impossibility. This impossibility is what the Enlightenment ideal of a self-awareness that enables us to act, of an empowering knowledge exemplified by the expressions like know-how or savoir-faire, endeavors to elude. Once I know too much, I am no longer in a position to accomplish the act. That is to say, a man who knows too much is a man who can no longer act. Complementarity, as the fundamental mystery of the human act in its relationship to knowledge awareness, thus points towards the real of an impossibility. John Elster formulated this impossibility as the paradox of states that are necessary byproducts. It is impossible for a subject to strive consciously for the property X and effectively to produce it, where X stands for properties which are crucial for our self-esteem, love of others, dignity, etc. In short, a true act can be accomplished only in unawareness of its conditions. It is impossible to comprise in the act an awareness of its objective dimension, of its consequences, and so on. The same paradox is at work in the so-called hermeneutic circle. Meaning emerges only if there is a gap in the causal chain. The determinist solution: the more I become aware of the actual causal chain which determines my activity, the more I lose the illusion of freedom. Falls short here. The point it misses is that my reflective awareness of all the circumstances which condition my act can never lead me to act. It cannot explain the fact of the act itself. By endlessly weighing the reasons for and against, I never manage to act. At a certain point, I must decide to strike out blindly, saying to myself, I really don't care about all the consequences, let's simply do it, whatever the cost. Once this decision is taken, the conditions and circumstances themselves retroactively appear in a new light. This is analogous to religious belief. The decision to believe never results from a careful weighing of pro and contra. That is, one can never say, I believe in Christ because, after careful consideration, I came to the conclusion that reasons for prevail. It is only the act, the decision to believe, that renders the reasons to believe truly comprehensible. One should therefore fully endorse the Nietzschean paradox of active forgetfulness, of a forgetting which alone enables us to act. Similarly, in the domain of law, a legal order is in force only in so far as its subjects repress its contingent, illegal origins and accept its claim to validity at face value. On a somewhat different level, this is what Heidegger is aiming at when he insists again and again that true philosophical deliberation is not only of no practical use but can even hurt our practical efficiency. A scientist, for example, if he is to be efficient in his particular domain, must not think, that is, reflect upon the ontological horizon of pre-comprehension which discloses this domain. Therein resides one of the dimensions, an often misrecognized one, of ontological difference. Yet another version of the impossibility, that is, of the kernel of the real contained in the notion of complementarity, is provided by the paradox of freedom. On its most radical level, freedom is experienced in the guise of my awareness of the inexorable, often self-destructive, necessity to act in a certain way. I cannot do otherwise, since to act in this way is part of my very nature. As Schelling puts it, it is as if, in a timeless, eternally past, primordially unconscious act, I have chosen myself. My eternal nature, radical freedom and consciousness are incompatible. The truly free founding decision was unconscious, and must remain such if it is to stay in force. The moment it is raised to consciousness, it is already called into question and, for all practical purposes, retracted. The most pathetic example, of course, is that of love. The decision to love somebody is free, compulsory love is no love, yet this decision can never be a present and conscious one. I can never say to myself, now I will decide to fall in love with this person. All I can do in the present is to ascertain that the decision has already been taken and that I am caught in the inexorable necessity to love. This notion of complementarity also enables us to discern what is perhaps the weak point in the otherwise path-breaking politico-philosophical essays of Chantal Mouffe. One of the principal targets of Mouffe's critique is contemporary liberal democratic attempts to provide a metapolitical foundation of politics in some neutral frame of reference which would account for the set of universally binding ethical rules, Rawls's original position, Habermas's discursive rationality, etc. She denounces these attempts at foundation as naturalizing gestures which obfuscate the political politique, the field of antagonisms in which different positions are grounded only in themselves, in the performative act of opposing themselves to the political adversary. According to Mauve, an ethical foundation of politics is not only theoretically wrong but also politically dangerous, since it harbors totalitarian potential by rendering invisible the violent gesture of its own imposition. There is always an extreme violence involved in imposing a set of normative rules as a neutral universal ground of judgment. Although this critique is fully justified, it continues to shirk the paradox of complementarity insofar as it contains the illusion of a politics delivered from naturalizing mystification, dispensing with any reference to some extra-political foundation, as if it were possible to play the pure game of antagonism, as if naturalization, that is, a reference to some non-antagonistic neutral, ethical foundation, illusory as it is, were not an irreducible, necessary condition of a politically efficient prized opposition. In this precise sense, ethics is a supplement of the political. There is no political taking sides without minimal reference to some ethical normativity which transcends the sphere of the purely political. In other words, without the minimal naturalization involved in legitimating our position via a reference to some extra-political, natural, ethical, theological agency. And to dot the i's, the yes of the Hegelian reconciliation is, in the last analysis, precisely a yes to complementarity, a yes of fully accepting that one cannot simultaneously know it and do it, a yes of bidding farewell to the Enlightenment illusion of a self-transparent activity, an activity wholly aware of its implications. Against historicism. The trap to be avoided here is the reduction of this theme of complementarity to the now fashionable critique of universalism and the related assertion of the plurality of particular narratives. Complementarity conceived as the impossibility of the complete description of a particular phenomenon is, on the contrary, the very place of the inscription of universality into the particular. A particular social phenomenon can never be completely contextualized, reduced to a set of socio-historical circumstances. Such a particularization would presuppose the crudest universalism, namely, the presumption that we, its agents, can speak from a neutral universal place of pure meta-language exempt from any specific context. Within the social symbolic field, each particular totality, in its very self-enclosure, misperceives itself as universal, that is to say, it comprises itself and its own perspective on its outside, on all other particular totalities, epochs, societies, etc. Why? Precisely because it is in itself incomplete, open, not wholly determined by its context. The point is thus not that we, the observing subjects embedded in our particular situation, can never wholly comprehend the set of particular circumstances which determine the other, the object of our scrutiny. The deficiency is ontological, not merely epistemological. This other is already in itself not wholly determined by circumstances. It is this very overlapping of the two deficiencies, or, in Lacanese, the intersection of the two lacks, that opens up the dimension of universality. Marx, in a famous passage from his introduction to Grundrisse, clearly perceived this enigma of universality. How is it that Homer's poetry, although conditioned by its time, has retained its quasi-universal appeal up to our day? The problem is not to explain how something akin to the Iliad was possible only in the early Greek society. The problem, rather, is to explain why this product of early Greek society still speaks to us and arouses our enthusiasm. Marx's answer, unfortunately, does not live up to his question, by a naive recourse to the parallel between the epochs of European history and stages in the development of a human individual, a parallel deeply indebted to the tradition of German Romanticism. He interprets the irresistible charm of ancient Greek society as the eternal charm of the childhood of humanity. Even this erroneous answer, however, involves a correct principle of explanation. It relies on the premise that what accounts for the universal appeal of Homer's poetry is its very attachment to specific historic conditions. The problem is not why Homer's poetry, in spite of its roots in a specific historical constellation, retains its universal appeal. But the exact opposite: why does a product of these, and not some other historical conditions, retain a universal appeal? This deadlock of the historicist critique of universalism is clearly illustrated apropos of the problematic of human rights. Are they embedded in their specific Western context, or are they universal? It is easy to historicize the notion of universal human rights by demonstrating their emergence in the modern Western context of the bourgeois struggle for emancipation. The true problem, however, is to explain their universal appeal, on account of which the critique which dismisses them as imposed Western values falls short. This universal appeal is founded upon the gap, implied by the notion of human rights, between their universality and their always imperfect realization. That is to say, the crucial difference between the democratic universe of human rights and other political orders is that the structuring principle in all these orders is immediately identified with their particular, determinate content, whereas the very functioning of the democratic order relies on the difference between the ordering and the order between the structuring principle of the system in its becoming, as Kierkegaard would have put it, and any determinate, positive form of this order. In other words, human rights can never be simply enumerated, presented as a closed set. The very modern notion of human rights implies that they are never all, that there is always something to be added to the list. They are universal not simply in the sense that they are supposed to include all human beings, but also in the sense that they cannot be reduced to any particular, determinate form of their positive articulation. The second sense is a sine qua non of the first. On that basis, all kinds of so-called minorities, ethnic, sexual, religious, can always, in their very critique of a particular, sexist, Western, etc., bias of the predominant formulation of human rights, again refer to their universality, claiming that their own rights are not properly taken into consideration in this predominant formulation. Universality becomes for itself, is posited as such, when some particular content is hindered in its self-fulfillment. We can now see where, precisely, the Hegelian approach to universality differs from the standard one. The standard approach is concerned with the historicist problem of the effective scope of a universal notion. Is a notion truly universal, or is its validity actually constrained to a specific historical epoch, social class, etc.? Whereas Hegel asks exactly the opposite question: how, in what precise historical conditions, can a neutral universal notion emerge at all? Under what conditions do people become aware of the universal notion of labor irrespective of particular professions? When does the neutral notion of a style become operative in art theory? When, for example, did painters begin to assume that they were free to choose from a multitude of styles: expressionist, impressionist, cubist, surrealist? In what type of society does one experience one's own cultural background as something contingent, as one exemplification of the neutral universal notion of culture, so that one can then play the game called multiculturalism? I can be a feminist, socialist, conservative, free market ecologist in each case, my particular, socialist, conservative, feminist orientation is constitutive of my identity as an ecologist. The capitalist profit-orientated economy, or the excess of modernity, or patriarchal domination is for me the very root of the ecological catastrophe. The properly Hegelian problem is not to ascertain that my particular, socialist, conservative, feminist brand of ecological orientation is just one species of the universal genus of ecological movements. The true problem is how, under what conditions, my own particular socio-political experience leads me to abandon the immediate identification of being an ecologist with my particular brand of it, so that I apprehend the link that connects ecology in general with my particular orientation as contingent. The answer, of course, is provided by the notion of lack. Only in so far as I experience my own particular position as fundamentally deficient does the universal dimension involved in, and obfuscated by it appear as such, or, in Hegel's terms, is it posited, becomes for itself. Or to put it in a slightly different way, the historicist reduction of Marx or Freud to an expression of their age is false and itself ideological, although quite accurate at the factual level. Marx's analysis of capitalism is, of course, a child of its time, embedded in a concrete and unique historical constellation. The true enigma, however, is how it was possible for Marx, at that precise moment of history, to provide the key that enables us to unravel the secret of the whole of history hitherto. Freudian psychoanalysis is, of course, a product of the late 19th century. What one has to explain, however, is how it was possible for Freud to gain an insight into the universal logic of human sexuality. In a proper dialectical analysis, universality and historicization are thus strictly correlative. Therein resides also the falsity of a certain kind of multiculturalism, the fact that cultures are different, that each culture possesses its own irreducible specificity, is a factum brutum, a banality that lacks the dignity of an object of thought. The problem, on the contrary, is to explain how, in spite of their differences, cultures nonetheless interact, how a certain, poetic, ideological, etc. theme can have universal repercussions and cross the barriers that separate different cultures. Incidentally, the first thing to do here is to reject the cliché according to which Western cultural imperialism suppresses differences between cultures. Quite the contrary, imperialism actually accentuates these differences, since it literally lives by them. Even in the Aldous Huxley remarked in Festing Pilot how the English colonists in India were deeply respectful of Indian traditional life, of the wisdom of old Hindu or Buddhist religion. An educated Englishman was always ready to admit Indian wisdom's superiority to modern Western civilization. What he feared more than a vampire fears a string of garlic was an Indian who had become westernized and successfully integrated Western science and politics, without renouncing his Indian identity. In short, what the English feared was those Indians who endeavored to transform India into a modern nation like England itself. Along the same lines, one can also clarify the allegedly unhistorical character of the Lacanian formulas of sexuation. Every epoch, every society, every ethnic community, of course, furnishes its own ideological connotation of the difference between the sexes. In Europe, for example, man is posited as the neutral universality of the human species, whereas woman stands for the specific difference, i.e. for sexualization as such. In ancient China, on the contrary, woman designated continuity and man discontinuity, breach, separation. What the Lacanian formulas of sexuation endeavor to formulate, however, is not yet another positive formulation of the sexual difference but the underlying impasse that generates the multitude of positive formulations as so many failed attempts to symbolize the traumatic real of the sexual difference. What all epochs have in common is not some universal positive feature, some trans-historical constant. What they all share, rather, is the same deadlock, the same antinomy. In Schelling's terms, one is tempted to say that this same impasse persists and repeats itself in different powers/potentials in different cultures. The notion of the real qua-traumatic antagonism which returns as the same in all successive failed attempts at its symbolization thus leads us to invert the standard formula of the relationship between universal and particular, the universal as the genus which divides itself into particular species. Here, it is as if universal and particular change places. We have a series of universals, of universal interpretative matrices, which are all answers to the absolute particularity of the traumatic real, of the imbalance of an antagonism which throws out of joint, and thereby particularizes, the neutral universal frame, so that the schema of the relationship between universal and particular is now the following. The criticism that Lacan reifies the real into a non-historical kernel excluded from historical change therefore thoroughly misses the point. Not only is there no conceptual incompatibility between the real qua non-historical kernel and historicity, but it is the very trauma of the real which again and again sets in motion the movement of history, propelling it to ever new historizations/symbolizations. How does one make a rat human? In what beyond the New Age holistic speculations on the spiritual nature of the universe, and so on resides, then, the properly philosophical interest of quantum physics? Philosophers usually refer to quantum physics to enlist its help in their eternal battle against everyday common-sense naive realist ontology, or when they are in a more spiritual New Age mood as a proof that within contemporary science itself, the so-called Cartesian mechanical paradigm is losing ground against a new holistic approach. Perhaps, however, the true breakthrough of quantum physics lies elsewhere. It compels us to call into question the ultimate and most resilient philosophical myth, as Derrida called it, that of the absolute gap that separates nature from man, from the universe of language in which human beings dwell, as Heidegger put it. It was Sartre, perhaps, who provided the most astute formulation of this gap in his opposition between the in itself of the inert presence of things and the for itself of human consciousness as the vortex of self-negation. It is interesting to note how even Lacan, Sartre's great opponent in the heyday of the structuralist debate in the S, remained at that time thoroughly within these coordinates. The standard Lacanian theme in the S and S was the unsurmountable opposition between the animal universe of imaginary captivity, of the balanced mirror relationship between Ineenwelt and Außenwelt, and the human universe of symbolic negativity, imbalance. Lacan thereby fully participates in the line of thought that begins with Hegel, according to which man is nature sick unto death, a being forever marked by traumatic misplacement, thrown out of joint, lacking its proper place, in contrast to an animal which always fits into its environment, that is to say, is immediately grown into it. Symptomatic here is Lacan's mechanistic metaphorics, an almost celebratory characterizing of the symbolic order as an automaton that follows its path, totally impervious to human emotions and needs. Language is a parasitic entity that battens on the human animal, throwing his or her life rhythm off balance, derailing it, subordinating it to its own brutally imposed circuit. What accounts for the specific Lacanian flavor of this renewed assertion of the gap that separates culture, the symbolic order, from the fullness of the immediate life experience is the reversal of the usual Cartesian idealist contrast between the life of the spirit and the mechanics of nature. With Lacan, it is the machine in its very blind, senseless, automatic repetitive movement that elevates the human universe above the immediate animal life experience. The political connotation of this theme of man being constitutively out of joint is radically ambiguous. It functions as a floating signifier that can be appropriated by the left option, the celebration of man's negativity as the power of the permanent transcending and revolutionizing of every routine, inert situation, as well as by the right one, Arnold Gellen's anthropology, for example, whose main thesis is that, owing to the lack of an innate instinctual pattern, man needs a master, i.e. the authority of a strong institution that can keep his excesses in check and guarantee a stable point of reference. Jacques Miller's comments on an uncanny laboratory experiment with rats, from one of Lacan's unpublished seminars, provide a thrilling and somewhat uneasy exemplification of this philosophical topos. In a labyrinthine setup, a desired object, a tasty morsel of food or a sexual partner, is first made easily accessible to a rat. Then the setup is changed in such a way that the rat sees and thereby knows where the desired object is, but cannot gain access to it. In exchange for it, as a kind of consolation prize, a series of similar objects of inferior value is made easily accessible. How does the rat react? For some time, it tries to find its way to the true object. Then, upon ascertaining that this object is definitely out of reach, the rat will renounce it and put up with some of the inferior substitute objects. In short, it will act as a rational subject of utilitarianism. It is only now, however, that the true experiment begins. The scientists perform a surgical operation on the rat, messing about with its brain, doing things to it with laser beams about which, as Miller delicately put it, it is better to know nothing. So what happened when the operated rat was again let loose in the labyrinth, the one in which the true object was inaccessible? The rat persisted. It never became fully reconciled to the loss of the true object, resigning itself to one of the inferior substitutes, but repeatedly returned to it, attempted to reach it. In short, the rat, in a sense, was humanized. It assumed the tragic human attitude towards the unattainable absolute object which, because of its very inaccessibility, forever captivates our desire. M. Miller's point, of course, is that this quasi-humanization of the rat resulted from its biological mutilation. The unfortunate rat started to act like a human being in relation to its object of desire when its brain was butchered and crippled by an unnatural surgical intervention. A detailed reading of Lacan's last texts demonstrates that in the last years of his teaching he left this traditional philosophical topos behind. When he evokes examples from animal behavior, he no longer uses them as mere analogies, that is to say, these examples are to be taken literally. That, however, is another story. How, then, are we to break with this tradition without falling prey to naive naturalism and or its complementary double, evolutionary teleology? How are we to avoid the standard procedure of filling in the gap that separates man from animal via man's naturalization, that is, via the endeavor to explain all specifically human characteristics in terms of natural evolution? Is the only alternative really that of spiritualizing nature itself? Quantum physics opens up a totally different path. What it calls into question is not the specificity of man, his exceptional position with regard to nature, but, rather, the very notion of nature implied by the standard philosophical formulation of the gap between nature and man, as well as by the New Age assertion of a deeper harmony between nature and man, the notion of nature as a closed, balanced universe, regulated by some underlying law or rule. True anthropomorphism resides in the notion of nature tacitly assumed by those who oppose man to nature, nature as a circular return of the same, as the determinist kingdom of inexorable natural laws, or, more in accordance with New Age sensitivity, nature as a harmonious, balanced whole of cosmic forces derailed by man's hubris, his pathological arrogance. What is to be deconstructed is this very notion of nature, the features we refer to in order to emphasize man's unique status, the constitutive imbalance, the autopjoine, on account of which man is an unnatural creature. Nature sick unto death must somehow already be at work in nature itself, although as Schelling would have put it in another, lower power, in the mathematical sense of the term. 5 Lessons of the Double Slit. So how does quantum physics enable us to break the standard deadlock of the naturalization of man and or the spiritualization of nature? Let us take as our starting point the, deservedly famous double-slit experiment. It was Richard Feynman who claimed that this experiment reveals the central mystery of the quantum world. To simplify the procedure, let us imagine a wall with 2 small hole slits in it. On one side there is a source of a beam of electrons, on the other another wall incorporating an array of electron detectors. Electrons emitted by the source pass through one of the 2 holes and hit the other wall, where the array of detectors allows us to observe the pattern of the way they hit this wall. The enigma, of course, concerns the particle-wave duality. When is the observed pattern that of particles and when is it that of the interference of 2 waves? When both slits are open, the pattern observed is that of the interference of 2 waves. When one slit or the other is opened in turn, there is no interference. When, with both slits open, we slow down the beam so that only one electron goes through the whole setup at a time, we still get the pattern for interference by waves. If, however, we observe the 2 slits to see which slit each electron goes through, we get no interference pattern. That is the mystery. It is as if a single electron, a particle which, as such, must go through one of the 2 slits, knows whether the other slit is open, and behaves accordingly. If the other slit is open, it behaves as a wave; if not, it behaves as an ordinary particle. Even more, a single electron seems to know if it is being observed or not, since it behaves accordingly. So what are the implications of this experiment? Its first lesson is that the potentiality of the wave function is not a mere possibility in the ordinary sense of the term. The point is not simply that the trajectory of a particle is not determined in advance, that what is determined in advance is just the probability that a particle will pass through one slit or the other. The point is, rather, that the actual result, the fact that when only one electron goes through the whole setup at a time, we still get the pattern for interference by waves, can be accounted for only by accepting the incomprehensible hypothesis according to which a particle effectively did not follow only one path but, in an unheard of sense, all the paths which are possible within the constraint of its wave function. What is thereby called into question is a feature which, according to philosophical Dasein from Kierkegaard to Heidegger, distinguishes man from nature. Nature does not know possibility as such, it is only in the human universe that is, with the advent of language, that possibility as such becomes effective, determines our actual performance. Suffice it to mention the obvious example of guilt feelings. I am devoured by the awareness that I could have acted differently, in accordance with my duty in the human universe. Failure to do something is a positive fact that can brand my entire life. For Lacan, this short circuit between possibility and actuality is a fundamental feature of the symbolic order. Power, for example, is actually exerted only in the guise of a potential threat, only insofar as it does not strike fully but keeps itself in reserve. Take the logic of paternal authority. The moment a father loses control and displays his full power, starts to shout, or to beat his child, we necessarily perceive this display as impotent rage, that is, as an index of its very opposite. The supreme example in psychoanalysis, of course, is provided by symbolic castration. The mere threat of castration brings about psychical consequences which amount to a castrating effect. It brands the subject's actual behavior with an indelible mark of restraint and renunciation. And do we not encounter an analogous short circuit between possibility and actuality in the quantum universe, in which the actual behavior, trajectory of a particle can be explained only by taking into account the fluctuation of virtual particles? The second lesson of the double-slit experiment concerns the enigma of what Lacan, in his seminar Encore, calls knowledge in the real. Nature seems to know which laws to follow. Leaves on a tree know the rule that enables them to ramify according to a complex pattern, and so on. One of the basic themes of the philosophy of self-consciousness is that the subject's awareness of a thing affects and transforms this thing itself. One cannot simply assert that a thing, inclusive of its properties, exists out there irrespective of our awareness of it. Take the ambiguous status of patriarchal violence against women. One could claim that this violence becomes actual violence only when it is experienced registered as such by a woman. In a society in which the traditional patriarchal ideology exerts unquestionable hegemony, one which lacks even a minimal of feminist awareness, a certain kind of possessive attitude of a man towards a woman is not only not perceived by a woman as violent, but even received with open arms as a sign of authentic passionate devotion. The point here, of course, is not to soften this violence by reducing it to something merely imagined. Violence is real, yet its raw, indeterminate reality becomes the reality of unacceptable violence only via its registration in the symbolic order. Another example is provided by Edith Wharton's Age of Innocence. What we have in mind is the reversal that takes place in the last pages of the novel, when the hero learns that his allegedly ignorant and innocent wife knew all the time that his true love was the fatal Countess Olenska. This is the innocence alluded to in the novel's title. Far from being an ingenue blessedly unaware of the emotional turmoils of her beloved, she knew everything, yet she persisted in her role as ingenue, thereby safeguarding the happiness of their marriage. The hero, of course, mistook her for precisely such an ingenue. Had he known that she knew, not only would their happiness have been impossible, but his passionate affair with Countess Olenska would also have been ruined. Such an affair can blossom only in so far as it is unrecognized by the big other, epitomized here by the allegedly ignorant wife. That is the most unpleasant and humiliating surprise for someone who is involved in a clandestine love affair. Suddenly I become aware that my spouse knew all the time, and merely feigned ignorance. The lesson of the double-slit experiment is that a similar knowledge in the real, a knowledge that affects the actual behavior of a particle, is already operative at the level of microphysics. If we observe the electron's trajectory in order to discover through which of the two slits it will pass, the electron will behave as a particle. If, on the other hand, we do not observe it, it will display the properties of a wave as if the electron somehow knows whether it is being observed or not. Therein resides the enigma of knowledge in the real. How can a particle that passes through slit A know the state of slit B? Is it open or not? And act accordingly. It was no accident that in our second paragraph we resorted to the term registration, which, taken literally, designates the inscription of an event or object into a symbolic network. According to quantum physics, the hard external reality of actual material objects in space and time is constituted by means of the collapse of the wave function, which occurs when the quantum process affects the level defined by the second law of thermodynamics, irreversible temporality, etc. And it is deeply symptomatic that in an effort to specify this collapse, quantum physicists resort again and again to the metaphorics of language. The collapse of the wave function occurs when a quantum event leaves some kind of trace in the observation apparatus, that is, when it is registered in some way. What is crucial here is the relationship to externality. An event becomes fully itself, realizes itself, only when its external surroundings take note of it. Does not this constitutive relationship to externality not prefigure the logic of symbolic realization, in which an event X counts, becomes effective, via its inscription in the symbolic network that is external to the thing itself? As I have already pointed out, when John Wheeler, one of those who have consistently tried to work out the philosophical consequences of quantum physics, was cornered by an interviewer who asked him about the exact moment of the collapse of the wave function, he offered as a last refuge the intersubjective community of scientists. One can be absolutely sure of a collapse only when the result of a measurement is integrated into the intersubjectively acknowledged scientific discourse. The parallel that imposes itself here is that between quantum mechanics and the symbolic process of decision, of the intervention of a quilting point decapitan which stabilizes meaning. Let us recall Agamemnon's decision to sacrifice his daughter. At first, he hesitates, the arguments for both sides seem conclusive, the situation is undecidable, oh but doom will crush me / once I rend my child, / the glory of my house, / a father's hands are stained, / blood of a young girl streaks the altar, / pain both ways and what is worse. At Aulis, however, Agamemnon takes a strange turn. Without transition or pause, he changes tone. From one verse to the next, the conflict of obligations is carried off as if by favorable winds, effective even before they blow. It is right and holy that I should desire with exceedingly impassioned passion the sacrifice staying the winds, the maiden's blood. The either-or, which just an instant ago was so cruel in its two opposing laws, is now decided. What is more, the law embraced by Agamemnon is no longer evil, it is right, just, sacred. Do we not encounter here, in this operation of capitanage which quilts the freely floating multitude of arguments, something strictly analogous to the collapse of the wave of potentialities into an unambiguously determined position? And are we not also dealing with the same logic in the Schellingian passage from the universe of potentialities which are present in the guise of ideas in God's mind, the spectral, shadowy proto-existence of a thing previous to its actual existence to our actual spatio-temporal world? Schelling himself speaks of the difference between the passive multitude in the subject and the subject which effectively posits itself as one. In any case, the exact interpretation of the collapse of a wave function contains the fundamental aporia of quantum physics. It concerns the enigma of the relationship between potentia and actuality, that is, of the passage from the quantum universe of potentialities into our effective reality. Ultimately, only two interpretations seem to be viable, either so-called Copenhagen orthodoxy, in which this collapse is linked to the function of the observer, and eventually to consciousness, or the many worlds interpretation, which simply dispenses with the collapse by claiming that all possibilities are realized in a plural, infinitely ramified universe. Some interpreters, Alistair Ray, among others, look for a way out of this uncanny and crippling dilemma in which, as Stalin would have put it, both choices are worse via an objective redefinition of the observer's function. The collapse occurs when a quantum event is inscribed into, registered by, a process which is no longer potential reversible, since in it the second law of thermodynamics, prescribing the irreversibility of a temporal succession, is already in force. Ray relies here on Ilya Prigozhin's claim that the fundamental reality of our universe is not that of being, of the reversible microreality of particles, but that of becoming, of the irreversible process of reality regulated by the second law of thermodynamics. The passage from quantum reality to measured observable reality, however, is not a passage from being to becoming but, rather, the opposite. Is not quantum reality the domain of pure becoming, of an undetermined potentiality which, by means of measurement, collapses into the determined being of a real object? And, on the other hand, is not the tension between particles and processes, Prigoghine's fundamental conceptual frame of reference characteristic of the classical, pre-quantum physics which moves between a mechanicist Newtonian reduction of complex processes to their elementary constituents, particles regulated by strict laws, so that the laws directly describing global processes are merely statistical approximations, and its inherent inversion, which posits global processes as the only true reality. In this case, we have three levels, not just two: the quantum level with its undecidable wave-particle duality, the mechanicist level of bodies, particles, or some other elementary constituents, and, finally, the thermodynamic level of global processual functions. Here, perhaps, a reference to Schelling renders possible, if not a solution, at least a productive reformulation of the problem. The quantum universe is a universe of potentialities in which there is as yet no actuality proper, no linear deployment of time, since temporal processes are reversible, etc. In this universe, wave-particle duality remains indifferent, a non-exclusive, non-contradictory coexistence of two features which, the moment we pass to actuality proper, become incompatible, i.e. in actuality proper, an entity cannot be a wave and a particle at the same time. The collapse of the quantum universe then stands for the Schellingen Entscheidung, the act of decision/discrimination by means of which wave-particle duality is posited as an actual difference. It is only now that we can speak about the actual difference between bodies, formerly, particles and processes, formerly, waves. In short, is not the opposition between level and level, between elements/bodies and global processes, a kind of explicatio of the opposition wave-particle, which remains implicit. One is tempted here to take a step further, according to the Lacanian reading of the Freudian notion of Nachträglichkeit, deferred action. The symbolic inscription, registration, of an event always occurs after the fact, with a minimum of delay. Reality always will have been, that is, by means of its symbolic inscription it becomes what it always already was. Now, John Wheeler has proposed a change in the double-slit experiment, the so-called delayed double-slit, which brings about the same paradox of the retroactive writing of history. In short, the experiment can be set up in such a way that our decision to observe the trajectory of a particle or not is taken after the particle has already passed through the slits, in that brief period of time when the particle is already beyond the two slits but has not yet hit the measuring apparatus. Our decision therefore decides what went on retroactively. It determines whether we have been dealing with an observed particle or an unobserved wave. This minimal delay of the inscription with regard to the event itself also opens up the space for a kind of ontological cheating with virtual particles. An electron can create a proton, and thereby violate the principle of constant energy, only if it reabsorbs it quickly enough, that is, before its environs take note of the discrepancy. Quantum indeterminacy lives off this minimum of free space between an event and its inscription. What we encounter here is, again, the basic paradox of the process of symbolization. Reality becomes what it was via its inscription in the external symbolic medium in its lower power. It is here, once we come upon virtual particles, that things become really interesting. So-called vacuum fluctuation, a process in the course of which a particle springs up out of nowhere and then returns to nothingness, this virtual existence of a particle which annihilates itself before reaching full actuality, is generally formulated in terms of knowledge and registration. A pion is created, crosses to another proton and disappears all in the twinkling of uncertainty allowed while the universe isn't looking. All this must take place in the minimum of time, before the surroundings take note of the discrepancy. In his popular book In Search of Schrödinger's Cat, Gribben goes one step further and projects this assuming of knowledge into the particle itself. First an electron appears, popping out of the vacuum like a rabbit out of a magician's hat, then it travels forward in time a short distance before realizing its mistake, acknowledging its own unreality, and turning around to go back from whence it came. That is, into the abyss of nothingness. And it is perhaps in the insistence on this gap, on this minimal delay between the event itself and its registration, that we find the most far-reaching epistemological revolution of quantum physics. In classical physics, knowledge in the real asserts its hold directly, without any delay, that is to say, things simply know what laws they are to obey, whereas quantum physics allows for a minimum of ontological cheating. A whole new domain is thus opened up, the domain of the shadowy pseudo-being of pure potentialities, of uncanny events which go on in the twinkling of uncertainty while the universe isn't looking. Is not this virtual state of an electron which, upon admitting its mistake and acknowledging its unreality, returns to non-existence, equivalent to what Lacan describes as the state between the two deaths? An entity exists only so long as it does not register, take note of, its non-existence, like the proverbial cartoon cat which, although it has no ground under its feet, is unaware of this, and so calmly continues to walk in the air. What is thereby attested is the discord between knowledge and being. Knowledge always involves some loss of being, and, vice versa, every being is always grounded upon some ignorance. The supreme example of this discord in psychoanalysis, of course, is the notion of symptom. A symptom, in its very painful reality, disappears as the result of a successful interpretation. In quantum physics, this same discord is in force not only at the level of microparticles but also at the macro level. The hypothesis of quantum cosmology is that the universe as such resulted from a gigantic vacuum fluctuation. The universe in its entirety, its positive existence, bears witness to some global pathological disturbed balance, to a broken symmetry, and is therefore doomed to return to a primordial void. The difference between quantum cosmology and the New Age mythology of cosmic balance is insurmountable here. The New Age attitude engages us in an endeavor to set our derailed world right by re-establishing the lost balance of cosmic principles, yin and yang, etc., whereas the ontological implication of quantum cosmology and its notion of vacuum fluctuation is that something exists at all only insofar as the universe is out of joint. In other words, the very existence of the universe bears witness to some fundamental disturbance or lost balance. Something can emerge out of nothing, the vacuum only via a broken symmetry. Quantum physics and cosmology are thus within the tradition of what Althusser called aleatoric materialism, the tradition that begins with Epicurus, according to whom the cosmos was born out of the declination clinamen of falling atoms. The lesson of Lacan, and of Hegel, pace the usual platitudes about the complementary relationship of opposites in dialectics ultimately amounts to the same. Hubris is constitutive, the bias of our experience accounts for its fragile consistency, balance is another name for death. Quantum physics therefore cuts of the very possibility of a retreat into the New Age mythology of natural balance. Nature, the universe in its entirety, results from a pathological tilt. As such, it also is only insofar as it does not take note of its non-existence. That is to say, here, at this crucial point, we must draw all the consequences from the fundamental impasse of quantum cosmology. The wave function collapses, that is to say, reality as we know it is constituted when the quantum event is registered in its surroundings, when an observer takes note of it. So how does this collapse take place when the event in question is the universe in its entirety? Who, in this case, is the observer? Here, of course, there is a strong temptation to introduce God in the role of this universal observer. The universe actually exists because its existence is registered by him. The only consistent way to resist this temptation while remaining within the coordinates of the quantum universe is fully to embrace the paradox that the universe in its entirety is feminine. Like woman in Lacan, the universe in its entirety does not exist. It is a mere quantum fluctuation without any external boundary that would enable us to conceive it as actual. The fifth lesson of the double-slit experiment concerns the dialectical relationship between an object and the process of searching for it. To illustrate the strange logic of the collapse of a wave function by means of which the quantum potentiality coagulates into one reality, Wheeler tendons a somewhat nasty variation on the well-known society game of guessing the name of an object. What if, unbeknown to the questioner, the participants agree not to pick out an object in advance, so that when a participant has to answer yes or no to a question, is it alive, does it have 4 legs, does it fly, etc., he should pay attention only to the consistency of his answer. The object he has in mind must be such that his answer is consistent with all the previous answers of the other participants. Thus, the questioner unknowingly participates in the determination of the object. The direction of his questioning narrows the choice down. This situation is not unlike the joke about the conscript who tries to evade military service by pretending to be mad. He compulsively checks all the pieces of paper he can lay hands on, constantly repeating, "That's not it." The psychiatrist, finally convinced of his insanity, gives him a written certificate releasing him from military service. The conscript casts a look at it and says cheerfully, "That is it." What we have here is a paradigmatic case of the symbolic process which creates its cause, the object that sets it in motion. Wheeler's point, of course, is that things are analogous in quantum physics. The modality and direction of our search participate in the creation of the object for which we are searching. If we decide to measure the position of a particle, it will collapse from potentiality into one actual set of spatial coordinates, while the same particle's mass will remain potential undecided, and vice versa. Creatio ex nihilo. Let us, however, risk one more step, and go to extremes which, in philosophy, usually means, to the fundamental Hegelian theme of determinate negation, of a nothingness which nonetheless possesses a series of properties, in accordance with the differential logic of the signifier in which the very absence of a feature can function as a positive feature, as in the well-known Sherlock Holmes story in which the curious incident with the dog consists in the fact that the dog did not bark. Hegel's determinate negation, of course, is the speculative reformulation of the old theological notion of creatio ex nihilo. In his seminar on the ethics of psychoanalysis, Lacan insists that a creatio ex nihilo can occur only in a symbolic order. Creatio ex nihilo points towards the miraculous emergence of a new symbol against the background of the void of the thing. In the real, on the contrary, nothing comes out of nothing. Does not vacuum fluctuation, however, provide a perfect case of creatio ex nihilo? In quantum physics, vacuum is conceived as nothingness, as a void, but a void which is nonetheless determinate, that is to say, contains a whole set of potential entities. Vacuum fluctuation refers to the very process by means of which something, a particle, emerges out of the void and then again evaporates, disappears in it. Here quantum physics suddenly speaks the language of Hegelian dialectics. One could go on and supplement our list with numerous further parallels between quantum physics and cosmology, and Lacanian psychoanalysis, the astounding homology between the duality of imaginary and real time in Hawking and the duality of feminine and masculine formulas of sexuation in Lacan, the parallel between the black hole and the traumatic thing in Freud and Lacan, up to the purely differential definition of the particle which directly recalls the classic Saussurean definition of the signifier. A particle is nothing but the bundle of its interactions with other particles. The conclusion imposed by quantum physics, therefore, is the following: what we experience as the hard reality of objects in time and space is not the ultimate reality. Beneath it there is another universe of potentialities with no irreversible temporal line, a universe in which something can emerge out of nothing, and so on. In short, the quantum universe displays in a wild state, at a more primitive level, a series of features which, according to our philosophical tradition, constitute the differentia specifica of the human universe of language, as if the old Schelling was right, as if in human freedom and language something that already underlies external reality itself is raised to a higher power. Quantum physics thus enables us to avoid not only the twin strategies of the vulgar materialist naturalization of man and the obscurantist spiritualization of nature, but also the more modern, constructionist version according to which nature is a discursive construct. Its ultimate lesson is not that nature is already in itself spiritual, but something incomparably more unheimliches. In the strange phenomena of the quantum universe, the human spirit as it were encounters itself outside itself, in the guise of its uncanny double. Quantum processes are closer to the human universe of language than anything one finds in nature, in the standard meaning of the term, yet this very closeness, i.e. the fact that they seem to imitate those very features which, according to the common understanding of the gap that separates nature from man, define the differentia specifica of the human universe, makes them incomparably stranger than anything one encounters in nature. Therein resides the uncanniness of quantum physics with regard to the Kantian transcendental dimension. On the one hand, it seems as if, in quantum physics, Kant's fundamental insight according to which, what we experience as reality is not simply out there but is constituted by the observing subject, is finally verified and fully confirmed by science itself. On the other hand, this very empirical realization of the transcendental model appears somehow excessive and unsettling, like the proverbial boar who spoils the game by observing its rules too literally. Is not all we have developed hitherto, however, just a set of metaphors and superficial analogies which are simply not binding? To this criticism, which imposes itself with a self-evident persuasiveness, one can provide a precise answer: the irresistible urge to denounce the homologies between the quantum universe and the symbolic order as external analogies with no firm foundation, or, at least, as mere metaphors, is itself an expression and/or effect of the traditional philosophical attitude which compels us to maintain an insurmountable distance between nature and the symbolic universe, prohibiting any incestuous contact between the two domains. The emergence of human freedom can be accounted for only by the fact that nature itself is not a homogeneous hard reality, that is to say, by the presence, beneath hard reality, of another dimension of potentialities and their fluctuations. It is as if, with human freedom, this uncanny universe of potentialities re-emerges, comes to light. Consequently, one is tempted to claim that Schelling's freedom qua pure possibility of being sane, which of itself, by its own power, actualizes itself and acquires existence, this highest enigma which Schelling failed to explain again and again, is prefigured and/or concretized. Here also, linear temporal succession is suspended in quantum physics' notion of the emergence of something, a particle out of the nothingness of a vacuum fluctuation. Is not this vacuum fluctuation Schelling's freedom which does not yet exist? Such a reading is further confirmed by the repetition of this microprocess at the macro level of cosmology, as we have already seen. According to the most daring hypothesis of quantum cosmology, our universe as such, in its entirety, is a kind of gigantic vacuum fluctuation. It popped up out of nothing as a result of a disturbed balance, and is destined to return to nothing. In other words, does not the Big Bang stand for the primordial expansion which follows the primordial contraction of the void of freedom into the absolutely condensed singular point of matter? Prior to the primordial contraction there was only the void of pure sane, the freedom of a will which wills nothing. Against this background one can fully appreciate Schelling's definition of the emergence of man. In man, possibility is no longer automatically realized but persists qua possibility. Precisely as such, man stands for the point at which, in a kind of direct short circuit, the created universe regains the abyss of primordial freedom.